This young man is Q-Do, who has been reincarnated on this planet of salvation for 18 years. And finally, the day has come, the day he steps into the virtual world to change classes and register as a player. The class change ceremony is about to begin. Welcome, player Q-Do, to the virtual world for the first time. Do you want to start the career lottery? Here we go. Q-Do prays to his ancestors for a good career draw. The system is drawing for a career. It is a game of chance that can change your fate. Congratulations. You have drawn the hidden class of Necromancer. You are now a Soul Master. The young man is over the moon. This is incredible. Thank you, ancestors. Being a Soul Master is an extremely rare profession. Only a handful exist in the entire world. With the power of the Soul Summoner, countless high-level spirit creatures emerge from the gates of hell. As long as you have enough mana, you can take on armies all by yourself. Logically speaking, drawing such a hidden class means you are 1 in a million. Q-Do excitedly checks his attribute interface. Hope brings many disappointments. Identity. Q-Do. Class. Necromancer. Apprentice level 1. Strength. Defense. Agility. 9. Spirit. 0. Magic power. 10 out of 10. Life points. 10 out of 10. Experience points. 0. The young man can believe it and screams. How can a necromancer have 0 spirit? What can he possibly do? The initial attribute points are randomly distributed based on the player's class. The maximum value for each attribute is 10 points. For a mage, spirit is the most important. If it is below 5, what is the point of even playing? The system poses the question, would the player like to start drawing for an initial talent? Q-Do, feeling hopeless, shrugs it off. Just draw it. What do I have left to lose? Just no. Even if I draw ins ranked talent, it won't matter. The system is drawing for a talent. Congratulations. You have drawn the Courageous Heart talent for a mage. Level. Unknown. Reward. 10 free attribute points. The Courageous Heart talent will help Q-Do earn reward points and free attributes whenever he defeats enemies in close combat. It is the only active effect. Players can increase other attribute values to the same amount. The limitation is that before using the active effect, the player can only lock one attribute, one shock after another. Just when Q-Do was feeling discouraged, his jaw dropped. What? Am I seeing things? Free attribute points are incredibly hard to come by. You can only earn them through leveling up. At other times, to increase attributes, you have to rely on your own training. The active effect of this talent can only be used once, but it can boost all attribute points equally. The passive effect of the Courageous Heart means that by defeating enemies in close combat, you can earn free attribute points. If he uses this active effect now, Q-Do could become an all-rounder warrior with all attributes at 10 at the newbie stage. Having all attributes at 10 is a rarity with only 102 recorded in history. Q-Do focuses on the system panel, pondering that if he waits until his attributes hit 1,000, even 10,000 or 100,000 before using them, would not a necromancer with all attributes at 100,000 be no different from a real six-sided warrior? If the passive attributes already want him to engage in close combat, should not he need strength for that? Q-Do makes a decision and shouts, System, allocate 10 free attribute points to strength. Congratulations. Player Q-Do has successfully leveled up. Strength increased by 10. Next, he is off to register and complete his newbie quest. Only by finishing the newbie mission can he truly consider his class change a success. In the whirlwind of space, the young man is finally teleported to the newbie task. Upon arrival, a stunning girl with a cheerful demeanor comes to greet him. Welcome. Esteemed player, I am your guide. How may I assist you? Do freezes, wondering if NPCs could really be this clueless. He replies, I am here to register and accept my newbie quest. In front of Q-Do, a newbie gift package appears. After opening it, the system announces congratulations for obtaining the initial equipment, an old magical artifact, the newbie staff, along with a skill called Summon Skeletons. Magical artifacts seem merely ornamental. With his current 0 spirit, he can't even use the summon spell. Nevertheless, this staff is quite sturdy, and combined with his 20 points in strength, it is sure to pack a punch. After a brief moment of hesitation, the young man turns back to inquire about his newbie mission. The guide smiles and replies, Your newbie task is to escape from the Misty Cave. This mission requires him to be absolutely cautious not to defeat any skeleton soldiers, using the fastest way to escape. Before she could finish explaining, Q-Do had already vanished from sight. Turns out the young man had taken off like a bat out of hell, and his mouth was already in the cave. This gloomy, desolate place, filled with skulls and bones, was no joke, and he could not quite remember what the NPC had said earlier. Forget it. Whatever. The newbie mission can't be that hard. Q-Do feels a bit uneasy surrounded by all these white bones, cautiously taking each step until he suddenly hears a strange noise. It is a typical level 1 skeleton monster, 2020, wielding a sword, ready to sneak attack Q-Do. But unfortunately for it, The young man is way too alert. He immediately swings the staff and knocks it out cold. Its head goes flying. And it has been eliminated. To-do pauses. Wait, that is it. It is already dead. But not being able to use spells makes this battle tough. The system notifies that player Q-Do has earned 1 free attribute point and experience for defeating the skeleton in close combat. Congratulations to player Q-Do for killing his first monster in his life through close combat. Rewarded with the passive skill a class Mighty Strength. Q-Do is stunned. A class. Is this for real? The effect of Mighty Strength allows each point of the player's strength to convert into 2 attack power. Strength determines physical damage, while defense determines damage reduction. Now, Q-Do's strength score is 21. 1 point of strength equals 1 point of attack, and other attributes follow suit. So that means if the opponent's defense is 0, Q-Do's current strike deals 42 damage. This skill is basically like turning 1 point of strength into 2 totally not human. The ground starts shaking, and dozens of skeleton soldiers crawl up from the earth. Q-Do decides to put everything else on hold. The urgent task now is to complete the beginner's quest first. They all launch their swords at Q-Do, but he takes them down one by one. The system detects that the player is using a cautious strategy to handle 4 skeleton soldiers. Rewards: 4 free attribute points, 20 experience points. Congratulations. The player has successfully leveled up. Current experience: 5 out of 20. Rewards: 5 free attribute points. This means Q-Do's strength points have hit 30. A typical newbie with single attributes of 10 would be considered a genius. The young man thinks, surely this foggy action is not only about those skeletons being a pain at the levels. Right. If so, then this is way too easy. Suddenly, a level 3 skeleton captain appears, with 50 deep, 15 strength, and 20 defense. Jumping up from the ground equipped with armor and ready to take Q-Do down. Just looking at it, he feels a chill. How can something with 15 strength stab him and not end up gutting him? Its agility is only 1 point. So the first strike goes to him. He grips his weapon tightly and charges straight at it. The skeleton captain uses its sword to block and simultaneously counterattacks, and it can easily smash the ground. Noticing the opening, Q-Do rushes in, aiming right for it. The skeleton captain tumbles, and as Q-Do leaps high, he thinks, time to die. A swift strike, and it is logged out completely. The system recognizes that player Q-Do has defeated the skeleton captain in close combat, rewarding him with 3 free attribute points and an increase of 10 experience points. To Q-Do, this was a tough opponent. How did the others manage to complete such a challenging beginner quest? He remembers the principal mentioning that defeating monsters can drop soul shards, which can yield random rewards. Holding the orb in his hand, the young man is curious about what will drop. It is a skeleton power shard, a one-time item of grade B that guarantees a critical hit on the next attack after use. Q-Do feels a bit disappointed, thinking, a one-time item. If only it were permanent. Just as he thinks he is done, he hears more commotion behind him, but it does not stop there. More skeletons are popping up. Even though he is leveled up to 2, their HP is just a pathetic 20 points. If I am not careful, I might get stabbed to death by a skeleton soldier. Then I would be drinking baby juice with the elders. Q-Do charged in. Taking each one out, every skeleton he obliterated leveled him up. Congratulations, player. You have leveled up successfully. Current experience: 20 out of 30. Reward: 10 free attribute points. Luckily, these skeleton soldiers are all pretty slow. Q-Do checked his stats. Name: Q-Do. Class: Necromancer. Level: 3. Strength: 46. Defense: Agility: 9. Spirit: 0. Mana: 80 out of 80. 30 out of 30. Experience: 20 out of 30. Special ability: Brave Mage's Heart. Rank: Unknown. Skill: a grade miracle power. Outside the school, the guys were buzzing, asking each other what classes they got. One guy got a fighter class and was super pumped, saying, "This time, I am going to make my ancestors proud." All the basics had successfully transferred, but everyone was wondering why the principal had not declared the end yet. Wasn't there still someone stuck inside? They laughed dismissively, thinking it was impossible, a simple task like this taking so long. How will they survive later? Sure, the skeleton soldiers are tough, but they are so slow they can catch up with us. If someone actually fails or dies in there, I will be laughing my head off. Haha. Only one guy stood outside, worrying about Q-Do. Why has not he come out yet? I hope nothing bad happened. After a while of smashing things, Q-Do finally wrapped things up. This time, the skeletons must be all gone. Right, why has not it notified me that the mission is complete yet? Suddenly, a voice boomed when the skeletons were getting out of hand. All the skulls floated up and gathered together, leaving Q-Do completely bewildered. Then, a regular boss appeared, the Skeleton King injured. Level 10. Up 400 out of 500. Strength 45. Defense 60. Agility 1. Skills. Bone Smash. Bone Fury. This is weird. How is there a boss in a newbie mission? Isn't this just a death trap for newbies? The boss let out an angry roar. It charged at Q-Do. But he managed to leap out of the way just in time. Close call. Thank goodness he dodged. If it hit, he would be toast. This guy may have high strength, but his agility is still low. That is Q-Do's only advantage. But with a defense of 60, he was worried whether his strength could break through that. Q-Do took advantage of his agility, chasing and continuously attacking it. His final blow finally did some damage, though it was just 32. I just need to keep attacking the Skeleton King a few more times, and I am golden. Q-Do kept up his relentless assault, and it seemed like the boss was getting dizzy and could not react. The boss fell to the ground. Turns out, it only looked tough. Now it has 200 AP left, and everything is about to wrap up. The Skeleton King roared, leaving Q-Do stunned, guarding this foggy cave for years. I have never seen a player make it this far. If there were not so many skeletons defeated, I would not be in this injured state. Now a newbie can break through my defenses. I can't let anyone walk out alive. After he resolved to take down Q-Do, his power surged dramatically. Meanwhile, the boss entered a berserk state, moving faster than ever. He slashed down hard, shattering the ground beneath him. Senza could not attack head-on anymore. It was time to restrict its movements first. Q-Do was intently watching and predicted that the boulder behind him was about to collapse. The young man started moving quickly to divert its attention. He kept taunting. Come on, big guy. Furious, it swung wildly, and Q-Do unfortunately took the hit. Sukuna had barely grazed him, and his AP was already plummeting, down to just 4 out of 30. The boss continued its relentless assault, smashing the ground with no discernible target. Q-Do had to leap out of the attack zone. His current HP stood at 129 out of 500. He knew he did not have the stamina for a prolonged fight anymore. He needed a quick win, while the boss was still flailing around. One decisive blow was all it would take. The young man jumped high and activated Holo Strike 6. Holo Strikes. Level D, a one-time use item that would boost his next attack's crit chance by 100%. Q-Do executed a final, game-changing strike with all his strength. The earth shattered, and he finally completed the newbie mission to escape the foggy cave. Congratulations to player Q-Do for officially becoming a player in the virtual world. Congrats to player Q-Do A for defeating the boss of the fog cave. You have earned 30 free attribute points. Player Q-Do A has been rewarded with 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points for defeating the holo boss with a physical attack. The boss kill rewards have leveled up by 3 tiers. Congratulations to the player for leveling up continuously. Current XP is 0.5. The reward for completing the newbie dungeon is the holo bosses. The young man was surprised to receive the boss's gear. The holo gear was a level C equipment that, once worn, boosted the player's first attack damage by 50% for 24 hours with no class restrictions. Q-Do expressed his excitement, saying, nice. It may not be as good as Holo Strike 6, but it is usable long term. If I sell this gear, I could easily make a few hundred grand. This is a big score. He suddenly realized the system was notifying him that he was the first player to kill the holo boss, meaning no one had taken it down before. How did they manage to get past it? He decided to head outside first and figured out later. Q-Do's current status had changed. Level 5. Strength 76, extremely powerful. Defense 6. Agility 9. Spirit 0. Magic power 200 out of 200. A 50 out of 50. Experience 0 out of 50. And he had the talent Courageous Heart of FOP-DA, with an A-level skill appearing and equipped with C-level holo gear. The moment Q-Do returned, his chubby friend joyfully ran up and hugged him. The young man's name was Daige Tang. Q-Do. What happened? Why did you take so long on the newbie quest? I thought you had died in there. Q-Do was surprised. Wait, did you guys finish the newbie quest and get out a long time ago? That is right. It has been 3 hours since the last player made it out. Didin Entru boasted. I got the FOP-D class. Do you know what FOP-DZ is? Avida Cadavra. It seems like everyone's on the same page. Class President Mafai is already crossing his arms, ready to throw shade. Q-Do. Turns out the last one to step out is you. Aha. So you are just a pretty face after all. Q-Do really could not care less about him, but he just had to barge in and cause trouble. Right then, the principal crossed his arms and announced that everyone has completed their registration in the virtual world. Tomorrow, the whole class will form teams for the rookie trials. Let us introduce our professions and talents to get to know each other first. One by one, each student proudly showed off their job. I am a warrior. Talent level. I am an assassin. Among the excited braggarts, there were also those feeling defeated. My talent is level D2. Guess this life is a write-off. The sexy healer introduced herself. I am a mage healer. Level 2. Strength 3. Defense 6. Agility 5. Spirit 6. The girl next to her chimed in. I'm a talent level. Class Knight. Level 2. Strength 5. Defense 9. Agility 6. Spirit 3. Mafi wielded his sword like a pro. Principal. I am a sword cultivator. Level 3. Strength 9. Defense 6. Agility 8. Spirit 4. Talent level. After Mafi finished, his classmates buzzed with admiration. Being a sword cultivator is a seriously powerful job in the virtual world. With his sword and a bottle of sweet potato wine, the class president truly lives up to the title of genius. The principal thought to himself, talent level B already qualifies as a genius. Looks like this student's not too shabby after all. The next to introduce themselves is Q-Do. My class is necromancer. I can't really disclose my talent yet. Let us just say I am not even sure what it is. The principal was taken aback. A necromancer. That is an advanced class. His classmates were shocked. Wait. Seriously, there was once a necromancer who single-handedly led a whole guild. Mafi stood there, skeptical. A necromancer. How is that even possible? But what is so special about an advanced class? Mages are notoriously weak, especially in close combat, since they spend all their time with the undead. A necromancer's body is even weaker than the average person. The time it takes to cast a summoning spell is long. So without teammates to back them up, powerful classes like assassins or sword cultivators are their worst nightmare. Not mentioning his talent level must mean it is too low for him to admit. In contrast to the boastful Mafi, Q-Do remained calm, which surprised everyone. Look at Q-Do. So composed and humble, does not that scream genius? So cool, with an advanced class and still so modest. I am nowhere near his level. Is this the difference between a genius and an average person? Even their personality is so steady. If I got an advanced class, there is no way I would be as calm as Q-Do. Everyone felt a twinge of envy, while Q-Do seemed a bit worried. A necromancer who can't even cast spells. They are just slightly stronger than an average person. I still do not know if I can protect myself during the beginner's trial, let alone ride the wave at the top. What if my classmates find out I can't even heal myself from this undead creature? The principal is quietly evaluating and nodding in approval. Xiaoyu, you are really impressive. After completing the beginner's trial, you are definitely going to get into one of the top universities in the country. Once everyone finished introducing themselves, the class wrapped up, and everyone headed home to prepare for the beginner's trial tomorrow. Yang Xiang was buzzing with excitement. Xiaoyu, you are really something else. Seriously impressive. How did you pull off an undead mage like that? But thankfully, my spirit stat is at 8. And the other attributes are not too shabby either. Mage class. Level 2. Strength 5. Defense 6. Agility 3. Spirit 8. This is not too bad. Xiaoyu could barely find the words. With such a low spirit, he did not dare say much. Just shrugged it off. It is. Hard work can make up for a lack of brains. You would not believe Yang Xiang's attributes only had single digits. So your 76 points in stats must be off the charts. This is Xiaoyu's home. The place his parents left behind after they went missing. Every time he comes back, he has to make a quick escape. Better to throw in the towel than to lose your life in there. So do not stress too much. Everyone. Usually, beginner dungeons are not too dangerous and 1t kill players. But there are always exceptions. There was a serious incident before. A beginner dungeon that wiped out an entire class of 40 students. Plus, they disappeared without a trace. To this day, no one knows just how terrifying that dungeon was. Just that it was called the Nightmare Village. After hearing that, the students broke out in a cold sweat, their faces filled with anxiety. The principal reassured them. You really do not need to be so tense. As long as you escape the virtual world in time, you will be safe. Get ready. When the clock strikes 0, you will step into the virtual world. And just like that, the beginner trial began. And all the students were transported to the same dungeon, a dark and silent place. Before anything else, Mafi started bragging. Don't worry everyone. Mafi will protect you all. He even wanted to be the leader. Follow me and I will guide you through the challenges. He was doing all this out of jealousy towards Xiaoyu, thinking to himself, so what if you are an undead mage? Xiaoyu, I will prove that I, Mafi, am the only one fit to be the class leader. I am the strongest in the class. Xiaoyu did not care at all. What he was really wondering was what kind of dungeon this was, and why the system had not given any warnings yet. Just then, a purple-clad old man with a devilish face and sunglasses stepped out. Sighing, what a pity, such a young age, what a shame. All the students stood ready, on high alert. Who's this? NPF, hey old man. What do you mean by that? He declared. Welcome to Nightmare Village. Welcome to the beginner trial. Nightmare Village. Difficulty levels. Note: the difficulty level for the beginner trial is assessed separately from other dungeons, and S rank for beginners is equivalent to an A rank for regular dungeons. The trial objective: survive and uncover the core secrets of Nightmare Village. It was like a bolt from the blue. Everyone turned pale with sheer terror. Isn't this the dungeon that claimed the lives of those 40 people? Some students, scared out of their wits, were crying and begging to go home, giving up right there on the spot. Even though Mafi was terrified, he had to put on a brave face, urging everyone not to panic. Mafi will definitely lead you all out of this Nightmare Village. Kyu-do calculated that in a ranked dungeon should at least be at the beginner level to be conquerable. Levels 1 to 10 are for novices, while levels 11 to 20 are considered beginner, so that is the reasoning. Few cowardly students tried to escape through the teleport gate, but as soon as they got close, they were flung back. It seemed like there was no way out. The old man threatened further, saying, "Do not struggle anymore. Once you enter Nightmare Village, you will never get out." The weaker students screamed in despair. "It is all over now. We are all going to die here. Every last one of us. My family is too rich. I am not ready to die yet." Boo-hoo. At a time like this, that cocky Mafi is still showing off? Everyone, focus up. Mafi will definitely lead you out. Just trust me. Kyu-do felt a bit worried. No wonder the previous class was wiped out. This mission is to uncover the core secret of Nightmare Village. This uncle seems to ramble on, but he does not appear hostile, so he is probably not an enemy. He wandered around telling everyone not to worry. Since we are here, we might as well relax. Mafi showed determination. I get it now. You want us to feel comfortable and face the situation confidently. Right, the heck? He shot a dangerous glance. What I meant is, they are here. Just hang tight here. Alright, no more joke. I am the village chief of Nightmare Village. Gogen. Living in Nightmare Village comes with 2 rules. First, you can freely use any room you want, but you absolutely must not touch the black stone on the door. Second, you must return to your room before dark, and you have to close the windows tightly. No matter what happens, do not open them. Hearing a mysterious smell, Kyu-do asked, "Chief, why can't we go outside after dark?" Gogen squinted and replied, "You will understand soon enough." It was getting dark, and everyone decided to follow the chief's advice and find a room to hide in. They split into 4 groups, each with 11 people. Kyu-do's group decided to rest on the 2nd floor. The healer, Chu-tunge, approached to strike up a conversation. "Hey, Kyu-do, if we are in danger, remember to protect me." "Okay, my job as a healer. I can help you regain a lot of health." Those nearby felt annoyed and rushed over. Chu-tunge, "Save some face? There are plenty of classmates around." These 2 girls hated each other like cats and dogs. Seeing this, Chu-tunge immediately puffed up her chest. Can you do anything about it?" "Airport girl." A brawl broke out. "You think a dropout like you looks good? At least I am better than someone who does not have any skills." "That is because you are fat." Just as the 2 girls were heatedly arguing, a guy suddenly looked out the window. Suddenly, the image of his late grandmother appeared, making him choke up. "Grandma. Grandma. I miss you so much." Grandmother looked straight at him and said, "Oh, my dear. It is so scary outside. Can you open the window so I can hug you?" Avu pushed the window open. Kyu-do saw this and panicked, trying to stop him, but it seemed too late. "Quick, stop. That is not your grandma." The moment the window burst open, Grandma with bloodshot eyes lunged straight at Avi. Avi was still trapped in a daze, staring at his grandma's face. Adine quickly used the long-range skill to temporarily wrap up the monster. "Come here. Quick, I can't take this anymore." Avi finally snapped out of it and sprinted towards his friends. The monster revealed its true form. A regular nightmare. Level 3. A 50 out of 50. Power 25. Defense 5. Speed 25. Enchantment skill. Everyone was shocked that a nightmare like this was just a regular monster. Even the monsters from the beginner's rank dungeon are that twisted. Dudring managed to gather enough strength to pin it down. It broke free and charged straight at Danung. The young man was sweating bullets. "Damn it, don't he come over here. Being chubby like me won't taste good." Luckily, friends always lend a helping hand. Just when it seemed like it was game over, Tihu stepped in just in time. She was bleeding out rapidly. "Digong, run. Cheat Anguite. Help me. Kyu-do. Summon the spirit to hold this nightmare down." Everyone showed determination. Got it. Cheat Anguite activated the healing spell. The healing flow was steady, and Tihu's EP gradually increased. Tihu thought, as long as everyone cooperates well, taking down this nightmare should not be too hard. Now we just need to wait for Kyu-do to summon the spirit, hoping for some surprises. I really do not get why Kyu-do charged in with a weapon like she was ready for a showdown with the monster. Dizung just stood there helpless. "Zuka, you should not use magic like that. If the nightmare gets too close, You are toast. Kyudo switched to screw it mode and just started walking the monster. With one final blow, she took it down. The group was in shock. The nightmare with 50 GP just got taken out like that. Do necromancers always fight enemies like that? What is special is that it matched the symbol on the doorframe perfectly. Het and Guy thought all of this was stuff from the Nightmare Village. So it was not surprising. Kyudo felt something was off. Strange. Maybe even wrong. Why did not I get any attribute points for killing a nightmare in close combat? Seeing Kyudo's confused face, Tiku was curious. Hey Kyudo. Did you notice something? It is nothing. Maybe I am just overthinking. The next day, everyone went out and chatted about the monster from last night. Thank goodness for Tao and Kyudo last night. That nightmare still gives me the chills. I think hugging Kyudo's thigh was the right move. She is really strong. Taking down that nightmare in the blink of an eye, not to mention. Tihu up front used his shield to block the nightmare's attack. Tihu is pretty impressive too. Mafi felt a pang of jealousy. Yeah, if I were there, I would not let a girl like Tihu take the hits. Hiding behind a girl is not what a real man does. It is just a nightmare. I could take it out with one hit. Mafi was lost in his thoughts, jumping around trying to look cool and mysterious. Just then, Kyudo walked out, ready to tease him a bit. Hey class president, getting your morning workout in early. Talk about dedication. Duong chimed in too, because why not? If he is the class president, he must be doing something right. With that kind of effort, he is already ahead of the game. Looks like we have got some ambitious brothers here. But Mafi seemed clueless about the banter. I am just casually practicing. That is all. Then he dashed over to T-Ho, saying, Hey buddy, let us room together tonight. I promise. I won't let you suffer anymore. T-Ho sounded a bit too proud when he replied, Well, I am a heavy-duty tank. You think I am going to carry you? Mafi felt embarrassed and stammered. What I meant was, I can handle this nightmare solo. No need for your help. T-Ho snapped back. Ma-fi. You have got it all wrong. The teacher said we need to unite and help each other out. You can always think about going it alone. You should learn a thing or two from Kyudo. Just then, chaos erupted as the village chief stormed in with a whole crowd. Furious and ready to round everyone up, not a single soul was spared. They were all dragged to the execution platform, where their crimes would be cleansed by fire. Anyone who dared resist would be killed on the spot. Mafi called out, What is going on? Chief, is there some kind of misunderstanding? The chief shot back, No misunderstanding here. Just think about what you did last night. Kyudo scanned the crowd, realizing the villagers were about the same age as the class. They did not look that different. Last night? You mean we killed a nightmare? Gunir shouted. Shut it. That was the guardian spirit of this nightmare village. You definitely broke the rules of the nightmare village last night. And the guardian spirit is punishing you now. When it gets angry, we villagers are also in for trouble. You are all facing a death sentence. Mafia's face was tense. Chief, what if we accidentally killed the nightmare? Is there any way the guardian spirit can save us? Gunir replied. Sure. The way to appease the guardian spirit is to stand outside when night falls. Are you all brave enough to do that? Mafi thought. Nobody knows how many monsters lurk in the nightmare village. When night falls, it could be even more dangerous. Standing outside would be like signing your own death warrant. Without a second thought, Kyudo stepped up. Fine. I killed the guardian spirit. I will wait here till night falls. Mafi rushed over, looking worried for his friend. Though a bit jealous too. You are insane. This is not how you get attention. You are trying to get yourself killed. He turned to explain to Gogen. I am really sorry. Chief. My friend here is not playing with a full deck. Do not take him seriously. Kyudo insisted. Do not worry. Class president. I'm not crazy. There are some things I need to clarify that could help us escape this dungeon. Gogen immediately ordered his men to restrain Kyudo. Mafi watched in confusion and asked. Kyudo. What do you mean you can help us leave this dungeon? Are you saying you have uncovered the core secret of the nightmare village? Kyudo maintained her bright demeanor, replying that there was indeed something. But they would confirm it later in the evening. As the cold set in, Kyudo found herself alone, tightly bound outside, and the monsters began to emerge. Taking advantage of the moment, it lunged to attack from behind. Kyudo sensed the movement, and just then, Duong Hong appeared, using his earth skills to bind it and hold it back. Ma-fi. Hurry up and take action. I can only control that nightmare for a moment. Ma-fi disregarded the danger and assured everyone. Don't worry. I will protect you all. The true sword cultivator. One person with one sword can slay all enemies in the world. But for a moment of carelessness, that monster caught him off guard. Ma-fi's expression turned panicked. Beauty and speed were just too much. Did a mage like Kyudo really just crush something like this? No way. If Kyudo can do it, so... He regained his composure and unleashed his sword energy. The Death Merchant and Tahagu rushed out to Kyudo, laughing brightly. Why is everyone out here? Didn't we tell everyone to stay inside and wait for me? We thought you might be in danger out here alone. So we came to help you. The chains binding Q-Do were too tough to break. So Tihiyu had to wait for Ma-Fi to cut them. But he was stuck on the other side. What now? Q-Do flexed her wrist and decisively snapped the chains with her own strength. Didn't I tell you I could do it? Turns out, this guy intentionally let himself get bound like this when he could have escaped any time. The two girls were sweating bullets. Q-Do, are you really a necromancer? Ma-Fi seemed to be sending in so's. Everyone immediately turned to support him. The death merchant began to heal Ma-Fi. Even though he was exhausted, Ma-Fi stubbornly maintained his cool image. I do not need it. I can handle this. True power comes from honing skills through battle. Scars are the mark of a man. Donghong realized the monster's weakness and shouted, that is right, yesterday. Q-Do used her magic to knock the nightmare out. Master Ma, do not fight it. Try to find its weakness. Ma-Fi smirked. See now. I should have thought of that. He practiced right away. And Q-Do barely had time to stop him. Wait. Ma-Fi. The weakness of the nightmare is not its head. He remained defiant. Q-Do, are you scared? Scared that I might surpass you? You need your teammates to help take down a nightmare. But I just need one sword. Wow. Because this sword is going to look so good. After slashing its head, the monster still just lost some pee. It was not dead yet. Ma-Fi was about to run out of breath. Panicking. Nightmare. What is wrong? I just hit your weak spot. Hurry up and die already. Donghong questioned. Are you sure the nightmare's weak point is its head? You are not trying to trick me. Are you? Even his buddy was confused because Q-Do attacking the nightmare's head made it disappear instantly. Donghong finally understood. I get it now. The problem is you. You can't compare to Q-Do. Ma-Fi listened, feeling like he was losing his mind. Struck by lightning. I am not as good as Q-Do. My pride is shattered. Am I really not as good as him? A mere swordsman like me. Outshined by a necromancer like him. Everyone called him back, fearing he would charge in. Ma-Fi, get over here. With your health, if you get hit again, you are done for. This guy will definitely be taken out immediately, and by then, it will be too late. Maybe we should let Q-Do take over. Hitting the nail on the head only made Ma-Fi more rebellious. He was determined to take down that monster. The adrenaline pushed him to strike harder and harder. His last attack had knocked the monster down to 30 EP, leaving it with just 5%. Ma-Fi thought. This time, I'm definitely going to kill this nightmare. I want to prove that Ma-Fi is just as good as Q-Do. Just as he was preparing to unleash his ultimate move, Q-Do swooped in and smashed it, obliterating it completely. Ma-Fi rushed in, thinking Q-Do was stealing his glory. Q-Do remained unfazed, casually holding a stone in his hand, looking like he would just been through the ringer. Ma-Fi immediately caused a scene, shouting to everyone. It was all me who fought that nightmare. Q-Do just jumped in to steal the credit. What a lowlife. Q-Do seemed to be searching for something, but that stone did not have it. Just when they finished off one monster, another nightmare showed up this time. Two of them. Q-Do shouted for everyone to go home. There was no need to fight these two nightmares. He had figured out how to get past them. After running inside and locking the door, the two nightmares could not get in anymore. Taho asked, Q-Do, what is your plan to get past them? You will find out tomorrow. By then, you all have to listen to me. The next day, the village chief went off again. Outsiders threaten us, giving you a chance to redeem yourselves. But instead, you made things worse, killing another spirit guardian. You all deserve to go to hell. Straight to hell. Today, no matter what you say, you all must die. We can let you destroy our nightmare village. Q-Do pointed out all the flaws. Gogen, are you sure you are a villager of the nightmare village? Gogen shouted back. Damn it. Our ancestors have lived in the nightmare village. Don't even think about stalling for time. You are as good as dead. Q-Do continued. Now is the time to expose the truth about the nightmare village. There is only one truth. What do you mean by that? Q-Do pointed directly. You. This guy. And this one too. All the people in the nightmare village are not the native villagers. You 40 are from a class that was wiped out in the nightmare village dungeon before. We have been trapped in this illusion ever since my friend entered. So we can leave this virtual world. To deflect, Gogen laughed nervously. Huh? What illusion? Which class? You are the one being transferred around. You are just scared of dying, trying to fool us with lies. What you are saying is just your story, with no solid proof. Q-Do confidently stated. Of course I have evidence. He showed them the spirit stone. Gogen jumped in shock. The spirit stone. How dare you pull out the spirit stone? You are doomed. At that moment, all of Q-Do's friends pulled out their spirit stones as well. The Gogen is massive. The protective stone is the supreme sacred object that shields us from attacks at night. If anyone dares to touch that stone, the mighty one will surely unleash punishment. Q-Do continues to expose the truth. This is definitely not some protective stone. The entire illusion is created by these stones and the mysterious symbols above. As soon as we smash it, The illusion will show its cracks. Just as Gogen was about to rally the villagers, Kyudo shattered that stone. The sky seemed to crack open. Gogen clutched his head in pain. Memories flooded back. The day the principal assigned him the heavy responsibility of leading his friends to the Nightmare Village, and the scene of their class being chased by monsters, until Gogen and his friends transformed into something else. Gogen has become the village chief again. Soon after, he gradually returned to his normal state. And then it all came rushing back to him. I am the class president, and the system is bombarding us with notifications. Guess what? Someone has discovered the core secret of Nightmare Village and successfully awakened its villagers. The mission has been accomplished, and rewards will be given based on each person's mission ranking. All players will be teleported out of the dungeon. Everyone is overjoyed because they finally made it through. Before leaving, Gogen did not forget to thank Kyudo's friends. Everyone cheered and celebrated, praising Kyudo, saying he is really something else. How did you know this was the way to get through? Mafi crossed his arms, reluctantly admitting it. Yeah. Kyudo, I guess you have got a bit of street smarts this time. We will talk about everything else later. But then we realized why we are still here and did not actually pass the trial. Congratulations to the 5 players who destroyed the Black Stone of Nightmare Village, activating the hidden quest. Steal the Heart of Nightmare. With a difficulty level of E, Kyudo's status board has been updated. Class: Necromancer. Level 5. Strength 101. Defense 6. Agility 9. Spirit 0. Magic power 200 out of 200. A 50 out of 50. Experience point 0 out of 50. The other students have returned to Academy No. 4. The principal was very surprised. But why has not Kyudo's group returned yet? The principal wondered. What could be happening? Did they activate a hidden quest? If that is the case, and if they complete the quest smoothly, based on this achievement, they could choose any university in the country. But activating a hidden quest is incredibly dangerous. Moreover, it is the hidden quest from Nightmare Village. But they are all newbies. Can they really finish the quest in Nightmare Village? The 5 who stayed behind are confused. What should we do now? I just hit level 3. Everyone's probably around the same level, right? Being this weak going into a hidden quest is like walking into a death trap. Plus, we do not even know what the Heart of Nightmare is or where to get it. Taeyu turned to Kyudo and asked, Kyudo, do you think we just need to awaken the village chief folks, and that is it? We do not have to smash the black stone. Right, Kyudo had no idea how to explain, so he just coughed awkwardly. Yang Sang lifted his head. I get it now. The hidden quest is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity you can't chase in the virtual world. Kyudo, you must have known that breaking the black stone would activate the hidden dungeon. That is why you told us to break it together. Right. You deserve to be called bro by me. You did not hog the hidden quest, and were willing to let us share in the opportunity. Mafi thought to himself. I can't believe Kyudo is actually willing to share this opportunity. Just wait and see. Sure. I was weaker than you in the newbie trial, but this time, I am definitely going to finish the hidden mission before you do. Suddenly, the dream monster Malav 5 appeared. 50x50. Power 25. Defense 5. Speed 25. The monsters charged forward, screaming 100 times. Almost stuck. Duonghong panicked. Damn it. How could there be 4 of them at once? Taiho desperately tried to stay calm, telling Tugayat to prepare to cast spells at any moment while using a shield to block. Taiho commanded the team. Duonghong was controlling it, and Mafi attacked Looney. Duonghong activated the golden wrap, while Mafi triggered the sword energy to break through defenses. Mafi was shocked to see that one of his hits only dealt 10 damage, while Kyudo took down a monster instantly. Tugayat urged everyone. Hurry up. I am running out of mana. And Taiho is about to run out of health too. Kyudo charged in with his weapon, and successfully took down the monster, attacking Taiho with a physical strike, earning a point in free attributes. Taiho shouted from behind, warning Kyudo to be careful because 2 more were charging at them from the back. It was not hard at all. The last 2 monsters went down with a single hit each, and Kyudo handled them all solo. Each kill added another point in free attributes, and XP increased by 10. The young man was pretty excited. No wonder it is a hidden dungeon. The drop rate for loot is really high. He curiously opened the item, wondering what it could be. The item received was a necklace from the little fairy, with a 5% damage boost and a skill limit for mages. Although it was a good item, he could not use the skill. This would be better for Duonghong. Every time we finish off a monster, it is a cause for celebration. Luckily, we did not suffer any casualties. Everyone coordinated really well. Mafi is pretty awesome too. Kyudo remained calm amidst the chaos. We need to keep hunting the dream monsters. Kyudo's current status. Academy level 5. Strength 101x2. Defense 6. Agility 9. Spirit 0. Mana 200% 200. A 50% 50. XP 40% 50. Just one more dream monster to kill, and I will level up to 6. with a good chance of getting more loot for myself. Q-Do was quite thrilled with this hidden mission. If I recall correctly, this hidden mission requires us to get the heart of a nightmare. Q-Do smiled and replied, "The heart of the nightmare is definitely on the body of the dream monster. Trust me." Suddenly, the ground shook and cracked open, creating a deep hole, and all 5 of them fell in. Q-Do had not quite grasped what was happening as he fell. Feeling around and wondering why the ground felt so soft, Dong-Hong yelled out, "Q-Do, can you get off my back?" Damn it. I was just pondering why the ground felt so squishy. After landing, thankfully everyone was okay, but it smelled really bad here. It sounded like they had fallen into a sewer. The air was stagnant, and the stench of urine and decay was overwhelming. The smell is pretty telling. Zhu Yuet is panicking. Look over there. That is its breath. It is a rare boss, a dream demon king. Fast asleep. Level 10. With 1000 deep, strength of 65, defense of 20, agility of 60, and the skill to poison with Nightmare's realm. Just a heads up, waking the Dream Demon King means it will unleash its fury on us. It seems this boss is rare and at level 10, but way stronger than the Skull King. Do you think the Nightmare Heart could actually belong to the Dream Demon King? Or maybe we should find a way to bail out of this hidden quest. With 65 stat points, I would be turned into a pile of mush in no time. Mafia standing there scared out of his mind but still trying to act tough. If you all say that, I will let this Dream Demon King slide. Only Qiaoyu believes there is still a chance. His current strength is 101, and if he gets a miracle boost, it shoots up to 202. Plus a 50% buff from the Skull King's his first hit could take a third of the Dream Demon King's health. If he can hit its weak spot 3 to 4 times, who knows? He might just take it down. But this plan is like diving headfirst into a firestorm. One slip up and the Dream Demon King will wipe us out. Even if Yangshang trusts Kaoyu, he has to pat his head and say, "Hey man, you are not losing it, right? You think there is a chance against a monster that is over 10 meters tall?" Qiaoyu calmly explains. "Listen, even though the Dream Demon King's stats are high, its weakness is clearly its defense. Turning the enemy's weakness into our advantage might just give us a shot. Left and right, get it? Maybe I know what you are planning. You need us to draw the Dream Demon King's attention. Right, exactly. If you guys can help me find an opening to strike, I promise I will take down the Dream Demon King. Of course, it is super risky. The Demon King's agility is higher than ours, and I am worried none of us can withstand its attack. All 4 of us have to hold it down together." The 4 of them decide to trust Qiaoyu one more time. "Alright, we believe in you, Qiaoyu. I am putting my life in your hands. If you are asking this much, I will go along with you, but if it looks impossible, do not push it. A boss this strong, we won T lose face if we run." Qiaoyu seems to have it all figured out and reassures everyone. After resting up, the 5 of them spring into action. As long as they do not attack the Dream Demon King, it won't wake up. The first strike is crucial. They need to find the Dream Demon King's weakest spot. Qiaoyu climbs onto it and discovers something. He confirms this has to be its weak point. The young guy carefully raises his weapon and activates the effect of the Skull King's ring. The first slash deals a whopping 508 AP damage to the Dream Demon King. The rest of the team stands there, jaws dropped. How much damage is that? Is this really what a wizard can do? System notification. Player Qiaoyu has shattered the Nightmare Heart. Changing the quest. The Dream Demon King has awakened. Quest changed successfully. The current mission is to eliminate the Nightmare King with difficulty level A. He just woke up and exploded with rage. Q-Do stood ready, telling everyone to prepare and follow the plan I just laid out, giving me a chance to strike. He let out a roar and complained, "Humanity is doomed." Q-Do shouted for Ma Fi to attack him and draw out his hatred. He followed orders and surged forth. No need for words. Strike and break their defenses. Sukarno is the type to charge in, but only dealing minimal damage. How can one hit from Q-Do do 508 damage? I can't believe it. Even if it is just a scratch, I will scratch them till they drop dead. Keep the relentless assault going. The Dream Demon King is furious. If you want to die first, I will gladly help you out. Mafai was trying his hardest to look strong. Come on, Dream Demon King. A real man should wield a sword, making a name for himself. Mafai, I'm not afraid of death. Then he called for allies to help him block the Dream Demon. The Golden Shield activation was triggered, complemented by the light support. Mafi was bleeding continuously, while the Moonstaff behind him kept healing, weakening the double attack, plus the healing from the Moonstaff was barely enough to hold the line. Mafi seemed like he could not hold on much longer. Q-Do, are you done yet? Damn it. I am about to set up the perfect move. Q-Do saw the signal and rushed out. A swift strike dealt 182 GP damage to the Dream Demon King. Warning system. The Dream Demon King's AP is critically low, about to trigger the Demon King's wrath. Q-Do was momentarily stunned, while other members were continuously losing health. Damn it. During the cast time, it will deal area damage. And there is no way to stop it. We can't let the Dream Demon King get a chance. Especially after that bunch of slowpokes got trapped in an illusion for so long. They must be fallen for this trick. Kyudo continued to unleash skills, interrupting the casting. The Dream Demon King's remaining HP was 128 out of 1000. Just a bit more to go. He jumped high and faced it head-on. The Moonstaff warned anxiously. Kyudo. Be careful. I am out of mana. I can heal you at this point. Healing is not necessary. The moment the staff hits its head, the Dream Demon King is done for. Congratulations to player Kyudo for defeating the Nightmare Boss, earning 30 free attribute points. Player Kyudo has defeated the Dream Demon King with a physical attack, awarded 10 free attribute points, and an additional 50 XP. Congratulations to the player for leveling up continuously. Current XP is 30 out of 50, awarded 10 free attribute points, completing the hidden mission to kill the Dream Demon King. The system will reward based on player evaluation. Currently assessing the completion of the remaining 5 players. Finally, success. The system begins evaluating the other players. Player Kyudo rated A, awarded a level rewards, 50 XP, and a B-level skill token. Though the skill can't be used temporarily, it comes with a soul shard. Kyudo hoped the Dream Demon King would drop some sweet loot. The item Kyudo received was a B-level piercing sword, boosting attack by 100 points. It ignores 30% of the enemy's armor. Sword energy damage increases by 20%. Class limit for warriors. Level limit is entry level 11. Kyudo looked utterly disappointed. What a bummer. Why did I get a B-level sword? Tossed it over to Mafi. Right. Mafi was shocked. A B rank? Are you really just handing it to me like that? What? Is everyone here using swords? I can't even wield one. If I do not give it to you, who else would I give it to? Don't you know how much a B rank item costs? A ton of players spend a fortune and still can't snag one. If you sold it, you could buy a house in the kingdom. Kyudo does not seem to care much about money. Just tells Mafi to mess around with it. Then the blade continued to probe for the Dream Demon King. He could not believe this messy thing only dropped one item. He checked the stats. Name? Class Necromancer. Level 7. Strength 151. Chaos Power 2. Defense 6. Agility 9. Spirit 0. Mana 300x300. P70x70. XP 30x70. The Wizard's Braveheart talent. And a rank skill pops up, and the item is a C-rank Skull King weapon. Looking closely, the Resurrection skill is F rank, and the Spirit Binding skill is B rank. His strength has increased, but with only 70 P, it is a bit low. Like a piece of paper that can just blow away. The Wizard's Braveheart talent. Passive effect when Kyudo kills an enemy with physical attacks. He gains bonus free attribute points. The only active effect allows the player to increase other attributes by the amount of the chosen attribute. Limitation. Before using the active effect, only one attribute can be selected. Kyudo thought it was a bummer that the passive effect did not allow boosting other attributes. From now on, he would have to think of ways to stay alive. Keeping calm and cautious is a must. No reckless moves. Quest completed. Teleporting back to the real world. Players get ready. All 5 members are brought back to school. The moment they returned, the whole class erupted in excitement. Kyudo is back. The classroom and a few other students are back too. The principal rushed out. Finally, you are all back. The teachers were worried. You had been gone for 2 days. I thought you all would not return. What on earth happened? I mean, you guys must be fallen into a hidden quest or something. Well, this is great. You 5 will definitely be sought after by the top universities. The other students in class felt proud too. Our class has 5 geniuses directly recruited by the top schools. From now on, our class will be a true class of geniuses. When will I be as remarkable as Kyudo and the class president? Even though Kyudo is kind-hearted and does not calculate. The moment he got back, Mafi was already plotting to outdo him. Thinking, just you wait. Do. Next time we hit a dungeon, I will make you regret giving me the Dragon Piercer sword. With such a powerful weapon backing me up, once I hit beginner level 11, I am sure I can beat you. Just then, someone rushed in urgently to announce. Principal, the people from Awaken University, Kingdom have arrived. They want to see the 5 of them. The principal had not even been informed yet. How on earth did the top schools catch wind of this? He secretly felt pleased. Looks like before retiring, he can leave behind a perfect mark on his teaching career. Upon meeting, the people from the 2 universities rushed in, shaking hands and making a fuss. The principal lamented. It has been ages since we last met. Long time no see. Haha. Old Man Bun is soaking up the compliments. And here are the 5 students who conquered the Nightmare Village and completed the hidden mission. Truly remarkable. Hello. You 5. I am Buvin, the admissions teacher from Kingdo University. Right now, my school is in dire need of exceptional talents from the virtual world like you. If you agree, I will send your enrollment notice tomorrow. The representative from the other university jumped in. Being long, you do not even know the score. You did not even take the test, and you are already snatching students. Ban chuckled, replying, I am just here representing Kingdo University to express my sincerest intentions. If you do not believe these 5 students, let them take the test. The representative from Hothan University introduced himself with a serious expression. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Biechikwa, the admissions teacher from Hothan University. No need to be tense. The test I mentioned is to assess your career skills and corresponding abilities. We are gathering your information to see if you meet the academic standards. Kyudo thought to himself. A career skills test where he can use his skills. He decided he must get into Kingdo University to find clues about his parents. These 5 will take turns for the test. And the first to volunteer is Mafai, a sword-gathering apprentice. B-level talent. Level 5. Bin evaluated Mafai. Just passing the newbie training round and already at level 5. And being a B-level talent. This is truly a rare genius. Not bad. You have got sharp eyes and a solid build. It is obvious you are meant for our Kingdo University. Old man Bai also rated him quite high. Not bad. Go ahead and take a swing at me. This teacher is no joke. Name. B. Eftrinkwof. Profession. Merchant cultivator. Mid-level 25. Strength 300. Defense 152. Agility 53. Spirit 24. Life value 500x 500. Mafi immediately charged in like a boss and warned Bai to be careful. Activating his skill 1 sword breakthrough. After that sword pierced through the defense. Bai froze for 5 seconds. Could it really have pierced his defense? Although my profession is a merchant cultivator and not great at defense, I am still level 25. Ban was extremely impressed with Mafai. Very good. This 1 sword breakthrough of yours is a skill that breaks defenses with the tip of the sword. Incredibly rare. It can amplify the attack power of the tip of the sword. Very well done. Mafai beamed with pride. Thanking Muzir, Bai for the praise. Ban also praised him. Not only that, but even just using the tip of the sword to break through defense shows that your attribute strength must be quite high. At least around 35 points. Furthermore, judging by the speed of your sword, you seem pretty quick as well. The classmates in the room were wide-eyed. It is just 35 strength points. Is this really a sword cultivator? It is no wonder they are the top profession for attack power in another world. If I could get a sword cultivator profession like Mafai, my great-grandma would be smiling in the afterlife. Bai started to worry. A talented student like this. He would definitely try to recruit him for Ho Vichu University, not wanting to lose a great student. Bai began to persuade him. Mafai, have you thought about which school you will join? The doors of Hothan University will always be open, waiting for you. The teacher immediately jumped in. Come join our Hodu University. I promise to provide you with the best learning resources. Mafi replied. How about you check the other students first? I need to think a little longer. In reality, he was just waiting to see which school Qiao Yu would choose. And then he would follow her there. Everything he did was aimed at outshining Qiao Yu. The testing process continued. And the next up was Chua Tu Gayat. She introduced herself as a healer and then showcased her skills. Another candidate impressed Teacher Boy. Not bad at all. A level 4 healer already capable of treating others. Next was To, a level 4 who already had such great defensive abilities. Moreover, after Teacher Bai struck Tahu, he would be hit back with part of the attack's force. Teacher Bai asked in surprise. Is that your skill?
Yep, sir.
This is my D-grade skill. The spiked armor can reflect 20% of the damage I take back to my opponent. The more they tested, the more pleased he became. Pretty impressive. Really impressive. Hitting the teacher was like hitting yourself. Nothing in the shield profession could be as practical as this skill. Next up was Duong Hong. The moment Teacher Bai saw this muscular figure, he thought Duong Hong must be a shield specialist, but his actual profession was a mage. The old teacher was a bit surprised. How could a guy weighing over 300 kilograms claim to be a mage? Did he grab the wrong script? As the test began, Teacher Bui thought to himself, this kid looks like he is just posing. He can't feel any magic energy at all. Till Dong Hong activated his earthquake spell, which caught him off guard. Teacher Bai was stunned. This technique had no warning at all, just exploded right beneath him. Even a level 25 warrior would lose 3 points of life if caught off guard, let alone those of the same level. Was this really a technique from a level 5 mage? Teacher Boy began to pay attention to the principal. It seemed that upon returning, he definitely needed to ensure someone kept an eye on the rising talent. In just a blink, 5 geniuses were nurtured in this school. Who knows? Maybe a hidden master is among them. The last to test was Qiao Yu. Yu, a level 7 necromancer. With an unclear talent level, Teacher Ban appeared surprised. Level 7 was 2 levels higher than the other 4 students, but the talent level was unclear. Could it be because her talent was too low to mention? Teacher Boy planned to check the results first. actually wanting to see if Kuai Yu could summon any undead creatures. If a newbie hurt him once, that could be forgiven. But if he got continuously hit by a rookie, then Boai Hung Kwok would have a hard time in the real world. Suddenly, he was startled when he saw Kuai Yu charging straight at him without summoning any undead. A necromancer like her should not be rushing at him. It seemed like a close-range attack spell. This student named Kuai Yu is really lacking. If it were a real fight, who would just stand there waiting for her to show up, just as he was ready to judge. Teacher Boy was surprised to see Kuai Yu suddenly change her hand position, hooking it. Just how powerful can a mage be? Just one punch from me is enough to show you. And then, he went ahead and slammed his fist right into Teacher Bai's face, knocking off a solid 200p and leaving him completely flat on the ground. Everyone was in utter shock. What just happened? Q-Do knocked out a level 25 teacher with just one punch. After she got back on her feet, the old teacher Bun bewilderedly asked, "What just happened to you? How could a single punch from a level 7 necromancer do this to him? Necromancers are known for having the weakest bodies. Could Q-Do possibly be related to him? Are you trying to play it cool or something?" Teacher Bai was in way over his head. What a mess he has made for himself. The old teacher thought to himself, what kind of monster is this kid? One more punch and I might just have a heart attack. Is this really a level 7? The students were going from one shock to another, thinking, am I hallucinating? Q-Do just knocked out the admissions teacher with one punch. Guys, do you think it is possible that Q-Do is actually a summoned necromancer in disguise? Where could she be hiding? It has to be true. Necromancers are recognized as the weakest class. How could she have knocked out the admissions teacher with one punch? Teacher Benda just stood there sweating. This new student is a bit terrifying. Thank goodness Bai said he wanted to check her out, or I would be the one losing face here. Q-Do asked, is my test over yet? Both teachers went mute, not daring to assess her. Teacher Bai realized she was the most terrifying one here. Teacher Bean was flustered, mumbling, Q-Do, you could say you have passed this test, but since you have not shown any necromancy skills, we can accurately assess you. Q-Do bluntly stated, it is, sir. I have thought it through. I want to join the martial arts major in the warrior department. She knew she could not use magic right now, so the most important thing was getting into Kindle University. Teacher Bun was a bit surprised. It is unprecedented for someone to choose a major outside their class. So he wanted to discuss this with Principal Kindle. Hey, Bin, what is going on? Didn't you go to recruit at the 4th Academy in Tikubuks? The principal asked. Binun replied, well, I discovered a necromancer with insane talent. He wants to join the martial arts major in the warrior department. This information shocked Principal Kindle. Wait. What are you saying? Oh my. Principal. I will keep it short. This kid is level 7 and can knock out the teacher from Than University with just one punch. What? Bin. I am giving you the highest authority at Kindle University. Don't you worry about what conditions this student has. Just agree to everything to get her to our Kindle University. The principal was so afraid of losing this potential student that he personally wanted to invite Q-Do and asked Teacher Bhavan to pull up her image. Hello. Q-Do. I am the principal of Kindle University. Sibong. Would you like to join our Kindle University? Kindle University has a long history and an excellent faculty. Q-Do firmly declared. Principal. You do not need to say more. I am all set to study at Kindle University. At the same time, Ba contacted the principal of Hothan School. But it was already too late. Ba was determined to gather a few more students. But before he could do anything, the principal of Kindle snagged the last 4 students. If they were all in the same class, why not just enroll them together? It will make it easier for them to help each other later. And just like that, they were pulled into studying with Q-Do. Ban appeared satisfied. It seemed this would be the most glorious chapter in his recruitment history. Just after the negotiations wrapped up, Q-Do dove straight into the issue and asked the principal if he knew her father, Duan Than. The principal was taken aback. Wait, what? I am the daughter of Duan Than and Bach Thuk Ha. No wonder you felt so familiar when you first saw me. Q-Do, holding on to hope, continued. Do you know where my parents are now? They were your students. But it has been over a decade since you last saw them. All I can tell you is that your parents are extraordinary, since they graduated. I have not had any way to find out more about them. I remember your parents often mentioned a special dungeon. You must visit your special dungeon. It holds something your parents left behind, and so, the principal successfully enrolled 5 Super Vipro students, and would send out their admission notices later, before the semester started. They better clear their respective dungeons. It will boost their evaluation in school. Good luck, and I will see you at Kindle University. A week later, after the newcomers passed their tests, the 4th Academy began to sort students based on their professions in the other world. It is essentially a cram class before exams, attracting a lot of students selected by prestigious schools. The principal had a few words to share about the mage class at the 4th Academy. Today, we are here to talk briefly about the Mage S Special Dungeon. The Mage S Special Dungeon typically tests everyone's mental strength. It is usually a puzzle-solving or deduction dungeon. So as long as you work together and combine your thoughts, you will achieve double the results. Right now, Kyu-do and Doong-hong are at the gate entering the multi-privilege dungeon. Doong-hong hesitated. Are we really okay doing this? Oh, come on. What could go wrong? Hearing the theory is no match for practicing it. Plus, the more people entering the multi-privilege dungeon, the higher the danger level. Instead of letting them rely on you, why not just let me handle it alone? Besides, we can wait until we clear it and then lead them through. After all, the multi-privilege dungeon can be cleared multiple times, just without rewards. Before they knew it, the chubby friend was already shouting at the NPC guarding the gate. "Hey, you lovely lady over there. We want to enter the multi-privilege dungeon for mages." The NPC registered the information, and the system was selecting a dungeon for the 2 players. Selection successful. The multi-privilege dungeon chosen for the 2 players is the Venomous Cave. Kyu-do eagerly wanted to jump in without even hearing the mission reminder yet. In reality, the young man had no clue about any mission reminders. Wait, is there even a mission reminder? Doong-hong responded helplessly. Of course there is if you did not hear the mission announcement. How on earth did you make it through the Bone Fog Cavern? You did not just wipe out all the undead in there. Did you? Just look at that blank face of Kyu-do and you will get the picture. Legend has it, there is an ancient tribe of ruthless warriors in the southeast. The people from that tribe are masters at crafting deadly poisons. They are eccentric, merciless, and can poison you without a trace. Those who fall victim suffer unbearable pain, as the poison breeds larvae that gnaw at their flesh until they meet their end. Mission requirement: find the legendary ruthless tribe and collect all their deadly poisons. Rewards will depend on how well you complete the mission. Please note, the dungeon requires a group of 5 players to start. The system will automatically pair you with 3 additional teammates. Players, get ready. Just stepping into the dungeon, and our trio includes 2 guys and 1 girl without knowing each other's abilities. One guy in the group already looks down on us, thinking, are these 2 just backup teammates? Don't you dare underestimate us. The only girl in the group sees his rudeness and warns him. Longth is drubbing. Chill out. If we have been paired up, it is. Then the girl introduces herself. I am Fuong, a fireman. This is my younger brother, Fuong Taniram, also a fire mage like me. And the other guy is Long Thejing. The whole team stands before a wall engraved with the words Voduk and Tukai. Long Themping is like a show-off, eager to flex his skills, saying, watch me bust this door down. But his attack plan falls flat. The door does not budge an inch. Fuong Vian thinks it seems this door has some kind of immunity. Magic spells clearly want to do any damage. We should probably look for hints first. Kyu-do stands there, focused on the door, contemplating how to dispel the magic. Fuong Tum suddenly shouts, I have got it. The answer is based on the pronunciation. It must be Duck Vodou. Kyu-do activates a miraculous punch. The whole team is left stunned, especially those who were not aware of Kyu-do's skills. That punch just shattered it. Is this a special dungeon for mages? The system announces that the door has been opened. Kyu-do just wanted to see if he could push the door open with regular strength. Who knew it would be so weak? Another door appears ahead, and before that, there were a bunch of ominous red flowers. Kyu-do warns everyone to be careful around those flowers. He senses something off, but by now, it might be too late. Everyone's hands are radiating a dark aura, indicating they have been poisoned. The real issue is when did this toxin enter their bodies? Health value 67 out of 70. Status: poisoned. Losing 3 health points per minute. Deezing feels panicked, asking, what now? Kyuka, we can't just stand here and wait to die. We need to move fast. She maintains a calm face, but Kyu-do is actually quite worried. Feeling anxious. At this rate, in half an hour, I will be out of health completely. Damn. Our blood levels are dangerously low. And the whole team charges straight for the door. On it, strange inscriptions read, force without restraint, poison without residue. One strike to shake the heavens and earth. It seems we need to keep reasoning and decoding. This time we have to guess a few words. And we are out of time. Kyu-do smashed the door to pieces. And just like that, the team pushed inside. Long Themin was still in shock, his face frozen. Is this really the decoding quest? Why does it feel like we do not even have to think? System notification. Congratulations. Players have completed Mission 1. Successfully locating the legendary tribe in the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. This place is indeed the Cave of 10,000 Poisons. And suddenly the group encounters a little girl named Jia Nu. Hello everyone. My name is Tiu Dung. After seeing the condition of the 5, the girl panicked. Oh no. You guys are poisoned. It is the flower of B incon poison. Follow me to the Cave of 10,000 Spirits to detox. or the poison will seep too deep to save you. Kyudo was a bit puzzled. When did this girl show up here? Plus, did she just say the cave of 10,000 spirits? Thundering Vian thought this was not the time to overthink, but rather to focus on detoxing first. As she led everyone to the cave of 10,000 spirits, the girl excitedly shouted, "Dad! Everyone come out and see who I brought home." "Who are these people?" "They are from elsewhere. I met them while picking herbs on the mountain. They have all been poisoned by the flower of B N Yen. Everyone, quick, prepare a pot of 5 poison soup." The girl's mom told everyone to sit down and brought out the 5 poison soup. The bowl was full of centipedes and bugs, looking absolutely disgusting, with murky water giving off a foul smell. Everyone felt nauseous at the sight, and Long Thing pushed Dajing Hefdagwach to drink first as a test, but he refused. Kyudo, without care for them, immediately brought the bowl to his lips. "This is not the time to be picky about food. We need to drink this fast. In a bit, your life value will drop to half." After finishing, Kyudo smiled confidently. It was not too salty or bland. The taste was just right. The 5 poison soup really worked. My poisoning symptoms disappeared. Everyone, drink up quickly. We need to restore our health. Who knows what dangers lie ahead? As soon as he finished, the other 4 members started to vomit one after another. Kyudo curiously asked Yuung, "Can you tell me about the origin of the cave of 10,000 spirits?" "I am not sure about the tribe's origins. Just that the chief told the people here not to go outside, and absolutely forbids the casual use of poison techniques." After detoxing, the girl's mom came out and announced, "All right. The poison has been cleared. You are all safe now. You should leave. Our cave of 10,000 spirits is not very welcoming to outsiders." Yuung showed her displeasure. "Why is mom like this? After all this trouble, we finally have some visitors from outside. Why would you want to kick them out?" Then the girl turned to the group with a smile. "Don't worry. Ignore what my mom said. You can stay as long as you want." Kyudo, curious about Tuy's mom's strange attitude, decided to take this opportunity to stay. "Sorry to trouble you all. We just detoxed from a deadly poison. And honestly, we are not feeling too well." With that, Little Dong eagerly opened the door and called everyone inside to rest, while her family would step out for a while. As night fell, Little Dong's family set off. Tonight was the full moon night, and they had to proceed. The people of the Wanlin cave were gathering in front of a shrine. The village leader shouted loudly under the moonlight, asking for protection, for favorable weather, and to be free from disease. "We will offer you the freshest blood and flesh of this humanity." With that, he let a drop of blood fall from his finger onto the shrine. Immediately, thousands of ants swarmed onto the bodies of the 2 humans being sacrificed. Moments later, only their skeletons remained. Witnessing this scene, Kyudo's team was horrified. "Oh my, they are eating humans." Kyudo told everyone to head back for now. Dealing with so many poisonous creatures would not be easy. Truth be told, he knew that even though he had strong attack power, he lacked any group skills. The girl with purple hair, the leader of the Wanlin cave, had just discovered Kyudo's group and sent a few timid rats to track them. She ordered a former hunter to capture them alive. As they returned home, the door slammed shut behind them. The group was anxious. What should we do now? Looking at the fierce expressions of the tribe's people. If they found out we were the ones who killed the poisonous creatures, we would probably end up as their next meal. Suddenly, Kyudo noticed strange sounds coming from all around the house. It was the presence of many poisonous creatures. Fang Yuan activated a temporary fire barrier to protect everyone. Kyudo also put down his weapon and stepped in to help. Close-range targets were too weak. No attribute points could be gained. Kyudo thought to himself, if killing these poisonous creatures earned attribute points, he would have been hunting them down everywhere already. Yang Sang activated 2 skills, Soil Beast and Earthquake, blowing the house apart and sending the poisonous creatures flying. Kyudo praised him. "Nice job, Yang Sang. With these 2 skills, you could almost make it a continuous combo." But even though these 2 moves were powerful when used consecutively, they almost drained Yang Sang of all his mana. The former hunter appeared behind them, looking furious. "You guys are really bold. I just wanted to teach you a little lesson. But you have gone and wiped out all the insects in my cave. Now you will all become meals for the larvae, suffering 1,000 tortures before you die." Yang Sang continued to activate Earthquake right where he stood, but it still could not harm him. Overestimating yourselves. Thinking you could hurt me just because you are in a group. As for this man's information, he is a common a cancer. Level 10. With 289 out of 300 life points. Strength 40. Defense 20. Agility 15. Skills of insect infestation and poison control. Unlike bosses and wild monsters, NPCs in this world can completely hide their attributes if not injured. This cancer is already on par with a boss. How could we possibly defeat him? Fuong is worried. This mission in the Den of Venoms is definitely not for rookies. Ki-do wonders. Could the exclusive replica be the game changer? And just like that, he clenched his fists and charged at the cancer. The guy stood there, smirking contemptuously at Ki-do's attempt. Huffing. Clueless about his own limitations, thinking he could rush in with a pony. Soft punch like that, your legs can't even match mine. A bunch of clueless amateurs like you. One cancer like me could take down 10 of you easily. Just as he finished boasting, he got a taste of Ki-do's signature punch. The first hit dealt 121 damage. And only then did the cancer take things seriously and rise up there. There is no way this could be happening. How could a mere human hurt me? He began to activate his parasitic state. The cancer's attribute skyrocketed, and his defense multiplied several times. He declared that no one could inflict damage on his defenses. I will use your blood to offer a sacrifice to my kin. Ki-do's expression remained stoic as he continued his assault. Another punch left the cancer, with only 23 out of 500 health. He looked completely beaten, his face turning a sickly shade of purple. Ki-do coldly turned back and said, "Next time. Be honest about it. What was that ritual you guys did earlier? And who was that woman?" Since teaming up with Ki-do, his comrades barely had to lift a finger. He handled everything on his own. They were even starting to fear Ki-do. The swollen-faced cancer answered in a mumble. "That is our chief, leading the ritual to summon the parasites. The Venoms have signed a pact with the parasites. On the full moon, we must offer fresh blood and flesh for the sacrifice. That mouth made of green stone is where the parasites reside and reproduce." Yang Sang suddenly realized. "I think I get it now. Why Little Dong and his family helped us break the poison they want to turn us into sacrifices for the next parasite summoning." Ki-do pressed on, asking one last question. "Why did Little Dong trade all the lax for the Den of Venoms? While you guys call it the Den of Poisons?" The cancer looked confused. "Little Dong? What are you talking about? In our Den of Venoms, there is only one person with the name Dong, and that is our chief, Tun Dong." After gathering all the information, Ki-do did not hold back and took him out for good. Checking the results, Ki-do had successfully defeated the NPC cancer with bare hands, earning 10 free attribute points and 50 experience points. Congratulations, player. You have leveled up successfully. Current experience is 10 out of 80, and free attribute points are 5. Ding ding. Congratulations, player Ki-do, for defeating your first NPC in this world with bare hands. You have earned an S-rank item, the Sage's Little Shield. The Sage's Little Shield is a one-time use S-rank item that prevents death once. Ki-do showed excitement. An S-rank item preventing death. This NPC indeed had something as outrageous as that. This is the highest tier item in this world. Fuong Zhen and Long were all worried. What should they do now? Sooner or later, they will realize their people are being killed by us. The Ki-do alone won't be able to handle them. Just one villager is already this powerful. The chief can control the parasites. How are we supposed to fight back? We should not stir up trouble with the people in the Den of Venoms. If their hideout is in the ancient well, we have to destroy it. While Tu No Dung has not noticed what is happening here yet, this is the perfect chance to act. Everyone, move to the well. There is no one here right now. We need to act fast. As we got closer, the whole team was shocked to find 2 corpses. And they were none other than Little Zhang's parents. It seems they were so cruel that they even killed their own people. Ki-do confirmed that no wonder their behavior was so strange back then. They were timing everything to blow up this stone well. Activating fire, wind, and earth manipulation techniques all at once. The well exploded, creating a deep pit down into the ground. Dinuong thought with this kind of power, those guys must be toast. But the problem is, the system still has not displayed mission complete. Just then, the leader of the Venixi clan, Tun Ziying, appeared, laughing maniacally. "Huh. You guys are really not smart. If you are here, it means the former leader is dead, which is totally unexpected for me." Next to her was Ting Mun, a key figure of the Venixi clan. Ki-do stared right into her eyes, wondering if she should address her as the leader of Venixi or just call her Little Leading. With a haughty expression, she replied, "After all, Zi Kaka, do not you like how I look now? Should I transform into Little Ling's appearance instead? What do you think? Which one do you prefer?" Elash. She transformed into Little Zing's form. "What a pity. I actually wanted to spare Kai Kaka. But since you have killed so many of our clan's warriors, I can't let you go without a sacrifice." Ki-do asked why she would kill her own people, even her parents, to which the girl coldly replied, "What about my parents? They were just useless trash who did not listen." That declaration hit Ki-do like a bolt from the blue. "What do you mean? What about your parents? But do not be too upset, because you will be joining them soon enough." Her savage grin signaled the arrival of a swarm of insects. Sensing the situation, the remaining team members yelled at each other to rush back and help Ki-do. activating fire techniques. A King Men swung her weapon, sending a shockwave that warned them not to disturb the clan. The King Menon is a level 20 common pest with 500 p, 55 power, 30 defense, and 30 agility, having skills to control poisonous insects. Kiku was surrounded by these pests, there were just too many. If this continued, it would only lead to her demise. If only she could boost her defense to 166 points like her power. Maybe she could break free from this dire situation. Do I really need to proactively use my skills as a brave hero now? Thinking it over, Kiku realized it did not feel right. After all, with a sage to back her up, she could resurrect once. So she decided to take the risk. To catch a thief, you must catch the king first. If she kills Toondrang, the insects would self-destruct. Finally, Kiku managed to break free from the swarm. Toon Ziying, seeing this, laughed with delight. Haha. Big brother. Did you finally figure things out? Want to go and serve as food for the insects yourself? Kiku used her super speed to dash through, causing her to sustain a serious injury to her abdomen. After getting hurt, Tuandong's face was filled with hatred. Isn't it just poetic justice for someone who does not appreciate others to be eaten alive by bugs? Tuandong was classified by the system as a rare NP. Level 10. With 1000 out of 1000 life points. Strength 30. Defense 30. Agility 50. And skills that included bug control and transformation. Kiku wondered why Tuandong was rated as a rare class. Yet all his attributes were below average. It just did not add up. He sensed something was off about this Tuandong. Big bro. Hoyan just punched him in the stomach so hard that it is a total wreck. What are we gonna do now? Suddenly, Tuandong's agility shot up by 80. She activated a skill to attack Kiku directly, landing a blow that made him cough up blood. Tuandong's speed surged in an instant, leaving Kiku no time to react. As he attacked Kiku, Tuandong declared, "Don't worry. Once Hoyan is dead, I will skin him alive for keepsakes. Hoyan's skin is bound to be a real treasure." Yang Etri cousin, who was fighting Kong Man, saw Kiku in trouble and called out, ready to rush in for help. But Kong Man blocked his way. Hen growled, "I told you, I am your opponent. Don't you dare get distracted." Yang Etri continued to activate his long-distance attack. Kong Man challenged him, "Hey, fatty, it seems you still do not get it. Your attacks are like a tickle to me." Just as he was about to counterattack, Kong Man's face went blank. What is going on? Why is the summoned earth this time red? Yang activated the earth blast, dealing 312 geep damage to Kong Man, having burned through so much energy. Yang Etri was now in a state of burning fat. After shedding that weight, he looked like a completely different person. So much so that even the surrounding area felt lost on how to react. Once Kong Man was taken down, the young man bolted over to help Kiku. Kiku was bewildered, wondering why his friend had ended up like this. "I do not even know what just happened. I was in a rush, and my entire body went up in flames. And now my mental stats are nearly at 300 points, with spiritual attributes and skill power combining for a total of 300 points. He was almost catching up to some mid-level mage's spiritual strength. Kiku urgently requested Yang Hefty to use Earth Blast to handle both him and Tuandong at once. Yang Ahring hesitated, fearing that if he did that, Kiku might also be in danger. Kiku insisted, "Stop wasting time. Trust me and strike now." The Earth Blast was activated, and Tuandong desperately resisted. "Let go me. I do not want to die with you." At this point, there was no time left. Just as he shouted, Yang Hefty detonated everything, leaving their teammates extremely worried about Kiku. The system announced that it detected a critical hit, triggering this level protective item that negated this damage. The check revealed that player Kiku displayed the courage to risk everything for survival, earning him a level passive skill. Mighty Will. Mighty Will skill at level A grants an extra 50 life points for every point of strength attribute gained. Each point of strength also boosts player life by an additional 10 points. This effect does not stack on its own. Kiku likes to think that good things like this happen, so the system must not want him to vanish. With a power level of 166 points, that means an extra 1660 life points. Now you have almost 1800 life points, so you probably do not need to worry about accidentally getting squashed later, seeing that Kiku is still safe. Duong Hong rushed over. "Zuka, I am using 300 spirit points. How come you did not die from the explosion?" Kiku crossed his arms and responded, "What is it to you? Are you upset that I am still alive? Who said you can't come back to life after you die? Oh right. You killed Tuandong. What did she drop for you?" Duong Hong looked confused because he had not heard the system notify him about killing her. It seems she was still alive. Just then, Tuandong burst out of the smoke. "You guys, you hit me too hard. Congratulations. You will get to see my true beauty." Tuandong fully revealed her true form. Level 15. Life points 2000 out of 2000. Strength 130. Defense 80. Agility 100. with a deadly skill that kills instantly. Turns out this is her real face. And her attributes have become incredibly strong. Kyu-do rushed to tell Dong-hong to cast another round of earth magic. But Dong-hong could barely move at this point. No way. Dong-ga. My spirit attribute has dropped to 48 points. And the spirit attribute gained from burning fat does not seem to be permanent. Warning, the boss Van Dabquat has been enhanced. And this creature's combat power has exceeded the difficulty level for beginners. Players are advised to leave the dungeon immediately. Warning, players must evacuate the dungeon now. The Kyu-do was still hesitant. Leave. Then what about our specialized dungeon? Dong-hong urged. Dong-ga. Run now. Running into a terrifying monster like this and managing to escape is already a win. And you are still worried about the mission. The system continued to announce that after 5 players failed to kill boss Van Dabquat, please exit the dungeon and restart the specialized dungeon, Kyu-do firmly declared. What are you kidding? Principal Kobun Duong specifically told me to clear the specialized dungeon. No matter what you are fused with, you are still going down today. Tuan Dong laughed mockingly, clearly enjoying herself. Very good. Despicable humans. I do not believe you can harm this body. Today, I will cut you down. With that, the two charged at each other. Her attack dealt around 124 points to Kyu-do, and his counterattack hit her for about 196 points. Neither of them was backing down. Tuandong truly saw Kyu-do as a rival. What kind of monster is this kid? Why is he still alive? He is only level 8. How could his damage be higher than mine? Am I the boss or is he? Just how strong is he? Can a mage have this kind of power? After some thinking, she bluntly asked Kyu-do. Wait, are you also one of the Baiza? Tuandong thought to herself. That must be it. Only Baiza could create a monster like Kyu-do. After all, you were created by Baiza. Kyu-do was confused about what she was talking about and shouted back. What the heck is Baiza and other Za? The old man is Kyu-do. And with one last deadly strike, she is left with just 213 points. In that moment, as her soul teetered on the edge of death, she predicted, could it be Kyu-do? Why would they want to kill me? The system announces that player Kyu-do has successfully completed a duel, earning 15 free attribute points and 75 experience points. Congratulations. You have leveled up. Current experience points, 5 out of 90, plus 5 free attribute points as a reward. The anomalies in the Venom Cave dungeon have been resolved, and it is recalculating. Congratulations to the 5 players for successfully completing the Mage exclusive dungeon. The system is assessing player performance. Assessment complete. Player rank. Ordinary. Rank F. Player rank. Support. Rank. Player rank. Healer. Rank. Player rank. Tank. Rank A. Player Kyu-do. Ranks. The system will distribute rewards based on player ranks. For player Kyu-do, ranks rewards include an additional 100 experience points, 10 free attribute points, and the A-level skill, a Kyu-door. Congratulations on leveling up. Current experience points, 15 out of 1000, plus 5 free attribute points. Kyu-do has now reached level 10. She can finally protect herself in the world. The items received include the Crazy Spider Armor, rank B, which grants an additional 800 life points, is restricted to level 11 ranks. Kyu-do thinks this armor is perfect for her full force contract skill. The system announces a mysterious Rubik's Cube, sealed by some unknown power. There is also a strange Rubik's Cube here. The mysterious Rubik's Cube has chosen its master, activating its powers. The master gains the ability to detect character attributes within a 10-level range. The young man focuses, and the Rubik's Cube suddenly syncs with him. Plus, it has a waiting unlock ability. Just that alone is already pretty powerful. Just then, an MP steps through the door, congratulating the 5 players for completing the Venom Cave dungeon. This is a bonus reward. I will boost your spirits by 20%. Yang Xiang is totally shocked by this reward. What? Juka, this reward is amazing. A 20% boost. Ku just reluctantly pulls a face that screams distress. Totally right, but deep down, he thinks that with his morale at 0, a 20% boost still means 0, so this reward is useless for him. Fang Yuan thanks Q just on behalf of the team, saying, thanks for saving us and helping us get through this dungeon. Yang Sang asked, Kyujus, what university are you guys applying to? We are going straight into Kindle. Kindle. We are definitely going to apply to Kindle. Kujus is back at school, in the cafeteria, while Yang Sang is flexing his rank. Mafi is in shock. What? You also faked a 10, he thinks. The monster dungeon is definitely more suited for warriors than mages. So logically, warriors should level up faster than mages. How could Q just? Fu is even more shocked by the dramatic change in Yang Xiang's appearance. Compared to that, Q just, are you sure that is Yang Xiang? I find it hard to believe. That is right. This change is so surprising. He is even more handsome than Ma Fi now. Dong still has his cheeks stuffed like a chipmunk. But what good is that? I need to stuff my face to get chubby again. If not, the next time I go to Orzogor, I won't feel safe at all. At this moment, Taeyu also remembers that everyone got direct admission. But I wonder if we still need to take the Orzogor exams this year. In the grand scheme of things, the most important day of the year is the college entrance exam. The college entrance exam means continuing to sift out the talented ones. Most of the students who got direct admission will also participate. They are all aiming for the top spot in college. Becoming the top scorer not only brings fame, but also a fancy grade tool as a reward. Ma Fi immediately volunteers. I will definitely secure the #1 spot among the warriors. I heard my dad say that this year's reward is different from before. This time, the one who tops will receive an S-grade tool. As Q-Do walks, lost in thought, he realizes if it is an S-grade tool this year, he absolutely has to win it. Strange sounds echo from the skyscraper. Is 7.438 really this kid? That guy is only level 10 at best. How could he possibly win? 9.527. Whatever. Let us catch him and ask. After discussing, these two jump off the rooftop and appear right in front of Q-Do. The ability to detect character attributes is activated. Not knowing who these two are, Q-Do asks with a tense face. Do you guys have something to say? You are Q-Do. Right. The brown-haired guy is named 9.527, an assassin class, primary level 16, with strength 95, defense 28, agility 125, and spirit 25. Upon seeing Q-Do, they could not believe this was the mage who killed Xuan Dong in the Vin An Laik's cave. Q-Do thinks to himself, they came knocking for the boss of a dungeon. Could they be the Baijuo that Xuan Dong mentioned back then? So Baijuo is not just one person but an organization. Back then, I was too focused on handling things. I should have asked for clarification. Q-Do tricks them for a moment. You guys got it wrong. So Baijuo is not one person but an organization. Back then, I was too focused on handling things. I should have asked for clarification. Q-Do tricks them again. You guys got the wrong person. I am. Before he could finish, the dumb 9.527 already thought he was serious and scratched his head apologetically. I told you it could not be. I am really sorry. We mistook you for someone else. This stupidity earned him a slap from 7.438. Dude, are you that gullible? Just after that comment, he suggests his teammate take action. If Q-Do is a mage, we need to capture him right away. With lightning speed, they quickly close in on Q-Do. But what shocks them even more is that Q-Do does not dodge at all. The assassin is the biological dad of the mage. He does not dodge anything, proving he is really lazy, not giving him a chance to talk. Q-Do lunges forward, landing a hit that knocks 9.527 for a massive 197 damage. 7.438 stands there dumbfounded. Just one punch dealt severe damage to 9.527, something even he could not do. Moreover, he had already been hit by his two buddies. Yet he still looks fine. With this level of defense and strength, it seems he is really not a mage. Q-Do shot a glance at 7,438, still wanting to throw down. At this point, he could only chuckle awkwardly and reply, haha. We can't fight if we do not even know each other. My dude. This guy named Q-Do here. No hard feelings. Just a case of mistaken identity. We are truly sorry. I am just a small fry. Barely ranking 7,438 in the organization. Let us put a pin in this. Shall we? Q-Do was pretty surprised that an 18th tier assassin only ranked over 7,000 in the Baiza organization. Maybe we should let them go back and report. Otherwise, we might be looking at an even bigger revenge plot soon. So Q-Do turned to leave, but not before throwing in a parting shot. Good luck finding that Q-Do fella. If you need any help from the Mafai, feel free to reach out. Super curious. Q-Do rushed home and dove straight into researching Baiza, the legendary divine beast, pure white as snow, sporting two horns on its head, resembling a lion, with fiery patterns on its limbs. Baiza knows the names, shapes, and spells of all the monsters in the world, which is why it has long been regarded as the divine beast of exorcism, bringing blessings along with it. What kind of organization is Baiza? Anyway, it seems impossible to dig up any info. Q-Do sighed. Sooner or later, his identity would be exposed. Looks like sticking around here is not an option. With his current strength, he is no match for a powerful and mysterious organization like Baiza. The only way out is to participate in the college entrance exam. Even an organization like Baiza would not dare touch candidates during the exam. That would be a crime against the whole world. After that, heading to Kindle University will be safe. Principal Qi Bingyang is the #1 swordsman in the world, famously known as the sword god Bingyang. If Kindle University is not safe, then nowhere in this world is. But what is the deal with that Rubik's Cube found in the Hall of 10,000 Poisons? Could it be a unique feature of the personal dungeon? He wondered if it was something his parents left for him. But how would they know he would pass through this dungeon? And how could they have left something inside? Tuan Dong, Baiza, Mom and Dad. What is going on here? On the highest building, Baizo had already updated their intel on Q-Do. 7,438 and 9,527 returned to report but updated that their intel was faulty, and that the guy was not a mage. He was incredibly strong. Strong enough to injure 9,527. The guy in the black cloak asked again. So the cause of Chuandong's death still has not been figured out. What a waste of time. Forget it. Let us shelve the whole Chuandong death thing for now. The next move of the organization in Sioux City is what is really important. A few days later, at the 4th Academy, Q-Do met with the principal in a private room. Q-Do. What do you need help with? Is not that big of a deal. I just wanted to ask if you could take a look at this Rubik's Cube. I got it while in my personal dungeon, and it seems like it has been sealed. Can you see if there is any way to open it? The principal stared at it for a moment. Sealed. Without a code. We can only use a key to break the seal. A key to break the seal. Exactly. A key to break the seal. The seal on this Rubik's Cube is not strong. The key can break the seal without damaging what is inside. Q-Do jumped straight to the point and asked. So where can we find that key? Master. The E-level dungeon of the Machine Nation is risky. I have to be careful. It is an open dungeon, and who knows? There might be some players scheming to sabotage me. This is the City of Machines. The human territory within the Machine Nation. Q-Do has arrived here this month. Is this really the open machine dungeon? The principal said that this place once sparked a massive war between humans and machines, because machines gained consciousness. In the end, both sides signed a peace treaty. And this place became known as the Machine Nation. Q-Do confirmed this is indeed the human area, the City of Machines. The principal mentioned that to obtain the key to break the seal, I can only accept a hidden mission from the City Lord of the Machine City. But how can I meet the City Lord? Just then, Q-Do passed by an old man who looked like a professor. And suddenly, something strange happened. He was standing there mumbling incomprehensible things, as if he were calculating. In reality, it is due to particles, not the speed of light in a vacuum. Assuming both efficiencies are comparable, that is not right. Not right. Lost in thought, he accidentally bumped into two tall, muscular young men, and his frail body fell backward. He panicked and stammered apologies to them. The young man scoffed. What is wrong with you? Old man, you can't even walk without bumping into someone. Was that on purpose? You hurt me. You definitely owe me compensation. The guy next to him chimed in. Yeah. You better pay up. The old man, frail and helpless, could do nothing but apologize. But they wanted to bully him and immediately started demanding money. I am asking you. Where's your money? Is it possible this old man does not have any money? Q-Do, unable to stand by any longer, stepped in broad daylight. You two dare to openly bully an elderly man on the street. A good young man of the new century like me can't just ignore this. They immediately narrowed their eyes and glared at Q-Do, telling him to mind his own business. Or does he want to pay for the old man? Q-Do did not waste time arguing. He tightened his fists. For him, when powerless, violence reigns. With one punch, he sent the gray-haired guy flying, whether to Cambodia or somewhere else. Who knows? The blonde guy saw this and freaked out, clasped his hands in a plea, and then ran off as fast as he could. Q-Do cautiously asked if the old man was okay. The old man stammered. I only have this little money. Q-Do confidently asserted that he is a good young man born into happiness and raised under the red national flag. Please do not compare me to those idiots. Thank you, young man. But unfortunately, I have nothing to thank you with. By the way, Q-Do wanted to ask. Sir, you do not have to repay me, but can you tell me how to find the City Lord of the Machine City? The old man looked quite surprised. You want to find the City Lord? Yep. I am looking for an item called the key to break the seal. And only the City Lord of the Machine Nation has it. The old man thought for a moment and replied. What a coincidence. I can't help with anything else. But if it is this matter, I can help you meet the City Lord. Q-Do seemed thrilled. Really? Thank you so much, but I have to warn you first. Getting the boss to hand over the goods is not easy. Q-Do confidently replied. Freak. That is just because you do not know my skills yet. Actually, I only used a bit of my strength just now. The scent wafted from the top of the building, as two guys who bullied the old man earlier looked on curiously. Hey. Do you think the boss found the person he wanted to meet this time? Who knows? That kid is the strongest player I have ever encountered in the land of machines. Bliss rank. That Professor Ho Kwon wants to hold another academic conference tomorrow. This time, I do not care how you do it, but you must bring him back to me. Lord Munged, we finally arrived. The young man you want to meet is inside. This is the boss's chamber of Ho Kwon. How could that old man walk around freely in here? Just as I was about to ask, he suddenly vanished without a trace. Forget it. No time to think. Find the boss first. Get the seal key. And then we will figure it out. As soon as Q-Do pushed the door open and stepped inside, he was shocked. What the hell? You and those two guys. That is right. I am actually the boss of the land of machines. These two are the strongest guards in the land of machines. Q-Do was still in disbelief. But why him? Why put on such a show? Because I need to find someone strong enough. Someone even stronger than my guards. That person is you. Q-Do. Isn't it you who wants to get the seal-breaking key? Just help me with one task. And I will give you the key. The system notification has opened a hidden quest. Tomorrow, I will hold an academic conference to announce my research on machines and organic life. But the robot group trying to steal my research 1T missed this opportunity. I get it now. You want me to protect you during the conference. I need you to defeat the ruler of the land of machines and destroy the heart of the machines. Quest. Defeat the ruler of the land of machines. Mung-Duck. And destroy the heart of the machines. Mata. To receive the seal-breaking key. Just a bunch of robots. No problem. I accept this mission. The next day. In the main hall of the research conference. Ladies and gentlemen. We are living in a society with a highly advanced scientific and technological civilization. Humanity is nurtured by nature. Abstracting the laws of life. To this day. The complexity of computers and artificial systems is enough to rival life itself. How many things in life can actually be transformed into data? The reason artificial intelligence was created is to explore these mysteries. Even if artificial intelligence can utilize Turing's laws, we still want to consider them living beings. Just like the robots in the land of machines. Although they have their own consciousness, they can reproduce the next generation in the traditional way. So do machines really have the ability to reproduce? Little Roo was left dumbfounded, not understanding anything at all. Where are those robots? Suddenly, the glass on the ceiling shattered. A purple-haired robot flew in and declared, "Flesh and blood may be weak, but machines are eternal." The Wind Master, Ho Kwon, tossed aside that weakling and fell into the arms of the robot. The moment the robot appeared, chaos erupted. Security forces shouted to get lost and warned the robot that this was not its place. The robot in front of him was now facing a young blonde and unleashed a super vepro punch, landing hit after hit with deadly precision. While fighting, he laughed maniacally. Haha. Foolish humanity. The master glanced over and dashed forward, shouting, "Wait, they are after me. This time, I am going with them to the land of machines. I am putting everyone on you. Dude, I got Master." The robot was causing a ruckus and looked super hyped. Haha. Did you see that? This is the power of my upgraded form. I possess the strongest body. Just then, a robot named Monstar descended from above, inviting Master Ho Kwon to follow him. He told the forest dwellers to stand down. He would go with him. Didn't he? Professor Ho Kwon realized this earlier. He immediately grabbed the master, while the other robot continued to mess around. Haha. Monstar, you take him away first. I want to play a bit longer. Just as Monstar was leaving, the dude was right there, boasting about having the strongest body. He leaned in close and smugly said, "You ants have no idea about the beauty and power of upgraded machines. Tired of this dirty talk?" He interrupted. "Have you finished? Because I am about to take action." "Good. Do not you want to join the robot crew for an upgrade? Don't you want that perfect and powerful body?" Without letting him finish, he launched a punch to kick things off, knocking off 306 points from him. This robot was a rareness. Blishtrank. Level 11. With a life value of 194 x 500, strength 86. Defense 40. Agility 90. And skills like machine transformation and piercing cannon. Blishtrank was taken aback by the power of the dude. "Sorry, but it seems like what you just said. I already have." Despite seeing and hearing, Blishtrank could not believe it. "No way. This can be happening. A human could puncture my biomechanical body with a single punch. How is that even possible?" The dude did not hesitate to share. "Well, just raise your hand and throw a punch." Blishtrank collapsed but kept insisting. "A regular human can compare to a robot." The dude casually bragged. "Actually, I am the ancient form of humanity." At this point, Blishtrank was so scared of the dude that he could not move. Taking advantage, the dude stomped on him, dealing a final blow that deducted another 102 health points. "Speak less, or I will turn you into a pile of scrap. Take me to your land of machines." Grabbed Blishtrank tightly and rode him like a dragon. The master seemed to be intentionally captured, wanting to lead himself to the machine land that would destroy the mechanical heart. "Master, do not worry. I will definitely complete the mission." At that moment, as Blishtrank flew, he analyzed. This kid is terrifyingly strong. Why did he let Monstar take Professor Ho Kwon earlier? An ancient body. No way. I must report this information to Monstar. Elash. They landed in the land of machines, where Professor Ho Kwon was kneeling helplessly in Monstar's private room. "Professor Hua, I deeply respect you, and I apologize for inviting you here in such a rude manner. Rest assured, even if I die, I will never betray those who choose to join the mechanical nation. Professor Hua, before you hastily refuse, take a look at this first. He then revealed a mechanical heart. Professor Hua, as you can see, this machine is becoming organic. Or you could say it is a creature being crafted. This machine before you possesses a heart that combines the synthetic biological functions of human intelligence with the evolution of machinery. I prefer to call it ascension. A delicate body merging with machinery. Professor Hua, join us in this glorious evolution. The Lord insists.
Yep.
Humanity is willingly joining the ranks of robots, becoming slaves to machines. People like you, who are called deceitful, are not that at all. Seeing the Lord's determination, Mondstadt continued to show something else. As he pressed a button, a group of people fell, screaming for their lives. The mechanical heart sucked them in and devoured them alive. Meanwhile, in another place, Kwadu was at a location with hundreds of robots. Discovering an intruder, he saw a player, Yundu, fighting barehanded against low-level robots, earning a point of free attributes and experience. He was incredibly excited, shocked that defeating robots could yield attribute points, and now he wanted to take on 10 at once. The Lord, witnessing the horrifying scene of machines devouring humans, was filled with rage. Monsters, you are nothing but beasts. Professor Hua, getting this angry won't solve anything. Its name is Mata, but in reality, it is a failed product. Our initial plan was for the robots to live long lives, but as you can see, we accidentally created a monster that steals lives, and its appetite keeps growing. At first, it consumed one person. Now it is up to 5, and I do not even know its limit. We brought you here to resolve the issue with Mata. Of course, you could also choose to turn a blind eye, but the price for that is that every day, someone will die because of Mata. The Lord thought. Yundu, I can only pin all my hopes on you now. Just then, a subordinate from Mondstadt rushed in. Reporting, it is Lord Mondstadt. There is a person with an ancient body attacking our place. This is the ancient body that Blitzcrank warned us about. In an instant, Kyodu had destroyed everything and appeared right inside. Here comes Kyodu. The Lord's eyes lit up with joy. Yundu, you have finally arrived. Mondstadt inquired if he was the ancient being. Blitzcrank spoke of. Welcome to the land of machines. Blitzcrank is the top titan here, and it is hard to believe he fell at the hands of someone else. You do confirm that Mondstadt is indeed a rare NPC level 15. Life value 2000 x 2000. Strength 118. Defense 100. Speed 180. And a skills for machinery and mechanical mastery. Kyu-do stepped up to challenge. But getting wiped out by an ancient relic is super embarrassing. Right. Who is looking for revenge on that lady? As they charged at him in a frenzy, Kyu-do felt a thrill realizing a future with attribute points skyrocketing. One hit. Then another. And the system chimed in, detecting that player Kyu-do had taken down low-level robots barehanded. Reward. 1 free attribute point and triple experience. Mondstadt was completely flabbergasted, unable to speak. A normal human was stronger than the machines remodeled by the Queen. Could what Blitzcrank said actually be true? If I could persuade him to join the land of machines for a transformation, I can't even imagine what kind of monster he would become. He would definitely be the strongest warrior in the world. Right after finishing off those guys, Kyu-do rushed over to the city lord, asking if he was okay. Kyu-do, just look over there. This is it. No doubt about it. That is the Mata organ. The Mata mechanical heart. Level 15. Life value 2000 out of 2000. No strength. No defense. No sensitivity. Something seems to be changing. The moment he saw it, Kyu-do realized something was off. They were using humans to nurture this living machine. So that is how it is. City Lord, even if you do not remember me, I will destroy that mechanical heart. Professor Ho Quan has complete faith in Kyu-do. He is relying on you. Mondstadt, still standing there, had a different plan. He had to recruit Kyu-do at all costs. Without hesitation, he got straight to the point. Ancient relic of the human race, abandon your weak body, and join the glorious evolution. Kyu-do ignored him, slowly moving toward the Mata mechanical heart. Mondstadt was still standing there, confused about what Kyu-do was planning to do. Kyu-do swiftly activated a jump and threw a punch straight at it. Mondstadt tried to intervene, but it was too late. That punch dealt 404 damage to the mechanical heart. Mondstadt could no longer stand by and watch. He immediately flew in to stop Kyu-do. Ancient relic of the human race. Stop right there. Kyu-do glanced over. Feeling annoyed, do not come and bother me. Just as he was about to attack Kyu-do, the system issued a warning. Danger detected. Hell level threat. Master, please run immediately. Just to remind you, Master, you need to run right now. Mondstadt barely finished transforming before he was slammed into the wall by N. With 288 health points left, struggling in fear like a cornered rat. This power is absolutely terrifying. We have to keep the machines in check. In front of this heart, You want to handle everything in one go. The blade activated a flurry of punches. Mada's health dropped to 404. As he punched, he cursed, releasing something deep and wicked. After a while, this heart exploded. The player Q-Do successfully destroyed Mada's mechanical heart, gaining 100 experience points. Noticing that Q-Do dealt with Mada's heart barehanded, he received 3 free attribute points as a reward. Mondstadt panicked and went crazy, asking why someone would dare to destroy Mada. Do you have any idea how much hope it held for the machines? Q-Do sighed, feeling pity, unable to imagine how many people they had sacrificed. After taking a closer look at Mondstadt, he confirmed, "You clearly look human, but you call yourself a machine. Don't worry. Your turn is coming." Mondstadt, trying to regain control, said, "Wait, listen to me. Ancient human. Even though you are strong, you are not even worth a fingernail compared to the Great Queen. Even if you destroyed Mada, the Queen won't hold it against you. In fact, she will offer you a chance for redemption. Just come with me to meet the Queen, and in the embrace of machinery, she will surely pardon your sins." Q-Do was stunned. The Queen? Isn't Mondstadt the ruler of the Machine Kingdom? The city lord shouted. Q-Do, do not let him fool you. Don't worry. City lord, I have no interest in returning to the machines. I only trust my own body, Mondstadt confidently thought. Once you see the greatness of the Queen, you won't think that way anymore. Q-Do agreed to follow him to meet the Machine Queen. As they walked, Mondstadt started to play dirty, releasing a mechanical bug to latch onto Q-Do. This bug can parasitize a human and gradually transform the host into a machine. Mondstadt secretly rejoiced. If he could successfully parasitize this ancient being, the Queen would surely reward him. The moment it extended its appendage to pierce Q-Do's neck, he swiftly crushed it with a light slap. The young man erupted in anger. Knowing he was being dishonest, Mondstadt feigned innocence. What? The consequence of playing innocent was getting hit right in the gut, losing 240 health. Even after that punch, he managed to stay composed. No wonder he is a level 15 S. He can really take a hit. Mondstadt exclaimed. Damn it. Do not you want to meet the Queen? Now that we are here, you choose to strike at me. If I am guessing right, the Queen you mentioned is nearby. Right. If that is the case, you do not need to guide me anymore. Feeling a bit worried that Q-Do would not agree, he threatened. Ancient being, do not refuse my invitation or you will regret it. I will break your limbs and hand you over to the Queen anyway. After all, the Queen will recreate your body as a machine. Mondstadt activated a mechanical punch, charging straight at Q-Do. Q-Do landed a powerful hit, dealing 233 damage. Haven't you eaten yet? Little bro, what is up with that? Is this really the ancient divine body? That was one hell of a strike. Q-Do casually held his hand, saying, I forgot. You guys really do not need to eat. Bonnet hit him again, dealing another 240 damage. Mondstadt, feeling like he is on the brink of death, begged for mercy. Stop. He was in a panic, unable to move, and took another hit. Q-Do leaned in close, dealing an additional 260 damage. Mondstadt's current life value plummeted to 432 out of 2,000. The ancient divine body of humanity is something I underestimated at first. From now on, I will show you the respect you deserve. Mondstadt got up, revealing his true form. Q-Do stood there judging, thinking, his true form is just too ugly. I would rather die than evolve into a robot. Mondstadt activated a mechanical punch, charging straight at Q-Do. If he is serious about this fight, then Q-Do is going to step up his game too. The blade activated a regular punch, followed by a heavy blow dealing 480 damage. Honestly, that last situation was pretty dangerous for Q-Do. The system notified that player Q-Do defeated NPC Mondstadt with bare hands, earning 15 free attribute points and 75 experience. Congratulations on leveling up. Current experience, 15 out of 1100. Q-Do was pretty pleased with this achievement. Congratulations, player. You have completed a hidden quest and received the seal-breaking key. The Town Lord's quest is now complete, and the key has been obtained. Q-Do's next goal is to meet the Robot Queen. He might snag a few more epic items along the way. The blade stopped in front of a door but required a password. After multiple failed attempts, he regretted not smashing Mondstadt earlier. Another notification for an incorrect password. Seriously, this is just ridiculous. Who am I supposed to ask for the password around here? It seems the girl sitting inside is the Queen. After hearing the wrong password repeatedly, she figured out this was a human. A human. Based on previous experiences, they usually handle things like Mondstadt. So why was he still trying to get to me? After tapping the password endlessly, Q-Do got frustrated and smashed the door open. Sometimes brute force is the easiest way. Just then, the young man was surprised to find a human girl in front of him. Hey there. Why are you here? This human really is a strange one. Seeing the girl just standing there in shock, the young man asked again. Excuse me, can you speak? What is your name? The Robot Queen. Kyu-do felt a jolt hearing that. She called herself the Robot Queen. Robot Queen. Level 48. Life value 100,000 out of 100,000. Strength unknown. Defense unknown. Agility unknown. Skills. Mechanical deceit. Divine beam. Deathstorm. After realizing the girl in front of him had a whopping 100,000 life points, Kyu-do was stunned. What the heck? An NPC with 100,000 EP should be a boss level A. Right, the young man, feeling a bit flustered, waved lightly and said, Hey there. Oh no. My queen. I took the wrong path. I am sorry. I will just leave now. Not so. The mechanical queen immediately bound you with her ropes. Kyu-do felt confused. It was too strong. She could not resist. Don't worry. I won't hurt you. She closed her eyes and used her ability to read all of Kyu-do's memories. So this is what the outside world looks like. I always knew that this world of mine was not the real deal. It is called a replica. A simulated world. Before long, the replica resets again, returning everything to its original state. This simulated world has a technical flaw. As long as I stay in this room, I can avoid the reset. I can't remember how many times it is reset already. In all those countless loops. Only you have come before me. I absolutely won't let this rare chance slip away. Kyu-do just figured out what the mechanical queen was up to. You read my memories. Did not you? It is an exchange. I will show you mine. Kyu-do finally understood. No wonder a D-rank boss like her has such high attributes and levels. You want to get out? Right. Then go ahead and deal with me. An 11th level person like me can't possibly fight against the rules of this world. After hearing that, she plunged her sharp, bony hand straight into her chest. What the hell are you doing? The mechanical queen pulled out her heart from her body. We can exploit the rules of the order world that you mentioned. This is the heart of the mechanical queen. And rank item that possesses mechanical creations. She tossed the heart to Kyu-do. Here. Take this. As long as you hold on to this, it will evolve into another version of me. Items can be taken by players. Once it forms a new body, I will have a clone that can feel the outside world. Kyu-do was quite surprised and asked again. Are not you worried I will go back on my word? Once I am out of the order world, you won't be able to do anything to me anymore. Not worried at all. In your memories, I could not find any record of you breaking your promise. Besides, I just want to see what the outside world looks like with my own eyes. Kyu-do was pretty shocked at an NPC that had developed its own consciousness, planning to escape from her replica. Have you made up your mind? Kyu-do, do I have any other choice but to agree with you? The mechanical queen seemed very pleased. Thanking you. Alright, you can go now. System announcement. Congratulations to player Kyu-do for clearing the mechanical country replica. Completion rated A. The system will reward based on player level assessment. Player Kyu-do received a rank reward. 50 experience points. 5 free attribute points. V rank. Shaping technique. C rank. Brass nucleus machine. C rank brass nucleus machine. Rank C. Effect. Increases attack power by 30%. No class restrictions. Boosting attack power will definitely help you. I think it is time to get the principal to open that Rubik's Cube. In the blink of an eye, Kyu-do returned. But the principal was nowhere to be found. And the room was empty. If he keeps waiting, time will slip away. So the young man decided to use the seal-breaking key to unlock this Rubik's Cube first. What appeared after unlocking was the Dragon's Will blade. A weapon in its mature form. Kyu-do was in shock. This was what his parents had left him. Why was it a blade? And it did not even have any attributes to upgrade. And wait, is not he a wizard? Just then, the principal burst in. Kyu-do, oh my goodness. Do not worry about the Rubik's Cube anymore. You need to hurry to the exam. Otherwise, you will miss your college entrance exam. The young man's face was blank for a moment before he suddenly realized. Oh no, this is the college entrance exam location. And a student from the first academy walks out, leaning on the desk, asking the exam supervisor, can the test begin yet? Yang hung up, trying to stall for time. Wait a minute, it is not time yet. We still do not have enough people. The students from the first academy looked down on the students from the fourth academy. Isn't he the fourth academy just a bunch of useless weaklings? What is the difference between taking the exam or not? Hearing this, Yang was furious. They continued to provoke, saying that the first academy has always had the highest college acceptance rate. Almost all the top scorers in the city come from our school. Last year, Long Tipeng from the first academy also became the top scorer in the combat system. Got it. This year won't be an exception. The top scorer will still belong to our school. What are you guys from the fourth academy even doing here? You should just head home. The college entrance exam is serious business. If you are not here yet, I guess you are too scared to show up, huh? Yang hung up, arguing back. We still do not know if the first academy is better or worse. With losers like you, all Do needs is to punch one of you. Oh, come on. Just one punch? Come here and give it a try. I hope I run into you guys at the university so I can show you what a real one-punch knockout looks like. Teaser is getting anxious, wondering why they still have not arrived. The competition is about to start. Yoondu, where are you? Mafi is also getting frustrated and shouts. Listen up. First Academy. I am here to end your school's little myth, but my only opponent is Kleadu. I say this to calm my nerves, but I am still worried. That annoying Kwadu. Why has not he shown up yet? Meanwhile, Kyodu is sprinting like mad to make it to the exam site. It seems like the exam officials can't wait any longer. The teacher from the 4th Academy asks, if everyone's here yet, can we wait a bit longer? Yoondu, if you do not show up soon, you will miss the college entrance exam. Just then, a young man bursts, shouting loudly. Yang is excited, grinning from ear to ear. Yoondu, you finally made it. As soon as he arrives, he makes a grand entrance, announcing, the dad of all your kids is here. The first academy students grumble. Is this guy really the reason we had to wait so long? Exactly. You are wasting our time. Hearing them complain, T can't take it anymore and interrupts. It is not even time yet. Why are you all in such a rush? They respond with arrogance. Of course we are in a hurry. We need to send your sorry bunch home and claim the top spot in the entrance exam. Kwaidu does not say much but simply asks, where did you idiots come from? After hearing that, they are furious. You punk. What did you just say? When we hit the arena, you better not fall into my hands. Are all the first academy students this impressive? I hope you keep that attitude when we are on the battlefield. The top scorer for this college entrance exam is going to be me. Yoondu. You guys can take it from me. The blue-haired guy is pumped up, ready to charge at Kyodu. But his buddy reminds him, hey, our target is just the top scorer. If you dare to cause any more trouble before he can finish. The blue-haired guy goes pale and says, sorry. Teacher 2. Teether is surprised to see them suddenly back off, and the teacher announces it is time. The exam is officially starting. I am the chief judge for this competition, and I am here to keep it short. This college entrance exam will use a cumulative scoring elimination system. Win round 1. Gain 2 cumulative points. Lose round 1. Lose 1 cumulative point. Win consecutively, and you will get an extra cumulative point. Lose consecutively, and you won't lose any more points. After 10 rounds, the top 10 students with the highest accumulated scores will compete against each other to determine the champion. I hereby declare the 3080th University Entrance Exam of Tithan officially begins. The stands are buzzing with cheers, and Kyodu is standing in the Law U area. Word has it that this exam uses a one-on-one duel rule, where life points will only drop to the lowest level, so there is no risk of death. This also means that Kyodu can go all out without holding back. The blonde guy watching is none other than the last year's top student from the Chian Military Academy, named Long Dai-chan. Long Dai. When do you think the top student title will fall into your hands this time? The top student of the university will, of course, belong to our number 1 academy. In round 1, the exam supervisor announces that at arena number 108, the number 1 academy, Long Dai, will face the 4th academy, Kyodu. It is unbelievable that these two who just battled are now going head-to-head on the floor. What a twist of fate. Kyodu remains unfazed amidst the chaos of life. It turns out your name is Long Dai-chan. Quite an impressive name. Do not you think? Right after that, Kyodu slowly pronounced the 3 words Long Dai-chan to provoke him. The opponent could not take it anymore and snapped. You are asking for it. Do not rid my name like that, or I will wipe the floor with you. He is already itching for a fight. And when the exam supervisor asks if they are ready, both are already poised to charge at each other. But something feels off. Alright. Now both sides are supposed to introduce themselves. Long Dai-chan is fuming. Seriously? Why do we have to do this? Can't we just get right to the fight? Kyodu is taken aback, sharing the same question. But rules are rules. We have to follow what the supervisor says. The number 1 academy, Long Dai. Level 9. Lightning Mage, the 4th academy, Kyodu. Level 11. Beginner Necromancer. As soon as he heard this, Long Dai-chan jolted. Beginner. Even the exam supervisor could not help but be surprised, thinking that before the exam, reaching the beginner level makes this contestant a potential candidate for the top student title. Alright. Introductions are done. Let the battle begin. Long Dai-chan tries to calm himself down, thinking, damn it. Whatever. Besides, lightning mages are the nemesis of necromancers. So what if he is a beginner? I can still win. He starts activating the lightning barrier, encasing himself in power. Kyudo remains steady amidst the chaos, letting him show off his skills first. A swirling vortex of power surrounds Long Daitian, leaving everyone in awe at the strength of a lightning mage. They say only 1 in 10,000 can awaken. He is about to catch up to the hidden professions. Exactly. Lightning mages are recognized by elemental mages as the ones capable of the strongest bursts of power. But wait. It looks like the lightning mage is on the defensive. Isn't he that like tying one hand behind his back? Lightning mages are not known for their defense. People start to whisper about Kyudo. Is this teen really his opponent? How could he make a lightning mage make such a choice? Long Daishin challenges. Come on. Show me what your necromancer can do. Kyudo. He is feeling a bit tense and curious as he sees Kyudo not even pulling out his staff. Is he planning to forfeit? While observing, a teacher asked Tit Lao Ku. This Kyudo is the student you guys directly admitted to Kingdole University last time. Right. Is he not going to make a move? This kid is way too full of himself. Sure. He's got a higher rank. But the lightning element is the natural enemy of the necromancy system. If that kid refuses to summon the undead, a total disaster could happen. Tit Lao Ku did not want to say much. Just sighed in response. Yeah. Secrets of heaven can be revealed. Everyone just needs to be patient and watch. He said that because he knew Kyudo was a freak who could take out the Kingdole University admissions officer with one punch. Long Tevung also looked unimpressed and was eagerly watching. Well, let me see how your necromantic magic stacks up against a lightning mage. Kyudo's first moves are about to begin. Long Daithin felt a bit confused. What on earth does he want to do? Why has not he started summoning the undead yet? Kyudo even casually let himself get caught by 92 AB. Charging straight into the thunder barrier. What the hell? Who are you? You dare to walk straight into my thunder barrier. Isn't he, being a necromancer, supposed to be one of the toughest jobs against the thunder element? Why is this guy so bold? Kyudo's audacity had the audience buzzing in disbelief. What the heck is going on? Is this a battle between mages? Should it be a loud fight between mages? This kid is acting weird. Just then, Kyudo managed to equip his gear. That is the brass noblets. A fee-rank device that boosts critical hit chances by 30% across all classes. Kyudo smirked wickedly and charged in. I am going to use you to test my new gear. Wait. What are you trying to do? One punch sent that guy flying. K-boom. Remaining life value down to 1 out of 190. Eyes rolling back. Mouth bleeding. Remember this. You owe me big time. The audience had to rub their eyes in disbelief. What did I just see? Am I dreaming? A necromancer using their physical body to go toe-to-toe with lightning. And with just one punch. They took over 1,000 life points from their opponent. The teacher next to Tit Lao Ku was buzzing. I have seen people fight with their bodies against lightning before. I have seen Iron Fist before. But this guy took out more than 1,000 life points with just one punch. You call this guy a necromancer? Tit Lao Ku excitedly replied. The strike power of a necromancer is not weak at all. Kyudo has trained in martial arts since he was young. His moves and strikes are incredibly refined. It all makes sense. Long Timpeng started to grin at this spectacle. A necromancer can do this. If his physical strength is this scary, how powerful is his necromantic magic? It really makes you curious. After this crushing defeat, someone rushed in urgently to report. Miss Long Daithin has been defeated by someone from the 4th level academy. And it was just one punch. I see. That guy has some skills. First, let us create a bit of distraction for him. The top student can only be from the 1st level academy. On the outside, whispers of astonishment spread through the crowd. This has to be some sort of cheat in the wizard exam. Right, facing the thunder strikes from a lightning wizard. Even the toughest contender would not stand a chance. Excuse me, is that guy Saitama? Kaju stood there laughing heartily, thrilled by the recognition from everyone. Just then, he received a proposal from the exam committee. Hello there. We need you to come with us for a bit. Your performance was so unexpectedly good that someone reported you for cheating. We have to check you out now. Kaju was taken aback. Like, seriously? Just because I did too well? You are going to drag me off for a check. Is there even any justice left? How do you explain that as a wizard? You can unleash attacks with such high damage. The young man answered simply. I have innate strength. The old teacher sighed and led him away. Despite Kuju's desperate attempts to explain his innate strength, they continued to drag him off, leaving everyone stunned. The spirit wizard was taken away. But is that really cheating? No wonder a spirit wizard can knock off more than 1,000 points with just a punch. There was someone who was even more thrilled. The ghostly Tuttaluk, the elemental contestant, saying, Look, the judges are taking that kid away. He did not even use any tricks. Haha, just wait and see. Seeing Kuju being taken away, Mufai held on to hope. When Yuju performed so well in the Dream Village, could it have been cheating too? Already, the folks from the first academy were standing there with their arms crossed. smugly saying, "I told you so." There is no way a wizard could deal that much damage without cheating. I bet when he takes a urine test, there won't be a drop of pee in there. Just a bunch of steroids. No need to guess. Just wait and see. After the test, there will be an announcement that he failed because of cheating. Just wait for it. Hung Hepstun listened and felt annoyed but held it in. Exactly. Just wait and see. When my Jew comes back and snatches the top spot, that is when you will be crying. They kept on mocking. Haha. You guys better pray he can come back before you talk more. Meanwhile, Koju was being led to the testing room. The young man confidently pushed Weifang through the testing process without a second thought. As? Indeed. A genius's life always comes with suspicion. Right after, the machine announced no unusual data was detected. The old teacher still did not believe it and insisted Koju go through again. At this point, the young man was ready to go through 100 times, just to get it over with. The machine still announced that no unusual data was detected. That stubborn teacher kept insisting, checking if the testing machine was malfunctioning. No issues found. So this kid must really be able to deal damage over 1,000 points, just with physical strength. A melee wizard. This has never happened before. Can this contestant go back to the arena and continue competing? He is still not convinced. If the data check shows no issues, then let this kid take a urine test. Let us see if he is using any banned substances. If the urine is normal, let him come back and continue the exam. Meanwhile, the second match is getting ready to start. Koteek stands there arrogantly, thinking that guy won TB back in an hour and a half. As soon as the fight time ends, it will automatically be judged as a loss. They were still waiting for Kyudo to return and feeling a bit anxious. Is the absent contestant really that spirit mage? Still not back. Could it really be cheating? I knew that kid was cheating. Otherwise, how could he punch and lose over 1,000 points? Kyudo was escorted to the bathroom by the supervisor. According to the rules, during the sampling process, the examiner must supervise the whole thing. Kyudo immediately locked the bathroom door, displaying a wicked grin. Mostly because I am worried you might faint from the shock. Don't worry. We have been through special training, just as expected. During the urine test, someone kept banging on the door. The supervisor should not cry out like that. Kyudo sighed. I told you not to follow me. It would scare you. Stop crying. You can blame him for this. Kyudo's urine test showed no issues. I get it now. Let the kid come back and continue the exam. After looking at the records, he was stunned. Turns out, he is the son of Q and Than. The mage just dealt 500 damage to the strata students from Kindle University. Haha. Looks like this kid is going to keep surprising us. On the flip side, Yang Xiang is starting to sweat at what is he going to do. If Quodo does not show up soon, is he really going to be penalized and lose? Those academy guys just can't resist pushing their luck, wanting to keep competing even after this. Just one punch from the mage took over 1,000 points from his opponent. Can you believe that? That dude might get expelled and never come back. The judges are fuming because they just got word that someone reported Qiao Duo, which is why he is being taken in for a checkup. It is your crew that did this. Right. So, you can eat whatever you want, but you can just talk nonsense. Do you have any proof that we did it? Even if we did, what can you guys actually do about it? With that kind of insane attack power, who would not be suspicious? I mean, even the judges think that guy's cheating. If not, why would he be taken away? Yang Xiang could not hold back anymore and just started rambling. Qiao Duo definitely is not cheating. He is about to get back in the ring. Haha. You guys just keep living in your little bubble, thinking that guy's about to get disqualified. A bunch of us are standing up for Qiao Duo, and Mafei's joining in too. Looks like they are scared Qiao Duo will take the top spot at the university. But their plan is about to flop. Even if Qiao Duo is not here, the top spot will still fall into my hands. Mafei. Just then, Qiao Duo shows up, and the judges were just about to declare the other side the winners. Lucky was, Qiao Duo struts in and says, the exam supervisor declares. In that case, let the match begin. Just looking at Qiao Duo, you can tell he is ready to take revenge on those guys. It is that familiar intro we see before every match. From the 4th Academy, we have Qiao Duo, a level 11 necromancer. At this moment, the audience in the stands buzzes. Look, the necromancer is back. This means he did not cheat. He really can punch for over 1,000 points. The students from the 1st Academy are stunned. They never thought Qiao Duo would actually come back. His opponent boldly declares, you do not need to know my name. Because now that you are here, I concede. I do not want to take a punch that will cost me more than 1,000 points. With that, the young man bolts away. And Ko, feeling so hungry for action, has to chase him down and plead. Hey, let me punch you just once. Please. Just one punch. Is that cool? Before he could even finish begging, the judge declared Qiao Duo from the 4th Academy the winner, and his accumulated points are off the charts. Qiao Duo has won 2 matches in a row, accumulating points like crazy. Kyodo really enjoys winning this easily without breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, the friends from the first academy gathered to discuss with their coach. That necromancer is back, what are we going to do? The report was just to make people hate him. If he did not cheat, then of course he would come back. But it is all good. I have got a plan to take him out. No one can steal the top spot from us. The matches just kept rolling on. Just as the referee called for the match to begin, the opposing team threw in the towel, leaving Kyodo frustrated to the point of wanting to explode. What a joke. Why are you backing down again? Don't you guys have any pride? Aren't you supposed to shout something brave and rush forward to take me on? Instead, your opponent turned tail and ran home. Whereas the fight in that? The only thing that is real is the pain from their punches. By the 4th round, they were still throwing in the towel, waving the white flag. Even in the 8th round, all Kyodo heard were the same boring surrender speeches. He was seriously itching to punch someone. The first academy was starting to sweat it. That necromancer had racked up 8 wins in a row. If this keeps up, he will qualify for the single elimination rounds with that winning streak. At this point, and so I've got to work reaching out to our connections to set up a match between their champion and Kyodo in the 9th round. Their champion. Is she even going to listen to our plan? Ati figured this was a college entrance exam. There is no way she would play along. As long as she wants to achieve a good result, she will have to give it her all. Everything has been arranged perfectly. In the 9th round, the 2nd academy's champion will face off against Kyodo from the 4th academy. Her beauty had the young men in the stands gasping, oh my goodness. That is the champion. Stunning. I would willingly break my bones just to make her soup. The referee announced both sides to introduce themselves. This girl sounded straightforward and strong. 2nd academy. Champion. Level 11. Beginner Ice Mage. The coach from the opposing team seemed quite proud and confident. Hey, old man. That is your best seed from the 4th academy. Right, facing off against the champion. This is going to be tough. The old man could only sigh. Muttering. You guys do not know anything about Kyodo. Kyodo boldly introduced himself again. The crowd was surprised. The opponents in this match were about to surrender. But not this time. She even asked back why she should do that. Hearing that, Kyodo was thrilled. Wow. Finally someone who won. Just hand over the win. The spectators in the stands began to gossip and dote on the beauty. No way. Is this kid really planning to use his previous fighting style against the champion? Is he crazy? If he hurts the champion, I will throw dog poop at his door at midnight. That is just too much. How could he use such scary tactics against such a beautiful girl? Honestly, no need to remind him. Seeing them get angry just made Kyodo smile wider. Haha. Come on. How could anyone use violence against a beauty like that? Kyodo began to channel his power. The referee was already wide-eyed, shocked beyond belief. Is this really a necromancer? The champion looked incredibly worried. She had never encountered such a unique mage before. The moment Kyodo dashed forward, the champion activated her ice shield. The guy's grinning while smashing things like he is letting off some steam. Kyodo is completely flustered, unable to let him get close. But her skills can only hold Kyodo back for a maximum of 2 seconds each time. The moment he breaks the ice, Kyodo shoots up into the air. Kyodo's face hardens. She is giving it her all, finally waiting for him to leave the ground. Kyodo, you are strong, but your arrogance is your downfall. Your 8-win streak ends here. The girl activates the eternal ice wall, effortlessly freezing Kyodo at that moment. The spectators are absolutely thrilled. The goddess is amazing, even as a fellow mage. She can freeze her opponent without a scratch. Kyodo truly embodies the spirit of ice. Kyodo seems to be nothing special. If I had known, I would not have surrendered so early. Regret washes over me. At that moment, the teacher from the dying academy boasts. Looks like our Kyodo is still a notch above your students. Old calmly replies. Don't get too hasty. Everyone keep watching. Kyodo confidently turns to the judge. Excuse me, sir. Did not I win? According to the rules, I win if my opponent concedes or their health drops to 1. But look, he is still hanging in there. This proves his health is not depleted yet. Kyodo desperately turns to Kyodo. Just admit defeat. You have lost. What can holding on do? Just prolong the torture for her. At this rate, his health will run out soon enough. Kyodo, still blissfully clueless, thinks with wide eyes. Clearly, I am not out of health yet. Just then, the ice block seems to be sweating. Kyodo activates the eternal ice wall again, making the ice even thicker. The girl starts to worry. Just how strong is he? I never expected him to escape my ice wall so easily. Kyodo flashes a friendly yet sinister smile. Wait. How much magic do you have left? Kyodo is sweating bullets. Wow. Why has not his health run out yet? I am out of magic. At that moment, Kyodo shatters the eternal ice with a forceful blow. Cousin. Kyodo points his weapon at her, clearly not ready to back down. Well, she is a girl after all. But this is way too lenient. Kyu-do lands a finishing blow, causing Shi Tiaodong to lose 260 points. The fans are furious. Oh no. My goddess. That jerk not only does not appreciate her beauty but dares to be violent against my goddess. The guy chuckles softly. What can I do about it? This is a competition. After all, Shi Tiaodong's health has dropped to 1. And the judge announces that Kyu-do wins this round, gaining 3 points. Old Tai stands proud. I told you. No one can stop Kyu-do in this competition. Shi Tiaodong musters her last bit of strength to stand up. Miss, it is. You did your best. Don't worry. Your accumulated points are enough to enter the arena. This is not your fault. It is all that punk's doing. He is not even a real mage. He is dissing the mage profession. Kyu-do stands there judging, claiming to be a teacher but always biased against the top students. Do they think that physical training wizards are not real wizards? Just then, a member from the first academy returned to report to Mems Texi that even the junior wizard could not beat Kyu-do from Academy No. 4. What now? That guy has won 10 consecutive matches and is moving on to the arena. Now it is dirty, but still no victory. Tak shows her anger, saying Academy No. 2 is indeed full of losers. Even the folks from Academy No. 4 can't handle them. Looks like it is time for me to step in the break room of Academy No. The junior wizard was called by the teacher and asked how she felt about facing Kyu-do today. He has an absurd amount of power. Just now, I went to check the matchup board with the judges, and it turns out your opponent was not supposed to be Kyu-do. Are you saying someone switched your opponent? The junior wizard was stunned. Is this to keep me from entering the arena? No way. If we are talking power, the one being targeted is definitely Kyu-do. Does he know about this? Should I tell him? After a moment of hesitation, the junior wizard decided to go meet Kyu-do. The young man seemed surprised. Are you saying someone messed up your matchup, making you fight against me? Exactly. That jerk's real target is you. You better be careful. He might try to take you down in the arena. Using dirty tricks like that, and still hiding his face. If he shows up, one punch is all it takes to send him flying in the arena. Kyu-do. Teague stood next to each other, but the young man did not notice the one playing dirty behind his back. The 10 rounds of battle have ended, and I won't say much about the arena rules. The arena officially begins. The 10 strongest are revealed, standing on the highest platform. The moment he stepped out, Kyu-do was hopeful, waiting for that little coward hiding in the shadows to show his face. I am right here. Come try and block me. His appearance made the atmosphere explode even more. A spirit wizard is stepping up. He wants to hold the arena alone, 1 against 9. Just then, a strong young man jumped in with a challenge, saying only true geniuses deserve the title of champion. It is clear that I am that genius. As he finished his sentence, Kyu-do gave him a slap, dealing 354 damage. That guy collapsed completely on the ground. Academy No. 4. Kyu-do successfully defended the arena. Everyone began to doubt that Kyu-do was even a spirit wizard. If no one can stop him, then the championship is definitely his. Everyone suddenly flipped the script, cheering enthusiastically for Kyu-do. Kyu-do. Success in defense. It is a huge success. I do not care anymore. I am officially a fan of Kyu-do now. Hearing his name being cheered, he smirked. Looks like that little coward hiding in the shadows can't take it anymore. Just then, a T finally showed up to throw down a challenge, saying the little loser only knows how to stir up trouble. 5 million. Kyu-do was confused about what he was talking about. Tef continued pulling out money to negotiate, offering 5 million to the loser. I have already looked into you. You are nothing but an average Joe, besides the house left by your parents. You do not have anything else. 5 million is enough for you to live a life of leisure for half your life. This little incident has really triggered Kyu-do's self-esteem. Who does he think he is? This is the prestigious station of Tuthan. This is my dream. Is my dream worth only 5 million? We need to raise that amount. Tech sneered, proving that this lowlife is just a spoiled brat. How much more do you want? Kyu-do replied bluntly. Not much at all. 100 million will do. But of course, if you want to give me 10 billion, I won't say no. Ativ knew Kyu-do was just messing around, his eyes wide with anger, clearly ready to blow up. You do not drink when invited. Well, then you will drink when punished. So do not blame me if I go hard on you. Kyu-do had figured out his attitude and thoughts. This guy clearly hates him and has some kind of grudge against him. The next contestant in the arena is none other than Tu Tex, the top academy's dark mage. Taxi is ready for the challenge. Tati activated his dark summon skill. He is a dark magic user, a dark mage against a necromancer. Now that is a showdown worth watching. Both are support professions. But will Kyu-do summon any undead? Kyu-do sighed. He does not need to summon those things. He is enough on his own. Facing the dark summons, Kyu-do felt a bit uneasy. What the heck is this? Is it really that tough? The Western Nightmare, with a body of steel. This is the feast I have prepared just for you. Do you like it? Do, armed with just one weapon and one attack, smashed everything around him. Nothing more to it. You summoned a bunch of minions. But apart from your body of steel, they are nothing special. I want to see if your little toys can really fight or if they will fall apart. Do raised his weapon high and struck hard at the monster right in front of him. There are still 3 left, and Kyochi began to panic. Even his dark minions were blown apart by this guy's strength. I would not even be surprised if you called him a human monster. Meanwhile, Do was having a blast toying with each of them. He took down another one. And now it is the final round. After cleaning up his targets, is next. Do dashed swiftly towards Kitazero. He did not shy away and continued to explain. I have been summoning those dark minions not to wage war, activating the sacrificial shadow fusion technique. He struck straight at 2 times. That hit was utterly shocking. If it were not in this world, it could have sent that necromancer packing. Do is terrifying. The other guy surprised him too, as his severed arm instantly reattached. I have to admit, you are really strong in this whole city. You are the first person who can defeat my dark minion and force me to use a sacrifice. After that hit, Do realized that attacking him would only affect himself. If you do not directly attack his body, nothing will be resolved. Tineki pulled out a sharp knife from somewhere. But you really think not attacking me will save you? The moment he finished speaking, he plunged a knife straight into his left side. Suddenly, as he did this, all the pain fell on Do. Blood spewed from his mouth, and he lost 50 points. Kotek showed off with an arrogant thrill. Do, just admit defeat. You can't compete with me. If you concede now, the terms I promised earlier might still stand. Heroes are not so easily subdued. Do shot back. Take that monkey business elsewhere. Kotesta was once again taken aback. Do's insides were pierced. Yet he still stood firm. If you are this stubborn, do not blame me. He continued to stab himself with the knife. Do kept bleeding and had to admit that while scratching did feel real, the pain was all too real as well. Koteki even planned to stab himself in a rather twisted manner. Do, sensing his intention and catching a whiff of impending pain, quickly told him to stop right there. This provocation sent Do into a fury, making him attack, which in turn caused Koteki to flinch again. What a nuisance. Sacrificing to merge with the shadow. Do also had to taste his own medicine and lost 496 points. The poor guy, going all out with his attack, ended up shooting himself in the foot. What is this? A massive attack is not always a good thing. What limitations does this kid's skill actually have? Could it be the darkness? After thinking for a moment, Do spoke up. I have seen your skills. If I am right, if I keep attacking, you will be toast. Koek still refused to back down. So you figured out my skills. If you are not scared of losing, then go ahead and try. Do landed a powerful punch right at Coach. You do not think I will notice if you sneakily use your spells? Do you? All right. It is time to put my theory to the test. If you have got the guts, do not dodge now. Let us see you use that counterattack skill. Kodita would not back down in the verbal sparring. If I run away, I will call you dad. Do leaped into the air, fists ready, while Koteka activated his defensive obsession. The two forces clashed, tension as tight as a drawn bowstring. Do grinned and asked, if I guessed wrong, then why are you still defending? You think I am going to dodge? Koteki's health had dropped to 125 points. He was confused and scheming. His defensive obsession skill was powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a common boss. Yet he could not even handle a hit from Do. Could he really be more terrifying than a common boss? Do thought it best to end things here. Kotiok was not satisfied yet. He desperately pulled the last strings and activated the sacrificial obsession. After undergoing the transformation, he declared, in this state, not even a same-gender cultivation master can beat me. What are you going to use to fight me? He confidently asserted that in his current form, no one stood a chance against him. Koteki yelled, this realm now belongs to me. So scram. Seeing him so pumped up, Do was pleased. Unleashing 100% of his power, even though he hit hard, he was tougher than before, after merging 4 obsessions. It seemed he had gained the properties of the obsession. Koti charged at Do like a madman, abandoning any notion of martial ethics. Are you looking for hell? The moment they collided, the arena seemed to explode. With lightning-fast moves, Do dodged every kick from Han. In a split second, he managed to grab Do's leg. He had no choice but to let Han taste the power of his divine foot. The audience was getting more and more excited. This was the real showdown of the mages. Right, how come those two look like they are from a martial arts movie? Is close combat the new trend for mages now? In the stands, 2 guys were watching and wiping their eyes in disbelief. These 2 were members of the White Society who had been tricked by Do. Now they stood there, fuming, thinking that Do was basically not a real demon. Who cares about him? They might as well have joined our White Society. Down in the arena, Miss 2 was becoming more and more bewildered. No way. What kind of dark magic did you use to stand toe-to-toe with me? Stand toe-to-toe? Are you sure about that? Miss Tu was worrying, haunted by the limits of her dark magic. And it had been a while. She decided to go all out. It is your fault. Q-do. Sacrifice. Haunted magic. The academy teachers noticed their student was going off the rails, and immediately suggested that Miss Tu stop. He was now completely in a state of madness. Just wait. The top scholar is mine. I will prove I am better than my brother. The champion from last year's exam was watching and thought to himself. Looks like his brother was also a top scholar. Which put a lot of pressure on him today. After going completely mad, Q-do was not only unfazed but also delighted. Yep. This is how it should be. Keep shouting your reasons. Then come running over here. Miss Tu charged in, landing a direct hit on Q-do's chin 141 points. Q-do shot a glance and immediately counterattacked. Everything about this competition seemed to have crossed the limit. Old man. But who cares about them? Just wait. The problem is no one can stop those kids now. An unknown girl decided to take both young men away and prepare for action. Miss Tu was still going wild. Wow. Why are you still just standing there? Q-do teased him. Do not ask me why. It is because I am the boss. The more he liked it, the more insane Miss Tu got, throwing punches like a madman. At the moment when he lost his cool the most, Q-do threw a straight punch right to his face, shattering the black shield. At that moment, Miss Tu was stunned. Am I losing? The judge announced Q-do as the winner. Q-do had won. The top mage Sengza was him. And suddenly, the old man lost it. Crazy kids. Do you want to die? Q-do turned around in confusion, wondering what was happening. In an instant, everyone had been captured. What the? How did this happen? Miss Tu, Master Thiu Dun. Even they were caught. Was this a scheme to gather talented students? Just then, a woman in a black robe approached. Hey. You are awake now. Sorry about this, but we had to use this method to invite you here. Q-do expressed his frustration. His hands were tightly bound. This is what you call 10 stars. Don't worry. We won't harm you. We just want to check out your talents a bit. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hong, the one in charge of the White Society area. Dung Hong and Ma Fai had just regained consciousness. White Society. What is that? Is it an organization? Q-do's eyes sparkled. The White Society actually dared to make a move. Truly a terrifying organization. Master Thiu Dung and Sashan also spoke up. What do you all really want? Kidnapping contestants is no small crime. You better let us go now. Ho laughed loudly, suggesting that if they did not want to get hurt, they should just sit tight and wait. She glared menacingly, warning that anyone who tried to escape would wish they had not been born. Tihu asked, then why did you capture us and bring us here? If universities need fresh blood, then of course our Bekstrech also needs it. It is too much trouble to handpick talent. Why not just grab what is already available? One of the top students from the academy chimed in, saying it is impossible. They have never heard of this Bekstrech thing. So hurry up and let us go. After a minute of bravado, the young man found himself kicked down in a spinning fall. You have no other options. Once you understand the power of Bekstrech, you will willingly join in. Refusing is just choosing the path to death. I believe you are all smart people. Do not even think about running into the inner world. Those cuffs on you are top-notch restraining gear. Not long ago, Sinalao shot down those who impersonated inspection staff to infiltrate the arena. Among us, there are infiltrators. The urgent task is to rescue the contestants. Right now. Someone behind shouted loudly. Level 35. Prepare for action. Seniuzine, I can believe Judge Tu Thun is one of them. Who the hell are you all? Why go after the contestants? Haha. Guess what? I will tell you. Sinlo immediately shot another arrow at him. But then the image vanished. Was that just an illusion? Turning left and right, he saw Suf Suzong looming right in front of him, ready to attack. Is he really this old and still so hot-headed? It is easy to get taken down like this. Right now. Atsil Lao is tearing this whole rocky area apart. Asin Lao. Are you okay? Where are the others? They have captured 10 contestants. And we could not stop them. 10 people. Kiyu Du. Tekiex. Sethu Dung. Just hearing these names made the old teacher furious. The two principals from the 4th and 1st schools are also here. Asin Lao. If the ones taken are all geniuses, it means they are not in immediate danger. We still have a chance. With their organized training and spontaneous actions. This definitely is not something an ordinary organization could pull off. No one has the guts to mess with the contestants like this. Suddenly, someone from the organizing committee rushed in. Panicking. Asin Lao, we have bad news. Not just Tu Thun. There are 4 cities in the country where contestants have been kidnapped. The methods are exactly the same, suggesting they are all from the same organization. Semelo went wild, demanding to send people to investigate immediately. No matter what, we must ensure the safety of those 10 contestants. On another front, Q-do was still struggling with those special cuffs. The young man of the body cultivation technique, whom Kyudo was slowly wearing down, stood there defiantly. Haha. Just a pair of fancy cuffs trying to make things difficult for me. I am literally a cultivator. But this guy's butt is too stiff to even bend. Kyudo, sitting next to him, casually tried to see if it would work, only to sigh, realizing how easy it was. Tatsuki. Looks like the stuff from Baijuo is not worth much. The young man went to each person one by one, helping them break their handcuffs. Once done, there was still one person who did not need Kyudo's assistance. The stubborn guy with the heavy face muttered, "Now, I do not need anyone's help." Ignoring him, Kyudo grabbed a weapon and smashed the door that was imprisoning them. Huazi immediately sensed something was off and shouted for the guards. She turned around, holding a gun, a bit taken aback to see everyone had already escaped. That guy is a level 20 cultivator. There is no way he could be broken those handcuffs. How did you all manage to pull it off? Kyudo stroked his chin, grinning wickedly as he replied, I know you want to sleep tonight if I do not tell you, but goodbye for now. As soon as he finished speaking, all the contestants returned to the inner world. Huazi could not do anything but worry helplessly. This time, she feared that by the time they came out, the one they were after would have already run off. Kyudo. Right. I will remember your name. As soon as he entered the dungeon, Kyudo received a mission. Head to Lingsu Mountain to stop Hanba from resurrecting. Difficulty level E. The mission rewards will be categorized based on player evaluation. Kyudo was disguised as a shadow, looking around but could not see many enemies in sight. He guessed that this was a randomly generated dungeon. If he could destroy the bronze bell and the soul-capturing device in the NPC's hands, he might be free to act. Suddenly, the two people ahead of him turned around, their faces pale. Master. The joy god is revived. The old master in front was visibly annoyed, saying, What the heck are you yelling about in the middle of the night? How could the joy god come back to life? Resurrected corpses become ghostly. Sprouting hair, claws, and teeth that grow long. Didn't I teach you all the essentials? The old man stared at Kyudo for a moment before turning away. The student behind hesitated to explain. But master, I really saw it. Suddenly, a massive blade appeared in the joy god's hand. How many times do I have to say it? That stiff body could not even move to wield a sword. Kyudo guessed right. It seemed those two sharp-eyed folks were Apesses. Following them should quickly lead him into the content of the dungeon. He decided to stick close behind them, arms raised like a shadow. Upon entering a room filled with charms, the master told the young man to stay outside and watch over the joy god while he went inside to handle some business. This guy stayed behind, looking at Kyudo in fear, repeatedly begging, Please do not come back to life. Just then, two people kicked the door open, carrying a coffin. The old man puffing on a cigarette stopped to look at Kyudo, ready to confront him. What is your relationship with that sharp-eyed Tukshin? The young man stuttered. Tukshin is my master. He is the one carrying the coffin. The old man chuckled lightly. Looks like Tukshin has some decent insight after all. Where's your master? He has got a little business to take care of and will be back shortly. The old man started examining Kyudo's body and was a bit taken aback. Wow. The corpse is not decomposed at all. It is still warm and retains its elasticity. This body must have just passed away recently. The old teacher poked Kyudo's face with a cigarette, and the young man freaked out, saying, Hey, you can disrespect the spirit of joy. If you accidentally bump into it, the consequences would be unimaginable. The guy carrying the coffin scoffed. What spirit of joy? It is just a corpse. After all, what consequences could come from disrespecting it? You guys are just a bunch of grave robbers. Only you call these corpses spirits of joy. If he dares to act up, trust me, my big stick won't be one to mess with. The pale young man stuttered. You guys, you can't do that. That is disrespecting the spirit of joy. The old man continued to poke Kyudo's face with a cigarette, saying, This kid actually looks quite handsome. If sold to the rich, he would fetch a good price. Finggualsis, hurry up and take this body away. Just as Finggualsi was about to grab the corpse, the young man blocked his way. No way. What you are doing is just like being a thief. My master won't let you off the hook. Finggualsi shot a defiant look at the young man, who stood his ground firmly. If you dare take another step, I will fight you. Afingli scoffed, laughing mockingly before kicking him in the stomach. What a useless brat. Thinking he can act tough with such little skill. After some time of staying quiet, Kyudo could not hold back anymore, saying, Even if I am a corpse, I am still going to speak up. After letting out a deep sigh, all three of them jumped in shock. Kyudo ripped off the talisman and complained loudly. An MP boy panicked, shouting, Spirit of joy, spirit of joy. It really is that corpse. Kyudo gripped the stick tightly and declared, Honestly, I was not planning to make a move, but I can't let you sell me off before I even reach the Lenzut mountain. He charged forward to attack the old man carrying the coffin. The old man immediately activated his magic defense, but still got hit by Kyudo's blow. After rolling around a few times, The old man realized that the person was not a corpse, but a living being. Finklosy tried to show off his skills, thinking he was something special. But he needed to tone down the theatrics. He landed a strike right on Kyudu's face, but did not faze him at all. The old man began to show signs of fear, asking, "Are you a human or a corpse?" Kyudu responded honestly, "To be real, I am not sure myself." During this, the system activated his corpse state notification. Under the condition of corpse transformation, players will gain an additional 100 defense points. At the same time, the method of corpse suppression will also be effective against players. Now Kyudu understands what kind of predicament he is in. No wonder he fell under the control of the soul-binding spirit. It seems this status is due to his life points still being high. And since he does not need mana points, it ultimately does not affect him at all. The old man advised the observer to chant a spell, holding 2 talismans, gathering energy, while stepping forward to block him so that I can use corpse suppression to hold down this monster. As soon as he received the order, he charged at Kyudu. Taunting him, Kyudu did not hold back. He slammed down hard on the ground, stopping the attacker in his tracks. He was about to give in, signaling saws to his master. One shout for master. Another. And just as he turned around, the old man was already running for his life. The attacker was left swearing, "Be the Nri. You really are a coward. I will dig up your whole family's grave." Kyudu laughed, smirking. "Don't he worry. He won't he get away." Right after that, he used all his speed to chase him down, landing a blow that split Bevan Ri in half, making the attacker kneel over in shock after sending the old man flying. Kyudu turned back to deal with the attacker, almost forgetting about him. He charged forward and punched him straight in the face. The system announced that player Kyudu has defeated an NPC Bevan Ri, earning an additional 75 experience points. Player Kyudu also gained 10 attribute points and 50 experience points for defeating Nemfi Fung Less. After cleaning up, Kyudu curiously approached the coffin, wondering what it was. "Let us open up a bit," he thought. The coffin was a spirit sealing box, decorated with strange engravings. Once inside, it grants a special effect. As he opened it, the young man jumped back in shock. "What is this weird coffin? Is it a 10-star treasure?" The girl suddenly sprung up. "Are you trying to figure me out this way?" Kyudu chuckled awkwardly. "So you are awake now? Why am I in this coffin?" the girl asked, puzzled. Kyudu crossed his arms, assessing the situation. "I think I understand now. Seems like all 10 of us who entered this dungeon will turn into corpses to complete the mission." The young MP stood there dumbfounded, trying to grasp what was happening. Another spirit appears. "Are they corpses?" Kyudu unconsciously glanced at him. The young man, terrified, asked, "Is there something you need from us?" "Great spirit." Kyudu got straight to the point. "We want to go to Linux-un-Sun. Can you take us there?" "Sure. My master and I were headed to Linux-un-Sen anyway." Just then, Teheven returned. "Master, look, these are the 2 spirits I captured. Your kid has some skills." "Forget it. We have urgent business to attend to." A few hours later, they arrived at Line Suan-Sen, in the village of Tiuhan, right at the sudden conclusion of the Dragon God. Where the entrance was ahead, the mystical energy was chaotic. The back dragon rose up. The grass burned away. The pathways were clear, and the entrance had to be deeper and higher. The guardian dragon brought the dragon down, carefully placing the coffin into the deep entrance. The temple restoration was completed, achieving perfection in creation. Everywhere around here, talismans were fluttering about. Miss Teheven just arrived, and the bald lord has called everyone inside to wait. The other disciples will be here soon. He turned to remind his students. "Make sure you keep a close eye on the joyous spirits." Outside, all of Qiaoyu's classmates are lined up. As soon as they reunited, Yang Sang and Kuai Yu were overjoyed. That NPC guy is totally flabbergasted, wondering how all the joyous spirits are back to life. "Am I losing it?" The 5 lords are meeting inside. Everyone's joyous spirits should be ready by now. "Right. This is the 5th time we have checked in. I hope no one messes things up." After the other lords declared they were ready, the bald elder decided that tonight they would enter the imperial tomb. As night fell, they led the corpses to the tomb, and the mystical space and spells remained unchanged. "Senior brother, the joyous spirits are all here. Can we leave this place already?" The elder clearly disagreed with the others and immediately interrupted, shouting, "Where do you think you are going?" Then, he knelt down and cried out, "Ancient spirits, gather, blood of man, be the offering. Great Emperor of Heaven, descend upon us, using the spirits as conduits and human blood as sacrifices. Let the Heavenly Emperor rule the realm." The others were suddenly taken aback by their senior brother's erratic behavior, unsure of how to react. "Senior brother, are you planning to sacrifice us all? We are not going down without a fight." The teachers immediately bolted, urging everyone, "No time for chit-chat. Let us get out of here." The bald elder turned back. "Run. You think you can escape?" Just then, A horde of blind demons appeared. It is the corpse spirits. Turns out, they had plotted to trap us here from the start. Kuo Yu's friends were still assessing the situation. Qiao Yu. It looks like they are turning on each other. What do we do now? You remind me of our mission. We need to stop the awakening of Hanba. That Hanbei seems to be the heavenly emperor that senior brother mentioned. Right. All the classmates charged forward to fight the corpse spirits. The system announced a player evaluation for Qiao Yu, rewarding 5 attribute points, and an additional 25 experience points for defeating the spirits. The elder stood there, grinning wickedly as the 9 corpse puppets entered the tomb. Finally, their master could be revived, just when he thought he had it easy. He turned around to see Qiao Yu's group demolishing every single corpse spirit. How can those spirits still be alive? He gasped in disbelief. How dare they ruin my plans? The old man quickly drew a magical talisman, casting a spell that shook the heavens and led the 3 purities into action. As the battle raged on, Kuo Yu suddenly felt his movements slow down. He thought he was out of his transformation state. The elder behind them kept chanting, drawing symbols frantically, summoning great powers and commanding an army. With this talisman, let the spirits respond. As soon as he finished, Qiao Yu and his friends found themselves unable to move. The elder, exhausted but smug, assured them, "Don't worry. You spirits will serve your master well. I can't let you be like this." Kuo Yu's mind was in a frenzy. Feeling desperate, if I let this continue, he might just awaken that silver-haired dude. The young man turned urgently to Gu Tuxin. "Hey, are you still with us? We need to stop that silver-haired guy from coming back to life. Don't you have any way to break this control over us?" Gu Tuxin looked taken aback. "The silver-haired guy? Are you saying the undead in that stone coffin is him? Is he really that strong?" Just when they thought it could not get worse, the worst possible news arrived from the underworld. The system announced that the silver-haired guy had been resurrected and was currently updating his quest successfully. Quest update. Defeat the silver-haired guy. Difficulty level. Easy. Information. He is a level 20 boss with a life value of 4000 x 4000. Strength 223. Defense 177. Agility 158. Skills include poison, fire, and spirit domination. Everyone erupted into chaos. Oh no. The silver-haired guy is back. The silver-haired guy immediately targeted the person who was the most clueless. The boy panicked, thinking, crap. Why is he coming after me? Just then, spotting Du, the friend decided to take revenge, skillfully leading the silver-haired guy away. Even smirking. "You jerk." "Not me." Qiao Du was furious, feeling like he was being thrown into a challenge for no reason. The moment the silver-haired guy charged at him, Kuai threw a decisive punch, sending him flying. The silver-haired guy lost control and crashed hard into a nearby church. Enraged, he spat poison everywhere. Su Hu panicked, warning Qiao Du, "Watch out, that is poison." The activation of the protective barrier saved Qiao Du just in time, allowing him to dodge the poisonous attack. Another friend jumped in, activating a healing spell to restore Kuo's health. Just as Kuo finished healing, the silver-haired guy broke through the barrier and another male student activated an illusion spell, launching a critical attack that knocked off 36 of the silver-haired guy's health points. The silver-haired guy stood stunned for a moment, rage reaching a boiling point as he unleashed a maximum power attack with spirit domination. After being hit by this skill, all player stats were halved. Qiao Du was infuriated. "Damn it. Does that mean my health is halved too? No wonder this level was rated easy." The young man with the bun was in total chaos. Completely flustered, after his stats dropped by half, he had no way to hurt the silver-haired guy anymore. "We need to strategize together. We can't let the silver-haired guy run rampant," Kudu shouted, rushing in to deliver a deadly punch, instantly dealing 398 damage to him. His bun-wearing friend was in shock. Mouth agape. "What kind of necromancer are you, with my stats halved? Your damage is still 10 times stronger than my best move." Qiao Du remained focused but unfortunately was overpowered by the silver-haired guy. His strength pushed Qiao back. Yang, worried, called out, "Hey Du, are you okay? What do we do now?" "Right now. Besides him, I am afraid no one can break through Hanbat's defense." Qiao Du tries to calm down, saying that he is fine. Out of nowhere, he glances at his buddy from the DA Academy, who immediately makes a sinister dash, throwing a punch that sends his buddy tumbling. He is so caught off guard that he thinks Qiao Du is seizing this chance for revenge, but in reality, Qiao Du is just trying to help. He should really look in front of him. Turns out Hanbat has set his sights on his buddy to activate the haunted vassals, creating a protective barrier against all of Hanbat's attacks. Qiao Du stands there with his arms crossed, surprised that this guy's haunted vassals are working so well here. Hanbat rolls a few times, planning to attack from another angle. His buddy quickly turns around, activating the sacrificial haunt. But it is too late. A direct hit lands right on his face from Hanbat's position. Hanbat does not hold back, taking advantage of the moment to land another blow on his other cheek. This punch hits hard, just like in the movies. Meanwhile, Ku is ready to seize the opportunity to attack. Hurry up. Guys, are you ready? The Cure Master still needs more time. After recovering, I will activate the Furious Cold Gang, followed by Yang Sang providing support with Binding Earth. The two powers merge, momentarily holding Hanbat back. Qiaodu stands there assessing the situation. This guy really is built like a man. Hanbat hits him so much. But after the first punch, he did not make a sound again. Yang Xiang urgently calls out. Brother Du, my attributes are halved. My mana is running low. I am counting on you. Without hesitation, Qiaodu jumps right into action. He leaps and close, ready to deliver some punches to Hanbat. Right after, Hanbat receives a devastating blow, dropping him down to 398 health while Hanbat is flying around. Qiaodu takes the chance to land a few more hits, knocking down another 396 health. Hanbat struggles to stay steady, furiously yelling, his legs ready and arms poised to unleash all his power. Hanbat charges in, and Qiaodu gets hit, spitting blood. Not willing to back down for a second, he retaliates with another powerful punch, fueled by his anger. How dare you hit me? Take that. Hanbat looks like he can't hold on much longer. He is really weak, gasping for breath. Qiaodu seizes this moment to leap high. It is time to finish this. His buddy is shocked. Wait. You can take down Hanbat. Let me handle it. But it is clear he does not even hear him, and Qiaodu delivers a solid punch. All that is left is a cloud of smoke with Hanbat lying motionless. The system announces that player Qiaodu has defeated the boss Hanbat through physical combat, earning 20 free attribute points and 200 experience points. Congratulations to player Qiaodu for successfully defeating Hanbat and clearing the Lun Q Mountain dungeon. Rated A for player Qiaodu, earning 50 experience points and 5 free attribute points. Congrats, player Kalu. Current experience is 10 out of 1,200, plus an additional 10 free attribute points. His buddy races over, looking frantic. You fool. The one who defeats Hanbat will be cursed. Qiaodu looks totally clueless. Cursed? What are you talking about? Just as he says that, something rises up from below. Player Qiaodu has been cursed by Hanbat. In 30 days, player Qiaodu will meet his demise. Qiaodu calmly asks Ms. Tu if there is any way to avoid it. Tu replies seriously. There is no way, according to historical records. Nobody has survived the curse of the Hanbat. The classmates, still unaware of the situation, rush over cheerfully. Hey, are you okay? Yeah. But while he says that, his mind races. There has got to be a way to deal with the Boss Cup 20 curse. Right. While he is distracted, the slice Tu sneaks out to steal the soul core. Qiaodu. Thanks for taking care of this Hanbat for me. You trapped me once. Now it is my turn. The letter Hand just picked up is none other than the cursed spirits. Kappa can steal 50% of the opponent's agility. It lasts for 10 seconds. With a 20-second cooldown, and there is no limit on usage. Tu puts it on her wrist with a smug grin. Thrilled to have equipped Cup. Diving is fuming. Where were you when we were fighting the boss? Now you are out here stealing loot. And arrogantly turns back. Shut your mouth. Do not say too much. He activates the Swamp of Despair. And Deing urgently tells Qiaodu to run. I just do not want to clash with you guys. Do you really think your sorry group can take me down? Qiaodu turns around, ready to charge. Tu remains arrogant. You have battled Hanbat for so long and now you want to fight me. You really are knave. If you are eager to meet your maker, I will test my new gear on you right now. She immediately sends the cursed spirits towards Qiaodu, achieving an agility score of 4.5. Tu's face contorts in disbelief. How can Qiaodu only have 4.5 agility? What the heck? Are you a turtle or something? Qiaodu does not want Hand to get the upper hand, so he counters with a swift punch, instantly dealing 520 damage. No pressure from the cursed spirits. This little attribute is enough to handle you. Tu stumbles, gasping weakly. How can this guy still hit me? Just how much power does he have? She springs back up. This is not a test. You can catch me with your agility. Goodbye. Qiaodu. The humiliation you brought upon me, I will return it to you tenfold. Just as she finishes speaking, the spirit dung halts Ems. Tu with a blast of ice. You have the nerve to talk about the exam. Qiaodu shoots her a sharp look. Seems like you have made quite a few enemies. After the sacrifice, the haunting presence wraps around Han as Qiaodu delivers another blow, taking away 335 health. In the blink of an eye, he regains the ring that rightfully belongs to him. Furious, screams. Just wait. Qiaodu. But Qiaodu could not care less. He is pretty pleased with this ring. The cursed spirit's speed steal feels like it is slowing down. What a fantastic control ability. He does not forget to thank the spirit dung for the support. Be careful. Tu is out for revenge. You need to stay alert. Shortly after, The system starts teleporting all players out of the dungeon. Now, Q-Do has reached level 12. Talk about a glorious comeback. A ton of ambulances are on standby, ready for the worst-case scenario. And finally, you guys are back. Don't worry. This time the incident is definitely going to give you some answers. We won't let those guys off the hook. This event was brutal, and the higher-ups are furious. To ensure safety, the main competition has been temporarily halted. We will escort you directly back to your university. Master Dung sternly warns once again. Q-Do, you need to be careful. Miss Tu will definitely find a way to get back at you. Q-Do, with his hands stuffed in his pockets, seems unfazed, saying, "Don't worry. That guy's in my hands, and he won't stir up any trouble." In a mysterious castle, Huazi returns to report, visibly disappointed. They have already escaped from that world. Haha. Q-Do. I have met him before, and back then, I did not think he was anything special, but now, it seems he really is the son of Q-Anking. I am getting more and more intrigued by him. Finally, the students from Kundal University are back safe and sound. Q-Do strides down confidently, hands in his pockets. No surprise, being a top student. He is warmly welcomed by Teacher Peng lying right as he returns. Q-Do, you finally made it. Q-Do immediately asks, Teacher Peng, can you take me to meet Principal G? I have something very important. Hearing this, Teacher Peng leads him there. As soon as they arrive at Principal G's office, he greets them. I hear from Xiao Peng that you need to see me. That is right. Principal, you need to take a look at this. The curse from before I died is still haunting me. The moment he sees the symbol on Q-Do's hand, the principal's face goes pale. The curse from him. This will definitely take effect in 30 days. Teacher Peng looks shocked. 30 days to live. Principal, is there any way to lift this curse? Principal G suddenly looks troubled. Let me think. The most reliable way is to find a protective artifact. It is an S-class item, and it is not available on the market. Q-Do's face goes ashen, remembering the protective artifact. Unfortunately, I used it during the fight with Zundong. For an artifact that saves lives like that, even if it exists, no one would be willing to sell it. Principal G immediately calls his contacts to check, but no one can find the protective artifact. Principal, is there really nothing else that can lift the curse? There might be. But looking at your current strength, forget it. It is better for you to go there now, instead of waiting for the curse to take effect. You might as well squeeze out a few more days. Q-Do's face is pale. Principal, I think I might need some emergency help. The principal firmly asserts. There is no way to survive there. Once you go, it is a one-way ticket to death. Do you insist? How do you know unless you try? If you are saying that, I know exactly where you are talking about. It is a D-level dungeon. Q-Do crosses his arms defiantly. I have done a D-level mission before. There is no way I can't handle this. Principal G seems skeptical. A D-level mission in a real D-level dungeon is a whole different ball game. These two are not even comparable. Usually, only seasoned players can tackle D-level dungeons. Q-Do spun around like someone was about to snatch something away. Principal Keiku was furious at this immature behavior. Thinking, I am the principal of Jingde, and here I am, worried about a student's gear like a total noob. Q-Do was so embarrassed, not knowing how to explain, scratching his head. Classic reflex. Right. Principal, what is the name of that dungeon? I still want to give it a try. Principal G felt helpless, closed his eyes tightly, and unleashed some serious energy that made Q-Do lose 500 health instantly. Every inch of his body was in pain, tears mixed with blood streaming down. His eyes felt like they were being sliced open. This is the power of the top swordsman in the world. The principal was quite surprised that Q-Do could still stand. He thought to himself, this kid is barely scratched but can handle my overwhelming aura. Q-Do is really trying to prove himself. Principal, can I try that dungeon now? Blood kept oozing from his eyes. And the principal sighed, immediately rushing to heal Q-Do. That low-level dungeon is called the Soul Pipe Lake. And the Soul Pipe Lake can cleanse all negative states from players. But you have to remember, there are almost no low-level players inside, so absolutely no drama. Q-Do confidently replied. Don't worry. Principal, I will head to the Soul Pipe Lake first. Principal G called him back and tossed him something. This would definitely help Q-Do in the Soul Pipe Lake. Put this on. It is a keychain, and a level item that has been enhanced. It boosts skill effectiveness by 30%, increases speed by 20%, and has a special effect against mental control, with no job restrictions. Q-Do was stunned, holding it awkwardly. Principal, this is too precious. I am just lending it to you. You would better return it when you get back. Though he did not say it outright, the principal secretly hoped Q-Do would come back. The proud youth quickly put it on, thanked the principal, and said, soon after, the young man headed straight to the B-level Soul Pipe dungeon. It did not have much detailed info, and as soon as he entered, The system announced it was assigning teams for Kyudo. Welcome to the soul cleansing rain. Please follow the rules of the soul cleansing rain. First, if you hear someone calling you from behind in the rain, do not turn around. Second, if your teammate leaves everyone's sight for more than a minute, be careful of that person. Third, quickly familiarize yourself with and remember your teammates' behavior patterns and speech. Fourth, if you suddenly hear strange singing or whispering in your ear, yell the most vicious insults until the sound disappears. Fifth, if any odd person in the rain asks you a question, absolutely do not answer. Sixth, according to feedback from other players, the soul cleansing rain is extremely safe and nothing unexpected will happen. Finally, we wish you an enjoyable time in the soul cleansing rain. Just then, a guy piped up, safe. Yeah, right. Everyone in danger is here. So how can it be safe? The girl with white hair, Tanthiantaya, is a level 22 intermediate water mage. She smiles as she introduces herself, saying, all right, according to the rules, we should get familiar with each other first. I am Tanthiantaya, a level 22 intermediate water mage. I'm Koko, a level 22 intermediate earth cultivator. And this is Duong Lam, a level 22 intermediate wood mage. I am Evian, a level 25 intermediate sword cultivator. Go Thank, a level 22 intermediate earth cultivator. With profiles like these, even a newbie like me can help but speak up. I am a level 13 beginner necromancer. Kachu jumped in surprise. What the heck? We are in a level D dungeon. And they give me a rookie as a teammate. And go then fuck grumbled too. This kid is definitely going to be a liability. But Mivian was not dismissive, saying, even if he is a beginner, if he can revive enough undead, he can still pack a punch. Kachiyu complained. What? You think this kid is going to chew the grass like a cow? Just as she finished her sentence, Mivian drew her sword, saying, one more word and I am cutting your tongue out. I have not seen a kid this tough in a while, so I am not scared. Haha, I am. Kyudo watched them squabble and could not help but chuckle. Seriously? Is being handsome a crime or something? Tanthiantaya cheerfully called out. Hey little bro, come hang out with us. The enthusiastic young man rushed over, saying, yep, I'm coming. Kachiyu was fuming. Damn these women. Do not let me find a chance, or I swear I will take you down. They started moving, and while walking, Tanthiantaya explained. Hugivian is said to be located in the heart of the rainforest. We absolutely must not break the rules set by the system. Little bro, how did someone at your level end up in a drank dungeon? Kyudo smiled confidently, unsure how to explain. I do not understand why there are 2 Kyudos right now. Ningo then fuck panicked. Why are there 7 people here? There are even 2 necromancers. Mivine squinted, unable to tell who was real and who was fake, and Tanthiantaya was just as confused. I have not found a chance to fight back, but I will make sure to deal with both of them. Suddenly, Tanthiantaya had an idea. That is right. He is a necromancer. If he can use necromantic magic, he is definitely the real deal. The fake Kyudo confidently declared he could summon the undead. Kyudo was incredibly annoyed. I can't believe this fake has the guts to pull this off. No one would believe a necromancer like me would throw punches. But whatever, after saying that, he cursed at the fake Kyudo. You dare impersonate me? I am going to take you down. He charged forward, slicing through the fake's head in one hit. What kind of strength is this? Immediately, the fake revealed its true form. Do, filled with rage, was determined to take this impersonator down for good. He lunged forward, delivering a decisive blow that sent it crashing down. It was a wooden puppet possessed by dark spirits, level 22, with a life value of less than 3,000, strength of 198, defense of 95, agility of 211, and a skill in camouflage. It was a wooden puppet that, if not dealt with carefully, could cause serious trouble. After handling it, Kyudo felt something slip into his long yin crescent blade. Everyone watching was stunned, realizing the real imposter was actually the fake. How can a wizard like you use this kind of weapon? Plus, this is a level 22 monster we are talking about. How on earth can a rookie wizard like you deal with it using just your bare hands? Kyudo sighed, closed her eyes, and confidently explained like a true party member. It is because since I was little, my bones were special. My physique was different from others. Then, when I was 3, just as she was about to flex, something else crawled up from the muddy ground. Kyudo quickly pushed the beauty salon away, but it was too late. After being possessed, the salon unleashed a terrifying attack that instantly drained Kyudo of 1,080 health points. The young man was completely overwhelmed. Is this the damage output of a mid-tier sword cultivator? That is downright scary. Luckily, my life value is high enough. Otherwise, one hit from that would have been fatal. The beauty salon continued to charge with reckless abandon. She has been taken over by a spirit. We need to take her down. She has gone completely mad. If we do not eliminate her, we are all done for. Right after, the heavenly decree activated, trapping the salon in a watery prison. They plan to take her out while they have the chance. But the salon was unfazed, laughing maniacally as she activated the Soul Dragon Slash. After taking that hit, the others went flying. Kyudo seized the moment, standing behind and delivering a devastating punch right to the salon's face. Immediately after, the girl lay completely motionless. The others witnessing this could not help but feel stunned. A guy like him, with one punch, knocked out a mid-tier sword cultivator. Soon, the spirit broke free from the beauty salon. At that moment, the heavenly decree urged everyone to take action right away. Kyudo activated her weapon, focusing on that spirit. Is this the thing controlling her mind? The heavenly decree insisted. The salon is the strongest among us. If even she can fight back, what are we supposed to do? The spirit just broke free. And while the salon was a bit more alert, she still looked pretty shaky. The heavenly decree immediately healed the salon, activating the water blessing. The salon, confused, said, ever since that thing got inside me, I could not control myself. After recovering, everyone pressed on. Kyudo reminded them to be careful. This soul-controlling creature is not to be underestimated. The salon turned to Kyudo and said, thank you so much, little bro. Without you, I would probably still be under their control and dead by now. But that punch of yours really hurt. How does a spirit wizard like you have such crazy strength? At that moment, we all thought you were a fake. Kyudo blushed, pretending to cough to change the subject. I am just naturally strong. With all these girls around, in the end, those two losers just got left behind. What do we do now? We have lost track of them. Those stupid girls did not even check if we had enough people with us. Just then, a voice called out from behind. Old hag. Do I look more like a human or a god to you? This is the rare Beast King Biter, level 29. With the skill of seduction. Tuochigo turned around. Startled. The Biter King of the Grass Wind. It looks neither human nor ghost. To me, it resembles a giant worm. After hearing that, it went completely crazy in a way that could take anyone out. What kind of wild beast is this? Stop talking to it. The dungeon hint says do not engage with nonsense anymore. Tuochiyu, furious, charged straight in. Here I, a real, and I am scared of a beast like you. Home Beatty cracked a wicked smile, ready to counterattack with slick precision. It even slashed a deep gash across Tuochiyu's belly, leaving him seriously injured. As Thunfike saw it getting closer, he immediately drew his weapon. But it got bitten in half. Right after that, it burped out a foul stench no one could bear. Oh man. That stinks. And it is poisonous too. Kyudo's ears perked up at the sound of the fight. The Enthoit recognized it as the sound of two swordsmen clashing, and upon confirming, he felt even more certain. They did not follow us. They must have triggered something. Kyudo, with logic on his side, led everyone to the right spot. At that moment, Tuochiyu was still lying there gasping for help. Kyudo immediately recognized that Home Buat was right in front of him. The familiar question came up. It turned and wheezed. Old man, do I look more like a human or a god? Kyudo forgot the system's warning and crossed his arms, responding with a sharp retort. I would say you look like a little weak bunny with red eyes and white hair, about 5 feet tall. After hearing this, Home B to twitch slightly, holding on to the thought, 5 feet tall, red eyes, white hair, weak little bunny. After imagining that, it suddenly roared and charged. Thenthoit anxiously shouted. Be careful. It could take down those two swordsmen. Its strength must be insane. Dongui Lam, a nature mate, was there to help, trying to bind it with vines. But they got bitten off. When Home Beta saw the opening, it attacked, leaving Kyudo with 369 health and a minor injury to his face. Seeing Kyudo still standing strong, Home B was surprised. How could this be? Kyudo smirked lightly. Aren't you going to eat? Little one. Right after that, a critical punch hit Home Beta for 1042 damage. The two strongest girls watching were left pale, completely stunned. Kyudo, is he really a rookie? The Chuochu and Thenfaisi slowly began to recover and lift their heads. No way. A rookie like him could not possibly have that kind of strength. Isn't he supposed to be a necromancer? What does that kid rely on? Isn't he it just his pretty face? After a huge explosion, Home BD was flattened under Kyudo's feet. As he stepped on its head, he sighed in frustration. This dungeon is just... What kind of weird stuff is this? In his teammates' eyes, the dungeon did not seem weird. It was Kyudo who was the odd one out. Did he get something stuck to him? Tuochiyu started to think. Just imagine. He had taken out a guy who could use necromancy without saying a single word. Maybe this is the real Kyudo. After all, the faces of the others turned confused after hearing that. Kyudo had no idea they were doubting him and cheerfully ran over. All good. Everyone all right? Tuochiyu stopped Home. Wait, do not come over here. Kyudo, clueless about what was happening, innocently asked back. What is going on? Tuocha suddenly pointed his sword at you. Are you a monster or what? If not, How could a mere beginner necromancer defeat a level 20 monster barehanded? Kivudu helplessly explained. What do you mean? Which monster came to save you? Tuochi insisted. Who knows if you are just putting on a show for us? Damn. This martial arts world is truly bizarre. If you are not a monster, then prove it to us. Otherwise, kindly step out of our team. The Intite still held onto some faith. There is no way. Kivudu was just with us. How could he possibly be a monster? Mevin agreed. I do not think he is faking it either. The Enfosi does not have an ounce of charm. He just enjoys making things difficult for others, especially Tuochija. So how do you explain a necromancer with such powerful abilities? Kivudu immediately pulled out his props. Come on. Is there any monster that has gear like this? The Intite cheerfully chimed in. Exactly. Only players have those props. Monsters do not have that kind of stuff. So Kivudu must be the real deal. Tuochi still was not convinced. His lips twitched. But suddenly he was taken aback when he noticed the level gear Kivudu was wearing. Tuochia and Thanfif exchanged glances and smirked, clearly plotting something sneaky. They suddenly became unusually excited. Looks like this was a misunderstanding. Dante, take it to heart. Kivudu. After all, you do not seem like a necromancer. So it is no wonder people are suspicious. If you can prove your identity, then great. Let us keep moving forward. Kivudu was too sharp. Instantly sensing their unusual attitude and guessing what these two were up to, the group then continued on. But Tudoche and Thanfix lagged behind. You saw it? Right. He has got gear on him. Yeah. And he has got not one but two A-level items. He is just a beginner. How did he get so much A-level gear? Right. What gives him the right to have all that A-level gear? I can believe entering this dungeon would lead us to something this good. He is just a beginner. Should not we be able to take him down easily? When the time comes, we will split up all the gear he has. Thanfifji felt a bit uneasy. But he took down the King Spittle so easily. How could you possibly be a match for him? Tuoche was still acting tough. We were just poisoned by the King Beetle. Plus, we are already at the same level. How could we not defeat a mere beginner? After discussing, they planned when to strike against Kivudu. Tuchuga received the fan's directive. Just wait for the right moment, and follow my lead. While moving, the whole group suddenly stopped. What is going on? Look over there. In front of them were many shadows of players who had not transcended yet. Menvina recognized them. His face went pale. Were not those the players who had tried to clear the soul-binding dungeon before but failed? I can't believe this dungeon is this terrifying. Lam hurriedly called everyone over. She just discovered an altar with some strange inscriptions on the stone. These ancient writings on the stone say that only by sacrificing living beings can we complete our mission in the dungeon. So those souls across the lake are the lake slaves. And the ones sacrificed will become slaves to the lake, forced to stay here forever. After hearing about the sacrifices, the two guys behind saw this as a golden opportunity to go all out and loot some gear. They charged in with fierce looks. And Tianshu gasped, "What do you want?" Of course. We are here to complete our dungeon mission. Right after that, they pushed the loot player down with their strength. Caught off guard, the loot player could only curse. Damn it. I just saved you. Takiao grinned wickedly and declared, in this dungeon, there is no such thing as friendship. Out there, nobody knows each other. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being weak. The loot player was immediately moved to the center of the patterned circle. Taokao, excited, urged. Hurry up, activate the altar. Easy to say, hard to do. The loot player's expression turned awkward. But how do we activate it? I do not know how. And Taokao turned to the beauty and asked, how do we activate the altar? The beauty coldly replied, why should I tell you? I will collect all of you later. Takeo insisted, if we are sacrificing, we need to handle the loot player right here. The loot player stood there, eyes closed, sighing. Even though the principal has warned me many times, I never expected to meet scum like you in a dungeon. The triumphant Taio sneered. What is it? You are just a beginner necromancer. What can you do besides summon ghosts? You think you can challenge two pros like us with just your physical body? Truly, a madman dreaming in broad daylight. Jiansu could not bear to watch them harm the loot player, looking extremely worried. What are we going to do? The other players strongly replied. He saved me, so I have to help him. The moment the two guys charged in for a coordinated attack on the loot player, he refused to back down, his whole body igniting with the flames of power. As they rushed in, the loot player used his weapon to block them. The triumphant Takao gritted his teeth and said, you better submit and surrender. Hand over all your gear, and maybe I will spare your life. The loot player countered with one hand. Realizing, so you all were targeting my gear from the start. I have not even attacked from behind yet, activating the Luklin Long Chom. Before I could do anything, I was intercepted by the other players. After this assist, I was still holding back. What are you doing? Why are you interfering? He helped me. So I am helping him back. What is the problem with that? Dante, you want to complete the dungeon mission. If we sacrifice him, you and I will pass this level together. Those guys are just oozing coolness. If that is how we are going to tackle this dungeon quest, I would rather let it slide. Plus, the stone tablet only says sacrifice the living. Not that we have to sacrifice teammates. Right. Living like that is just low. Man. On another note, that attacking style of his took down fuck. I am not turning back in confusion. What? No way. That fuck guy is also freaking out. What is wrong with him? That do style is all fired up, saying sacrifice is just sacrifice. Have you even asked for my opinion? These two are a bit scared. But they are still trying to act tough. It is just a low-level mage. Fuck. Let us charge ahead together. Those guys trying to block us. Do you dare? Just like that, the do style and those guys teamed up. You little brat. Since you are acting like this, I will take you down too. Seeing my teammates in chaos, I moved closer to the tablet and pressed the button. Right after that, the circle shifted, and everyone who was fighting suddenly stopped. What is going on? What is happening? The system announces that the altar is being activated. Instantly, my mind and body are hit with endless pain. The do style is just standing there unaffected. Is this a mental attack? Good thing I was moving with my skill, or I would be affected too. The altar's guardian glances over at me, saying, "What exactly are you planning?" I chuckled lightly, saying it is nothing. Just trying to complete this dungeon quest. These two fell over, all mad, calling me a jerk. Then, I activated the growth vines, wrapping them up tight until they could not breathe. I might be quiet, but that is just because I am really pissed. If you dare to attack the do style, why can't I strike back at you? Even though the girl is backing me up, the do style is still wondering how she knows how to activate the altar. I am moving along without a hint of danger, yet it seems she has never faced any threats. She is the one who discovered the altar. Maybe she knew about it from the start. The do style is stunned, realizing this is not her first time in this dungeon. I am being harsh, so if we are going down, let us all go down together. The growth vines wrap around all four of us and start to ensnare the do style too, but he breaks free with his attack. I am completely shocked. This can be. Why are not you affected by the altar? The do style stands there laughing. Haha. I have got more questions for you. How did you know how to activate this altar? I bet since you entered this dungeon, you have wanted to sacrifice us. Right, I keep activating the enhanced vines. Giving a light laugh. Why do not you take a guess? Not giving it a chance to wrap around him. The do style uses some chaotic wind technique to cut through the vines, but those vines just want to snap. In fact, they are finding weapons to bind tight. I smirked, thinking dealing with these pesky guys is not easy. Do you really think a low-level mage can fight above their weight? The blue path activates the parasite, shooting it straight into the neck of Caillou. Then he jumps back. What the hell is this? It prints the parasite's mark on your neck. Zippalam warns. Do not cause any more trouble. Just be a good offering for me. Sensing an opportunity, Caillou activates the ultimate reversal, instantly reducing Gavang Lam's agility by 50%. Caillou can't let this chance slip away. The ultimate reversal only lasts for 10 seconds. And that is all the time I have got. Watch how I show off. As soon as I activate this collar, my skill's power increases by 30%. Ziapung Lam stands there, grinning. You think you can reduce my speed? Is that even possible? A newbie like you. The moment you brag, your smile fades as you see Kaiwa's power skyrocketing. Now, brace yourself for a serious hit from me. While Q rushes in for a serious blow, Zipung Lam remains unfazed. Just a newbie. Really thinks they are some kind of prodigy. She quickly activates her defensive armor, creating a shield to block Caillou's powerful attack. Even with armor, the master punch still pierces right through, and Ku delivers a devastating blow, taking away 13-14 health points. After being sent flying, Zippa Lam grimaces. How can a novice necromancer deal such horrifying damage? She charges in again, activating her protective barrier. At this point, Kaiwa just keeps pummeling her without holding back. You are just taking another punch to the face. And that shield can hold up. You go out to harm others and still have the audacity to complain. Are you even a man? Do you know what it means to cherish beauty? Kaiwa responds with fierce strength. You want to hurt me? If I do not retaliate, I will be the one who gets taken out. I am handsome, but my brain is not mushy. Men vain and thin-thighed look pale, too scared to jump in and help. Just as it is getting intense, the system announces that the effect of the ultimate reversal has ended. Ipung Lam seizes the moment to escape. The effect of the ultimate reversal has ended. But looking at her, it seems she can't attack anymore. Zippa Lam growls, face turning purple. Are you? I remember you now. Not even my father has dared to hit me like this. Our business is not finished yet. Just then, the teleportation activates, Pushing Doguo Lam out, Kaiwa realizes how lucky they are that the principal's special backup did not show up this time. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. The moment the young man turns to check on the situation with the two girls. They look like they have seen a ghost. Do not come over here. Kaiwa stammers, trying to explain. Girls, I did not hit anyone. Okay. They then move to the central circle to check the status of the summoning ship and the sacrifices. At this point, it looked like there was nothing left. Judging by their expressions, they probably ended up as sacrifices themselves. Kiwudu activated a weapon recall power, leaving the beauty salon in panic. What does he want to do? Kiwudu stepped forward, declaring, "This is the altar. It should not be here." The two girls froze, standing still to watch what Kiwudu was about to do. As he plunged the sword straight down, the system announced that Kiwudu had successfully absorbed the life energy from the enemy altar's soul. Free attribute points. 20. Experience points increased by 1,200. Congratulations to Kiwudu for leveling up successfully. Current experience points. 95 out of 1,400. Reward. 10 free attribute points. Kiwudu sighed. Just the leftover energy. And I jumped up a level. Not to mention a heap of attribute points too. No wonder them lady was sacrificing others. Kiwudu recalled the moment when the power surged into the Dragon Moon Blade. Toon Tayat hesitantly approached. Kiwudu, thank you for saving us. If not, we might have ended up as altar sacrifices ourselves. We have decided to abandon this side quest. Kiwudu smiled with squinted eyes. No need to be polite. Who does not know I am a good guy? Right after that, they headed straight to the enemy soul lake. The water's surface shimmered bright green. This is the enemy soul lake. The souls of the virtual players here were freed along with the altar that was destroyed earlier. Kiwudu then took off his shirt, leaving the two girls in shock. Meiyuan awkwardly drew her sword for defense. What are you doing? Kiwudu panicked when he realized the girls misunderstood him. I was cursed by a turtle spirit. So I am here to cleanse that curse in the enemy soul lake. If you do not believe me, just watch this. At that moment, Meiyuan blushed, feeling embarrassed. So that is how it is. I thought you were just acting on primal instincts. Not wanting to waste any time, the young man decisively jumped in. Teen Tayat did not want to miss the opportunity either. We should dive in for a bit, in this hellhole. Who knows what kind of curses could be lurking on us. As soon as Kiwudu plunged into the water, all curses vanished, revealing his muscular physique. It really worked. Those curses were being erased. But that lamb guy just dropped a curse, and could not cleanse it at all. Whatever. We will deal with whatever comes our way. Just take it one step at a time. The two girls also stripped down to bathe. Just like that. Phew. This dungeon is so bizarre. Thank goodness we have Kiwudu. Meiyuan suddenly assessed that this kid is not a good person at all. Just then, Kiwudu swam up, startling the girls, saying, "See for yourself, I told you he is not a good guy." Kiwudu barely had time to react before getting splashed by a wave from them swimming over. Now that is not good. After some awkward moments, they all got to shore and put their clothes back on. Teen Tayat shyly suggested, "Kiwudu, Meiyuan, how about we form a party together?" Suddenly, the system announced that the soul dungeon had not been cleared yet, and if you withdraw now, there is no way to claim your rewards. Are you sure you want to leave? Hearing this, Kiwudu made up his mind. This dungeon was way too creepy, and he could not explore it right now. He decided to come back later for another shot. After leaving the dungeon, he went to meet the principal. Principal was taken aback and excited. Jumping up. The kid from your house is back alive. The principal had a completely different look now. This kid was definitely not ordinary. As a low-level spirit mage, to have survived coming back from that dungeon is impressive. The principal immediately demanded an explanation. As long as he was safe, that is what mattered. Is my stuff still intact? Yep. It is thanks to your necklace that I survived the soul lake. Kiwudu seemed reluctant to let it go. Even made the principal snatch it back. That little brat. Even eyeing my gear. Well then, if you can beat me, I will give you this necklace as a reward. Kiwudu scratched his head playfully after getting smacked in the head. Principal. What is that +5 sign on your necklace? That is for enhancement. Equipment of grade A can be enhanced with enhancement stones, making them much stronger. Kiwudu was surprised but also felt a bit confused that his method for enhancing the dragon's moon blade was different from what the principal described. How about that curse you had? Don't worry. It has been cleansed. Well, that is good to hear. Alright. If you do not have anything else, hurry back. Don't bother me anymore. As soon as he stepped outside, someone was waiting for him. A charming blonde guy greeted him as his junior. Kiwudu was clueless why this guy knew him. He continued, I am Longchong. Also from Tuthun. I participated in the big exam at Tuthun. Kiwudu finally realized. It is Senior Longchong. This guy scored the highest in the recent warrior exam. Q-Do had even seen Longtong on TV. For some reason, he was super friendly to Q-Do, saying, "We are all from Tikuthan. If you run into any trouble, just come to me. I will do my best to help you out. Can we be friends?" Q-Do thought it was strange how enthusiastic this senior was. However, Q-Do was still too naive and everything was not what he thought. As soon as he left, Longtong revealed his true sinister side. That night, lying down in bed, Q-Do switched to daydream mode. The curse had been dealt with. He decided to temporarily ignore one aspect for now. First, he needed to quickly enhance his strength. Updating the data, Q-Do had now reached level 14, with power at 369, chaotic force at 4630 x 4630, and experience at 95 x 1400. His equipment included a C-grade Bone King Ring, C-grade Light Tiger Dagger, B-grade Dragon's Moon Blade, B-grade Chukai Armor, and a grade Theta Yellow. Today was Q-Do's second day at school. As soon as he arrived, the instructor grilled him. "Student Q-Do, can you explain why a spirit mage like you would choose to switch to a physical cultivation path?" Q-Do clenched his fists and replied firmly, "Sir, I do not want to be a meat shield for mages. That is not what being a good mage is about. Without a solid body and strong physical strength, I can't protect myself." He added, "Student Q-Do, the higher education system mainly focuses on one direction. Even though my ancestral lake said I was born with divine strength, I am still a spirit mage. There is no way I can survive in the physical cultivation field." The instructor remained resolute in his decision, unyielding to any persuasion. "Sir, I want to choose physical cultivation as my major," though he spoke with determination. Fear gnawed at his heart. If the teacher knew that a spirit mage like me can't even handle a bone, he might as well let me drop out. The old teacher is so stubborn. It is utterly ridiculous. "Here's your student ed. Keep it safe. I have no idea what this card is even for," the teacher explains. "Our Kendall University uses a credit system, and this card has a basic credit of 10. Here at Kendall, everything from food to equipment exchanges, skills, and props must be traded with credits." With a smug look, "Mafu? How much cash does it take to swap for 1 credit? Can I trade for 100 credits first?" After satisfying his ego, Mafi realized, "Wait, what am I thinking? Credits can only be earned by completing tasks assigned by the school or passing evaluations from instructors." The young guy gasped. "What? So my financial resources are useless then?" In the middle of the yard, a teacher is calling all the students together. Class 2 of the physical cultivation major. Step forward. From afar, Professor Line is observing with sharp eyes, not missing a single detail. Q-Do jump, sensing something off, feeling like something dirty is staring at him. Once Class 2 gathers, the teacher introduces himself. "I am Venelo, a level 35 physical cultivator. In short, my class does not accept any slackers. In a moment, I will release my pressure. I will remain still. Anyone who can endure the pressure for 5 minutes while standing will qualify for my class." A student raises a hand. "What if we can stand for 5 minutes? Then I will personally take you to the training room and help you transfer classes." This teacher Venelo sounds very decisive and resolute. The pressure begins to radiate, and the students are already on the brink of being overwhelmed. With pressure this terrifying, how can we possibly endure for 5 minutes? Another student encourages everyone. "Don't worry, guys. Although he is high level, he is not moving. Let us collaborate. Who knows? We might have a chance to win." Avinalho seems amused, showing some courage. Stepping up to the plate, Lemon thinks, "This guy is definitely a solid contender." The young man boldly introduces himself. "I'm Omlong. Let us gather and strategize together. I believe no one wants to be eliminated. We can confront the old man head-on. Why not split into 2 groups to withstand Ven and try to survive for 5 minutes? If there are no objections, let us divide into teams. We need to ensure our strengths are balanced. Only then can we get through this." The other students agree, then start to look around and form groups. As the teams are nearly decided, Lumlung approaches Q-Do and asks, "You are Q-Do? Right. How about joining my team?" Lam Lang wondered. "Q-Do, can I ask what your specific rank is? Why do you want to become a monk? Is your body that weak?" Q-Do replied firmly, "Monk? Not a chance. I am actually a spirit mage." Lam Lang was taken aback. The guy named Lam Lang thought he was going deaf. He was so shocked that he had to double-check. "Wait, what? You are a spirit mage?" "That is right. I am a level 14 spirit mage." Lam Lang was sweating. This guy is not a monk, but a spirit mage. The others stood with their arms crossed, looking at Q-Do with amused expressions. Lam Lang sighed, cradling his face, feeling a bit disappointed. "Oh man, you really messed me up this time." Q-Do, full of confidence, said, "What is there to be afraid of? I am pretty strong, maybe even stronger than many other monks." After this awkward moment, the people around started to snicker, mocking, A shrimp spirit mage. Lam Lang is going to take a beating. Honestly, Q-Do had never bragged before. This was the first time he dared to speak the truth. Yet no one believed him. They just laughed at him. Talk about being too honest. Lam Lang had to think of another plan, which felt a bit desperate. How about this? Q-Do, I will protect you later, giving you some time to handle the spirit summoning. Okay. Q-Do stood there frozen, unsure how to respond coolly when Wan Lihao announced, the time has come. Everyone prepare.
Yep.
Master Wan Lang, we are all ready. Wan Lihao looked very eager and immediately got to work. Summoning power. The might of a tiger. As this force was about to slam into Q-Do, he felt a rush of panic. Oh no. Really? The first strike is aimed at me. Lam Lang, not wanting to leave Q-Do hanging, rushed to shield him but was blown away in an instant. Oh my. Lam Lang is not weak at all. Yet he got blown away like that. This trial is way too tough. If Lam Lang can handle it, what is Q-Do going to do? Meanwhile, Wan Lihao was still hopeful, wanting these newcomers to take more hits so they would not be so cocky later. Come on, do not blame me. Wan Lihao activated a stronger pressure, and now Q-Do had to face it head-on. Just a wind blast and I am losing this much blood. Is this the power of a high-level monk? After seeing Q-Do still standing and only losing some blood, Wan Lihao was shocked. What is this? How is this possible? Isn't this kid a mage? How is he able to withstand 2 of my wind blasts? Wan Lihao had his pride and definitely would not let this slide. I have to do something different. If I let you be right, my goal will never be achieved. Once again, Wan Lihao launched a stronger attack. Q-Do was still bewildered. What is coming at me now? Using all his strength, Q-Do managed to block it just in time. With only 3,175 out of 4,630 life points left, what was happening felt like a play. Everyone was wide-eyed and mouth agape. Isn't that guy a spirit mage? How could he withstand 2 of Master Wan's wind blasts? Even the strongest can't handle this. So how is it that Q-Do can? Meanwhile, Q-Do is putting in everything he has got but is starting to feel a bit dizzy. Is this guy really swinging that hard? Is Vinan Loas planning to beat me up just to scare me? Q-Do decided to go all in, looking up at the old teacher with a challenge in his eyes. Divimo, what is it? Haven't you eaten yet? Lumalong is panicking, saying, Q-Do, are you crazy? Teasing teacher Vinan like that will get you wrecked. Vinaloho chuckles to himself, thinking, this kid has guts. Am I really being disrespected by a little necromancer? How is this kid able to take 2 of my hits in a row? Then the old teacher speaks up. Alright, you little punk. You are impressing me. Can you take the next hit? If you can pull it off, from now on, I will have your back at Kundal University. With that, Vinaloho zooms right in front of Q-Do, ready to unleash his powers. Q-Do clenches his fists, ready to go one-on-one. The 2 powers clash, and suddenly Q-Do gets blasted out and spits blood. The other students watching are in shock. This test is getting way too intense. After seeing Q-Do collapse, seemingly lifeless, the old teacher finally relents. Lama Long, help carry Q-Do to the infirmary. At that moment, Vinaloho realizes, oh man, why am I even fighting a student? Just when he thought Q-Do was out for good, blood drops hit the ground, and Q-Do bravely stands back up. Although he is swaying all over, he still manages to say, I can take it. I can take the hit. Q-Do's health points are now just 240 out of 4,630. This level of determination is shocking. Could he really be a necromancer? Q-Do is still pushing for recognition. Did you hear me? Teacher, I took the hit. After saying this, the kid collapses but does not forget to give a middle finger. He sees the 2 teachers bickering. Lavuno, why are you hitting without knowing your own strength? You are a teacher, and you are throwing punches at a student. What kind of example is that? The old mem says. I think this kid definitely wants to be in the training class. Q-Do opens his eyes, and the next thing he knows, he is in a hospital bed. Right next to him is the old teacher. Lavuno, you are awake. No need to worry now. I told you. If you could take that punch, Lavuno will protect you from now on. And I always keep my word. The professor of necromancy, the Memkim, jumps in. He does not need you to protect him. Just go to your own thing. Vinaloho insists. But he passed my test, so he is officially a student in my training class now. These 2 teachers are already arguing over him. The Memkim youth firmly states, he is a necromancer. I do not care what his profession is, but with that strong build, he will definitely be a fighter. The Memkim turns to Q-Do and asks, hey kid, why not just be a necromancer? Why on earth are you running to the training class? The cultivator got blindsided, so it was a bit of a shock. I think the necromancer path suits me better. After all, I was born with divine power. Shen Jiangsu panicked at the thought of losing a good opportunity. Getting all worked up. Right after that, this old teacher summoned a necromancer right in the hospital room. The necromancer does not just show off. Wiping out thousands of troops while smiling and chatting is a piece of cake. Isn't he that way better than some clueless cultivator charging in for a one-on-one fight? Wan Liha stayed silent, sizing up the old man. Shen Jiangsu kept going, saying that if you join the necromancer class, I will teach you everything, including all the skills of a necromancer. Later on, you will be just like me, raising a shadow dragon with a flick of your wrist. It sounds tempting, but I can't help but feel a little gloomy about it. You know your spirit power is 0, right? You can't even summon a skeleton soldier, so I have to turn down this mesmerizing offer. Sorry, Professor Shan, but I want to stick with the cultivator class. Shen Jiangsu lowered his head, accepting the situation. All right, get it, take this card. You can find me at the teacher's apartment. If you change your mind, just come find me. The moment Professor Shan left, I regretted it a lot. So the necromancer magic works like this. What a shame. Wan Lihao, leaning on his hand, looked smug. With my spear, we are almost ready to go. Tomorrow, meet at the cultivator class. I will take you all to a really cool place. On the second day at the cultivator class, the whole class was led to a sea-level dungeon, a vast forest. Today's task was for everyone to sit cross-legged in the forest and meditate until sunset. A few students were puzzled, asking, what is the big deal about just sitting around? To show them, Wan Liha threw a stone forcefully to the side. What happened next left everyone in shock. It was a mana storm, and they wanted us to stay in this crazy place for a whole day. We are doomed. Teacher, we are definitely going to get wiped out, Wan Lihao confidently assured. As long as I am here, you guys won't get eliminated. But obviously, you will have to tough it out. Some students were curious about the purpose of this suffering, and the teacher answered, first, it is to strengthen your willpower. And second, you will understand once you step in. Lin Lang volunteered to go in first. But as soon as he entered, he was surrounded by a mana storm. The young man tried to stay calm and sat down. Wan Liao focused on observing and assessing. This kid actually has guts and determination. He is a good little cat. I wonder how long he can last. Meanwhile, he figured out the trick of the shadow meditation forest. You all can go in now. I hope none of you has a defense score below 100. Right, only one student spoke up. Teacher Wan, what happens if it is below 100? Basically, there is a chance you might get eliminated. But what is the deal? Looking at your face. Is your defense really low or something? It is not that low. It is rounded to 2 digits. Teacher, Wan Lihao was quite surprised. You only have offensive power and no defensive ability. How did you fight everyone before? There is no way you could take 3 of my hits. Ki Du casually replied that it is just because her life points are a bit higher than normal. But how much higher? About 4,630. Teacher Van was still trying to wrap his head around that number when he suddenly jumped up, realizing there were only 4 left. What the heck? How much? A lowly mage with a whopping 4,630 blood points. Is this guy really a necromancer? Or is he just a humanoid boss? Without wasting any more time, Ki Du immediately stepped inside. The elemental energy was draining his health steadily, but not too much. The young man had figured out the mechanics. So that is it. In here, it seems you can boost your defense points. As his health decreased, his defense increased. Everyone's faces were tense. And Ki Du thought they must be boosting their defenses too. Guess it is time to take a risk and see what happens. Just as he sat down, still unharmed, Teacher Van was taken aback. With such low defense, how come he is not struggling at all? I need to keep a close watch on him. All the students are focused. A giant spider swooped down from above. Teacher Van's job was to protect all the students. So he immediately charged in, saying, "Get off my students." It was a common monster, a dark forest spider, level 33, a P5000 x 5000, strength 396, defense 288, speed 345, dwelling in the dark forest and loving to suck blood. Ki Du looked up and thought, seriously, this is a common monster. Before it could attack the students, Teacher Van intercepted it, unleashing a powerful punch. Ki Du sat quietly but did not forget to soak it all in. Turns out this is the real power of the teacher from Qingdao University. Seems like that day, Teacher Van really went easy on him. After defeating the monster, Van Liho did not forget to reassure the students. Alright, you are all safe. Just focus on your training. But even if you can hold out until the end, do not think about leaving. Ki Du nodded, feeling reassured. This truly is a safe haven for high-level training. Without Teacher Van, how could we train in a sea-level dungeon like this? 2 hours had flown by, and a few students could no longer endure and dropped out. Ki Du still held on, even as his health kept dwindling. His defense was too low now. If it continued like this, he would not last much longer. Suddenly, a burst of energy surged from his back, like a healing potion for Q-Do. This was a spell that Lamb had placed on him, drawing energy from the entire forest. Q-Do laughed nervously, grateful for that woman. Without this spell, he might have missed his chance in this dark forest. Meanwhile, far away, also sensed it, mumbling, Q-Do, if you are under my spell, I know exactly where you are, just wait for me. The number of students still hanging on is getting sparse, and the others are just watching the results. They are really something else. Right. I can believe they have endured the elemental energy for a whole day, especially Q-Do, who is supposed to be a paper-thin blood mage. Who would be thought he could last this long on the side of Wan Lai Hao? There is a look of satisfaction. These kids are really a bunch of top-notch cats. Who would have thought this kid could hold on until now? So how did he manage that? I bet we are nearing the end of this. Lin Lang's talent is not bad, but it looks like it is not much better than that kid Q-Do. Another player has dropped out, leaving only Q-Do and Lin Lang still in the game. Lin Lang turns to Q-Do, puzzled what is going on. Could it be that even the spirit mage can hold a candle to him? The whole class is on edge. Can Q-Do really stick it out till the end? Who do you all think will drop out first? I am putting my money on Q-Do. He is not a true cultivator, and we all know Lin Lang's strength by now. But look at this. Q does not even seem to be struggling at all. He is totally relaxed. After just a few more minutes of pushing, Lin Lang finally hits his limit. Lin Lang looks embarrassed under Wan Lai Hao's disappointed gaze. He can believe he has reached his limit. Time to step out. The moment he stands up and trudges out, the class buzzes with excitement. What is this? Lin Lang's really giving up. Meanwhile, Teacher Wan is watching Q-Do like a hawk. Q-Do, show me just how far you can go. The sky has turned dark, yet Q-Do remains calm and still. Oh my god. Q-Do is still holding on. Teacher Wan is getting more and more intrigued and excited. This is great. Good. But sadly, it is dark now, and I have to declare this session over. Q-Do, you can step out now. The sun has set, and the dark woods won't wait for anyone. Once it gets dark here, I can protect you anymore. At that moment, Q-Do stands up confidently. Still feeling pumped. This dark woods is really something else. After a tiring day, he scored 23 points in defense, which is an impressive increase of 17 points. What surprises everyone is that if it were not for the darkness, Q-Do could be lasted much longer. Just how far can he really go? Alright, class is dismissed. Make sure to rest up. We will pick up where we left off tomorrow. A few days later, Q-Do has made a lot of progress. Luckily, in just a few days, his defense has improved significantly. Tomorrow, the young man decides to keep training when suddenly his friends come running up. Q-Do, how about we form a guild? There are so many benefits, like guild-exclusive dungeons. Guild wars mean members can't attack each other, or they will be hunted down globally. Q-Do thinks this is a great idea and does not mind, but he needs to head to the physical training class first. His friends want to finalize things right away, so they decide to submit the application first, and Q-Do will join them later. Mafi stands with his arms crossed, just as he always does. Forming a guild is fine, but I have one condition. I want to be the president. Duaxian glances back, suddenly feeling a bit exasperated. Please. Having a president like that would be so embarrassing. News about Q-Do has spread like wildfire to other departments. Old man, I have heard that your class has produced a genius in physical arts. Van Lai Hao thinks back with a proud look. A genius in physical arts. Sure. But that kid is just a junior mage. As for Q-Do, he has been grinding in a C-level dungeon, and his defense has skyrocketed to 500, which means he has hit the limit. Right now, the system summons a stunningly beautiful girl. Is she the mechanical queen? Wait a minute. Why are you here? You have something that can absorb energy, and it will help me create a new body. The young man could not believe this type had such an effect, and it could even awaken the mechanical queen. Q-Do cuts to the chase, asking directly, how do we stabilize this? You said you wanted to help me observe the outside world. Right. Now's the time to fulfill that promise. A powerful energy radiates, absorbing directly into Q-Do. It seems to be the soul of the mechanical queen. As Q-Do feels pain, she controls from within. Relax. It will hurt a bit at first, but it will be smooth sailing soon. From now on, I can feel what you hear, what you think, and what you see. Q-Do is feeling uneasy. It is really annoying to feel like someone's watching you. If she can read my thoughts, does not that mean I won't have any secrets from her? Absolutely not. Q-Do can't help but imagine the mechanical queen taking a shower, making him blush with excitement. The moment she catches this thought, the queen panics. What on earth are you thinking? I won't peek into your thoughts anymore. Okay. Finally, the feeling of being probed disappears. Q-Do is too sharp to handle situations like this. His defense level has maxed out. And now he is ready to head over to see how Tai Hiu and the others are holding up. The group seems to be struggling hard. What did we even do to deserve this? The guy leading the group is the vice president of the Fire Guild. Hannunen has issued a challenge. To level up the guild, they need honor points. And every newly formed guild starts with 1,000 points. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for being so weak. Don't worry. We are just here to beat you and snatch your honor points. We want to kill you. Duong Hong feels really regretful and guilty, saying, Everyone. It is all my fault. Who would be thought naming it the God Slayer Guild would lead to this? Mafi is flustered. Who knew would have to fight another guild right after forming? Don't he worry. I have already notified Zuka. He is on his way here, so let us hold on until he arrives. I might not have done anything useful, but Mafi is just too proud. I admit Q-Do is a bit stronger than me, but he is still not that great. We definitely can take them on. Just as he says this, Mafi charges at the vice president, only to be mocked for swinging at thin air. Not only that, but he is also getting hit back and slowly falling apart. T feels a wave of panic, fearing that Mafi can't hold on much longer. As he steps on a Mafi, the vice president of the Fire Guild laughs smugly, claiming to be the president of the God Slayer Guild. So that means he must be the strongest in the guild. Right, the guys from the Fire Guild look on with disdain, judging him. With that kind of power, they think he can start the guild. What a joke. Just when things get heated, Q-Do shows up. Ding feels a surge of hope. Q-Do, finally you are here. The vice president of the Fire Guild glances back. Still some skilled fighters left, so you are a powerhouse too. Q-Do does not care to respond. Instead, he smirks slyly, asking him to guess who he is, playing God and Demon. Just perfect. With that, they both dive into battle. After a solid punch right to the face, Q-Do casually brushes it off. Is that all you got? Haven't you eaten yet? Or should I order you some food? The vice president of the Fire Guild is fuming. Are you looking to die? He yells strong. But inside he is worried. He threw a punch with all his might. Yet it did not break through the guy's defense. How can this be? Immediately, he unleashes the 7-killing fist, aiming for a relentless attack. Tira is panicking, continuously shouting for Q-Do to dodge. The Fire Guild guys are already feeling smug. Huh. That punk is definitely going down. Even the vice president's 7-killing fist, at the same level, won't he hold up against him? It looks easy from here, but only the vice president of the Fire Guild can truly feel it. How can this guy not budge? Just how terrifying is this dude's defense? Dean can guess from the looks of things. It has only been a few weeks, and Q-Do has gotten way stronger. The Fire Guild, once so proud, is now completely stunned. How can this be happening? Can't he this 7-killing fist even scratch that punk? The vice is fighting below, while the president of the Fire Guild remains calmly observing from above. After letting the vice president of the Fire Guild take a beating, Q-Do finally gets serious. Are you done yet? Now it is my turn. They have not even started fighting, and the Fire Guild members are already shouting. Vice President, take him down. His defense is high, so his attack must be weak. For heaven's sake, do not let him knock you out. The Vice President of the Fire Guild tries to calm himself, gripping his fist as he charges in. I am really gonna light you up. I do not believe your attack can be as terrifying as your defense. Come at me. Q-Do is ready to teach him a lesson, landing a devastating blow that takes 2,200 health points and sends him flying. After the Vice President is left smoldering, Q-Do steps in to check the situation. Today's youth really are so stubborn. They have no idea how to respect the strong. Seeing the disastrous fate of the Vice President, the remaining members are itching to jump in. That little punk, you want to die. Let us all team up and take him down. At that moment, the president of the Fire Guild decides to step in, stopping them. You guys are not a match for him. As soon as he stepped down, Q-Do felt an overwhelming aura, confirming that this guy must be at least mid-tier. Facing Q-Do, he asked and introduced himself. You are the president of the God Slayer Association. Right. My name's Luthet. I have no idea what I did to deserve this. But as soon as Mafi heard my name, he started yapping, claiming I am the president. Who cares about Mafi's filthy reputation? Let us settle this. This duel will be just between you and me. The losing side will have to collectively admit defeat and pay the honor points, so we do not end up hurting each other too much. Get it? You are totally against this. But who do you think you are? A mid-tier wanting to challenge a high tier. You have got some guts. Your face is thicker than a sumo wrestler's belly. As the two leaders negotiated, Q-Do accepted with a confident look. Fine. No problem. The moment he finished speaking, Lothak lunged, using his weapon to slash across Q-Do's face. With an injury to his eye, Q-Do could not anticipate it. He let his guard down. He was a hitman after all. The poisoned dagger struck, and his vision blurred, making it hard to see clearly. The team outside was fuming, shouting about the cowardice and shamelessness A mid-tier challenging a high tier. And then resorting to underhanded tactics like that. You have no sense of shame at all. With a savage grin. Lothak licked his lips like a bloodthirsty killer. His only goal was to win. I will use any trick in the book to win. Who cares about fair play or not if you fall for my tricks? You are just a chicken. While Q-Do was at a disadvantage and could not see straight, he activated his wind strike technique for a relentless assault. Q-Do found himself on the defensive, unable to do anything else. His friends outside were extremely worried. Lothak prepared to deliver his final blow, pressing his weapon close to Q-Do's face while he squinted painfully. It seemed like he had the upper hand. But Lothak looked surprised when Q-Do countered. Just one flick sent him flying back. The members of the guild were left confused. Not knowing what had just happened, he stared, his charred face shocked. What the heck was that? I just lost half my life in the blink of an eye. Turns out Q-Do had support from the mechanical queen inside. She warned Q-Do to be extremely careful. This guy was no joke. The outcome was clear. Lothak admitted defeat and turned to leave. Good. I acknowledge that you won today. Q-Do was not cool with him just walking away after doing whatever he pleased. I activated my ultimate move. I am not letting you off that easy. You hurt my friends. And you think you can just admit defeat and walk away? No way that is happening. As Q-Do charged in, Lothak panicked and yelled, "Wait. Are you really trying to force me to fight for my life?" Right after, Lothak caught a hard slap to the face. And the guild members were in a frenzy. If the guild leader could be taken down like that, there was no retreating now. He was left with nothing. Lothak steeled himself. Kid. You are the one pushing me to this. His eyes were bloodshot, tongue out like a demon. And Lothak was scheming something. That creepy thing seems to have disappeared. Looks like I have to use this now. It is time for him to pay the price. Lothak opened his mouth and shot something directly at Q-Do, poisoning his hand again. That rotten little brat dared to poison me. At this point. What are you waiting for? Q-Do was determined to show him what a real festival looked like, delivering a quality punch right to his face. Lothak stubbornly got back up. I am a seasoned player. There is no way I am going to let a newbie like you humiliate me like this. He continued to unleash his poison attacks, targeting Q-Do even more with a barrage of attacks. Q-Do was confused, unsure how to dodge this onslaught. He twisted and turned, dodging with all his might, trying to avoid the incoming hits. Lothak kept using his mind control ability, laughing victoriously. Huh, kid. You think you can beat me? Any warrior caught in my mind control will be immobilized and become prey for me. Just about to be flipped by a rookie like you. How does it feel now? Little punk, a kid. Were not you just bragging a moment ago? Keep it up. Let us see what you can do now. As he spoke, he continuously slapped Q-Do in the face. The members of the guild cheered. Ha! Look at our fearless leader. That kid looks so foolish. And this kid actually thought a newbie could beat a seasoned player. Talk about being naive. That is just plain dumb. Left and right, under the pressure. Q-Do was really struggling. Could it be that even Duka was losing? Lothak swaggered. Kid. I gotta hand it to you. You really are stronger than most newbie players. But too bad. You are still way too green. Huh. Q-Do's expression changed. His gaze turned fierce. Have you ever considered that my abilities are not even those of a warrior? Lothak recalled. Not a warrior. Damn it. I almost fell for that trick. With your attack and defense. How could you not be a warrior? Whatever. I am done talking to you. I am coming in hot, like a madman. Lothak charged again without a second thought. You are just a washed-up talent. Still under the thumb of our guild leader. Seriously. You think you can take us on? On the other side, all they could do was pray to the heavens, constantly calling out to wake Q-Do up. This is not going to be easy. And Q-Do had never been one to back down. With just one hand, Q-Do stood his ground, countering and warning Lothak. I told you I am not a warrior. Why won't you believe me? But this time, I have got you. A kick to the stomach, a punch to the face. Lothak was caught off guard. How could he handle that? You were clearly hit by my mind control. How are you still able to move? Q-Do warned him firmly. Didn't I tell you? I am basically not a warrior. I am just a guy with a slightly stronger body. I am just a spirit mage. That is all. After a devastating blow, Lothak was left with just 1,233 health points. He was on the brink of death, but still tried to shout, only to collapse completely afterward. Q-Do wanted to challenge all the gatekeepers, throwing down the gauntlet. Who's next? The Guild of the Fire of Original could only bow their heads in defeat. The system just announced that the Demon Slayer Guild has received the battle points. The permanent points of the Fire of Original Guild now belong to the Demon Slayer Guild. After such a glorious victory, Q-Do's friends were swelling with pride. Are you guys okay? Don't worry. Do is just a few injuries. A bit of rest and he will be back on his feet. Q-Do closed his eyes, Contemplating. His defense had hit its peak, and he probably would not need to train in the Shadow Forest anymore. The young man was thinking about diving into a dungeon to snag another relic in the inner space. Q-Do was chatting with the mechanical queen. Great queen. You are the boss of this world. Do you know of any dungeons that drop gear like relics? After a moment of thought, he got an answer. Indeed. There is a dungeon like that, but I advise against going. Your skills would not even be a match for a dog in that dungeon. Hearing this, Q-Do showed a clear look of disbelief. What do you mean? Just give me the info, and you will see. Right after that, Q-Do confidently told his friends, do not worry. I have got the relic thing covered. I know a dungeon where, if we clear it, we can definitely snag a relic. Tai-He wanted to join Q-Do, but he still wanted to hear more from the mechanical queen. According to the queen, that dungeon requires at least 2 participants. Q-Do decided to let Tai-He tag along. Jiang after was lost in some dark thoughts, chuckling to himself. A girl boy. Under the bright moon and gentle breeze. Dry firewood igniting in this dungeon. Tai-He turned around and snapped. Shut your trap, Jiang Hentry Kurzu. Just wait until I get back from the dungeon. I will sew that filthy mouth of yours shut. This is a level dungeon known as the Underworld. Tai-He was a bit anxious. Q-Do. Are we really going in at noon? This is a level D dungeon, so do not worry. Right, truthfully. The young man had experienced the last level D dungeon was a tough one, but it could not be taken lightly. He almost got wrecked then. Tai-He had another worry. Fearing that just being around would drag Q-Do down, Tai-He had no relic gear, which basically meant no combat power. The young man was the one causing Tai-He to blush, but in the end, they both stepped into the dungeon. The Underworld is a realm created by Hades, where all souls go after death. This underworld is designed to mimic the real one. Q-Do dozed off without knowing. After a flurry of attempts to wake him, the young man finally stirred. Tai-He. Is this the underworld? Legends say this place belongs to the world of the deceased. Tai-He, with a face as tense as a guitar string, asked. So does that mean we are considered deceased now? It seems like a replica of the line Xu Sun. I think it won't be too bad, if that is the case. It will remind us that we are in a special state. Tai-He asked in confusion. So are we entering the underworld as living people? Q-Do instinctively stared at Tai-He's necklace, making him look away in surprise. Where are you looking? Calm down. Q-Do told Tai-He to stay still, then grabbed his face to turn it. You were not wearing this before we got here. Were you? Tai-He just realized he had a necklace on his neck. That is right. I was not wearing a necklace. I only got it after entering the dungeon. Take a look if you have one. Q-Do. After checking his neck, the young man discovered he had one too. Looks like this is the mission's prop. The system announced the mission phase of the underworld. Mission 1. Pass through the gate of hell to the Agon River, and protect the sacred tree from being lost. After completing Mission 1. Mission 2 will appear. Only after completing all phases of the mission can participants receive rewards upon finishing the dungeon. A reminder from the system. Participants. Trust your teammates 100%. Tio suddenly looked worried. Q-Do. I heard this place is the gate of hell. It is also the entrance to the underworld. Legends say that the dead can reach the real underworld after passing through the gate of hell. And from then on, they will never escape hell again. So that is how it is. If it is a mission requirement, then let us go. Tiu was confused. Unsure which way they should go, even Q-Do could not determine it, but wanted to follow an invisible figure in front of them. They were led to a place filled with countless souls. This is exactly the legendary gate of hell. Besides the spirits of the dead, there were also the spirits of monsters. What is growling is the epic beast Cerberus, the 3-headed dog from hell. Looking at its info panel, Cerberus level 29, P6000 x 6000, strength 379, defense 288, speed 233. The 3-headed guard dog of hell loves to feast on dead flesh. In the past, anyone who intruded into the gate of hell would be swallowed whole by Cerberus. Q-Do was sweating, with a blank expression. Is this the native dog that you mentioned? My queen. The queen explained. Cerberus is a dog born and raised in hell. Didn't I tell you that even the dogs in this dungeon are unbeatable? Who said you would not believe it? Tai-He was equally bewildered. Even though the system only allowed us to pass through the gate of hell, can we really do this? Seeing his teammate pale with worry, Q-Do could only confidently encourage him. Do not worry, man. My luck is still good. This 3-headed dog loves to eat in chaos. With so many souls here, how unlucky can we be? Just as he said that, Q-Do was charged at by it. This is exactly what they call speaking too soon. One of the 3 heads sprayed venom straight at Tai-He, causing her life points to plummet. Tai-He could not stand by any longer, immediately rising up in revolt, shouting, "Give Q-Do back to me." At that critical moment, the ring also activated. The system announced, After being poisoned by the Hellhound Sebarat for over 100 seconds, you will gain the passive skill adaptation to poison resistance. This rank skill helps when attacked by the same poison for over 10 seconds, rendering it unable to harm the participant any longer. Taihyu was taken aback as the toxin gradually faded away and she felt nothing anymore. However, the three-headed dog continued its rampage, seemingly going berserk. After a wild struggle, it was forced to release Q-Do. As it seemed the young man had been causing chaos within its own body, Q-Do was terrified. But thankfully he had plunged the moonlight blade deep into its throat, narrowly escaping being devoured alive. Now was not the time to celebrate that his teammate was still alive. Q-Do urgently called for Taihyu to run with him to another area. As they dashed away, Q-Do could not shake off the nagging worry what if he could not retrieve his blade. Finally, the group escaped through that door and into another area. The system announced, "Congratulations. You have completed the first mission." The second mission was to cross the Agon River and protect the sacred tree from being lost. As they entered, a boat approached, and the boatman introduced himself as Chazan, a red-clad ferryman on the Agon River. "If you want to cross the Agon River, you need to pay the toll." For Q, dealing with money was a piece of cake. Was not it just about paying? "Here you go. Take it. And get us across the river."
Yep.
"Esteemed guests, please board the boat." Just then, a horde of spirits came rushing, clamoring to get on board as well. The red ferryman clearly showed his disdain, even going so far as to call the spirits a bunch of poor ghosts. "Get lost. You do not have the right to board." After drifting a bit away from the shore, Q-Do wondered aloud, "Chazan, why can't those lost souls cross the river by themselves? Cross the Agon River by themselves. Let me emphasize again. This is the Agon River. Try reaching your hand outside the boat." As soon as he extended his hand, countless arms shot up from the depths of the river, startling Q-Do. "What the hell is this?" "Those are the ones who failed to cross the Agon River. They will forever drown in the dark, cold waters of this river. Anything that enters the Agon River will be dragged down by them and become one of their kind. And you too will soon join the ranks of those at the bottom of the Agon. You are clearly alive, not dead. How dare you trick me? Using the currency of the living world to offer me, get lost." Immediately, he flipped his face and pushed Q-Do into the river. The moment he hit the water, he felt cold, dark, and full. That was Q-Do's first impression of the Agon River. Those desperate hands started reaching up and grabbing at him. Taihyu struggled to stay on the boat, reaching out to grab Q-Do's arm. Old ferryman Chargant wielded his oar, decisively shoving Taihyu down as well. Hi. You should join him down there to prevent things from getting worse." Q-Do activated her skills and jumped right onto the boat, delivering a solid punch to the old red captain. Q-Do was pretty surprised. She did not expect him to be this weak. After getting punched through, Chargant was not scared at all. Instead, he was challenging them. Did having crossed the river, dared to harm the boatman again, he would definitely be judged for it. Q-Do could not care less about this croaking frog's ramblings. She kicked him straight into the river. Instantly, the spirits dragged him under. Taihyu looked down in shock, thinking, "Q-Do, we have taken care of this boatman. Right? There should not be any problems." Finally, the boat reached the other shore. The biggest surprise was running into a few people, including an old guy who looked just like Chargant standing there. Taihyu was startled, taking a defensive stance. "That Chargant, how is he still standing?" The man standing there, arms crossed, said, "This Chargant is not the same as that one. But it sounds like you guys fixed the red captain. Right?" Q-Do, although not knowing who he was, enthusiastically explained, "There is no other way. That boatman was hell-bent on throwing us into the river." Another surprise for Q-Do, this guy had the guts to enter a B-level dungeon. He must be a serious player, for some reason. He chuckled. You two brainless fools. You have got Chargant all wrong. If you take down the red captain, the first level of the Yu-Min Hell dungeon ahead won't be peaceful for you." Q-Do innocently asked, "What is in the first level of Yu-Min Hell? What is the deal with that red captain?" Listen, you and I are not related or friends. So why should I tell you?" His gaze fell on the petite girl, and he rushed over, saying, "Little sis, I have recognized you from a mile away. If you want to know about the first level of Yu-Min Hell, let me share the details with you. The first level of Yu-Min Hell, also known as Judgment Hell, is where they assess the sins of anyone stepping in. If you two dealt with a scumbag, you will definitely be judged as very wicked and thrown into hell to suffer. But do not worry, little sis. As long as you follow me, I will ensure your safety. I have cleared this dungeon a few times already." Taihyu acted friendly, asking more questions, secretly wanting to use him a bit.
Bro.
"What do you mean by saying you have been to the dungeon multiple times?" "Usually, clearing a dungeon that many times does not come with any rewards. To impress the girl, he introduced himself. I am Wang Daifeng, a guide hunter by trade. After hearing this, Qiyu thought to herself, a guide hunter. Isn't that a grey profession? Making money by guiding people through dungeons. In that case, this girl must be the one hiring him. Without even being asked, Wang Daifeng introduced. This is my guest that I am bringing along this time. Little sis. What do you think? Want to join us? The purple-haired girl immediately grumbled. Wang Daifeng. Are you out of your mind? How can you be so nice to a stranger? I am the one who hired you. So why are you acting like a diva? My job is to guide you through this dungeon, not to cater to your every whim. If you are not happy, I can refund your money so you can tackle it on your own. That girl with the purple hair is getting all worked up. So why not just get a move on? And hey, little sis, make sure you stick close to me. Qiyu agreed with the others, deciding to follow him for now. This area represents the first level of the underworld. So what do you think? Pretty terrifying. Right. Welcome to the first level of the underworld, the Judgment Realm. Once you step inside, do not start babbling nonsense. As soon as the door opens, there is a guy just sitting there, ready to judge. Before anyone could speak, they were interrupted by a loud shout silence. I am the judge of the first level of the underworld, the judge of judgments. Now, let us begin the judgment on you all. Zafei confidently led the group forward. As he walked, he turned back with a smug smirk, saying, watch closely, folks, and see what I can do. He approached the judge, hands clasped behind his back. Bowing respectfully, I am Vive Fazines, and I have committed no crimes. Please judge me fairly. The book in the judge's hands suddenly emitted a beam of purple light, and the pages began to flip rapidly. Zifei was taken aback by the purple light from the book. Standing straight up, he gripped the stone tightly in his palm, which could not handle the pressure, and cracked with a loud snap. The surface now bore cracks from the pressure. The judge looked down at the book, puzzled, then wondered aloud. Is there really nothing recorded against Viku Lie Fikes? If that is the case, I declare you innocent. Next, hearing this, the Fikes relaxed and turned around. Stuffing one hand in his pocket while passing the stone to Haver T, he reminded her, just do as I say, and you will be fine. Sure enough, Hao T stepped up and echoed his sentiment, quickly being declared innocent by the judge. Zifei Fexti laughed heartily and turned to Qiyu and the others, saying, sorry, but I can only use this prop one more time. I can't help you. But if you are willing to depend on me, I will give you my last shot. She looked at him, her tone flat and unfazed. No need to worry about me. Just then, the judge called out. Next, Qiyu stepped forward, hands clasped over his chest, his face resolute as he shouted, Judge, I had no choice before, but now I want to be a good person. The ZAFC in the back, arms crossed, could not help but chuckle. My dude, next year I will burn you a ton of money paper. But despite the joke, he thought to himself, just the crime of killing that red dealer would be enough to send you straight to hell. Suddenly, a colorful light burst forth from the book, and the judge exclaimed in shock. Qiyu, his face suddenly serious. How could someone like you be so cruel? This is simply unforgivable. At that moment, a beam of light shot out from the book, quickly revealing an image of Qiyu battling a monstrous creature. The lead judge shouted seriously. First offense. Disrespecting the remains of the deceased. The big screen switched to another scene, showing Qiyu leading his group in a fierce fight, seemingly reaching their breaking point. The lead judge jumped up, slamming the book shut, and angrily declared. Second offense. Disrupting their peaceful lives. The images shifted again, and he grew even more serious as he continued listing the charges. Third offense. I will slaughter innocent creatures. Fourth offense. Desecrating corpses. From a distance, the great judge watched Qiyu with a mix of curiosity and disbelief, wondering, what kind of monster is this kid? Suddenly, the lead judge, seemingly enraged, shouted. Fifth offense. The most serious of all. This person has killed the three-headed hellhound and even murdered a boatman. He stretched out his long, dark hands towards Qiyu, reprimanding him. For someone like you who enjoys violence, this is the perfect place. I sentence you to the blood swamp, the first valley of the seventh hell. He looked as Qiyu was engulfed in a blinding red power and added, feel the pain forever in this boiling sea of blood. Qiyu's body suddenly lifted into the air as the ground revealed a sea of blood, with countless skulls and blood-red bones reaching out towards him. The lead judge coldly declared from above, Sinner Qiyu, wander into the blood swamp. Let the boiling sea of blood scorch your skin, melt your flesh, and wash away your sins. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and he gasped as the system declared. Trial complete. The lead judge could not believe his eyes. His dark, bottomless gaze widening. Kyudu shot towards him like a bolt of lightning from the sea of blood. He raised his fist and struck at the lead judge, coldly shouting, "What is a blood swamp anyway? An MPE dungeon that thinks it is the judge of the underworld. Now I will add another offense to my list, killing the judge." As the words left his mouth, he punched the judge squarely in the face. The lead judge barely had time to react before he was sent flying, crashing into a large section of the wall. The great judge watched from afar, unable to contain his shock, mouth agape in disbelief. He exclaimed, "This is bad." That kid dared to strike the judge, but recalling Kyudu's previous actions, he calmed down and thought to himself, "It seems he really has the guts for this." The lead judge rose from the rubble, seemingly mad with laughter as he asked Kyudu, "You killed the judge. It has been ages since anyone had the courage and strength to do that." He then extended his long arm, shooting out a blinding purple light from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, the purple light transformed into a long spear. At this point, he was completely enraged, his voice booming, "I will make sure you are trapped in hell forever." He lunged forward with the spear in hand, charging straight at Kyudu. You leaned back just in time, dodging the spear as it slammed down into the ground, shattering the earth into pieces. Debris flying everywhere. Dunhee watched you land safely, a smirk on his face as he scoffed. "You have managed to keep up with my speed." Kyudu lifted his chin, not denying it, and replied, "Your quickness is definitely impressive." Without another word, he stomped down hard, creating another crater in the ground. Dunhee gripped his spear tightly and leaped high. His eyes locked on Kyudu not for a second. Out of nowhere, he shot down like a rocket, leaving a streak of purple light in his wake. An explosion rang out, debris scattering around. But a dark figure quickly darted out of harm's way. That dark figure was none other than Kyudu, who skidded across the ground before finally managing to stop. Awakens, watching from a distance, could not help but exclaim, "The kid's hurt." Perplexed, asked, "How didn't he dodge it?" Meanwhile, Kyudu was holding his chest, confused, thinking, "I can't believe just the aftershock did this much damage. It is worth noting, my current defense is at 500. If it were the old me with just 6 defense points, I would be toast." As he pondered, a voice rang out from the mechanical queen. "Watch out. That guy's weapon has armor-piercing capabilities." He glanced at her and asked, "Can you help me?" In a world where it was just him and the mechanical queen, she firmly replied, "I can tee. I am the boss of the mechanical kingdom. I can't intervene in other dungeons or I will be wiped out." Suddenly, she paused and looked at him, adding, "However, I can teach you a skill." The system screen in front of Kyudu lit up with information. But as soon as he heard her, he firmly declined. "I do not need any skills." She remained calm, responding, "Don't worry. You still have my heart." Back in reality, Dunhee raised his spear, and suddenly, dark smoke began to rise around him. He coldly commanded Kyudu, "Prepare to pay for your sins." Before Kyudu could respond, he added, "I am going to personally send you to hell." Kyudu silently watched the spear gathering swirling purple energy around it. The purple light kept swirling and intensifying, wrapping around the room like a tempest. Kyudu suddenly found himself surrounded by this ominous aura, his expression tense as he thought, "This energy is no joke." Standing next to Xiaosh, noticed the situation was getting dire and anxiously turned to him. "Va face. Why are not you jumping in? If that kid dies, we are next." Za Feeks, stroking his beard, casually replied, "No rush, take it slow." Suddenly, a foot slammed down on the ground, causing it to shatter unexpectedly. Without missing a beat, Kyudu charged towards Dunhee's spear. Teether Haiyu, seeing this, immediately shouted in alarm. Kyudu Dai Fuck crossed his arms, contemplating taking the initiative. Could it be that this little punk still has a trick up his sleeve? Leading Hugh was left dumbfounded, momentarily frozen, unable to react, spotting an opening, just as Kyudu charged toward him. He immediately turned to make his escape. Dai fucking ho, watching from below, were momentarily stunned by the unfolding scene, but quickly regained their composure, muttering to themselves, "I have to take action myself." Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen something terrifying, making him stutter. "Wait a second." Back to Kyudu. He disregarded everything and gripped the spear, plunging it straight into his chest. But that was not the end. He yanked the spear out and hurled it at leading Hugh, sending him crashing down to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. A white mist quickly spread in all directions as Kyudu landed gracefully, The room fell into an eerie silence. Leading Hugh lay motionless on the ground, impaled by 9 spears. Daifuk exclaimed in disbelief. How did this kid's strength increase so dramatically in the blink of an eye? The mechanical queen glided by, smirking as she asked. What do you think? Is this skill useful? Kyudu clutched his wound, shooting her a cold glance. Sure, it is useful. But this skill is a bit of a life drainer. He lowered his head, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, as a system notification screen suddenly appeared before him. The mechanical queen's fury, when injured, would enter a berserk state for every percentage of health lost. Her attack, defense, and speed would increase by 0.5%. A warning flashed. Staying enraged for too long will have certain mysterious side effects. Not too shabby. This skill fits me perfectly. After a period of unconsciousness, Leading Hugh finally woke up. Upon hearing Kyudu's words, he clenched the spear still lodged in his chest, excitement bubbling in his voice. Interesting. Really interesting. The system screen quickly displayed information. Epic and BC. Judge Leading Hugh. Skill. Extreme force. A warning appeared. The judge of the mine court has the coldest heart in the world. He decisively yanked the spear out, standing face to face with Kyudu, his tone dripping with provocation. So a truly wicked criminal has managed to hurt me. Ah. He raised his arm, pointing directly at Kyudu, and unleashed an extreme force attack. Kyudu showed no hesitation, immediately raising his mechanized fist to counterattack. The two powerful forces collided, neither willing to back down, devastating the ground beneath them with their sheer might. Just as they were about to collide, Leading Hugh unexpectedly shifted tactics, shouting, "Extreme force!" The spear lunged straight at Kyudu, but he met it with his fist, smashing it back. Tahu, watching from afar, kept her eyes glued to him, seeing him in a precarious position. She felt a pang of guilt in her heart, thinking, this is my fault. I am meant to be a shield, so I should be the one taking on these attacks. Kyudu gasped in shock as the trident pierced through the metal on his arms, creating a deafening clang. Yanho tightened his grip on the trident and continued to thrust it down. His low, commanding voice echoed ominously, "Criminal Kyudu, I take on the role of the judge of the underworld." He paused for a moment before adding, "I hereby sentence you to death." Kyudu furrowed his brows, clenching his teeth, revealing his dire situation. Suddenly, a powerful beam of purple light shot out, piercing through the dark miasma. Seeing this, Toho immediately panicked and rushed forward, her face paling. She ran while calling out, "Kyudu." The ground below is still billowing with thick, white smoke from the fierce battle. Kyudu's hand fell limply to the side, the ring on his finger shattered by Yanho's attack, and the system's cold, mechanical voice announced, "Mechanized tiger has been destroyed." Yanho was enveloped by a strong purple aura, gently walking over to Kyudu before stopping. Taho's face darkened, desperately biting her lip to suppress her tears. Inside, she blamed herself. "Kyudu, it is all my fault. Why am I so useless?" Not stopping there, Yanho coldly declared to the 3 remaining people, "Next, it is your turn." Suddenly, a voice rang out beside Yanho, catching him off guard. "Wait!" Kyudu, still struggling to get up, groaned, "My gear is broken. If only I could find something better." He paused. Then, standing up seriously, continued, "This is not over between us." Next, a notification popped up, activating the berserk state. Yanho scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "You think just standing up makes you a threat?" Just as he finished his sentence, without warning, he aimed the trident directly at Kyudu. To everyone's surprise, Kyudu stood there, completely unmoving. It seemed like the trident would pierce right through him, but in a flash, he tilted his head to dodge the blow and seized the trident with incredible strength. At that moment, Kyudu transformed, radiating a powerful aura, completely different from before. He swung his arm, sending Yanho reeling. Yanho was left in shock by Kyudu's sudden change. But before he could comprehend what was happening, a loud explosion erupted in front of him, sending a column of purple light shooting up into the sky. Kyudu charged forward, his face set in fierce determination, his other hand ready to strike. In an instant, he zipped past Yanho like a lightning bolt, and when he turned back, he had cleanly sliced Yanho in two. Below, the onlookers gasped, "This kid is ruthless. Good thing he did not turn that on us." Back to Yanho. He stared at his body, now missing a large chunk, his once arrogant tone replaced with panic. "How is this possible? I can't believe I am dying at the hands of a mere criminal." As he finished his sentence, his body swiftly disintegrated into a blue gem, and the system quickly displayed the message, "Epic kill. Gain 26 free attribute points." After everything, Kyudu flung his friend down to the ground. The cold earth could not handle the impact and shattered into pieces. Suddenly, an unusual silence fell over the air, broken only by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching him, as Daefuck rushed over. Laughing loudly. Kyu-do. You are really something. Oh man. You are hurt really bad. Hurry. Someone help. But to his surprise, the guy was not heading toward Kyu-do at all. He was gracefully moving past him. Suddenly, a flash of purple light zipped through Daefuck's arm, making him jump and spin around. Kyu-do had no idea when he sat up, but now his face was cold. Warning him, take one more step toward that soul core, and see what happens. To break the awkward tension, Daefuck burst into laughter. Hurriedly explaining, I saw you were hurt. Just trying to help. Alright. You can handle it yourself. But Kyu-do's gaze was fixated on the tattoo on Daefuck's arm, and he thought to himself in shock. Wait, why does he have a tattoo of Baiza? Kyu-do's eyes narrowed, filled with suspicion, wondering who this guy really was, and what his connection to Baiza could be. Was it a coincidence? Or was he purposely seeking him out? With that thought, Kyu-do's face darkened, his mind racing with caution. Bringing Daefuck along to this dangerous world was a spur-of-the-moment decision. What if he was connected to Baiza? The intelligence of Baiza was terrifying. At that moment, Taehi rushed over. Panicking. Kyu-do, are you okay? He maintained his half-kneeling position on the cold ground and replied coolly. Just thinking about what that judge's soul core might unleash. He could not wait any longer. Kyu-do reached out to touch the judge's soul core. In the blink of an eye, the soul core exploded into a stone. The system immediately displayed a message. Upgrade stone acquired. A one-time use item of grade, capable of upgrading any equipment to grade B, with a special effect included. Kyu-do held the stone in his hand, his face filled with dissatisfaction. What is the use of this? I need weapon. Shields. The system ignored Kyu-do's complaints and continued to display the next notification. Quest 3 completed. New quest issued. He took the stone and walked over to the other two, and Ahawait, who had been sticking close to Daefuck, immediately asked, I bet you all got the notice about the new quest too. Right. Daefuck quickly threw on his coat and said with a grin. In response, Kyu-do replied coldly, fine. Just like that, the whole group left with a sense of grandeur, while the system displayed more information. Quest 4. Navigate through the hell behind to reach the underworld palace, while safeguarding the holy relic. After a while, they finally arrived, and the sky here was shrouded in a blood-red hue, looking utterly bizarre. Daefuck confidently led the way, looking up at the sky to inform the others. Ahead lies the hell of excess. Suddenly, his face turned serious as he turned around to warn them. Those who overindulged in life will end up in this hell. It should not be a problem for us. Just keep an eye out for the three-headed dog in this hell. Filled with doubt, spoke up. Is not that monster guarding the gates of hell? Why is it showing up in the hell of violence? Feiki laughed heartily and replied, You would not know this, but guarding the gates of hell is just the dog's day job. The hell of violence is where it really lives. Cerberus is not interested in the living. As long as we do not wake it up, we will be just fine. Suddenly, Kyu-do seemed to notice something. Jolting around to look in one direction, above their heads, 3 pairs of blood-red eyes had appeared out of nowhere, staring intently at them. Feiki quickly snapped back to reality, shouting loudly to the others. Run fast. Cerberus is awake. Hearing this, everyone immediately panicked and started to flee. But they had not gotten far when a gigantic 3-headed dog leaped down from the sky. Seeing this, the group wasted no time and bolted at full speed. Still, it was far too late. The 3-headed dog was incredibly fierce, and within seconds, it was hot on their tails. As Wei ran, he could not help but voice his confusion. What is going on? I have been here many times, and that beast has never attacked the living before. Kyu-do turned his head back, agreeing. I did not expect this either. I only killed one of its heads, and it holds such a grudge against me. Feeks, hearing this, spun around in shock. You killed one of Cerberus' heads. Seriously? Dude, are you out of your mind? Suddenly, Kyu-do stopped, standing directly in front of the 3-headed dog. Before making his decision, he did not forget to tell Taehi. Taehi, you run ahead. As she was running, she turned back to ask loudly, What about you? Kyu-do smiled with determination. I still have something on that beast. I need to get it back. Taehi quickly shouted. Okay. I will wait for you up ahead. With that, she did not hesitate and sped off. The 3-headed dog quickly caught up. Seeing Kyu-do standing still, it let out a thunderous growl and lunged toward him. Kyu-do coldly unleashed a punch aimed straight at the 3-headed dog, but to his surprise, he was forcefully knocked back, ignoring the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A cold glint flickered in Kyu-do's eyes as he muttered with a hint of madness. All right, let us settle the score for old times. With that, an aura of power radiated from him, while the three-headed dog charged at him, oblivious to the danger ahead. Just as it opened its mouth, seemingly ready to swallow him whole, Kyudo swung his arm and delivered a punishing blow to its face. Not stopping there, Kyudo slammed down into the ground and propelled himself toward the three-headed dog. He struck like a flash, landing blow after blow on Cerberus' head, leaving it no time to react. Each hit resonating with the sound of the monster's health being stripped away. But the three-headed dog was no pushover. Realizing that Kyudo was not an easy opponent, it quickly unleashed its ultimate move, gathering a ball of green energy in its mouth. Kyudo lifted his head, his cold expression assessing the three-headed dog. So it is that powerful. Cerberus unleashed a torrent of green goo straight down onto the spot where Kyudo stood, as the slime splattered on him. His health points rapidly plummeted from those points of contact, and he bowed his head, gritting his teeth and shouting, "I do not believe it." When he lifted his head, his expression had turned fierce, and Kyudo coldly declared, "I can fix a mutt like you." At that moment, he stood alone, radiating power and defiance against the colossal three-headed dog, which was growling fiercely, ready to pounce. His face hardened, and he readied himself for battle, gripping the massive chain tightly. The instant he spotted an opening in the three-headed dog's defenses, he swung the chain, wrapping it securely around its body. Kyudo's strength was immense. With one powerful pull, he tightened the chain, leaving the three-headed dog bound and struggling to escape. One of Cerberus's heads, restless and furious, snarled from its position near its neck, trying to lunge at Kyudo, but he would not let it slip free. He took a leap, still gripping the chain. Suddenly sensing something, Kyudo spun around, his face a mask of shock. What the hell? In just a moment of distraction, a force slammed him into the ground, his body crashing against the wall, shattering the area around him. The three-headed dog seized the opportunity. Despite being chained, it thrashed wildly, causing Kyudo to be tossed around like a rag doll at the end of the chain. But he would not let himself be down for too long. He quickly regained his composure, gripping the chain tightly, and roared, "You filthy mutt! Die already!" As he threw the three-headed dog away with all his might, he yelled, "Stop!" Realizing that words were not cutting it, he clenched his fist into a rock-solid punch and charged forward. A surge of green energy erupted from his powerful fist. By the time the three-headed dog realized what was happening, it was already too late. Before it could even let out a whimper, Kyudo's punch sent it flying backward. The injured three-headed dog let out a piercing howl. It leapt forward with the speed of lightning, dragging Kyudo along on the other end of the chain. Seizing the moment, Kyudo skillfully jumped onto the back of the three-headed dog, watching its ferocious movements. He wondered, what is wrong with this dog? Has it gone mad? Meanwhile, over with Daifuk and the others, they finally halted in an open field. He looked back anxiously and then breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "We are safe here." Daifuk, never one to curb his bad habits, could not help but tease when he saw Taihu alone. Chuckling loudly, "Hey sis, do not worry. That guy is probably already in that dog's belly. If you are feeling down, my broad shoulders are here for you to lean on." Taihu, hearing this, snapped back angrily. "Shut up." Just then, a massive dark shape raced toward them. She instinctively shouted, "Kyudo," as she spotted the oncoming shadow. When they finally realized the approaching figure was the three-headed dog, still tangled in chains but unstoppable in its fury, the group of Daifuk felt a chill and wanted to flee. But suddenly, the three-headed dog leapt over their heads in a flash. His eyes went wide in shock as he watched the silhouette of Kyudo riding on the back of the three-headed dog, trying to shout out, "Oh man, what in the world is happening here?" All he could do was worry and call out, "Kyudo, are you okay?" He struggled to turn his head back, gripping tightly. "I am on my way." Ziefei Fox watched as Kyudo and the three-headed dog slowly faded into the distance, his voice filled with concern. "Oh no. That three-headed dog is taking him straight to the seventh circle of hell." Cerberus was moving faster than ever, its body gracefully leaping over rocky outcroppings with ease. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar and crashed into a massive boulder, which exploded into pieces in the blink of an eye. Finally, it came to a halt in front of a massive gate. Kyudo was startled, springing to his feet, muttering, "What is this place?" Suddenly, a quadrilateral hole appeared in the ground, emanating a bright red light from within. The three-headed dog seemed to recognize this spot, quickly approaching the edge of the hole, and before long, its entire body was engulfed in a deep crimson hue. Kyudo, on guard, wanted to leap off the dog's back, but there was no way it would let him escape that easily. Senberos continuously shook its head, growling fiercely, making it incredibly hard for Kyudo to keep his balance. In an instant, as it jumped, all the chains wrapped around it including Kyudo were flung far away. Not stopping there, it opened its mouth and unleashed a beam of red light directly at him. Kyudo slammed down into the ground, creating a massive crater. And water began to seep out from around him. He struggled to open his eyes. But the first thing he said was, "Whoa. I did not know you were this smart." The three-headed dog did not hesitate, letting out a roar before lunging directly at Kyudo. Suddenly, he shot up, panic etched across his face. The big hole. "It hurts." The three-headed dog seized the moment, bowing down and swallowing Kyudo whole. It then tilted its head back, struggling to swallow him down. Just as the three-headed dog was about to savor its delicious meal, a barrage of bright red lights erupted from within its body. The three-headed dog howled in pain, its cries piercing the air. Just seconds later, Kyudo emerged from the ground, sword in hand, having just sliced a gash across the dog's chest. And just like that, Kyudo had decisively taken down the massive Cerberus. He stood triumphantly over its lifeless body, his voice cold and cutting. "Swallow me one. Fine. But dare to do it again. This dog really has no fear of death." But just when he thought he was safe, the wound on the three-headed dog's body quickly healed, returning it to its original state. Meanwhile, Kyudo remained blissfully unaware of the danger lurking ahead, pondering to himself, "Weird. Why has not the destruction notification popped up yet? Last time, one of its heads clearly died. But then it came back to life. Could it be immortal?" As if to answer Kyudo's thoughts, the three-headed dog suddenly awakened from behind, letting out an angry howl before launching itself straight at him. Kyudo raised an eyebrow, realizing, "I really have to chop off all three of its heads to stop it." In that moment, Kyudo seemed determined, radiating a dark power that sent chills down the spine. His face was eerily cold, and his voice boomed like a demon from hell, cursing like a sailor. Without a second thought, Kyudo launched himself like an arrow straight at the three-headed dog's back. And all that could be heard was a thunderous crack. What a sight to behold. He slowly drew the sword from behind his back, while Cerberus, oblivious to the danger, charged fiercely ahead. In an instant, its massive form was no match for the swift strike. Kyudo leaped, and with one clean cut, he swiftly severed one of Cerberus's heads. The onlookers were struggling to stay steady amidst the chaos from the battle between Kyudo and the three-headed beast. They gasped in shock, completely taken aback. One of them thought to himself, "Who would be thought the old man cared about him? This kid really knows how to surprise everyone." Back to the showdown. One of Cerberus' heads was severed, blood splattering everywhere. Kyudo was more focused than ever, calculating his next move. Knowing it was not fully revived yet, time to finish it off for good. Blood gushed from the severed neck, soaking the ground beneath. The remaining two heads roared in fury, howling at Kyudo. But before their cries could escape, he swiftly swung his sword again, cutting through the sound. Kyudo flipped mid-air, and as he soared past the remaining head, he could not resist taunting it. "Just you left." The defiant head growled, launching itself at him, eager to devour him whole. Kyudo kicked hard against the air and dove straight into the gaping jaws of the three-headed dog. In the blink of an eye, a massive explosion echoed, shaking the very ground beneath them. The system quickly displayed a notification. Through the fight, the epic monster Hades, Cerberus, had been defeated. Reward: 29 free attribute points. Experience plus 145. Level up successful. Current experience: 20 out of 1,500. Plus 10 free attribute points. Kyudo gripped his sword tightly, feeling the blade absorb a wave of green energy from the surroundings. Once it settled, the system immediately showed a new notification. Weapon upgrade. Kyudo stared in awe at the sword in his hand, which now had a whole new set of stats: Jade Dragon Moonblade, Grade B. With a special ability that activates when the player's attack is blocked. It would automatically trigger the next attack and boost damage by 5%, with no limit on accumulation. Additionally, it dealt 20% extra damage to otherworldly beings. Kyudo was astonished, murmuring to himself, "This sword can upgrade itself." Just then, the trio from the Great Fortune rushed over, with the most worried one calling out, "Kyudo, are you okay?" He smiled nonchalantly and replied, "Just took down a dog, no big deal." The others were in disbelief, thinking to themselves, "He really just killed Hades, the three-headed dog." After a brief exchange, he finally reached out to touch the red gem beside him. Information flashed before his eyes. Soul Harvesting Essence. Grade B. Single-use item. After using it, all attributes increase by 100 points, lasting for 1 minute, but spirit decreases by 10%. Kyudo held the gem in his palm and smiled softly, feeling secretly thrilled, thinking, 100 points to all attributes. What a treasure. And this side effect, it is practically nothing for me. At that moment, a friend noticed his joy and curiously asked, "What is it? Why so? Did you find something good?" Kyudo quickly tucked the gem into his shirt and casually replied, "Nothing much. Just a random item." But inside, he was already plotting. If he really is a part of the White Armor group, then this big boost could really surprise him. Suddenly, his companion pulled him aside, looking serious. and said, "Q-Do, come here for a second. I need to talk to you." Once they reached a secluded spot far from the others, the companion finally spoke up. "On the way here, I asked the King of Fortune, and he said he has never seen this type of cross before." Q-Do was taken aback and asked, "Wait, are you saying that these two types of crosses only appear in this dungeon?" He could not help but wonder what this could mean. Suddenly, the two crosses around their necks began to levitate, and a system screen popped up next to them, announcing, "Congratulations, players. You have completed mission number 4, and now we will reveal the final mission." Out of nowhere, a beam of light shot up from between them, and the system screen continued displaying information. The final mission is to place these two crosses into the slots of the God of Light's temple. Defeat the Dark King, and escape before the dungeon collapses, or you will be buried with it. Both Deifuku and he noticed the commotion and were startled. He exclaimed, "What is going on? What are you guys doing?" Q-Do furrowed his brow and shot back at him. "King Deifuku, let me ask you. What was the final mission you completed in the Dark Dungeon before?" Deifuku shouted back, "Enter the Dark King's temple. As long as you get into the Dark King's temple, this dungeon is considered completed." Upon hearing this, Q-Do's expression turned serious. He thought to himself, "It seems like I and my companion have triggered something that caused this dungeon to change." Suddenly, he shouted at the group, "All right, let us move. We need to finish this crazy dungeon fast. I do not want to stay here another second." Hearing this, Deifuku immediately chimed in, "Okay, I have been here a few times. I will lead everyone to the Dark King's temple." After what felt like hours of walking, until the moon was high in the sky, they finally arrived at the gates of the Dark King's temple. Deifuku shouted loudly. He tried to push the gates open with all his might, but it would not budge. He exclaimed in shock, "What is going on? Last time I came here, this door opened with just a light push." Suddenly, he seemed to notice something and pointed to the wall beside her, curiously calling out, "Q-Do, look over here." Instinctively, Q-Do turned to follow her finger, looking curiously at the two cross-shaped holes in the wall, which were oddly hollow. Deifuku immediately jumped in to explain, "No way. I did not see these before when I came here." Before he could finish, Q-Do interrupted. "The shape looks like it corresponds to the crosses we have on us." They said that, and together they pushed the holy cross into the two holes in the wall. In the blink of an eye, the heavy gate in front of them slowly creaked open, letting a cold gust of wind blow in from outside. The four of them stood silently outside the door, peering into the dim room ahead. Suddenly, Q-Do seemed to lose consciousness, his eyes tightly shut. When he opened his eyes again, he was faced with a mountain of skulls, and he found himself floating above a sea of blood. Confused, Q-Do spoke up, and his gaze was quickly drawn to a figure standing atop the mountain of skulls, their cloak billowing in the wind. He muttered to himself, "Who is that?" The figure did not respond, but tilted their head slightly to look at him and smirked coldly. That alone made Q-Do's face turn pale with fear. He panicked and shouted, "Fake." In his mind, he wondered if this was him. The scene he just saw was the image of him before he died. Tuahu noticed Q-Do's ashen face and asked with concern, "Q-Do, are you okay?" He immediately replied, "Did you see anything just now?" Tuahu shook his head, answering, "I did not see anything." Q-Do slightly lowered his eyes, thinking to himself, "Could it be that I am the only one who saw that scene?" Just then, Fifes unexpectedly shouted, "Whoa, what is happening? No way. I have been to the city of the Electric Ming King many times, and it has always been empty. Why is there a huge coffin this time?" Q-Do calmly walked up to the coffin, silently staring at the man lying motionless inside it. To his shock, the man inside the coffin suddenly opened his eyes wide, a sinister smile stretching across his face. Q-Do instinctively jumped back, not forgetting to alert everyone around him. Run. In the blink of an eye, the inside of the coffin was empty as if nothing had ever been there. It turned out the main character inside the coffin had flown out and was rushing straight towards Q-Do. Q-Do braced himself, standing firm in front of where the figure was speeding towards him. That entity, like a ghost without a body, flew right through him, and the system chimed in, congratulating the player for receiving the Ming King's essence. The figure vanished immediately, and the system continued to announce, Ming King's essence, as class item for one-time use, currently has no special effect. Q-Do was taken aback, thinking to himself, a one-time uses class item, and I can use it. Suddenly someone called out to him. Q-Do. Taihu shouted several times. Q-Do. Q-Do. It dawned on him then, and he asked in a panic, what is wrong with me? Taihu replied, just now, when you touched the crystal coffin, you froze up, and no matter how we called you, you did not respond. Q-Do finally understood. So that is what it was. It seemed that the illusion he had seen was possibly the scene that man had deliberately created for him to witness. He marveled, wondering, what was that? The system announced, stone coffin. B class. Once inside, you lose the ability to move, but your body will never decay. V. Fixed said, I suspect this is the coffin of the Ming King. Legends say it originates from the fake Ming realm, and is tied to the real Ming realm. It is very likely to be true, and the real Ming realm is terrifying. Everyone dies with no survivors. Q-Do immediately asked, if it is that dangerous, why even step into the real world? He explained, of course. It is for the inheritance of the Ming King. Who would run to that Ming realm without feeling scared? He thought to himself, what does the inheritance of the Ming King have to do with the Ming King's race? Just got accepted. At that moment, Wang Dafeng pointed and said, hey, look, there are 2 keyholes under the coffin too. Q-Do and Tu fell silent, not saying a word. He gently lifted the cross around his neck. At the same time, both placed their crosses into the perfectly fitting slots on the stone coffin's base. Suddenly, a powerful earthquake hit. Z, standing far away, wondered what was going on. The system announced, congratulations players on completing the final mission. The dungeon will soon collapse. Please exit quickly. And player Q-Do and Tahayu from Roa. Player Q-Do receives 200 experience, 20 free attribute points, C-level equipment, and a magic staff intellect. Tahayu shouted from the other side. Q-Do, my reward is a shield. You need to hurry up and suggest. Alright. This place is about to crumble. Let us get out of here fast. Wang Dafeng could not hold back his curiosity. What is going on? What did you 2 do? He was furious. This dungeon is my source of income. If you destroy it, it is like cutting off my chance to earn money. You are not allowed to leave. Q-Do was stunned and asked Wang Dafeng, have you lost your mind? If you want to argue, let us talk outside. Otherwise, when the dungeon collapses, you and I will both be buried here. He stubbornly countered. Really? You are cutting off my chance to earn money. Does it matter if I stay or leave? Huazi could not help but exclaim. Wang Dafeng, if you want to die, do not drag me into it. Wang Dafeng did not hesitate to turn and kick her hard. You annoying woman. You have been babbling non-stop. Huazi directly took the brunt of his brutal kick and was sent flying. Q-Do then calmly asked, you are not trying to stop us because of this, right? Wang Dafeng confidently shot back. Why would I need another reason to go after you? Q-Do replied. Of course. He reacted with a grunt. So tell me what you think, Q-Do straightforwardly said. It is because you are one of Baizi's people. Wang Dafeng chuckled. No wonder I was specifically told to capture you. You really are quite clever. I have hidden so well. Yet you still figured it out. Can you tell me when you started to suspect me? Q-Do confidently replied. Since you revealed your Baizia tattoo. He was confused. That is it. You are sure? Yep. That is it. Wang Dafeng was left speechless by Q-Do's reason for discovering him. He threw down the 2 crosses at his feet and asked, if I am not mistaken, these 2 crosses were also made by your Baizia. Right. Seeing that, Wang Dafeng smirked broadly. You are pretty smart. Once you know everything, you should understand that today you can't escape. Q-Do then spoke up. But I have one more question. If your only purpose is to capture me, why destroy this dungeon? Ving Yefi sighed. Surprised that you do not know everything. Well, I will generously let you in on a secret. Destroying this dungeon is to keep the world inside from tracking you down. He spread his arms. Because once you go missing, the Sierben Detun Wani just let it slide. When that happens, he will definitely pull out all the stops to find you. But as long as the dungeon is wrecked, he will never be able to locate you again. Q-Do whispered. I see. But if you are that weak, how do you think you can catch us? Vicky Afi exuded dark energy. Grinning wickedly. You do not need to worry about that. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, clawing at Q-Do, causing him to lose 193 health instantly. Q-Do could not believe it. How could he move so fast? Even the tier 2 mage could not catch him. The V-Hei Facey then spoke from behind him. Just like that. Keep being arrogant. Kid. Tai Ho quickly rushed in, shielding him and said, Q-Do. Be careful. V-Wei Fexi scratched at Tai Haibu, who did not react at all, making him wonder silently. Atira shield. V-Hei Fexi could not help but marvel. You guys really have some insane luck. Atira Unjin dropping a tier gear. But too bad. That gear is about to become mine. Tai Ho huffed and said, let us see how you handle your own techniques. She thought. This time, I won't just be a useless burden behind Q-Do. From the shield, a counterattack erupted from T-Haiu, sending V-Flay Fashi crashing into the wall. Yet, he quickly steadied himself, refusing to be knocked down. Q-Do watched this unfold, unable to suppress his thoughts. Who knew Tai Ho was this strong? She looked over at V-Dai Fans, who was bracing himself in the distance. and shouted, "Bring it on." He pulled out a sword, laughing loudly, saying, "Two rookies." "Ah," Vim Haifei arrogantly declared. "You really think you can take me on? With just a bunch of beginners?" Vim Haifei charged in quickly, saying, "Now I want to see how you defend yourself." T-Hank thought to herself, "He is so he must be an assassin class." In note, he circled around to her back and said, "If you protect him like that, do not blame me for not holding back." Saying that, Ving Jai Heifi swung his sword menacingly at T-Hei. Ki-yu-du, standing behind, witnessed this scene and gasped, shouting her name. T-Hike. He immediately pulled out a red potion and swallowed it. This is the soul-draining Great Recovery Pill, boosting all attributes by 100 points, but reducing spirit by 10%. Ki-yu-du felt himself powered up significantly. This was the wrath of the mechanized queen. His gaze was fierce as he directed his fist toward Vyung V. Fikes. Ki-yu-du threw a punch, sending him flying away. Shouting loudly, "Get lost." Ki-yu-du turned to ask, "T-Hike, are you okay?" She replied. T-Heb suddenly looked up and warned him, "Watch out." She quickly grabbed her shield to block Veg VVIFC's attack. However, his strike was so powerful that T-Hype suffered some damage, the sleeve of her shirt tearing apart. Seeing this, Qiu-Du did not hesitate and ran to shield T-Hype. Wang Daifeng, witnessing the scene, was left utterly astonished. He did not stubbornly press on and instead took a step back, standing firm not far from them. T-Hib gently called out, "Qiu-Du," and you turned to respond, "You are hurt. Take a break." Next up, from Qiu-Du's hands emerged a staff of law and punishment, a C-level item that boosted spirit by 20% and increased damage on 100 skills by 30%. Restricted to the class of sorcerer and a novice level. Level 11. Qiu-Du held two staves radiating powerful golden energy and softly said to Ta, "Leave it to me." Wang Daifeng looked at Qiu-Du, feeling bewildered.
Good.
"What is with your getup? Aren't you a necromancer?" Qiu-Du, unfazed by him, lightly rose on his toes, leaving distinct wet marks on the ground. He struck fiercely towards Wang Daifeng, delivering a slash, then shouted, "Ambush." He scoffed. "A necromancer trying to ambush a rogue like me?" Qiu-Du calmly asked back, "So what if I am a necromancer?" At that moment, he subtly transformed the staff in his hand into a dragon's roar. Qiu-Du decisively swung his arm to chop at Wang Daifeng, but he successfully blocked it. Wang Daifeng thought to himself in surprise, "What is going on?" The speed and strength have suddenly intensified, he mused inwardly. A necromancer is not supposed to be the weakest existence in this world. So how can this kid deliver such powerful attacks? Meanwhile, Qiu-Du quickly activated his skills and equipment, thinking, with the support of my skills and the Great Tonic, as long as I can stack the dragon's roar, I can suppress him. At this moment, Wang Daifeng gazed at the red light in astonishment. What is this? As he noticed Qiu-Du quickly rising from behind that light, he thought in shock, my speed is slowing down. This is not good. I can't dodge anymore. Wang Daifeng now had no choice but to use his sword to parry Qiu-Du's staff attacks. He was further shocked to notice that the force behind the attacks was also decreasing. Qiu-Du, sensing his advantageous position, shouted, "Dragon's Roar." He unleashed a strike that shattered the ground beneath Wang Daifeng's feet. Qiu-Du continued to create attacking stances with the Dragon's Roar. Wang Daifeng could only dodge in various ways. Unable to do anything else, he unleashed his strongest move once again. Dragon's Roar. And Wang Daifeng's sword could not withstand it any longer, shattering into pieces. Wang Daifeng urgently shouted, "Wait! I can believe I, a mid-level rogue, am being pushed around by a low-level sorcerer." Unwilling to meet his end, Wang Daifeng asked Qiu-Du,
Good.
"Do not you want to know about the white worm? Don't you want to know about your parents? If you kill me, you will never find out anything." Qiu-Du's techniques seemed to transform into a golden dragon flying towards him. Wang Daifeng became even more anxious and kept insisting,
Good.
"Think carefully. If you kill me, you will lose your chance to learn this vital information. You should know that there are white worms in this world too." As the last words left his lips, Qiu-Du slammed that dragon move down hard on him. Wang Daifeng gradually lost consciousness but still managed to say, "You really dare to kill me. Baizu will never let you off." He lay beneath the waterlogged ground, slowly fading away completely. At that moment, Qiu-Du quietly gritted his teeth and remained silent. After a while, he finally exploded in anger. "You should have spoken up sooner. My skill, the heart-devouring reverb, cannot be stopped." Suddenly, laughter echoed from afar, and Qiu-Du was caught off guard by that familiar voice. Wang Daifeng truly was useless. It made no sense why the boss trusted him. The voice belonged to Huazi, who had knocked out Tia, and was now holding a knife against her throat. Qiu-Du was utterly shocked, asking, "Are you also with Bai Jia?" Huazi confirmed. That is right. Surprised. Are not you? Huazi gently touched her face and said, we have met once before. You know. The mask on her face was now removed, and Q-Do was stunned to recognize her. It was. You called out Huazi's name in disbelief. Finally seeing her true face, Huazi softly remarked, I can't believe you still remember me. That is impressive. Q-Do smiled. Of course I remember you. Sister, now, let my friend go, and we can talk this out. Huazi laughed and replied, you really think so? Are you the one who is smart or am I the fool here? So you managed to drag along all those little rats and escape? Well. This time. Let us see if you can run away again. Q-Do thought silently. Escape? My power now is worlds apart from what it was back then. He tightened his grip on the staff in his hand. And the effects of the soul pursuit and soul-seizing elixirs still had not worn off. At that moment, Z spoke up. If you want to make a move, I suggest you think it through carefully. The system displayed information. Identity. Z. Profession. Assassin. Rank. High tier. Level. 35. Q-Do was taken aback. High tier. She was proactively showing me her stats. How am I supposed to fight against that, even with 10 elixirs? I would not stand a chance. Huazi lightly twirled the knife in her hand and asked, feeling a bit shaky. Are we? She pressed the knife close to her throat again and said, as long as you cooperate with me, I might consider letting the past grudges slide. Suddenly, powerful tremors shook the ground, causing the walls to start collapsing. The entire place was quickly filled with falling debris, shrouding everything in dust. Q-Do gently took his staff and replied, fine. Looks like I have no choice but to obey. He suddenly exclaimed. But I am really curious, was all this effort just to take down a low-level dungeon and capture me? A complete newbie. Is it really worth it? Hoti smiled confidently. Q-Do, you are not just an ordinary newbie. A low-level spirit mage who can take down a high-level foe with his own body is something else entirely. Once you see our grand vision, you will definitely want to join us. Q-Do thought to himself. This kind of confidence. I have seen it on the faces of the elite from the Machina Kingdom Queen. Where are you? He looked at Hoti going wild in front of him and sighed. If you do not show up, I am definitely a goner. At that moment, Adipite up. I will show you the greatness of our cause. Q-Do suddenly swung his weapon and shouted, let us do this. Even though he was just waking up from being knocked out by Hoti, he was wide awake now. She quickly broke free from Ada's grip. Following that, Q-Do winked and swung his staff toward Hoti, but Ada dodged just in time. Hoti surrounded her knife with purple energy and said softly, if you still want to attack, I will just have to break your limbs and take you back. Ada swung down with his knife, but Tiheu swiftly blocked it and shouted, do not mess with me. Hoti remarked lightly, I did not realize you and this girl still had some connection. Ada pivoted and kicked Tahavu in the side. Instantly, she was kicked away, crashing into the wall and creating a massive shockwave. Q-Do, witnessing the attack, could only shout. Tiheu. He struggled to swing his staff, thinking to himself, if I can hit my mantra 100, maybe 1,000 times, I might still have a chance to beat her. But contrary to that thought, Hoti effortlessly dodged all of Q-Do's attacks. Ada successfully closed in on him and smiled as he swung the knife. That knife, charged with powerful energy, landed easily on Q-Do. Although he endured a treacherous attack, Q-Do could only quickly retreat, trying to keep his balance. Aside, one limb is already gone. But there is still one more. Q-Do, with one hand propped against his shoulder, said, wait, can we just take out one limb? Let us leave the other 5 alone. Hoti chuckled. Let me think a bit more on that. But in an instant, Ada rushed towards Q-Do and struck his arm hard. Q-Do was shocked. His defense was useless against her. She was so fast he could not even react. Hoti stood back, stopping right behind Q-Do. Each of Ada's swift strikes slammed hard into his back. After taking those hits, Q-Do could not hold on any longer and crashed to the ground. Hoti, without missing a beat, casually leaned in with a knife and said, tell me, why do you have to suffer like this? Wouldn't it have been better to just cooperate from the start? Without a word, Ada delivered a powerful kick to Q-Do's stomach, sending him flying. Q-Do, now out of control, hurtled like a bullet towards the stone coffin. He landed right on top of it, and it felt like some kind of energy was being activated. Q-Do struggled to get up but could not, thinking to himself, what kind of power does this coffin have to hold me down like this? This is bad news. Q-Do quickly tried to gather his thoughts. Thinking, I am so sleepy. Hoti shot him a wicked glance and said, sleep tight. When you wake up, we will be in our rightful place. Suddenly, a voice shouted from afar, startling her, put Q-Do down. Hoti was completely taken aback as she looked at Tiu. stuttering. What? How is this possible? She stared at the earring that gleamed with a bright green flame. Bewildered. That fire on your earring. It can be the legendary fire of the underworld. This is impossible. Tihu now had a green flame in one eye, and she shouted, I order you. Let go. Kyudu lay on the coffin, unable to contain his thoughts as he heard their conversation. Tihu, it is really you. How awesome. Meanwhile, dust was settling around him, obscuring everything along with the green energy radiating from Tihu's earring. The waves of energy surrounded everywhere, forcing Hoi to dodge desperately, now trapped in flames. She screamed. This is really the fire of the underworld. Ho looked over at Tasoku and exclaimed. That earring in your hand, can he just be a mere level earring? Otherwise, it could not withstand the fire of the underworld. On Kyudu's side, he was slipping into another dimension and wondered. Tihu, are you okay? What the heck is going on? Kyudu was deeply worried and thought, how can Ituo, such a fragile girl, fight fiercely against someone as strong as Hoa T? What has happened? Outside, Hodi was fuming, cursing up a storm. Crazy. You are insane. From Hodi's eyes, the reflection of the fire of the underworld appeared, causing her to scream. A cloud of dust swirled up, engulfing the entire space. Kyudu could not help but shout in worry. Tihu, where are you? Are you okay? He was in a pitch-black space but still tried to reach out to Tihu. Please do not scare me. Kyudu, in the main space, suddenly called out. Tihu. She finally reached the stone coffin beside him and replied. Kyudu sighed dreamily. This is too good. Oh right. What about that girl? Did she run away? He hesitated. Yeah. She ran. Hearing this, he urged. Then let us hurry. This dungeon is about to collapse. Suddenly, her hand rested on Kyudu's head, silencing him. Kyudu, I might not be able to go with you. Tioku finally spoke up. Kyudu asked. Why not? She did not give a clear answer. Just kept repeating. Really sorry. Kyudu, trapped in that empty space, felt a surge of worry and asked. Tihu, what is wrong? Don't cry. Just help me get out of this coffin. Outside, Tiho gently leaned down and kissed Kyudu on the forehead, tears cascading down her cheeks. I have actually been watching over you for a long time. There is so much I want to say. But there is no time left. This dungeon will collapse soon, and I will get you out of here. Seeing her silent, Kyudu felt frustration rise. What has happened to you? Please, just tell me. Suddenly, lightning struck down from the top of the building, crashing down around them and destroying the massive structures. At that moment, Tiho had brought Kyudu and that stone coffin to the space gate to escape. The space gate sensed someone near and pulled him in. Kyudu suddenly woke up, eyes wide with shock. Just as he was about to be sucked into the space gate, he called out. Tihu, where are you? When he finally saw clearly, he froze, stammering. Tihu. Right in front of him was the sight of Tihu standing beside the blazing fire of the dimension, her body pressed against a strange patterned surface. Tia looked up, wiping her tears as she gazed at Kyudu. He was being pulled into the space gate and could only reach out towards her. Thinking, what on earth happened? Why did it turn out like this? Just as his head was about to disappear, Kyudu called out. Tihu. The space gate began to close, and she gently urged. Kyudu, you have to take care of yourself. The scene shifted to a hospital room where Kyudu lay resting. Someone spoke up. Are you really not going to tell him? That is just not fair to Kyudu. Dihung Etringaich replied. Do you think I want this? The doctor said Zuka can't handle any stimulation, and the copy has already collapsed. Not to mention the ones on either side. At that moment, Kyudu was lying in bed, slowly opening his eyes, thinking to himself, where? He sat up and asked. What is happening to me? My head hurts so much. The people around him were startled to see Kyudu awake. Dean Entroguich forced a smile, making up a story. It is nothing. Zuka. I just had too much to drink and accidentally crashed into a telephone pole. Kyudu frowned slightly, replying, I do not know what, but I have this weird feeling that you are lying to me. There is no way I could do something like that. Dihung Hefstigreich sighed. Come on. You do not believe me. Mufi chimed in. Yeah, that is right. Banti is telling the truth. Kyudu rubbed his head, thinking something feels off. It is like I have forgotten something really important. The scene shifts to a grand castle in a desolate, silent place. A person stands in a vast hall with their subordinates, saying, I have given you a second chance, yet you still failed. The person speaking is Hoti, who said, My lord, this time it was an unexpected incident. That girl is really strange. She has the fire of the Ming realm on her. Hody earnestly pleaded. My lord. Please give me another chance. I swear I will succeed this time. The other person said nothing. Just turned slightly, revealing an incredibly sharp gaze. The Kyudu's attribute panel appeared, and he calmly read each piece of information about his body and equipment. Kyudu thought to himself. Sure enough, my level has suddenly shot up several ranks, and my attributes have improved a lot. Even the Long Yin Ngayat Yao has upgraded to Kim Long Yin Ngayat Xiao. At the same time, he realized there was a problem with his memory. Important things and people had slipped his mind. At that moment, Long Tuming walked in to greet him, saying, Junior brother Kyudu, I heard you have been hospitalized. Kyudu replied. Long Teeding cousin. Senior brother. He placed a bag of apples on the table and asked, What is wrong? Not feeling well. Kyudu responded. What is it? Senior brother. Long Teebong asked. Have you ever heard about the World Combat Competition held at colleges and universities worldwide? Kyudu was surprised. Are not those competitions usually participated in by upperclassmen? Long Klingharma confirmed. This event is held every 4 years by the Eastern Union and the Western Union. It is the biggest competition ever. The best stage for young talents to showcase their skills. If you rank well, the benefits are endless. Long Klingharma continued. The champion from last year even received an S-class semi-gear as a reward. And this competition will be held in 9 months. Kyudu asked. So you want to invite me to participate in this competition? He replied. I initially wanted to invite you to join me in a dungeon, Long Timpang stated. Only those who have cleared this dungeon are eligible to participate in the selection for the competition. Though, he stood up and said, if junior brother Kyudu is already injured, then I guess I will have to reluctantly extend the invitation. But if you want to participate, just reach out to me later. Kyudu watched Long Tintao leave, who only said goodbye. I will take my leave now. You thought to yourself, I am just a freshman. And yet Long Tipputing wants to invite me to that dungeon. I always get the feeling that guy is trying to con me. Suddenly, 2 people rushed in through the door, calling out, Juka. Kyudu. You looked at their battered faces. Puzzled, why are there 2 deng hechin guich? He quickly explained. Juka. This is a mod. Kyudu was startled. Wait, what is going on? How did Munfei end up like this? Ding Hev Deich finally admitted. Juka. To be honest, I did not even touch the phone pole. The real situation is that I entered a dungeon. He recounted his experience. But no one knew what he had gone through in there. When we found him, he was lying by the roadside. Kyudu immediately asked. What was the name of that dungeon? Dihong Etring Gaich replied. Niuan Min Ji. At that moment, Kyudu thought to himself. Niuan Min Ji. I have no memory of that dungeon at all. Ding Hevdovich hurried to explain. After that, Memify and I wanted to investigate what happened. It turns out a guild called the Hunters was also looking into this dungeon. He continued. The people in that guild call themselves dungeon hunters, making a living by guiding others through this dungeon. They said that a member named Veet Ii Feech also disappeared in the Gain Min GDA dungeon. Dijung Etrin Veich recounted. There is a guy running that guild. He is really arrogant and wants our school's representative to investigate the Ngain Min GID dungeon. Menfai exclaimed. I run this business for a living. I do not need to explain myself to you. He lamented. Mostly, it is just that Mefai is being too pushy. Then dozens of people from their guild beat us up, and Mfei got hit the hardest. Completely battered, Kyudu quickly buttoned his shirt and said, So that is how it is. Then let us go find that guild. He thought to himself. They got beaten up because of me, so I can't just let those guys off easily. Ding Hevjh quickly interrupted. And do. Hold on. That guild has over 100 members at least. Plus, they are a high-level guild. So there must be high-level players among them. We can't take them on, Kyudu said softly. I do not believe it. Their entire guild is made up of high-level players. We can't beat the high-level ones. But we can take out the lower and mid-level ones. On the other side, Mizamfai nodded in agreement. Exactly. I have never had to suffer like this in my life. At that moment, Kyudu took the lead, guiding the 2 along the river. Shouting, the scene shifts to the hunting guild, where a crowd is gathered outside. They lament one after another. Young Master Huan. Those 2 idiots dared to offend you earlier. They really do not know the height of heaven or the depth of the earth, if young Master Huang asks. That is an honor for them. Yet they dare to act all high and mighty. Those 2 punks are nothing. So young Master Huang shouted at that moment. All right, let us take care of those 2 clowns. They are not worth mentioning at all. The most important thing is to find out where Wang Deifu has gone as soon as possible. If he is alive, we will see him. If he is dead, we will see his corpse. He spoke up. I want to see who dares to touch our hunting guild members. And his subordinate quickly replied, No problem, young Master Huan. We will definitely track down Wang Deifu's whereabouts. even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Another guy wondered. Young Master Huang, do not you need us to protect you? He asked back. What? You think someone dares to mess with me? Young Master Huang. Another guy nodded in agreement. Young Master Huang is right. We are just worrying too much. Not everyone is as dumb as those 2 fools, he simply said. All right. Everyone, investigate the news about Wang Deifu. As the subordinates just left, young Master Huang noticed 3 people approaching him. Upon seeing them, he arrogantly exclaimed, Who do we have here? Oh look, it is the fool we just beat in a match. Young Master Huang chuckled and said, And you brought a bodyguard too. I suggest you check out the reputation of our hunting guild before you think about revenge. Yu gently said, If you apologize now, I will go a bit easier on you next time. The young Master Huang laughed heartily. Apologize? What are you laughing at? Good. Beating you is an honor for us. You are not only ungrateful, but you want me to apologize to you too. He pointed and said, If I hit you, you better just accept it and enjoy it because the president of the hunting guild is my dad. What I said. Young Eagle. Is law. Yu confidently pointed at him and said, Have you seen anything yet, ma fille? This is what you call showing off. Your show-off skills still need a lot of improvement. Ma fille, standing beside him, sneered. What? This is showing off. That is just trying too hard. It does not even come close to my natural style. Young Eagle was furious when he heard them. Enough already. How dare you use me as a joke? You really have some guts. Yu rushed towards him and said, Joking with you. Then I will have to smack you. Ah. Without hesitation, he punched him down to the ground and lamented. Punching you is like hitting a giant fat pig. After being knocked back, Hongzong could not hold back his rage, yelling, Are you out of your mind? You actually dared to lay a hand on the young master of the Hunter Guild. Dejun Guichfei looked at him and said to Meme Fei beside him, Look at that idiot pretending to be tough. His brain must be fried or something. Hearing what they said, Hongzong was furious, shouting, You looking for a death wish? He stopped cursing and braced himself, as if he was planning something big. At that moment, Hongdong pulled out a gigantic hammer and jumped high into the air. He slammed the hammer down with a roar. Then die for me. Qiu Du quickly countered with his spear. He raised his staff to block Hong Hang's hammer, thinking, This arrogant brat is not as weak as I thought. Qiu Du's defensive move sent Hong Zhang crashing back, losing his balance. He looked up at Qiu Du, teeth gritted, thinking, Isn't this guy just a rookie? Why is he so strong? Hong Dang immediately unleashed a mud torrent spell. His entire body and hammer covered in a swirling red power, with mud rising beneath him like a tidal wave. Qiu Du swung his weapon from top to bottom, delivering a straight strike aimed right at Hong Zhang. Hong Gung glanced down at the fresh wounds on his chest, 2 long gashes, bleeding profusely. He touched the wounds lightly, his expression darkening. Then he held his bloodied hand in front of his face, unsure if it was from his hand or his chest. He laughed loudly. You know, when I entered the 18-year-old dungeon, someone ambushed me and hurt me. His face turned grim as he spoke, recalling the moment. After I got out, I sent my men to catch him. And then I sliced him up and grilled him and made him eat his own roasted flesh. That guy went crazy afterward, and no one dared to hurt me again. You guys are really something. He slowly lowered his face, slicked back his hair, his gaze turning menacing. I will make sure to take good care of you. Qiu Du reminded him. Before you threaten us, maybe you should think about how to escape first. Hong Xing seemed even more agitated, swinging his hammer and saying, You really think 3 of you can keep me here? Dream on. He unleashed his blood frenzy technique. Qiu Du would not back down either. He jumped up and swung his weapon. Let me see what you have got. He attacked from above, striking down on Hong Xing, who raised his hammer to block the blow. But the force was so strong that the ground around his feet shattered into pieces. Below, Hong Xing threatened, You are really underestimating me. If that is how it is, then you should taste the true power of Hong Xing. The 2 flew off in opposite directions, with the ground between them marred, water pooling from their previous clash. Hong Nong raised his hammer once more, seemingly surrounded by a swirling red power that made him and his weapon significantly stronger than before. In an instant, a beam of red light shot up into the sky from him, as he stretched out both arms and tilted his head back towards the heavens. Dean Inter-East shouted loudly, This is bad. Call for help. He is sending out a signal. Meanwhile, Hongdong was unleashing a long-range attack, with the mud around him forming a gigantic whirlwind several times taller than a person. Then he swung his hammer overhead with both hands, ready to deliver a finishing blow. It is too late for you. Time to die. He yelled as he jumped high, unleashing a chaotic strike aimed straight at Qiu Du. The impact erupted with a deafening boom and blinding light. Di Hong Yepsti's IC and Neverfi watched this spectacle with a mix of shock and worry. While Ding Yekit RZT shouted, "Help! Miss A-Fi." However, drew his sword, preparing for battle. From the clouds of dust created by the impact, a triumphant voice emerged. "No way. That is Hong Jong's voice." He laughed loudly. "You can't even take a joke." Just then, Kyudu appeared behind Hong Dong like a flash and said, "My turn?" "Right." Hong Dong glanced back, his expression a mix of surprise and fear. Without hesitation, Kyudu struck Hong Dong right in the face with his weapon, visibly distorting one side of his cheek. Blood sprayed from his nose and mouth as he lost his balance, and went flying from the impact. Just before completely collapsing and losing consciousness, Hong Won managed to threaten weakly. "You bastard. Just wait. My grandma will definitely rip your bones out." Kyudu rested his weapon on his shoulder, looking down at Hozong sprawled on the ground with a smirk of triumph mixed with disdain. While Hongjiang passed out the moment he hit the pavement, Ding Hemgich and Mai Fai rushed over joyfully. Di Hong Hexigreich spoke first. "Kyu, what should we do with this guy?" Ma Fai asked. "How should we handle him?" Kyudu replied. "Do we even need to discuss it?" He quickly grabbed the unconscious Hong Dong from the ground, dashing past the other two in their astonishment, all while saying, "Of course we make a run for it." He made such a loud noise. "The hunters will be here any second." Behind him, someone called out, "Kyudu, wait for me." Shortly after, a man stood frozen in front of a bright red bloodstain in the middle of the street, where the fight had just taken place. His body radiated a blue power as he said, "This is the fresh blood of the young master." With that, he shot away at incredible speed, leaving only a streak of light in the air. Shortly after, in the president's office of the Hunters Guild, a man stood sternly facing the desk placed right in the center of the spacious room. Suddenly, a frantic person burst through the door, shouting, "President, we are in big trouble. Young Master Hong is missing." Meanwhile, the man at the desk maintained a serious expression. Upon hearing this news, he immediately turned around, panic etched on his face, and confirmed, "What? Who had the audacity to do this?" The one who reported replied, "Let me go investigate." But before he could finish, the man bolted out of the room. "Whoever did this, I will tear them to shreds," he vowed. He was the president of the Hunters Guild. Hong Tu, on the other side, Kyudu is sprinting down the road with Hong Ung slung over one shoulder, holding on tight with one hand. Just then, Hong Ung suddenly wakes up, sees Duong Hong Dich and Ma Fai right in front of him, and gets a bit startled. Duong Hong Dich notices and warns, "Duca, this bastard is awake now." Even in this situation, Hong Ung does not hold back on his warnings, saying, "I admit you guys have some skills, but I suggest you let me go right now. If not, get ready to face endless revenge from the Hunters Guild." The Kyudu immediately throws Hong Ung down hard, making him fall flat on the ground. "You are a prisoner now, so behave yourself." Hong Ung lies on the ground, weakly calling out, "You scum. If the boss finds out about this, you are dead for sure." Ma Fi looks at him with a sly grin. "But when you praised us, it was not like this, was it?" Duong Hong Dich looks at Hong Ung with a similar expression. "Well, the tables have turned." Ah. Hong Ung curls up on the ground, arms crossed over his feeble chest, begging, "Please, do not hit my face." Hearing this, Ma Fi moves closer, saying, "I have been waiting for this moment." Duong Hong Dich, standing beside him, raises fist. "My pee is yellow. Let me moisturize his face for a bit, so he can savor the sweetness first." Just then, a surge of green energy zips between Duong Hong Dich and Ma Fai, catching both by surprise. This powerful force slices through the space between them and slams into the railing, right above Hong Ung. Kyudu, standing at a distance, turns around alertly and asks, "Who is that?" Then he continues, "The light mage just appeared as Butler Saklai." Wielding a long blue weapon with 4 sharp tips, Saklai holds the weapon in his right hand, with his left hand behind his back, standing tall amid the dust and smoke, and says, "Cough. You guys really make it easy for this old man to find you." Kyudu stands straight opposite him, while Duong Hong Dich and Ma Fi behind him are already on high alert. Hong Ung strains to lift his head and shouts, "Saklai. Kill them. Kill them fast." Saklai remains calm, replying softly, "Don't you worry, young master. I won't let these 3 scoundrels get away." As he speaks, he slowly gathers strength in the arm holding the weapon. His voice is more of a threat than a warning. "You 3 better give up. You might still endure a little pain." Duong Hong Dich swings his weapon forward, jumping and shouting, "Take this." Earthquake technique. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, a huge fireball igniting and shaking the ground. Suki calmly crossed his weapons over his chest, his expression unchanged, surrounded by smoke and fire. Daedong Epsti Geich watched in shock at the scene. What? Mafai over there was staring too. Equally stunned, Kibu-do thought. This old man may not be high level, but he is definitely not far off. Asakale shifted his weapon to his right, still speaking in a calm tone. Since you want to resist, do not blame me for being ruthless. Meanwhile, Kibu-do, Ding Heavendeich, and Mafi charged forward together. Ding Heavendeich raised his staff, firing an Earth Dragon spell, directing the tip of the staff towards Sakale. As a whirlpool of sand began to swirl around him, Sagely gently lifted the staff in his hand, pointing the tip straight up to the sky, where a dazzling spherical light began to flicker at the end. He spoke. Holy light. Can you see those enemies? At this moment, Akuo Yu and Ma Fi were still racing towards Sagely. He lowered his head calmly, seemingly preparing to face something, while the light on his staff grew brighter. Just as Qiao Yu and Ma Fi were only a few steps away from Sagely, the light from his staff had grown large enough. It seemed to have an effect on both of them. Ma Fi shouted out, unable to move. Unbeknownst to him, the staff had slowly transformed into a sharp sword, and he brought the blade before him, its tip pointing downward. The moment the sword was unleashed, the surrounding space was instantly enveloped by beams of light, each infused with terrifying power. Qiao Yu's group struggled to dodge the onslaught. Kuo Yu managed to evade everything but lost his balance, sliding a long way across the ground. Ma Fi, however, was less fortunate. He crashed straight into a nearby building, shattering a large section of the wall. Yu frowned, realizing the butler's strength was truly monstrous. With just one move, he had suppressed all three of us. Sagely spoke with admiration. You are just a rookie, yet you could withstand one of my skills. No wonder you managed to defeat the young master of the Santa Guild. Then he switched to a condescending tone. But it is over now, in front of me. You are like weak little ants. Yang Sang responded. Weak? Old man. You will find out soon enough that we are not. He then laughed loudly, glancing at Ma Fi, who was lying in a heap of rubble from the wall he had just smashed into. Ma Fi, you are really pathetic, compared to Zuka. You are light years behind. Zuka would be only taken a step back, while you went flying out. Yang Sang continued to taunt. With your strength, you will never surpass Zuka in this lifetime. You are not even worthy of carrying Zuka's shoes. He noticed the broken wall was starting to shift, and added, you are all just people. How much stronger are you compared to those people? Ma Fi, did you sneak away when humanity evolved? Sure, some are born in Lamy. But you, Ma Fi, are different. You were born to be a horse. If not, you might as well be Zuka's lapdog, and at least he could protect you. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from the rubble, sending chunks flying. Ma Fi stood tall amidst it all, his eyes blazing with intensity. A red aura radiated from him as he stood up, as if he had not just endured Sagely's attack. This surprised Sagely, who looked on and said, what kind of terrifying force is this? The system displayed Ma Fi's stats. Self-esteem damaged 100%. Damage value increased by 10,000%. He roared. Yang Sang. You bastard. You old fool trying to play tough. Watch while I take you down. He raised his right hand, commanding, and the sword on the ground quickly flew into Ma Fi's hand. His other fist clenched tight. Seeing this, Sagely was equally astonished, a hint of fear creeping in as he wondered, what is happening? He instinctively raised his right hand, brandishing the golden sword for defense. But then he realized something. His pupils contracted, and his eyes widened in shock. Right in front of him, somehow, Ma Fi had moved closer, just 3 steps away, ready to unleash his deadly move. The sword in Sali's hand transformed back into a staff. He raised it defensively, pleading, Holy light, please protect me. Yang Xiang was about to unleash a fiery attack, his body looking scrawnier than ever as he taunted. You still want to use the same technique. The roar of the earth-shattering technique echoed, the ground tearing apart into tiny fragments, large chunks flying away from their original spots. Each strike from Ma Fi hit the golden sphere, acting like a protective shield around Sala. Inside, Sala's brow furrowed with worry. Holy light, please protect me. Every strike from Ma Fi shattered that shield, creating cracks on the surface that slowly spread out, forming countless fissures. Then the sword pierced deeper. The protective layer around Sali vanished, and Ma Fi's blade went straight through Sali's abdomen. He was sent flying, crashing right into the spot where he had previously collided, where a wall had been pierced. Yang Sang asked, Ma Fi, is that old guy dead yet? The Treo Koyu. Yang Sang and Ma Fi all stared at Sali as he fell, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ma Fi replied, I have no idea. It seemed like Qiao Yu sensed something, gazing intently in that direction, his eyes meticulously observing. Suddenly, he shouted, Watch out. Yang Sang and Ma Fi behind him looked forward in shock. Qiao stood firm, 2 beams of golden light striking his right elbow and stomach, 692 times. Emerging from the rubble, Sally could no longer maintain his initial calm. Instead, a frown formed on his face as he said, I want. He slowly picked up his staff from the ground and stood upright. Continuing, you all will die. Kuo Yu stared at Sally, thinking, this old man is about to explode. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, and Kuo Yu clutched his atching head in agony. Yang Sang beside him worriedly asked, Duca, what is wrong? Are you okay? In Kuo Yu's mind, an image of a little girl flashed, and he wondered, what is happening? It seems like there is always someone standing in front of us, taking the hits. Who on earth are they? And why can't I remember? Just then, Sally's holy sword pierced through Kuo Yu, leaving Yang Shang and Ma Fai stunned. Kuo Yu cried out, but his mind was still fixated on that previous image. Wondering why he could not recall the details, Yang Sang yelled, God, are you okay? As he reached out, trying to hold Kuo Yu back. Luckily, he managed to grab hold of Kuo Yu's arm, and Yang Sang helped him onto his back. At the same time, he turned to Ma Fai and said, Ma Fai, we can't stay here any longer. That butler is way too terrifying. Ma Fai, with bruises on his face, responded, if I were the same age as that old guy, I would kill him like a dog. When he turned back, he saw Yang Sang carrying Kuo Yu running off, and he shouted after them, damn it, wait for me. As they fled, Ma Fai grabbed the two arms of the stunned Huang Ying, surprising him. With Ma Fai's speed, Huang Ying was almost flying through the air, cursing loudly. Damn it. Where are you taking me? Sally, help me. Satley quickly gave chase, reassuring Hong Jiang, telling him to stay calm. Those thugs would not escape. They dashed forward, leaving only a flicker of light weaving through the buildings. Moments later, they arrived at Qingdao University. Ma Fai could not stop grumbling. Damn it. That brat Yu is awake now. He glanced back at Satlai, who was hot on their heels, saying, this old man actually dared to chase us into the school. Others at the school were equally shocked, exclaiming, wait, is not that Hong Jiang from the Hunters Guild? Another chimed in, can you believe someone actually dared to drag him into school? Satlai was tailing the leader, fuming, you danks. Where do you think you are running off to? His anger was palpable. Just then, a security guard stepped in to block Satlai, demanding, hey, who the hell are you? Stop. Satlai brushed past the guard effortlessly, barking, get out of the way. Meanwhile, Dehang Epsti glanced back while running. He muttered, this old guy is really crazy, as Kyudu remained silent on his back, looking back too. But while glancing at Satlai, Ding Hem Gage crashed right into a man, stumbling back, while Kyudu quickly leaped off and landed safely. It was teacher Ven La Ho, his striking red hair making him stand out. He crossed his arms and asked, Kyudu, what are you doing here? Deidong Exchen Naik rubbed his head after bumping into the teacher, while Kyudu warned him, teacher Ven Lo Ho, behind you. Ven Al Lo turned around to see Satlai charging towards him. He raised an eyebrow, surprised. Some people have the nerve to chase students from our Qingdao University. He gripped the hem of his robe. And you even dared to chase them into the girls' school. Ven Al Lo tossed aside his robe and sprinted forward, his entire being radiating a fiery orange energy. He shouted, you have got some guts. Satlai activated his defensive move, the Holy Light Shield, surrounding himself with a protective layer of hexagons. Ven Al Lo Ho unleashed a powerful punch with his muscular arm against the shield, causing an explosion. Satlai was sent flying back several meters, only stopping when he slammed into a wall, injured and lying amidst the rubble. Satlai thought, so this is the power of Qingdao University. Ven Al Lo Ho approached, looking down at Satlai, pressing, speak up. Who are you and why are you causing chaos at our school? Ven Al Ho clenched his fist, his gaze threatening, if you do not talk, I will send you packing for good. Suddenly, a noise erupted from behind him. Stop. At that moment, several figures appeared. It was Hong Tu Kong and his lackeys, his expression darkening as he surveyed the scene. Hong Tu Kong exuded purple energy, furrowing his brow, his eyes menacing. Leko. Ven Al Lo Ho glanced back with a smirk. What if I say no? Hong Tuong repeated his demand, his tone tense. Leko. Or you will be buried with him today. Ven Al Lo Ho raises his fist, power quickly enveloping his arm. He continues. Is it like this? Then, with a decisive motion, Ven Al Lo Ho throws a punch down at Satlai, who is lying below, sending him deeper into the wreckage. Hong Tu, visibly worried, his eyes revealing concern, furrows his brow, showing the lines of age. Ven Al Lo Ho stands tall, ready for a fight, turning to Hong Tu Kazing with a provocative look. Come on. Let us see how you plan to take me down with him. At Hong Tu Konga's command, kill him for me. His entourage charges toward Vin La Ho, who stands his ground, showing no intention of dodging. Vin La Ho clenches his fist, a confident expression on his face, slowly speaking each word. With a sense of authority, the last word Vin La Ho utters is authority, and with that, his fist swings straight forward, sending Hong Tu-kung's men flying backward. One of the lackeys realizes something. Wait, he is that war hero. He is Vin La Ho, the one who has been missing for so long. I thought he was dead. I can't believe he became a teacher at Kingdale University. Another voice chimes in, questioning, isn't he the war hero famous? The one who explained earlier adds, not just famous. Look at the image of Vin La Ho, covered in blood. Fighting fiercely. He was born to battle. Right at the peak of his strength, he once single-handedly defeated a renowned high-tier swordsman. This guy is the real deal. Hong Tu-kung also interjects, Lavuno, you are still alive. Vin La Ho confidently replies with a bright smile. Not only am I alive, but I also owe you a thank you. Ever since I took on this ridiculous teaching job, I have not had a chance to unleash my full strength. Thanks for bringing the fight to me. Hong Tu-kung pulls out a massive hammer, resembling the weapon Honang once used, but much larger. He declares, arrogant. Then Hong Tu-kung swings the hammer in a wide arc, aiming at Vin La Ho, barely missing him. The attack creates a huge, long mark on the ground and causes cracks to appear in the nearby wall. Vin La Ho rises from the biris, staring at Hong Tu-kung, who still holds the hammer with an imposing demeanor. One of the lackeys earlier remarks, this war hero does not seem as strong as you said, to which another replies, just wait and see. War heroes are truly terrifying. Vin La Ho clenches his fist, veins bulging, his muscles seeming to grow larger as he prepares to strike. His eyes turn a fierce red, hands clasping together, his clothing billowing dramatically. He resembles a roaring tiger. Vin La Ho darts toward Hong Tu-kung, so fast that by the time Hong Tu-kung realizes, Vin La Ho is already above him. Lo Ro and Tu-kung collide in combat. Lo Lo Tho throws a punch at him, and Tu-kung raises his hammer to block it. But Lo Havro's punch is so powerful that it sends Tu-kung flying backward, crashing hard against the wall. Tu-kung, dragging the hammer crackling with electricity, begins to advance. He channels all his strength into the hammer, as smoke swirls around him. Ma Fi and Q-do stood outside, unable to hide their shock at the scene before them. Ma Fi then recalled another hammer that possessed a similar power. Then, Tu-kung charged forward with a murderous intent, stepping closer to Lai Hao. The crowd outside began to panic, whispering, this is bad. The venue is really heating up. But Lai Hao showed no signs of fear. Instead, he grinned with amusement and said, you think you can kill me with 1 foot? How ridiculous. Then came Lai Hao's challenge. Come at me then. Just as the battle was about to break out, a strange object suddenly flew down from the sky. It plunged into the ground between the two combatants, creating a massive shockwave. It took the form of a sword and emanated a terrifying dark aura. Those outside felt the power and gasped in fear. What is this? The energy feels so ominous. Like one wrong move, and we could all drop dead. Lai Hao looked at it and lost interest. Muttering, boring, he thought to himself, the divine sword recognizes only one master, the greatest sword cultivator in the world. Q-do outside began to sense something and pondered. This energy, could it be? The person he was thinking of was none other than the old principal. And at that moment, an elder appeared by the sword with an imposing presence. It was Ko Bin Dong. He raised his brow and threatened, you better explain yourself, or the Hunters Guild will be wiped out today. Suddenly, a brash guy with a tough demeanor shouted, it is just an old man. What are you even doing here? Seeing the foolishness of that guy, Tu-kung immediately turned around and yelled, shut your mouth, you damn fool. But it seemed it was too late. As the rope had completely ensnared Ko Bin Dong's body, he triumphantly held up the rope and said, don't worry, guild leader. This old man is tightly wrapped in my divine binding. No matter how strong he is, he can't escape. But Ko Bin Dong remained calm, merely twitching a finger. Instantly, the rope binding him shattered into pieces. Witnessing his most confident trap fail in an instant, he cried out in disbelief, how is that even possible? My divine binding is a top-tier artifact, and yet it was destroyed. Then he was suddenly overwhelmed by a surge of power, shouting, wait, help me, please. In the end, he was vaporized into thin air by Ko Bin Dong. Another bystander exclaimed, he just casually took out a high-level player. Is this really the power of the world's greatest sword cultivator? He did not even bother to draw his sword. Once everything settled down, Ko Bin Dong spoke up again. Now, explain yourself. After hearing this, Tu-kung looked towards Ma Fi and replied, your students kidnapped my son, and I was forced to break in here to rescue him. Ko Bin Dong furrowed his brow and asked, Is this really the reason you came to cause trouble at my Kingdo University? Tukong answered.
Yep.
Just return my son to me, and we can forget about today's events. I promise I won't interfere anymore and will leave immediately if you are the principal of Kingdo University. Before he could finish his sentence, the air around Bing Duong crackled with tension, presenting two options: get lost or die. Mafi watched from a distance, his eyes sparkling with excitement, saying, "Oh my god, now this is real sword cultivation. This is the real deal. My life before this was such a waste." Ignoring the threats, Ladu Kuang refused to back down and said to Bing Duong, "Listen, you are a person of status, so why are not you making any sense?" Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow in anger and shot back. "When you caused trouble at our school and hurt our students, did you think about making sense then?" Tukong continued to argue with Bing Duong. "After all, it was your student who cornered my son. How can you just turn a blind eye to that?" Heifer and Inich, standing outside, chimed in. "It is your guild that made the first move against us." At this moment, Bing Duong added, "I am actually supporting them. So what are you going to do about it?" Hearing this, Tukong was left speechless. Then Bing Duong began to draw his sword, saying, "If there is nothing else, just get lost. I will count to 3. He started counting. 3. And Tukong could only stand there, his heart pounding, sweating, too scared to move. Before he could even count to 1, Tukong immediately turned and commanded his group. Just then, Q-Do appeared, dragging someone along, shouting, "Hold up, do not leave so quickly." Guildmaster Q-Do flashed a friendly smile and suggested, "Let us negotiate." But to Tukong, those words felt like a provocation, and he shouted, "You are trying to shake me down, are not you?" "No way that is happening." When he locked eyes with Bing Duong, he finally regained his composure and said, "Fine. What do you want to let him go?" Q-Do, well aware of Tukong's hesitation, replied, "Do not worry. Just spend a little cash and it will be sorted. Just hand it over to me." Faced with the demands of the other party, Tukong resolutely waved his hand. "No way. This isn't a level-enhanced gear. If you insist on this condition, I will just have to find another son tonight." Clearly taken aback by his determination, Q-Do fell silent, not responding, while Hong Thieu was equally stunned. After a moment, he took a small step back. "Negotiating? How about this? I need a complete set of sea-level gear, and once I get it, I will return your guy." This request was entirely reasonable, and Tukong did not hesitate any longer. He immediately agreed, even adding, "Let go." But Q-Do quickly reacted, refusing. "No deal. You give me the gear, I will let him go." Tukong glanced back at Bing Duong, who stood far away, as if deep in thought. Finally, he threw a set of gear in front of Q-Do and said, "Take it." With the deal made, Q-Do did not hesitate to release the person in his grip, saying, "Hong Thieu." Just when everything seemed to settle down, a voice rang out, "You kids have really lost your minds with this." Bing Duong's expression turned serious. "You guys are weak yet still provoking a powerful guild. Remember, this is a hunting guild that specializes in leading people through dungeons, so you will be easy targets in the future." Mafai quickly interjected, "Principal, it is not like that. It is their guild." Before he could finish, Bing Duong cut him off. "Right or wrong does not matter. As soon as you are right, it want to stop the hunters from coming after you. Only fists speak the truth." Q-Do stayed silent, but then spoke up. "Principal, do you really think we did something wrong?" In response, the old man's voice came through. "Wrong. The only mistake you kids made was not being clean about it, and getting chased all the way home. If I had done things like that when I was young, not only would Huang Tukwang have gotten a good whack on the head, but he would not even know who did it." After saying that, he turned and sighed, leaving them behind. "Compared to when I was young, you kids have a long way to go." The only thing left was the 3 gazes of admiration from the young ones behind him, who simultaneously raised their fingers in awe towards the principal. After a while, everyone made their way back to the dorms. They placed the outfits they had just gotten on the table, excitement buzzing in the air. "Ju, what do you think? Those guys really have a lot of money." Q-Do, standing aside, urged, "Stop rambling. Everyone pick 2 items. Choose your own." The effects of the flower field and white silver lion's mane gear appeared before his eyes, and he silently assessed them. The lion's mane helmet seemed a bit useless. It could block a headbutt, but the cooldown was not that long. Meanwhile, the 2 nearby had already picked their gear and were gushing about how lucky they were. "Ju, what is your plan next?" Without missing a beat, Q-Do answered, "Continue with classes. What else can we do? Then I will try to find a way to recover my memories. I always feel that those blank memories are really important to me." The other 2 quietly nodded in agreement. The next day at the training ground, a crowd had gathered. buzzing with discussion about how powerful the principal really was. Moments later, someone chimed in this world, anyone who can be called a powerhouse must meet one condition, that is, to single-handedly slay a monster from the Serpent Clan. The principal has already taken down one, and he only used an ordinary sword. Just then, Lai Hao on the stage interrupted the conversation. All right. Quiet down. In the first training phase, you all did great. As he said this, he suddenly broke into an excited smile. So now, let us move on to the second phase of training. Hearing this, Q-Du's expression turned serious. The second phase. Immediately, Lai Hao reassured everyone. Don't worry too much. The first training phase was to boost everyone's defenses, while the second phase will focus on special training for speed, he explained. In the body cultivation profession, strength and defense alone are not enough. If you can keep up with your body's agility, you will become an easy target and get taken out without a second thought. That is why body cultivation is one of the hardest paths to progress. Even if you start strong, it becomes challenging due to the need to balance strength, defense, and agility. Therefore, there are very few true body cultivation powerhouses in this world. Hearing this made Q-Du ecstatic. Special training for agility. That is awesome. My agility is low, and I can always rely on the effects of the Chi-Wen technique. Around him, the group was quickly engulfed by a blue light, while Lai Hao continued to reassure them from the stands. Don't worry. The second phase will be a lot easier. Quickly, in the sea-level dungeon of Thumb, Hai Chai-Ein, surrounded by crystal-clear waters, floating patches of land are all that remain. Before long, a group of people was teleported here, standing on a piece of land drifting on the water's surface. As Q-Du stepped into the dungeon, they immediately scanned their surroundings. The group began to speculate. Teacher Ven would not want us to dodge the waves. Would he? Knowing their curiosity, Luo Ho stepped up to explain. The second training phase is simple. Just step onto those pillars and reach the opposite end in 5 minutes to succeed. Hearing this, Q-Du fell silent. The stone pillars around them were battered by waves, and just standing on them was a challenge. With some already eroded by the sea, they could even topple if stepped on. Getting to the other side would not only test agility but also reaction time and judgment. At that moment, Lalo asked again, does anyone want to go first? After hearing the explanation, Lum Long seemed confident about winning. Boldly volunteering, let me, teacher. Without hesitation, he stepped up onto the nearest pillar. His body immediately wobbled on the water's surface, and upon seeing this, the crowd gasped. Be careful. Undeterred, Lum Long continued to move forward, swiftly navigating each pillar, thinking to himself, I have really mastered the art of balance. It does not seem too hard after all. Just as Lum Lung prepared to take another step, suddenly, a strange disturbance rippled the water violently. Out of nowhere, a fish leapt from the water, darting right past Lum Lung. With no other choice, he leaned to the side to dodge. It was no surprise that he fell into the water moments later. Watching him struggle beneath the surface, Luo calmly remarked, guess you will have to climb back up yourself. 15 minutes later, Lum Long finally managed to laboriously scramble back onto solid ground. At this point, Lasso explained, that strange fish is called a gray swordfish, a specialty of this dungeon. Any creature attempting to reach the opposite mountain will be attacked by it. Otherwise, there are no other dangers. This revelation immediately left everyone bewildered. Teacher Vinaven, how many gray swordfish are down there? Hearing this, his expression changed, and he replied quietly, there is a nest of them down there. If I had to guess, about 100,000. The moment that number was announced, everyone was shocked. 100,000. There was no time for them to calm down. Lalo spoke up again. And by the way, the first person to complete this mission will receive a special reward. Hearing about the reward, everyone began to get hyped up. Whatever Teacher Ven rewards is bound to be amazing. What could it be? Almost immediately, the group started rushing to complete the training, and soon figures began appearing on the floating pillars, eager to claim the prize. It is mine now. Damn it. Do not try to take it from me. Get out of my way. The scene was chaotic, with people scrambling to outpace each other. I will get there first. Meanwhile, completely contrasting the frenzy, one figure stepped forward quietly, mumbling to themselves. I guess it is my turn to give it a shot. Suddenly, Q-Du's figure dashed out unexpectedly. Catching Lalo off guard, he glanced after the fleeting silhouette, thinking, this kid, over here. Q-Du is leaping over each pillar with unbelievable speed, effortlessly and without hesitation. This rare sight leaves the group in awe, once again marveling at Q-Du's incredible speed. At this moment, he gradually approaches another contestant, who panics and shouts, don't come over here. The pillar can't hold two people at once, or we will both fall into the sea. just when it seems Kyudo will stop. He keeps charging forward without missing a beat. Kyudo quickly tilts his body to dodge the contestant and jumps ahead, continuing his advance. The crowd is now stunned by Kyudo's actions. Wondering what just happened and how he could be so fast, Kyudo is taken aback, surprised to find that the rare skill he just acquired is actually this useful. According to the system, its effect is that when you are 1 meter away from an enemy, you can slide your foot back toward them. Just then, a gray swordfish leaps up from the water, trying to block Kyudo's path. Without a moment's hesitation, he raises his fist and strikes the fish with all his might. His decisive action makes those behind him realize there is a new way to go, and they can actually do that. Kyudo remains focused. But suddenly he hears the queen's voice reminding him, "Kyudo, on the opposite mountain, there is something really powerful." Hearing this, Kyudo responds, "Queen, you finally made it back." She quickly clarifies, "I have always been with you. Never left." He immediately steps onto a nearby pillar to check. "So what is waiting for me on the opposite mountain? Queen, tell me what happened with the border instance." The queen's figure appears to hover in front of him, but she hesitates. "Kyudo, I can't tell you." Not getting the answer he hoped for, Kyudo becomes agitated and questions her. "Why not?" she whispers. At that time, the instance collapsed, catching the attention of the overlord of the other world. "To avoid being detected, I had to enter a dormant state. So I do not know what happened next," she continues. "But I can tell you that the memories you lost were not random. They were created by someone." Kyudo mumbles to himself as if confirming, "By person?" The queen's mechanical gaze becomes firm. "That is right. That girl named Tichai sealed your memories." Seemingly not wanting you to think about her, Kyudo's hands gradually tighten, his thoughts spiraling. "Wow. How could this happen?" Just then, countless gray swordfish leap from the water, rushing towards where he stands. One of his eyes suddenly flared up, shining with a strange red hue. As if he had lost his mind, Kyudo dropped to the ground, relentlessly pounding those fish. His frenzied actions caught the attention of those behind him, leaving them stunned. Nine wondered, why is he being so aggressive? Even Laiho could sense something was off. What has got this kid so riled up? He pondered. I brought them here to train their agility. So why is this kid starting to beat up some fish? Over here. Kyudo seemed to have fallen into his own world, devoid of emotion, just throwing punches and kicks. Why is this happening? Finally finishing off the last of the fish, he lowered his voice to ask, "Queen, is there any way you can help me break that seal?" The response he received was a firm affirmative. Hearing this, Kyudo grew anxious. "Then hurry and help me." He was interrupted by the mechanical voice of the queen. But before anything could be done, he had to retrieve something first. Strange black streaks began to appear on his face. What were they? Thick after a name was shouted out. It was Demon Eye. The black streaks spread rapidly. Kyudo raised his hand to his forehead, as if enduring intense pain. What is Demon Eye? Where do I go to get it? The queen reassured him. First, do not worry about Demon Eye. Kyudo, focus on your body. The sound of his name being called rose sharply as his body could no longer hold up, and he collapsed helplessly. Soon, his body was sinking deeper into the ocean, surrounded by a swarm of gray swordfish. Just then, in front of Kyudo, the figure of a girl suddenly appeared, gently holding his limp hand. It felt like an eternity, but when Kyudo finally opened his eyes, he found himself resting peacefully in bed. As he scanned his surroundings, he muttered to himself, He raised his hand to rub his atching head. Did I end up in the hospital? Suddenly, the door swung open, and Du-dung entered from outside. You are awake. Upon seeing her, he was slightly surprised. Du-dung, what are you doing here? She explained. Your friends Mafai and Hechning told me. Handing him a glass of water, she reminded him. Be careful. It is probably still hot. Kyudo, with nothing else to do, reached out to take it. Muttering a quick thank you, suddenly, the door burst open again. This time with a loud bang that shattered the quiet atmosphere. The two people in the hospital room exchanged confused glances. Turning their eyes towards the newcomer, Hang just walked in and immediately questioned. Du-dung, you came here just to visit this little white boy. Hang's loud voice boomed. While Kyudo, completely lost, sipped from his glass. Du-dung shot a serious look at Hang. That guy. Use your right hand. Kyudo set his glass down, watching Du-dung chase Hang away. What do you want? Hang, get out of here. Unwilling to be dismissed, Hang shot back at Kyudo. What is so great about this loser? Anyway, just look at his skinny frame. His legs are not even as strong as my arms. Du-dung remained unfazed, stating firmly, this has nothing to do with you. Get outside. Please. Hang, still defiant, challenged Kyudo. If you are a man, step outside for a fight. Loser has to disappear from Theudung's sight. Q-Do finally spoke up. What is all this noise about? Who are you? Yim Hang grinned confidently, showcasing his bright white teeth as he introduced himself. You really do not know. I am Yim Hang, the strongest genius from Trading Long Normal University. Q-Do thought to himself, Trading Long Normal University. I remember the male-to-female ratio there is 1.9, and it is mostly girls. Theudung leaned in, whispering, Q-Do, do not bother reasoning with him. He might be a bit off in the head, but he is definitely strong. Q-Do replied. Got it. Slowly getting out of bed, Q-Do declared. First off, let me make it clear I have never actively sought out Theudung. Yim Hang crossed his arms, scoffing. At least you know your place. Yim Hang stepped closer to Theudung, his tone cheerful. Theudung, did you see that? This guy is not even worthy of you. Only I, Yim Hang, can match up to you. Theudung was not having it. You are annoying. Just leave. Q-Do tilted his head. Wait. My dude. I think you are misunderstanding me. Theudung is the one who came looking for me. As he spoke and laughed, Yim Hang's anger flared. Not only that, she even poured me water and took care of me before and after I slept. Q-Do crossed his arms proudly, which only fueled Yim Hang's rage. Plus, she told me you are not handsome and you are short. Theudung blushed, thinking, how does he know what I am thinking? Yim Hang, furious, yelled, oh, you are going to pay for this. He threw a powerful punch, but Q-Do had already raised a barrier of ice. Standing behind her, he chuckled lightly. Lu Vim Hung's punch shattered the ice, but Master Theudung quickly stepped in to stop him. That is enough. Lu Vim, gritting his teeth in anger, he challenged. Hey kid, are you brave enough to take me on one-on-one? I would not bully you. I would wait for you to get better first. Q-Do did not care and pulled out her phone to call security. Hello. Security. Two guards rushed up to Q-Do's room, dragging Lu Vim Hung, who was yelling like crazy. If you are tough, then fight me. Master Theudung faced him and said, Q-Do, don't take him seriously. He just won tea, leave me alone. Q-Do remained polite. No worries. I will help you deal with him. Let me introduce this place. It is a duel arena, a world designed for one-on-one battles, protected by specific rules. Players do not actually die. When a player's health reaches 0, their health automatically locks, and they are considered to have lost. So when players have disputes or want to settle things, they choose this arena to fight. Voices in the crowd started to murmur. Have you heard? Today Elgu Vim Hung from the Thanglong Kung Kandu Teaching University is going to duel a genius from Kun Daiju University. A kid with black hair exclaimed. Wait, is not he fighting Iker Long Tapavai? That name sounds familiar. The other guy speculated. I heard this guy's name is Q-Do, a new student. Everyone gasped. Wait, a new student? But Elu Vim Hung is already a junior. How can he bully a freshman? The crowd started placing bets on the showdown between Lelhu Vim Hung and Q-Do. Come on, bet. Q-Do's odds are 1-5. I will bet 200,000 on Elugu Vm Hung winning. I am all in for him. Q-Do and Elzu Vm Hung slowly stepped into the arena. Lu Vim Hung strutted in. I gotta admit, you were way better than me back in your freshman year. Or else you would not have made it to Kingdo University. But too bad. You are still just a freshman now. He smirked confidently. Next, I am going to beat you into a dead dog right in front of Master Theudung. Lu Vim, level 26, a heavy-duty warrior. Q-Do, unfazed, replied, I'm Q-Do. Level 17, a novice necromancer. The audience fell silent after hearing Q-Do's introduction. The crowd watching in the stands was in shock. Isn't he this a bit crazy? A novice necromancer thinks they can compete with a heavy-duty warrior. What is going on? Exactly. How does Q-Do have such high odds at 1-5? Don't even talk about 1-5. I would not dare place a bet at 1-100. I will just bet $50. Damn. I will get my money back. One person from the crowd spoke up. But it is not certain that heavy-duty warriors are unbeatable. If that kid Q-Do can keep his distance and summon a bunch of undead creatures, he might just have a chance to challenge someone above his level. Lu Vim Hung loudly scoffed. You are just a necromancer, and you dare to take me on. You think you can outlast me in a battle against a warrior? Kid. Do you expect to get money out of me? Let me tell you, I'm a... Q-Do charged forward with determination. Fists clenched tight. Lu Vim Hang was taken aback, thinking, damn, is he really going to throw a fit? I need to hold back, or I might just knock him out cold. The crowd in the stands buzzed with confusion, some even crying out in disbelief. What is happening? Why is he charging at him? Am I seeing things? A spirit mage wants to throw punches at a heavyweight warrior. This is going to end badly. Master Theudung stood in the stands, thinking to herself, you all underestimate Q-Do way too much. As Q-Do's fist approached Lu Vim Hang, she thought, Just take the hit. It is not like he is going to deal real damage anyway. Before he could finish his thought, Q-Do's punch sent him flying. The crowd gasped in shock. No way. Am I dreaming? A novice mage just knocked a heavyweight warrior across the arena. Is Kindle University really that strong? A newbie just enrolled, and he is already beating a heavyweight. The crowd was furious. Thinking. Something is off. That Q-Do must have lied about his class. Someone should charge him for that, and those watching Lu Viamheng get hit could not help but laugh mockingly. Haha, what a loser. Lu Viamheng, the big guy, got wrecked by a newbie. Someone make him pay for this embarrassment. Lu Viamheng slowly got back up. Oh wow. Look who is back on his feet. His face darkened, eyes filled with fury. You think that punch hurt? Just wait. I am about to show you my real strength. Don't underestimate me. Q-Do quickly lunged back at Lu Viamheng. Ready for another strike, Lu Viamheng blocked the punch. Shouting, don't you dare underestimate me. Q-Do poured all his energy into the next punch. But Lu Viamheng countered with his other hand. The two were locked in a struggle. Lu Viamheng unleashed a powerful move. Q-Do braced himself, taking the full force of the punch. The crowd gasped in awe. That is his signature technique. Q-Do was sent flying, blacking out for a moment. What the hell was that? Lu Viamheng bent over, chuckling. I told you not to underestimate me. He opened his eyes wide, seeing Q-Do wielding a scythe. Lu Viamheng flexed his massive arms. And as Q-Do swung down, Lu Viamheng managed to block it. Q-Do strained, trying to pull the scythe back, but it would not budge. Lu Viamheng countered with one hand while using his other to throw a punch. He struck Q-Do hard, sending him crashing back. Unable to retaliate, Q-Do was flung away, landing quite a distance from the fight. He steadies himself, realizing this guy is stronger than he thought. Luckily, the effect of the silver lion hat has just activated. Lu Viamheng spins his hand and smirks, saying, your strength attribute must be off the charts. I can feel that from your last 2 attacks. It must be at least 500 points. The crowd in the stands gasp, faces turning pale. What the hell? One round of magic and the attack power of that punch hits 500 points. Lu Viamheng slowly approaches Q-Do. But it is a shame that raw attribute points alone are useless. Even with 500 points of strength, some confuse that power seamlessly. That is the conversion ratio. Judging by your high attack power, your conversion ratio is terrifyingly low. Q-Do grimaces, thinking, I might not have high attribute points, but I always feel like I am not strong enough. And it turns out my conversion ratio is just way too low. Lu Viamheng grins, explaining. Simply put, the conversion ratio is how much of your attribute points are transformed into combat power. For 2 players with identical attribute points, the one with a higher conversion ratio is stronger, and right now, you might not even have a conversion ratio. Yet you are called the top student at Kindle University. Q-Do stands firm, smiling back. No need to worry about that, but I really appreciate you answering my question like that. Q-Do punches himself in the chest to activate the rage of the mechanical queen, putting him in a berserk state. In return, I will stab myself first. Lu Viamheng sees this and smirks. Fake. Everyone's watching. Do not pull a stunt like that, as Thifu Dung looks serious, worried. Q-Do, what are you planning to do? The person sitting next to Sesi Thu Dung crosses their arms. Does this kid have a knack for disaster? Q-Do is filled with power, his eyes glowing with a purple light. A faint purple smoke envelopes him. Low conversion ratio does not matter as long as the attribute points are high enough. It is all about the quality. He charges towards Lu Viamheng. First, he throws a powerful punch at Lu Viamheng's stomach but is blocked. Q-Do quickly dodges behind him, delivering punches with tremendous force. He attacks so fast that debris flies everywhere. The spectators who were once yelling for money are now left stunned. Oh my, what am I watching? A low-level mage fighting a heavyweight warrior with just 2 punches. Is this real life? Lu Viamheng struggles to get up, coughing. Cough. Cough. This is not over yet. I am also here to represent the Thonglong Pedagogical University in the global battle among schools. He angrily braces himself. How could he possibly lose to someone like this? He charges fiercely from Lu Viamheng. Lu Yanheng stands tall, radiating an unstoppable aura. I initially planned to save this move for the competition, but it looks like I am using it on you first. With 3 heads and 6 arms, he laughs maniacally before launching an attack. Kid. Open your eyes and witness the true power of Liu the Great. Each punch thrown from Lu Yanheng's ultimate technique lands so fast that Q-Do can't even react. The rage state is now activated. Lu Yanheng relentlessly pounds on Q-Do. What is it? Weren't you just boasting a minute ago? Come on. Keep bragging. He raises his hand for the final blow, certain of victory. But unexpectedly, Q-Do blocks Lu Yanheng's punch. His eyes widen in shock. He is sweating bullets. Thinking. What do you want to do? With a swift motion, Lu Yanheng's arm is severed, He roars in fury. I will kill you. Q-Do moves so fast that Lee can't even see how he is being hit, causing him to scream. The crowd is in disbelief, sweating bullets, thinking, this is crazier than I expected. Can a necromancer's strength really reach such terrifying levels? Flowering from the corner of evil. I have found you. Li Yanhang stares at Q-Do as if he were a giant monster. It is time to end this. Li Yanhang stands there, panic-stricken. Q-Do, on the other side, radiates a terrifying aura, saying it is over. He takes a defensive stance. Q-Do charges in and lands a straight punch to his face, knocking him off balance. He is punched back 100 meters. Li Yanhang is now flattened against the wall, his life value reduced to 1. The audience is shocked as a freshman, just admitted, a rookie necromancer, takes down a seasoned third-year warrior about to compete in the global college fighting tournament. Am I dreaming? As the battle concludes, Q-Do walks away emotionless. Amidst the awe of the crowd, he suddenly slows down as he steps outside. Suddenly, he coughs up a mouthful of blood, his face twisted in pain from accumulating too many blows. The Queen of Mechanical Fury skill is indeed powerful, but it costs a toll on his life. Now I am running on fumes. The system announces that the rage state has been lifted. Due to the player being in rage state for too long, a mysterious side effect has been activated. Freezing time for 1 hour. The player loses all ability to act, and he suddenly collapses backward. Out of nowhere, someone rushes in to catch him. With his last bit of strength, he asks her who she is. Sensing something off, she smacks him on the head, and his vision starts to fade. Before he completely passes out, he hears her say, "Finally found you." Q-Do. When he wakes up again, he finds himself in an unfamiliar room. He mutters, "Where?" Q-Do sits up, rubbing his head, remembering he fought Liu Yanhang, then got knocked out by a strange girl. Suddenly, 2 maids appeared, saying, "Young master, you are awake." He blinked and asked, "Whose bedroom is this?" Just as he finished speaking, he jumped out of bed, causing the 2 maids to panic and shout, "Young master, where do you think you are going? You can't just leave without the young miss's permission." He asked, "Who is your young miss?" The maids looked at each other in shock, saying, "Young master, you have lost your memory. How can you not even remember the young miss?" Ignoring their words, the young master stomped out, muttering about the young miss, insisting he wanted to go outside. The 2 maids rushed to stop him, saying, "You can't go." As he opened the door, a girl with white hair stood right in front of him. It turned out to be Tang Lan, who was twisting her hair and smiling as she said, "You are awake." He suddenly remembered meeting her before, his face lighting up in surprise as he exclaimed, "You?" Tang Lan cheerfully replied, "Surprised to see me? I told you we would meet sooner or later." With that, she stepped into the room, and the 2 maids retreated. He suspiciously asked, "What do you want from me?" She slowly raised her hand, using magic to draw something out of his body, saying, "Don't rush, let me explain." Suddenly, she pulled out a branch of flowers, making him gasp in surprise. She tugged the branch away and moved behind him, and he stared, thinking, what the heck is going on? He quickly asked Tang Lan, "What do you mean? Why do they call me young master?" Tang Lan, still smiling, replied, "I am the young miss of the Tang family, and you are my husband, which makes you the young master of the Tang family." Upon hearing this, he panicked, raising his hands defensively and shouting, "Last time, I beat you up in a fight, and now you are trying to make me your husband. Are you out of your mind?" She shot back angrily, "If you had not messed up my plans, I would not have to drag you into this." He was not going to back down, arguing, "Sure, I ruined your plans, but I did it to save my own skin. What does that have to do with you trying to force me into marriage?" She got serious and explained, "The Tang family has a rule. If you do not reach a high rank by 25, you are seen as a pawn for marriage alliances. I had a chance to achieve it through the engagement ceremony at the lake, but you ruined that." With a more sinister smile, she continued, "But if I can find my true destiny, even if I do not reach a high rank, I won't have to marry off anymore. Of course, the original marriage candidates will be furious and could take it out on you." He could not help but fume. "You are setting me up to take the heat for you, are not you?" One moment he was cursing her out, and the next, he was quiet, realizing she had taken the seed of the problem, and he had nothing to worry about. "Sorry, but I can't keep doing this with you," he said. Seeing him about to leave, she asked, "Are you really going to just walk away?" As he reached for the door, she said sadly, "Now the whole Tang family knows you are my new husband. I even told my dad that I am pregnant with your child." Her expression was one of feigned sadness, but there was a victorious glint in her eye as she said, "If you really leave like this, not only will my marriage candidates come after you, but the entire Tang family will too." Hearing this, He slammed the door in frustration, saying, "Fine, you are so wicked. Do not make me stay here while you cling to my arm. That innocent look again. You really think marrying me is a disadvantage? Others would kill for a chance like this." He pushed her away, frustrated, telling her to stop. "You do not want to be in this marriage. Right. Fine. I will help you sort it out. Just let me go from now on. We are just strangers." Hearing him agree, her expression brightened and she excitedly said, "Deal. You have to pass the trial of my family and sort out my marriage partner before I can be free, of course. You too." She reached out her hand, wanting to shake his, but he hesitated, thinking it felt like he was stepping into her trap. Her initial goal was to resolve the marriage issue. After reaching a forced agreement for Kia Du to help her, Dong Lam turned and headed towards the door. "All right, you go freshen up. Dress nicely. We have a family party at my place tonight at 7 p.m. I will come pick you up." Suddenly, a hand blocked the doorway along with Cloud Du's loud voice. "Stop right there." Dong Lam turned around, her face clearly showing panic and anger. She stammered, "What are you doing?" Kia Du smirked, his emerald eyes sharp, laughing. "Ha. You think you can control me?" At the same time, he reminded Dong Lam, "Remember, I am your husband now." Overwhelmed with panic and fear, Dong Lam shoved him hard, wrapping her arms around her slim figure. "Don't do anything reckless. This is my family's business." Their eyes locked in a fierce stare. If Dong Lam was the embodiment of anger, Kyo Du's dangerous demeanor made the atmosphere tense, as if a battle was about to erupt. Suddenly, he pushed Dong Lam away with force. Her anger flared even more, and she shouted, "Yoon Du, you are really something else." He ran his hand through his hair, his face showing fatigue. Sighing, "Here we go again." Caught up in more trouble. Outside the lavish room's window, the sunset painted warm colors, signaling it was evening. Dong Lam stood at the door calling out, "Yoon Du, are you ready yet?" His voice echoed from inside. "All set. All set." Moments later, a handsome figure appeared, with dark hair and those familiar blue eyes. Dressed in a white shirt paired with a black tie and a tailored black suit. In stark contrast to his good looks, confusion was evident on Dong Lam's face. But out of pride, she could only say, "Well, it is decent enough." The sunlight streamed into the modern, luxurious building, still retaining a classic charm. As the large door swung open, Dong Lam linked her arm with Claudius, and they stepped inside. The servants lined up on both sides. "Greeting. Welcome. Young lady. Welcome. Young master," she instructed him. "Remember, speak less and do less. Just follow my lead." "Got it," Kyadu smiled back. "Don't worry. I have got it." They both entered the room, where the servants were serving dishes. A middle-aged couple was waiting for them. A warm voice rang out. "Lam Hai. You are here. Come sit over here." This woman was Dong Lam's mother, Kong Van. The road hugged your arm tightly as you turned to Kong Yun and introduced, "This is my mom." You immediately greeted politely. "Hello, Auntie." Then, hearing the sweet words, you added, "Auntie, you look so young. I thought you were Lamna's sister." Kong Yun was wearing a long slit dress. Outside, in a white fur coat. Feeling shy, you covered your face and smiled. "Oh my. No way. I am just old. I have lost my youthful charm." You felt annoyed and thought, "Call me Lam. Ah, this kid is trying to steal my thunder." Suddenly, a voice grunted. A middle-aged man said irritably, "Flattery. Ah, what a man. I do not get it at all." Yu turned to the speaker, cheerfully greeting, "You must be Lam Nai's grandfather." "Right. It is a pleasure to meet you." But Lam quickly interjected, "That is my dad." Duzun, you kept your polite smile and said, "Sorry, uncle. My eyesight is not great. I thought you were Lam Nai's grandfather. My bad." The man, with a wrinkled face, thought angrily, "This kid. If he were not my son's unborn child's father, I would have slapped him already." Lam quickly pulled you closer and reminded, "Just tone it down for me." "Okay." You smiled back. "Don't worry. Do not worry. But the husband was plotting revenge. How dare he scheme against me? Just wait. The real drama is still behind this. Let us see if I can ruin this family gathering of hers." A pair of black shoes appeared, making you anxious. The old man with flowing white hair, dressed in an ancient style, was the head of the Doang family. Duvu, the servant, bowed, welcoming the family head, and Kong Yun spoke up, "Dad." While you also bowed. "Hello, Grandpa." The moment you saw the old man, the first thought that crossed your mind was, "This guy is no joke." With the same expression upon seeing the old man, she said to Qiu, "Qiu, this is my grandfather, the head of the Duong family." The old man's bright white eyes radiated an icy breeze. While everyone else was wide-eyed, Yu kept hers wide open. Thanks to that action, he received the old man's praise. Indeed a young hero. This kid has a bit of the old Duong family's charisma. Yu stepped forward to explain. Grandpa. I apologize. Yu has never attended family gatherings like this, so she may come off as a bit rude. I apologize on her behalf. Grandpa. Yu said. The old man smiled and replied. It is all right. No need for formalities. Please, take a seat. During the meal, you stuffed your mouth with huge chunks of meat, holding 4 chopsticks, trying to grab 2 big pieces, feeling a bit awkward, feeling helpless and frustrated at the sight of you and her parents. You thought, I can't wait to see how long you can hold it in. Looking at the stack of empty plates piled high, alongside your bulging belly, Duong Vuyang suddenly spoke up. Everyone's full. Right. Then let us step out for a moment. I want to have a private chat with young man Yu. You showed your concern. Grandpa. And Duongdin's son also chimed in. Dad. What if this kid? But ignoring his granddaughter's anxious pleas, the old man remained firm. Everyone. Step out. I should not have to repeat myself. One by one. Everyone left the room. And as you turned to glance back, you should have made an okay sign. Reassuringly, the elder spoke. Q. My dear. You do not need to worry. I mean no harm. Although I am old, I am still sharp, if I am not mistaken. You are the one that Lam Lai brought back. Right, that little girl has been spoiled by our family since she was little. So it is normal for her to be a bit headstrong. But her heart is not bad. Remembering all that has happened. You call that a good heart. Even if those people are not exactly saints. Cutting through your train of thought, the elder continued. Keeping you here alone is because I need your help with something for our family. Right now, our younger generation is lacking, and only Lam Ni can fill the gap. Every year, Kingdu holds a grand clan assembly to determine the new 4 great clans. Only the youth under 25 can participate. I hope you can represent our family at the event. After hearing this, you immediately showed indifference and flatly refused. No way. This is your family's business. Why should I? A Q. Get involved. Dong Vomu countered. Since you are the son-in-law of our family, you naturally qualify to participate. We won't let you help for free. I can make an exception and allow you into our family's sacred grounds, where the secrets of our family's growth are hidden. The conditions made you think twice. The ancestral land of the Duong family is one of the 4 great clans of Kingdu. There must be plenty of treasures in that sacred place. Duong Vomu poured himself a cup of tea and spoke slowly. I really have no other choice. If we fail at the clan assembly, our family will definitely lose our standing among the 4 great clans. At the very least, I cannot let our family decline under my watch. Hearing this, Q raised an eyebrow and asked, But how can you be sure I can help the Duong family? Duong Vomi replied confidently. Don't underestimate our family. Since Lam Hai chose you, we have done our homework on you. Your combat record is well known. Realizing you could not refuse, Q preemptively said, I will participate in the clan assembly. But I will only do my best. I won't risk my life for the Duong family. Receiving your assurance, Duong Vomu smiled warmly and nodded. That is enough. On behalf of the Duong family, I thank you. Q. In the coming days, just feel free to stay with us at the Duong family. After making the decision, Q turned to leave. The elder watched your retreating figure, his expression darkening. Just as you stepped out the door, Duong Lam rushed over, calling your name. Q. Seeing Q walk past without a word, she angrily chased after you, asking, What did you do? Why does Grandpa want to see you alone? What did he say to you? Q raised an eyebrow, replying, He said he is cutting ties with you. From now on, I am your grandpa. Dong Lam immediately realized you were messing with her. She exploded with rage. Are you trying to get yourself killed? This is the Duong family. If you do not believe me, your corpse will be thrown into the gutter tomorrow. Hearing her threat, Q turned around with a smile, pleading, Please, turn me into a corpse. But just do not let Grandpa find out. Or else. When Lam noticed that he was not eating, she was so furious that her eyes nearly popped out, and she went off on him. But then, as if calculating something, Lam suddenly rushed over, making him jump. Q. Just tell me what is up. Q. Feeling a bit awkward, stepped aside and said, My grandpa only told me to switch places and join the family reunion this time. Lam raised an eyebrow and asked, So you agreed then? He replied, Of course. She frowned, trying to reason. You are the one being forced here. You should not even agree. Are you saying that? Q quickly interrupted. Don't think too much about it. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving her behind. Ignored, Lam huffed angrily and shouted, I do not care about you. A few days later, Q and the 3 members of the Duong family arrived at the family reunion. Upon seeing him, Duong Vomu immediately smiled and greeted them. Since my buddy Q is here too, let us get going. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had moved to Chuanling Mountain, where a massive crowd was gathering for the event. As soon as they arrived, they ran into the four great families of the capital. The Dong and two families. Dongvomu looked at the crowd and called out, "We have arrived." The head of the Tiu family, Tiu Thiensat, smirked at this. "You Dong family members are really something. Ah, do you always have to make a grand entrance?" Dongvomu glared back and replied, "Tiu Thiensat, if you are not satisfied, feel free to challenge us." Hearing this, Tiu Thiensat sneered, "Still keeping your tough guy act. Ah, after this family reunion, let us see how the Duong family holds their ground among the four great families." The elder snickered. "You do not need to worry about that." Meanwhile, in the back, Tan Thienthoy stared at Q Du's figure, frowning in confusion. Wait, why does that back look so familiar? But she quickly dismissed the thought. No way. How could he join the Duong family? Just then, from the high platform, a white-haired man stepped forward and announced, "Now that everyone is here, let us get this family reunion started." This was the referee of the event, Jinnat, who cleared his throat and said, "I invite the chosen elites from each family to step forward." Tan Thienthai and the Kun family slowly made their way over. Upon getting a good look at him, she was shocked and thought, "It really is Q-Do." The two family members whispered among themselves, "Wait, who's this kid?" The elites from the Ko family frowned in confusion. Has there ever been someone like him in the Duong family? As the chatter grew, Jinnatu suddenly declared loudly, "All right, if there are no objections, let us prepare to enter the dungeon." Just as he finished, a loud voice interrupted. "Hold on." Tiu Thiensach raised his voice, expressing his doubt. "I have a question. I suspect this guy is not actually from the Duong family." Seeing him point a finger at Q-Do, Tan Thienthoy could not help but frown and wondered. "Q-Do, why are you with the Duong family?" At that moment, Duong Vamu stepped in to clarify. "This young man, Q-Do, is my niece's husband, Duong Lam's husband, and is indeed qualified to represent the Duong family in this reunion." But how could Tiu Thiensach be fooled? He shouted out loud, "Come on, Duong, do you think we are all idiots? Your granddaughter is already 25. How could you possibly find a granddaughter under 20? The Duong family is really going backward, with no more men around, so you just have to grab anyone. Right." Hearing this, the crowd started chiming in loudly, picking someone at random and saying they were the granddaughter. "Well, I will head to the capital to find some geniuses from Ho Than University, claiming they will be my adopted sons." Everyone around started buzzing. "Yeah, how come they are standing so far apart? They do not even look like a couple." Cornered, Duongvumi had no choice but to beg. "Yundu, if you do not mind, could you get a bit closer to Lam Nai to silence those people?" However, Qiaodu immediately frowned and refused. "No way. I agreed to participate in the family meeting. But your request sounds like you want me to give up my body and soul." Seeing that he was getting nowhere, the old man forced a smile and asked, "What do you need to agree then?" Qiaodu realized this was his chance and flashed a cheerful grin. "Just pay me more." He quickly laid down his terms. "After this is done, the Dong family needs to unconditionally help me with something." Duong, despite his reluctance, gritted his teeth and agreed. After getting the assurance, Qiaodu rushed over to hug Duong Lam and pretended to be infatuated. As he kissed Duong Lam's blushing cheek, he thought to himself, "Man, I have sacrificed too much." Tiu Thiensach looked at the couple getting cozy from afar and could not help but scoff. These two really know how to put on a show. At that moment, a notification board suddenly popped up, displaying name, Yundu, level 17. Beginner mage. He skimmed through the lines but then stopped in shock. "Wait a minute. What?" Tiu Thiensach exclaimed. "This kid is a beginner, Duong?" Hearing this, responded with annoyance. "So what if he is a beginner? Beginners can participate in the family meeting." Tiu Thiensach declared triumphantly. "Of course they can. But just be careful not to get yourself killed at the Ku Mountain." It seems like the Duong family is really in a rush to find someone to back them up, even with 10 outsiders. They should be looking for a mid-level genius, not a beginner. The situation was getting more absurd. Just then, a referee interrupted. "All right, besides the participants, members of other families should leave and head through the portal." He continued explaining the rules. "This family meeting is just like every year. There are 4 Ku eyes on Ku Mountain. Whichever family claims the Ku eyes will become the new 4 families." Meanwhile, Qiaodu pondered. Among the 3 remaining families, each team has at least 3 mid-level members, while the Duong family only has 1. Just as he thought this, a detail suddenly clicked in Qiaodu's mind, causing him to shout, "Wait! What did the referee just say?" Ku Nan. After a lengthy discussion about the rules, the referee finally announced, "The family meeting begins now. Activate the Song Ku dungeon." After that announcement, the participants below began to shift into the dungeon. Finally, only the referee remained on stage, with Shark Lee shouting from below. Referee Hyan, hurry and bring out the divine artifact. The old man complied, raising his hand to conjure a shimmering mirror. The expansive stage only revealed the tiny image of Shark Lee and a glimmer from that mirror, before slowly fading away in another place. A dark and eerie atmosphere illuminated only by ghostly light, known as Ghost Mountain, on that misty, treacherous slope. There were still stubborn souls trying to climb up, but sadly for that soul, all that remained was an echo. Kyu-do did not care much. He merely sighed, thinking to himself the ghostly fog was truly terrifying. Yet it seemed like luck was on his side. Outside the big screen, the unfortunate figure falling into the abyss was continuously displayed. Did someone raise their hand in sorrow? Not all. You have got some high qualifications. But the person next to you smirked sarcastically. Before the fog dissipated, anyone who ascended Ghost Mountain was doomed to die, trying to suppress his grievances. The onlooker outside gasped in disbelief. Wait, is the way out really that lucky? In just a short while, 4 people had gathered already. The group silently prayed, hoping for the heavens to pave a safe path for them. But before he could finish thinking, the old man suddenly jumped up, coughing violently, cursing continuously. Still at Ghost Mountain, Daochin and Suhyu had successfully stood before Kyu-do, with the latter asking, "You are Kyu-do?" "Right." Then he confidently extended his hand, proudly introducing himself. "I am a Dao. No matter how you deceived others or gained your grandfather's trust in this ghostly dungeon, you will have to listen to me." Kyu-do was not very interested but still turned to him with annoyance, asking, "Well," the guy, still wearing a smug expression, replied, "Well, you are actually asking why right now. Securing the ghostly eyes for Dao Chan and solidifying our position in the 4 great families is our top priority. I'm the only mid-level player in Dao Chan, with the strongest power and the highest damage capability. So it is obvious I will be leading you all." He who chimed in, "Dao Chan is the #1 genius in Dao Qian. Do not listen to him. Why would you listen to someone like you? Throughout my life, I have always despised freeloaders." Hearing that, Kyu-do did not bother to argue much. He quietly agreed. "All right, I will hide behind you." He who felt pleased, clearly lacking any sense of dignity. Outside, the group was getting restless, each gripping their cups tighter, mumbling curses under their breath. Before leaving, I explicitly instructed them to follow Kyu-do's orders, yet they ignored it completely. Dao Tian, with a commanding presence, shouted, "Everyone follow me. Hurry. We need to get the ghostly eyes before anyone else, or we will be in deep trouble." Kyu-do fell deep into thought, his face contemplative for a long time. He just needed one ghostly eye to restore his memories. Dao Qian still had one, but there were only 4 ghostly eyes in total. What was he going to do? They continued their slow march forward when suddenly, a silver-haired figure appeared, lying on a wooden chair, startling Hugh into a loud scream. The voice echoed like the person lying there was completely still, and Dao Tian remarked, "Most likely an NPC in the ghostly dungeon. Let us pass quietly and not provoke her." After saying that, the guy led the team to turn around easily, and at that moment, the girl finally understood and sighed in relief. Phew. All good. But just then, the old lady sitting in the chair suddenly woke up and warned them. Demon Mountain. The living should stay away. Demon Mountain. Enter and die for sure. Hearing this, they jumped back, startled, stammering. "What does that mean, Grandma?" Right after, she stood up, grinning wickedly. "I won't tell you anything. All I can say is, in this Demon Mountain, there are indeed demons." But just as she finished speaking, a sword flew through the air, slicing upwards to control her, the threat still hanging in the air. "Stop pretending. If you know anything, spill it now." The 3 below were also taken aback, their faces darkened with fear, unable to utter a word. Outside, the road into the mountain, someone smiled and turned to their companion, proudly asking, "Is he always this brave?" Dao Lam just smiled without answering. However, inside, someone was not so pleased. She shot a glare at the guy, but then, he got hit hard out of nowhere. He shouted, "Still pretending." Da Long and the others could only stand frozen in fear, drenched in sweat, but the one who got hit was not afraid. He kept yelling, ready to hit back. Kuao Ru understood too well. He remembered the guy, clenched his fist, and taunted, "This is all your fault." After a round of fighting, she was still defeated by Kuao Ru. He felt triumphant. Thinking it through, her face was bruised and swollen. And finally, in fear, she stammered, "Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. I will tell you what you want." At that moment, he politely helped her sit down slowly, forcing a smile. "Now that is more like it. If you had cooperated with me earlier, you would not have gotten beaten up. Right?" All right, let us hear it. The old lady sat down and began to narrate. Legend has it that the Demon Mountain is the boundary between the underworld and the living world. Countless demons dwell here. They can't be reincarnated, can't enter the cycle of life and death, and can only live forever on this Demon Mountain. Kaoru listened, but he did not forget to stay vigilant. Scanning the surroundings, the old lady continued. The demons on Demon Mountain are the spirits of the dead. As soon as they sense the breath of the living, they immediately appear, attacking and harming that person. Suddenly, countless shadows appeared before Kaoru, and the echoes of their cries rang out. Give us back our lives. Give us back our lives. They wailed. We died unjustly. The souls seemed to unconsciously approach him. But luckily, just then, the voice of the mechanical goddess rang in his ears. Wake up. That sound just happened to pull him back from the brink of a nightmare. At this moment, he finally believed it was real and could not help but marvel. I can't believe this Demon Mountain is so far yet can affect my mind like this. It seems this place is even scarier than I imagined. Then he turned back and asked, do you know anything else? Keep going. But the old lady was dejected. I really do not know anything else. Please let me go. His eyes lit up, seeming to get angry as he pressed on. You really do not know where the demon eye is? She could only stammer. Demon. Demon eye. Outside the screen, everyone was shocked in unison. And Tiaochen exclaimed in disbelief. It can be like that. The person beside him wondered. Can we really find out the location of the demon eye like this? The path to trickery left one side in disbelief. A mere mortal. Are not you supposed to be a spirit summoning mage? Why the knife? The blue road beside struggled to hide their face, too scared to answer. How could a trickster let her off that easily? Don't worry. If you really can't recall, I won't use this knife on you. She raised her hand to stop the conversation, saying, I know, but I only know the location of one of the demon eyes. Then she remembered the one with the shaved head and fierce red eyes. That demon eye is on the body of a demon monk. Just kill the demon monk, and you will get the demon eye. The trickster was taken aback, confirming. Demon monk. She nodded. Exactly, the demon monk. She continued. He was once a revered monk who vowed to save all the lost souls on this cursed mountain. On that fateful day, he bathed, lit incense, donned a golden robe, and held a glass staff, bravely climbing the cursed mountain. In no time, the mountain was illuminated by a dazzling Buddhist light, transforming into a gigantic golden Buddha statue. The scene looked like the Buddha descending to earth. However, before long, that golden statue was swallowed by demonic mist. Later, when people saw that enlightened monk again, he had turned into a demon monk. As she spoke, she pointed ahead. Look, there is a dilapidated temple on the cursed mountain, where the demon monk resides. If you want to deal with him, you need to sharpen your blade. The sharper your blade, the better it can combat the demon monk's dark aura. After hearing the story, the trickster turned and said, All right, I will trust you one last time. Let us head to that temple and see what we find. But while he was not paying attention, her eyes glimmered with malice. Thinking, damn brat. Just like that, she swung her claws, and a green light shot down his neck. He did not hold back, immediately spinning around. Weapon drawn, ready to strike. Smirking, he said, I knew you were up to no good. Caught off guard, she could only scream, What? Before being slashed and sent flying. After the sword came to a halt, a system notification rang out. Player Trickster has defeated a common NPC with bare hands. The aura value of the dragon blade has increased by 1. Aura value. 1 out of 100. When the aura value maxes out, the dragon blade will gain a magical effect to slay demons. Hearing the system notification, he could not help but smirk. Slaying demons. Ah, so that is how you gather aura, after a series of blows. He finally sheathed his weapon, and turned the 3 people standing there. Their earlier arrogance replaced by fear as they flinched at his gaze. Understanding the gravity of the situation, one quivered but still asked, Wait, is he possessed by something full? Even Goshen felt a chill but tried to sound tough. Trickster, I am warning you. Do not mess this up. The trickster smiled wickedly and replied, What are you talking about? Aren't we teammates? How could I do anything to harm you? Hearing this, they flinched again. A moment later, the team leader, Gao Tian, lowered his voice a bit and casually introduced, If you still consider us teammates. Then pointed to each person as he continued, This is Duong Hu Hu, this is Duong Long, and if there are no more questions, let us head into Ghost Mountain. As they set off, the group continued down the path, surrounded by mysterious noises echoing from the shadows. Noticing Hu Hu's anxiety, Gao Tian reassured her, Don't worry about those sounds. Just pretend you do not hear anything and keep moving. Outside, everyone was buzzing with chatter. Someone spoke up first. Even though Duong Gatan can be a bit arrogant, he really knows how to get things done. He does not have that naive impulsiveness of youth. Others chimed in with praise. Exactly. There are countless little demons lurking under Ghost Mountain. There is a saying. It is easy to meet the king, but tough to deal with the little demons. If you are not careful and poke at these little demons, you will be in for a big headache. But just then, everyone's eyes were glued to the big screen. Wait. Look, that kid named Kyudu is up to something. In front of the big screen, Kyudu was shouting. Simon. Little buddy, do not hide anymore. I really need a lot of evil energy right now. Gao-chan beside him could not help but yell. Kyudu, you better get your act together. If you provoke those little demons, we are all going to end up toast. Finally, one of the little demons decided to show itself and rushed toward Kyudu, but sadly for it, Kyudu dodged its claw with ease. Grinning proudly. Finally, here we go. In the next moment, he swiftly swung his sword. A flash of light erupted, and the announcement rang out. You have gained evil energy. Just as he was reveling in his victory, a massive horde of demons came crashing in, and the three behind him started to panic. Gao-xian shouted angrily. Kyudu, look at the mess you have made. But Kyudu was not worried at all. His eyes lit up with determination, and he confidently declared, this is perfect timing. This time, the evil energy is definitely going to be enough. With that, the swarm of demons began to charge toward him. He smiled, satisfied, and charged straight in, slicing through any demon that dared to approach. The scene was chaotic but exhilarating. In the end, he successfully took down all of them. Kyudu quietly mused. The evil energy is full now. As the announcement chimed in, evil energy has reached 100%. He then swung his sword with great flair, and the system continued to announce. Submission. Stage 1. Demon Slaying. Deal 50% more damage to soul entities. And players wielding this weapon gain an additional 30 strength against souls. The demons, seeing him, turned and fled in fear. Watching this bizarre scene unfold, Donglong and Gaothian gaped, shouting, what is going on? Why do the demons act like they have seen a ghost? The reactions from the crowd outside mirrored those of Donglong and Gaothian earlier. But only Duong Vomu chuckled to himself, thinking, this kid's power exceeds even my wildest expectations. Kyudu, surprised, thought, I did not know this would have a second phase. But he did not give up and continued chasing the demons, shouting triumphantly, Don't you dare run. But just then, a hand reached out, starting to cast a spell, forcing all the monsters and demons to retreat. With the combined power of emeralds, it felt urgent, like a race against time. The demons were engulfed in flames, and as the scene unfolded, they could not help but scream. Who the hell is this guy? In front of you stood a man dressed in a Taoist robe, who greeted them first, saying, Hey, little brothers, are you all okay? Outside, people whispered excitedly that this was Taoist Zhang Da. Someone explained that he was a crucial NPC in the Demon Mountain, and if they could get his help, the difficulty of their journey through Demon Mountain would drop by at least a level. How lucky could they be to meet Taoist Zhang Da? Dao Wu Miao raised an eyebrow at this, thinking to himself, could it be that this time, Dao Da will really hold the position in the four great families? Zhao Chen also expressed his gratitude, thanking the Taoist for extending a helping hand. He added, no need for formalities. Just call me Zhang Ha. This place is Demon Mountain. Extremely dangerous. So you all should leave as soon as possible. Gao Qian pressed on, explaining. Taoist Zhang, it is not that we do not want to leave. It is just that we have our own troubles. We absolutely need to go up this Demon Mountain. Zhang seemed to understand and simply replied. I see. How about this? You all can come up the mountain with me. However, you still need to be careful, because there are too many of you. I can't keep an eye on everyone. When it matters, you will have to rely on yourselves. Hearing this, Gaian could not help but feel relieved, thanking the Taoist, secretly calculating that with Zhang Da's support, they would be fine this time. Finally, they no longer had to worry about the troublemaker causing issues and dragging them down. The path up Demon Mountain was dark and gloomy, filled with ominous vibes. The four behind were following Zhang Erha, but soon they had to stop, confirming there was no way forward. Hearing this, Ai could not help but tremble. Gao Tian, do we really have to go up this mountain? Gao Tian turned back to reassure her. Don't you worry. She felt a bit relieved, looking up and softly replying. Gao Tian, you have to protect me. Okay. Looking at the scene before him, Kyudu could not help but groan. You guys better not scream for help later. Just as he thought that, he swung his sword forward, cutting through the air, finally landing safely. Zhang observed everything from behind, noting, that sword gives off some serious death vibes. Erha, feeling curious, stepped forward and asked, little brother, what are you doing? Kyudu, not caring to explain. Replied coldly. I am just slaughtering pigs. Hearing that unsatisfactory answer, Ara speculated to himself. With such heavy death energy, there is no way he is just killing pigs. What exactly is this little brother up to? After a few slashes at the tree before him, he successfully opened a pathway. Gao-Qian shouted excitedly. Look, there is a way. Seems like someone has already climbed the demon mountain faster than us. We need to speed up too. But immediately, Ara stopped him. Wait. Gao-Qian, confused, turned back and asked, what is the matter? Taoist Zhang, he said. You guys need to look over there. Before them lay a chilling scene. Countless bloody corpses scattered everywhere. Hu's face turned pale. It seemed like they were from a different clan. How did they end up like this? What on earth lurks in this cursed mountain? Naiha whispered a prayer. Rest in peace. We need to keep moving forward. But just a few steps later, a demon caught the attention of the whole group. Hu was the first to scream, while Ningothian gasped in shock. That is a dual demon. But upon seeing this intriguing sight, Qiudu stepped forward, shouting, move aside. No matter if it is a dual demon. One hit from me and it is over. It seemed to sense something. Turning to look back, it faced Qiudu directly, who flashed an excited grin. Qiudu swiftly struck down on the demon's head. Na, watching from behind, assessed that this young brother's strength was quite extraordinary. The scene before Hu was terrifying. She clung tightly to the arm of the person next to her. If this keeps up, Ingothivan, I want to leave the mountain. But Ingothin could only reassure her. Hu, we must first find the demon eye. Just then, in the desolate silence, mournful cries echoed. Wherever the husband is happy, the wife is also heartbroken. This feeling of grievance, only he would know. Hearing it, Ingothin panicked. Someone's putting on a show. But the sound kept coming. We have met. It is hard to part. Abandoning the wife now. It was too late to regret. Hu looked around. She was surrounded by water and screamed in fear. Ingothivan, there is water. She wondered. What on earth is happening? Ingothin approached from afar, asking. Hu, are you okay? I am here to take care of it. Hu looked behind him, her mouth barely able to stutter. Brother. Behind you, just as she said, a demon had indeed appeared behind Ingothin, staring hungrily as if it wanted to devour him. But when he turned, there was nothing there. Although he felt uneasy, he could only ask firmly. There is nothing there. Hu, are you seeing things? Hu anxiously turned to Naiha for help. Zong Doist, can't you see? There is a female demon over there. Naiha asked in confusion. A female demon. Upon hearing this, he clasped his hands together and whispered a chant. Ward off evil and protect the soul. Finally, he raised his hands to his eyes and shouted. Heavenly Eye. Open. The heavenly eye began to shine upon the surrounding water. After Naiha's incantation, a demon appeared ahead, launching a direct stream towards the Taoist Zhang. In that instant, his eyes were struck by the female demon's attack. His eyes shut tightly, blood streaming down his face. He could not even see the female demon's face and was already injured. What kind of vicious demon was this? Qiudu rushed in from behind, asking frantically, where's that female demon? Anyway, Taoist Zhang continued to pull out a talisman. Mumbling, left warding talisman, right protection talisman, heavenly understanding and divine spirit, back to harmonious music, spirit and blade. Unyielding strength. Finally, he shouted, Order of the 7 deaths of gods and demons, and hurled the talisman in his hand. The talisman radiated power, directly striking the demon, which barely had time to let out a scream. Just when they thought they had succeeded, it lunged straight at Hu. The guy was utterly shocked, thinking, no way. After being hit by the divine demon's ban, how can it still fly? But before he could process it, the demon plunged a sharp strike right into Nahi's abdomen. He was not stopping. He raised his hand and began casting spells, summoning the heavens, pulling together the power of the cosmos. He unleashed a wave of energy, thunder cracking across the sky toward the female demon. Ingthin watched with excitement, praising the spell. That technique is seriously impressive. I can't believe it can even summon a thunderstorm to obliterate demons. But over here, only Qiu realized the danger. Shouting loudly, she is not dead yet. The haunting melody echoed once more. While you rejoice, my heart aches like a dagger. Who understands this deep sorrow? Upon hearing this, Nahi spun around, yelling, run. Get out of here. This female demon must have endured unimaginable suffering in life to harbor such a rare grudge. With Nahi's urgent shout to run, everyone scrambled in a panic. But alas, no matter how fast they ran, they could not escape. Finally, Ningothin broke the silence. Why does this water keep following us? The guy in a panic shouted. No way. Master Chinjong, we can't escape. Isn't she just half a demon? With that, he turned, weapon in hand, attacking while shouting, I will fight to the death. Yingo Thin swiftly thrust his spear forward, but the demon dodged quickly. He sneered. You can dodge. Let us see if you are tougher than my spear. With that, Yingo Thin launched into the air, the water swirling below, as he struck with a fierce shout. Heavenly spear strike. Suddenly, the demon vanished from sight. He thought, did it disappear? But then, Changheng Nahi's voice rang out from behind. Yingo Thiven. Be careful. In an instant, the demon was right behind him, its sharp claws resting on his shoulder. He broke into a cold sweat, thinking, it is so, I can't move. In that moment, the demon swung its arm and yelled at him to move. Meanwhile, Ching Hong Ho thought to himself, this is bad. It looks like I have to resort to combat. Qiu Du calmly stepped forward, and Nu have told himself, that murderous aura is definitely from little brother Qiu Du. He quickly shouted to stop him. Little brother, you need to run. Don't waste your energy. This female demon's grudge is overwhelming, and her power is terrifying. Normal spells won't do anything to her. Qiu Du turned with a cool smile and replied coldly. Master Chinjong, times have changed. I will show you what true power can do. With that, he sprang onto the water's surface. He launched upward, spear in hand, hurtling toward the female demon. His spear swung accurately toward the female demon, and Kang Na-He gasped. Meanwhile, Qiu Du's spear swiped horizontally, but it only cut through empty air. He thought to himself, am I going crazy again? What did I just see behind me? But suddenly, he sensed something was different. When he turned, he found a furious white face glaring back at him. But Qiu Du showed no fear and continued to provoke. Your face is really pale, the female demon, agitated, lunged forward. Suddenly, a lion-like face appeared, and a system notification chimed in. White silver lion helm, gale wind spear. And just like that, Qiu Du seized the moment to turn the tables and attack, leaving the female ghost scrambling in panic to escape. The system buzzed continuously, with the ominous sound of slicing, followed by another devastating strike. Finally, one of Qiu Du's strikes transformed the female ghost into a cloud of black smoke that drifted away. Qiu Du, amused and sarcastic, taunted her. Don't run. Let me finish this chop first. Meanwhile, everyone outside the screen was buzzing with confusion, questioning if they had misjudged the situation. Why was Qiu Du chasing after the female ghost like that? What kind of freak was he? Those around him joined in the chatter, but deep down, I could not shake the feeling that I just wanted to smack him one good time. At this moment, Qiu Du was hot on the trail of the black smoke that the female ghost had turned into, which was now diving into the nearby water. Qiu Du raised his weapon high. Clearly not planning to let her get away, he immediately hurled his weapon toward the swirling black smoke, the spear slicing through the air, nearly grazing the female ghost's face, then plunging straight down into the water, sending a spray of droplets everywhere. The water in that area began to recede, leaving only the spear standing alone. The system announced, your sharpness points 100. As Qiu Du approached and placed his hand on the spear's hilt. At this point, everyone calmed down and moved closer to Qiu Du, with Anaya speaking up first. Thank you for stepping in. Little bro, Qiu Du humbly replied. It was nothing. It was thanks to Taoist Zhang draining some of her power. At this moment, Ningguo Thian had also shed his arrogance and stepped forward calmly. Brother Qiu Du, thanks a lot. Qiu Du waved his hand dismissively, smiling. We are all family here. Outside the big screen, Tu Thian such approached Dao Lao and loudly questioned him. Me you. It is so easy for you. But what are you going to tell us about the situation? Me you. Annoyed, shot back with a smirk. Explain. When I do my job, do I need to explain anything to you? With that, he flicked his wrist in a warning gesture towards Tu Sach. Tu Sach felt irritated but did not dare to step closer, only able to shout. That old geezer has actually leveled up down there. Davi Mu merely let out a cold huff in response. Tu then Sach could only leave, fuming, while Giano beside him questioned. Master, if that is the case, should we pause our plans against the Taoists? He frowned, stopping him. No need. That old fool may have leveled up, but he is just a candle burning at both ends. He won tea last the year. The scene shifted inside the dungeon, where Hayu Hiwu chimed in. Qiu Du. Wait. She quickly wrapped her arms around Qiu Du's arm, saying sweetly, why do not you pay attention to me? I am scared of the mountain ghosts here. Can you protect me? Outside the screen. Lundrum grimaced. But thankfully, Qiu Du quickly brushed her off. Warning, back off a little. With a displeased expression, he raised his fist threateningly. Or I will give you a punch. Hayu froze in shock at his response, and Ninjago Thin witnessing this, asked with concern. Hi you, are you okay? Immediately, she latched onto Mingo Thian's arm. Pouting. Ingigo Thivan, I was just possessed by a ghost. You are always the best to me. Ingigo Thivan. She sweet-talked, and he smiled back. It is no problem. I am not met. Nai he. Up front, looked annoyed and said sternly. Be quiet. The air is thick with malice ahead. And I can hear fighting. That guy turned around and said cautiously. Unsure if we were friends or foes. Let us get straight to it. Suddenly, he dealt with someone, noticing a significant gap in the formation, wondering why there was one less person. Kiyu-do, the big brother. Just as the words left his mouth, a figure dashed away. Kiyu-do took off like a rocket. Speeding forward, you excitedly jumped down. Determined to join the fun. Helping others is the greatest joy. Right, don't be scared. Folks ahead. I'm Kiyu-do, the demon slayer. Here to save you all. Though it sounded heroic, in his mind, he had a different agenda. Just wait until I unleash my power. Kiyu-do landed like a flash. Right in front of a crowd. Facing a ghostly creature. Beside it were the members of the Tiao family, along with a wolf with fierce eyes. The creature had no face. Instead, it wore a piece of shadowy skin. When Trimangan he saw that monster, he screamed in terror. It is a AB. They say it can peel off someone else's skin. Wear it, and transform into that person. Its power is way stronger than the female ghost we just faced. Tao Tun, shielded by Kiyu-do, started to regain his senses and spoke up. I am Tao Tun from the Tiao family. Please. Kiyu-do, help us subdue this evil spirit. Hearing this triggered some memories in Kiyu-do about the Tiao family. He turned, his gaze sharp, and replied. Tiao family. No way. I am not helping you. With that, he turned to leave, simply saying, goodbye. Tao Tun's face turned pale at his words. Outside, Tatiyu then Sach watched the scene, grinding his teeth in frustration. This punk. Inside the dungeon, Tiokan bravely stepped forward to block him. Kiyu-do. Please wait. If you help us escape this demon, we can offer you a reward. Hearing this piqued Kiyu-do's interest, and he turned to ask. Oh really? If Tion is being so generous, I will settle for 5 million. That amount probably would not dent the Tiao family's finances. So without thinking, Tuovan agreed. Deal. This only made Kiyu-do more suspicious. He thought to himself, this is too easy. Unless there is a catch. But that was just a passing thought. He faced the demon directly and loudly chanted his spell. Look at me. I summon the protective talisman. With the royal spirit, I command the divine wrath, striking with devastating force. Doubts lingered, but Kiyu-do kept calling out fiercely. Strike, and quickly thrust his spear forward. The incredible power surged from the spear, slicing through the demon's form, which could only raise its hand in defense. Kiyu-do seized the opportunity, driving the spear down with even more force. Tiaotan was amazed from behind, thinking, we could not even handle this demon with 5 of us. And yet he is overpowering it alone. I remember he is not a necromancer. So how can he hold his own against a demon? Could it be that he is possessed by another evil spirit? At that moment, Kiyu-do turned and shouted. What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and retreat. Finally, Tao Tuna snapped back to reality and quickly prepared to advance. He rallied the team. And with that call, all 5 members darted forward in unison. Each person swings their blade down onto the creature. Blood sprays into the air. The crowd closes in around the beast, sealing its fate. Tiao Zun stands silently with his sword in hand. Waiting. The slash reveals a wound on the creature's face, and one red eye opens wide. A chill runs down Tao Zun's spine. It feels like thousands of eyes are boring into him. Suddenly, his excitement explodes as he realizes there is definitely a demon eye on this creature. There is a demon eye. And now it is laughing loudly. How did it come so quickly? Truly, heaven is smiling down on me. As he talks to himself, you thinks, a demon eye. It is like fate's on my side. I have got one right here. There is even one on the demon priest. It is just enough, if that is the case. I can hold back like before. Tao Zun does not hesitate. He shouts. Tear off the layers from this demon beast. I want to check this out properly. And so, each person strikes down with their swords on the beast, adding more cuts to its face as its skin slowly begins to peel away. Tao Zun grows even more excited, exclaiming, this is definitely a demon eye. If I can bring it back successfully, my whole clan will thrive. After saying this, he turns to Qiao Yu, calling out, bro, help me take down this demon beast. When we are done, I will reward you tenfold. Qiao Yu, grinning widely, replies quickly, sure, you go first. I will cover your back. Tiao Zun, leading his beast companion forward, the famed beast, Kowa. It obediently follows his command. Charging ahead, it lunges to swallow the beast whole. Just then, the creature's eye widens in shock, its gaze fixating intensely. Immediately, Tiao Zun's beast is thrown back, and he cries out in pain. Lan Wang. Qiao Yu watches closely, noticing the beast's form shifting to something else, a mass of dark energy with fiery red eyes. It then unleashes a terrifying wave of dark energy, attempting to draw everyone in. Tiao Zun, standing next to Qiao Yu, utters anxiously, "This is bad." Outside the Black Gate, Zhang Yara stands on a high cliff, exclaiming in panic, "Qiao Yu. Little buddy." Everyone at the observation point is glued to the bizarre scene, murmuring anxiously, "This is trouble." The people from the Tiao family and their in-laws are being pulled into the demonized space, while the observing group cannot see what is happening inside. In that space, the demonic aura is rampant, and the Tiao family members are surely in danger. But first, they must enter the Demon Eye's realm to be recognized. Returning to the Demon Eye world, the scene has turned a fiery red. Noticing this oddity, he curiously asks, "Where is this?" Suddenly, a girl dressed in white steps out from the forest, addressing Qiao Yu. "Young master." Leaving him bewildered with her beautiful face, she speaks softly yet anxiously. "This place is indeed dark and terrifying. I got lost here and I am really scared. Can you escort me to safety?" Young master. After hearing this, Qiu Du pretended to go along with her wishes and replied, "All right. No problem. But how will you repay me?" Meanwhile, he quietly remained on guard, wondering what she was really up to. Upon hearing his words, she replied, "I have nothing to offer. Except," as she spoke, she lifted her dress to reveal her sensitive areas. Then, she wrapped her arms around Qiu Du and said, "I will repay you with my body." Qiu Du just stood there, his expression darkening. Without hesitation, he delivered a punch that left her face twisted in pain. The force of the blow sent her sprawling several meters away, and Qiu Du casually remarked, "Sorry. I just could not hold back." She winced in pain, touching her injury, and exclaimed, "Why are you suddenly so cold to me? Don't you care that Ki Yu Thin Kim is in trouble?" "Well, I can transform into someone else," she said, immediately shifting her arm. Then she transformed her entire body into a stunningly alluring figure. After completing her transformation, she mischievously looked at Qiu Du and asked, "What do you think? Do you like it?" But Qiu Du was unfazed and quickly summoned his golden spear. Seeing his actions, she dropped the pretense and raised an eyebrow, saying, "You still can't catch me." Then she unleashed her true power, her hair whipping up as one hand turned fiery red, and she declared, "You do not like the maidens, nor the elder sisters. So let us see what you are really hiding in your heart." Qiu Du responded seriously, "I advise you not to do that." Ignoring his warning, she charged at him for a surprise attack. She added, "Looks like I guessed right. You are hiding someone very important in your heart, so you can overlook these temptations." Continue. As they clashed, she stabbed at Qiu Du, while he swung his spear to cut her in half. But something strange was happening. She taunted, "It is useless. In this space, I am the god, and you can only follow my lead." Then she continued, "Come here. Let me see who you are really hiding." Suddenly, she began to gradually fade away. Next, she transformed into a petite figure, smirking mischievously. "It was Tiho," she said. "I never expected you to like this Lolita." This left Qiu Du shocked as he exclaimed, "Tihu." She then began to playfully tease Tiho's body, asking, "What is your connection with him? Must be pretty important." Her playful antics directly infuriated Qiu Du, who clenched his fists, ready to explode. He immediately swung his weapon again, cutting across her. But it had no effect. She casually remarked, "Give it up. You can hurt me at all. And by the way, can you really handle hurting me like this?" Hearing her words, Qiu Du smirked and replied, "Didn't you realize that I am hiding someone else in my heart? To be precise, it is someone far more terrifying than you." Just as he finished speaking, a golden leg emerged from his body. Shocking her, the Machine Queen just emerged from Qiu Du's body, her crimson gaze fixated on her, sending the girl tumbling to the ground in fear, stammering that the thing before her was a demon. Then, she spun around and ran for her life, leaving the creature and Qiu Du behind. Both of them realizing there is a demon here, but from a distance, the Machine Queen was already manipulating her wires. The strands shot toward the seductress to ensnare her, catching her completely off guard. Instantly, the Machine Queen's wires wrapped tightly around her body. Once she had the seductress restrained, the Machine Queen turned to Qiu Du and began to speak. "You can strike now. Qiu Du. You might have already heard it." Qiu Du, standing ready behind her, gripped his spear tightly. Without hesitation, He slashed powerfully at the demon's body. And at the same time, his sharpness increased by 200. He also received a new item, the demon eye. Holding the demon eye, Kidu asked, "Queen, if I have this, can I break the seal on my memories?" The machine queen immediately replied, "That is right." High in the sky, water stains began to appear. Kyudu called out to the queen below, "While the demon world is still intact, I need your help." She quickly responded, "I know." Then the machine queen took the demon eye, preparing to do something. Seeing her actions, Kyudu worriedly asked, "Wait, this might hurt a bit." But the queen maintained a serious expression, pointing the demon eye forward as she replied, "This won't hurt." Following her words, the machine queen pressed the demon eye straight into Kyudu's eye. Then she stepped back a little and said, "Kyudu, you know I do not understand what pain feels like." Despite his reaction, clutching his eye and letting out a pained gasp, his right eye turned completely red, with strange veins appearing on his face. A flood of memories from his past began to resurface. The machine queen calmly sat in the air and told him, "Kyudu, it seems your memory seal is even stronger than I expected." The demon eye could not fully release your seal, and all he could do was clutch his head in pain and ask, "So what should I do now?" The queen immediately reassured him, "Don't worry, there are more than one demon eyes. If you find the other 3, you will definitely break it." The queen continued, "Moreover, consider it a blessing in disguise. Your vision has been greatly enhanced, and the demon mist will affect you very little. If you can successfully use all 4 demon eyes, there is a high chance you will gain skills related to those eyes." At this moment, Kyudu's face and eye returned to normal, and he declared, "If that is the case, I will definitely get the other 3 eyes." The water stains in the sky became clearer, and in an instant, they transported him back to the forest where he was before. Then, Tiyutun appeared behind him, saying, "Kyuhoid, you finally made it out. Now hand over the demon eye to me." Surrounding them were countless dead bodies. As Tiyutun and his wolf stood facing Kyudu, Toon spoke, "My fellow brothers from the Tiyu clan died in the demon eye space." Then he, with a pale face and red-rimmed eyes, shouted, "Kyudu and D, hand over the devil's eye to me, and I will give you what you want once we are outside." While the tension was rising, Kyudu just smiled innocently and asked, "Devil's eye? What devil's eye?" At this point, Tiyutun was furious, his tone shifting dangerously. "Don't test me. You do not want the drink I offer, but you want the penalty drink." Meanwhile, his wolf had circled behind Kyudu. Suddenly, the wolf lunged at Kyudu, but he quickly dodged in the nick of time. Kyudu, frowning, turned to Tiyutun and asked seriously, "What do you mean?" Tiyutun shouted back, "Stop playing dumb. Kyudu, I know the devil's eye is with you. If you do not hand it over, I will take it myself." Then he commanded his wolf, "Wolf King, attack, tear him apart." Responding to its master's command, the wolf lunged at Kyudu, jaws wide open, ready to snap him in half. But Kyudu calmly drew his spear and stared down the wolf. With a swift strike, he cleanly severed the wolf's head without mercy. Blood sprayed from the wolf's corpse, splattering onto Tiyutun, leaving him frozen in shock. Afterward, Kyudu stood tall, and the system announced that he had killed the fierce beast, earning him 100 points of reputation. For Tiyutun, he fell to his knees before the wolf's corpse, wailing in pain. Kyudu watched from a distance, beginning to think, "The two family is no longer a threat. I need to get out of here fast." He quickly bolted from the scene. Still pondering, "I wonder where those guys went." The scene shifted to another location, where Tiyuthian was furious, as if he sensed something amiss. "Duu, how dare you kill my Tiyu family? Today, I am going all out against you." Duongvumu was also quite anxious, raising his cup to respond. "You have to leave. Once you step into the Devil's Valley, it is a game of fate. Fortune is in the heavens." He added, "Tiyuthian, you want to be the one to break the rules set by the 4 great families." Hearing this, the old man fell silent, his face dark. The representatives of the 2 families, Ko family and Tan family, were also watching him intently. And then he let out a scoff. Meanwhile, Duongvu Mu thought to himself, "That kid Kyudu, what is he up to? It seems like he is slipping out of control." Returning to Kyudu's perspective, he was somewhere deep in the forest. He suddenly appeared and landed on a branch, calling out loudly, "Zhang Daozang, Duonguthain, where are you guys?" Just then, he heard a weak voice call out, "Ingigo Thivan. QM. Please, come to QM." Upon hearing it, he quickly moved, thinking, "That voice. It is from someone I know." Kyudu landed on an open patch of land and discovered a person lying there. It was a bloody body, and seeing it, he asked in confusion, "What happened here?" Looking at the corpse below, Kyudu said, "This woman may have been a spoiled brat, but she does not deserve to die. I can believe this." Then, With a serious gaze, he declared, "Don't you worry. I will eliminate the monsters in the mist." Suddenly, a bright column of light shot out from the other side of the forest, accompanied by a voice invoking protection. He immediately recognized that voice. It was Zhang Dao Hayo. Without wasting a second, he jumped down, landing right next to Zhang Erha and the others. Du spoke up, "Zhang Dao Master." He instantly recognized her and replied, "If you are okay, that is a huge relief." He then turned to Dao Nao Tying with worry, asking, "Dao Nao, where is she?" His question left the guy momentarily speechless. Then he raised his voice, "I am asking you, where is she? Wasn't she always with you?" Naoyan started sweating at that question. The guy began to stutter, lowering his head, saying, "I am really sorry. It is all my fault." Then he recounted what happened. The fog was really thick, and Yi was basically following right behind me, but she suddenly screamed and then vanished. The fog was just too dense. I did not dare to go in after her. Now Qian beat himself up, crying out, "It is my fault for Yi's disappearance." Then, Zhang Erha approached him and said, "You can't blame Nao Chan for this. The one who killed Yi must have been a ghost that stripped her away in the fog." Hearing this, Kaidu asked, puzzled. "Stripped away?" Her replied, "Exactly. It is the scariest kind of spirit among the ghost clan. The stripping ghost," Erha began to explain. "They look hideous, which is why they are especially drawn to beautiful people. Then, when the humans are off guard, they strip their skin away. The stripping ghosts then want to wear human skin. But they are just ghosts after all. Human life energy is too strong. When they don human skin, they suffer immensely. That is why they turn people into lanterns to keep the beauty that does not belong to them forever." Hearing this, Dao Long chimed in, "Zhang Dao Master, are you saying Yi's skin might have?" Zhang Era frowned and said, "Yi is separated from the group. If she is alone now, she is probably already dead." Dao Long anxiously muttered, "Zhang Dao Master, the lanterns you mentioned, could it be those?" Kyodu turned to where Dao Long was pointing, and there appeared a row of Yuri lanterns. Zhang Era quickly moved in front of him, saying, "Yundu, be careful." The lanterns immediately flew towards him. Erha began chanting spells, "Release the evil souls. Bind with fragrant clouds. Settle with pure lotus. Eternal life of the divine spirit. Boundless heaven and earth. Break the hell curse." Erha's face was intense with concentration. As he finished speaking, a wave of destructive energy swept through and obliterated all the eerie lanterns. Erha then unleashed a flurry of sword energy toward the lanterns. Seeing this, Kyodu rushed into the battle and shouted in panic, "Don't hog all the points. Leave some for me." He joined the fray, attacking relentlessly while quickly gathering a significant amount of energy points. Just as he was getting into the groove, Zhang Era called out from the front, "Brother, be careful. These lanterns are just a minor trick. The real terror is the ghost of stripped skin hiding behind them." At that moment, Kyodu seemed to sense an incredibly terrifying power emanating from that ghost. Feeling a massive surge of energy, Kyodu turned around to look behind him. There, a strange black aura appeared. Suddenly, a demonic hand shot out from the swirling air, aiming straight for Kyodu. He quickly dodged the attack, anger flaring as he exclaimed, "That is terrifying. You are a fiend." The attack missed him, instead crashing into a tree behind him. Then, from the shadows, a humanoid creature leaped out, standing directly in front of Kyodu. Although it had a human form, its skin was grotesque and disfigured. It greeted him with a chilling smile, saying, "Hello. Your skin is beautiful. I really like it. How about you give it to me as a gift?" As it spoke, it moved closer to Kyodu, adding, "Your skin is way better than theirs. If you do not respond, I will just assume you agree, and I will personally come to take it." In that instant, Kyodu swung his spear down with all his might, shouting, "Get lost." The strike severed the mask of the fiend, revealing a horrific face with glowing red eyes. The creature immediately unleashed a terrifying surge of dark energy, forcing Kyodu to step back. The fiend, clutching its face in anger, shouted, "Someone has to die. I wanted to ask for your skin, but since you do not appreciate it, you want to ruin the human skin lantern I painstakingly crafted." It lunged at Kyodu, declaring, "I am going to peel your skin, eat your flesh, and swallow your soul whole." Kyodu gripped his spear tightly, exuding a golden aura. He immediately countered the fiend's attack with a fierce slash, thinking to himself, "This thing is tough." The fiend's arm successfully caught Kyodu's spear. Only true energy could affect it, he thought. Then, the fiend launched another attack, this time its arm stretching out toward him. Watching the incoming attack, Kyodu thought, "Looks like I will need to enter a state of rage to defeat this fiend." With that, he activated his berserk state. Just as the fiend's arm was about to reach him, a voice rang out, "Ice spear." A column of ice suddenly sprang up from the ground, completely blocking the fiend's assault. Q-Do was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. From a distance, a group of people charged in, shouting, "We are here to help you." They landed swiftly and launched a powerful attack at the spot where the fiend stood, forcing it to leap into the air to avoid the blow, successfully pushing the fiend back. They quickly regrouped into a fighting stance. The one who had just arrived was none other than the legendary Teen Jia sword god. Teen Hao, watching everything unfold from afar, Q-Do could not help but think, this person's attack power is incredible. Once again, the fiend lunged to attack, but this time, its target was Teen Hao. Noticing the fiend charging in quickly, the girl behind immediately activated her skill. Ice Spear. Her ability instantly formed an ice barrier, completely stopping the fiend's attack once more. Then, they all dove into battle with the fiend. Observing the fight, Q-Do thought, they really work well together. Plus, their timing is so coincidental. Could it be that they have faced the skin peeler before? Q-Do's gaze turned serious. I get it now. This Kula Jia definitely has its eyes on us. Otherwise, how could these former rivals be working together to bring me down? Just then, Adong Yahi appeared from a distance and said, Q-D, do you know where Nyingo Thin is? You go ahead, I will follow. Hearing that, Inahe hesitated for a moment but then agreed. Well then, I will wait for you up ahead. Q-D continued to observe the battlefield, thinking, this is really impressive. I can't believe the Ku Lut Jia might escape from them. Taneko kept slashing at the Kua's body, even decapitating it. Then he shouted, let us all attack together. We can let it open the eye space. Hearing this, someone behind him rushed forward. Everyone charged in, and an explosion rocked the battlefield. A young man with a serious ponytail immediately launched a powerful attack at the Ku. Knocking one of its eyes out, he quickly reached for the fallen eye and shouted, got it. But suddenly, the eye he was about to grab vanished unexpectedly, leaving him stunned. Q-Do snatched the eye and swiftly moved away from the crowd. Tanhanecho, noticing the situation, yelled, what are you guys doing just standing there? Chase after him. The group immediately dashed forward to catch up with Q-Do. As he glanced back with a smirk. He had just secured the second eye, leaving only 2 more to go. In this Kusen dungeon, it is a competition between you and me. If you tried to outsmart me first, do not blame me for what happens next. Behind him, Tunhefko threw his sword forward while shouting to the ponytailed guy. Catch this. He quickly grabbed the sword, but it pulled him forward uncontrollably. The sword flew rapidly towards Q-Do, who exclaimed, there is this too. Catching up to Q-Do, Tunheko stopped right in front of him, taking a fighting stance and declaring, don't run anymore. You can escape. As long as I can hold you back, Tunheko will be here in no time. Hearing this, Q-Do fell silent. At that moment, 2 figures approached. 2 masked figures stepped forward, revealing their crimson eyes, one of them wielding a massive mace. Tunheko was also surrounded by a group of strange masked individuals. Tunho asked, who are you? Which clan are you from that dares to break the rules of the Kusen dungeon? After speaking, Taneko began to worry, realizing these people were mid-tier fighters. If they attacked too, we would be done for. Outside, a group was watching the events unfold on a screen. Teen Thing Thin remarked, looks like someone ambushed our juniors in this Kusen dungeon. Someone beside him replied, this kind of behavior is essentially a challenge to all clans in Kingdu. Back with Tenekho and his group, he continued addressing the mysterious figures. What do you really want? One of them stepped forward and replied, nothing much. I have just long heard of the great skills of Tenjia's little sword god and wanted to spar a bit. He asked back, confused, one-on-one combat, and he replied, that is right. Sensing the situation, Tainiho immediately drew his sword and boldly declared, then I am going in. Back to Q-Do and the guy with the 2-tone hair. Both are now facing 2 mysterious masked figures. The guy with the 2-tone hair spoke first, asking, who are you? Don't you know I am with Tanjia? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid of their revenge? One of them responded, wanting the guy's life. Instantly, the 2-tone hair guy charged, ready to end this battle once and for all. Putting on a show, he immediately pulled back his arm, preparing to unleash a powerful punch. Throwing it straight ahead without holding back, he then kept throwing punches at the guy in black, confidently proclaiming, let us see how many of these you can dodge. But the guy effortlessly avoided all his attacks. Another punch came flying right at the mysterious guy's face. But this time he did not dodge. Instead, he stood there, smirking at it. Loser. Then, he suddenly lowered his center of gravity and landed a punch right on the 2-tone hair guy's face, leaving him stunned. That punch was so powerful, it created a shockwave when it hit the ground. Then he followed up with another crushing blow. Watching from a distance, Kyudu could not help but frown, thinking, he's not human, but why does he seem so familiar? After the fight, the two-tone hair guy lay sprawled on the ground, unconscious, and another mysterious figure next to him spoke up. All right, do not forget our main mission. He then pointed his weapon toward Kyudu and asked in a threatening tone, Kid, are you going to cooperate and come quietly? Or do you want us to beat you half to death before dragging you along? I am just saying. The guy behind is already getting into a fighting stance, ready for action. Suddenly, he punched right through the stomach of the guy holding the weapon in front. That guy's eyes widened in disbelief, looking back as if he could not process what just happened. In pain, he gasped. Lum along. You but the one called Lum Long just calmly replied. Sorry about that. Observing from afar as he pinned that guy down, Kyudu called out. You are Lum Long. How did you end up like this? But before he could finish, Lum Long jumped in, saying, Kyudu, we are classmates. I won't make things difficult for you. In this ghostly dungeon, there is not just one person in black. They are all coming for you, so be careful. I will let this slide this time, but next time we meet, we will be enemies. With that, he immediately leaped away. Watching him leave, Kyudu thought, they are coming for me just because of you. Those guys in black. At that moment, Tinaho and his crew finally found Kyudu's location and instantly stopped. They then looked over at the body lying near Kyudu and exclaimed in shock. What the hell happened here? Kyudu turned pale, thinking, it is, even if I jump into the Yellow River, I could not wash this clean. Outside, the head of the Tan family, a teen thing then, spoke to Via Maru, saying, Vim Bruo, if your son-in-law kills one of Tanji's juniors, he must be handed over to us. But Olito Vakuru remained silent, saying nothing. Nearby, his henchman thought anxiously, it can be. Kyudu would not do something like this. Returning to where Kyudu was, he spoke to Tenheiho's group. If I say I did not kill him, are you going to believe me? Hearing this, Tenheiho's face darkened as he drew his sword and replied, You better explain yourself. Kyudu shot back without backing down. You are pushing me here. While pulling out a beautifully carved red ring, the system notification chimed in. Quest completed. With that, the Kyudu dashed back into the rosewood forest, and Tenho immediately shouted. He is escaping through the rose path. Kyudu was sprinting ahead, while Tenho chased closely behind. He yelled back, Don't follow me. I really did not kill him. Tanhanecho, not buying it, retorted. If you did not do it, then why are you running? Stop right there. Hearing this, Kyudu shot back. Then you better put that sword away first. And just like that, the two of them kicked off a wild chase deep in the forest. A little later, Tanaho and his crew continued to search for Kyudu. Where is he? It seems he ran that way. They gave chase, but in reality, he was hiding behind a nearby tree. Unnoticed as they rushed past. Once they were gone, he peeked out and sighed in relief. Damn it. Lum along, you left me with this huge mess. Once I get out of this dungeon, it won't be easy sailing. He then decided, Zhang the Elder is still waiting for me. I should go grab that eye to restore my memories first. Meanwhile, over at the side of Nati, he stood before an eerie old tower and said, According to my master, the remains of Master Vian Kong and the relics of our sect should be in this temple. My bro Kyudu, sorry for leaving without saying goodbye, but this is too dangerous. I can't let you come along. Nohe quickly stepped into the ancient tower. Once inside, Nohe was greeted by a massive Buddha statue right in the middle of the main hall. He approached to take the item held by the statue, saying, Got it. This is the relic that wandered away from our Dao sect. But then, Niuhe felt an ominous presence looming over him. He immediately stepped back, distancing himself from the Buddha statue. Suddenly, Nuho looked anxiously at what was before him. The Buddha statue was emitting a colossal dark aura, accompanied by a strange, eerie laugh. Haha, it has been so many years. Not a single Taoist has found their way here. Standing before the bizarre Buddha statue, Niuhe felt a surge of adrenaline and shouted, Who are you? Stop pretending to be a deity. Show yourself. Immediately, a creaking sound from a staff was heard, followed by a calm voice. No need to rush. Vian King, clad in a simple saffron robe and holding a Daoist staff, stepped forward, his words dripping with wisdom, whether practicing Buddhism or Taoism. It is all for the sake of bringing blessings to the world and guiding sentient beings. Zhang the Elder was taken aback as he saw the figure emerge from behind the Buddha statue. You are Master Vian Kong. Are you still alive? Vian Kong presented a serene demeanor. Every word he spoke was steeped in Buddhist teachings. Amitabha. In the Ghost Mountain, there is no rest. If you do not become a Buddha, will you save all sentient beings and thus reach enlightenment? With his staff raised and a serious expression, he looked at Nufa, asking, Disciple Lua, What brings you to the mountain this time? Noha quickly bowed and replied. I was entrusted by my master to come here and retrieve the relic of our sect. After receiving the answer, the old man did not seem too pleased, his face darkening as he pressed on. Is not it to pay your respects to my Buddhist sect? This left He a bit puzzled, and he could not help but voice his confusion, asking what the Master Yuan Kong was talking about. I respect you as a senior, but about converting to Buddhism, please do not bring it up again. Nai Hu, live as a Taoist and will die as one. But Yuan Kong, seemingly unfazed by those words, continued with a soft tone. Benefactor you have a connection with Buddha. It is the will of the heavenly merchant. The staff in his hand suddenly glowed, emitting dazzling golden rays. Yuan Kong's expression shifted, gripping the staff tightly as he proclaimed, I pledge myself to the Buddha. The radiant light from the staff seemed to affect Nuna He, who looked slightly startled. His legs began to tremble, and seeing this reaction, Yuan Kong could not help but feel smug.
Yep.
Just like that. Kneel down and pledge yourself to my Buddha. As soon as he finished speaking, Nia immediately felt weak all over, unable to control his body, and he began to kneel. But just then, a hand reached out to hold Naho, preventing him from bowing down. Kyudu landed gracefully, one hand still gripping Nai He's robe, while also trying to wake him up. Buddha does not save those who are not sincere. You are still so young, yet you possess such profound Taoist skills. You probably have not even read a book in a day. How could you teach Buddhism? Nia quickly broke free from Yuan Kong's control, glancing over at Kyudu with a look of surprise. Remembering what had just happened, he felt a shiver of fear. He was really close to being converted by this Master Yuan Kong. Seeing another person arrive, Yuan Kong's face darkened, but he forced a smile and asked, Kyu benefactor, do you want to kneel and pledge yourself to my Buddha too? Kyudu did not hold back, chuckling as he replied, Sorry, Master, I am just a rough guy, so please do not let me embarrass Buddhism. Yuan Kong did not pay attention to his words. His whole body began to radiate a spiritual light, illuminating the room. Praise Buddha. My Buddha is compassionate and willing to save all who accept the teachings. A white lotus began to bloom under his feet, the aura around him growing stronger as he continued. No one can refuse my Buddha. But against Yuan Kong's display, Kyudu just waved his hand dismissively, causing Yuan Kong to stare in disbelief. Ignoring Yuan Kong's reaction, Kyudu wiped his nose and arrogantly said, Master Yuan Kong, your performance is quite impressive. Hehe. Please continue. Seeing Kyudu's zero spiritual energy left Yuan Kong puzzled. What is going on? Anyone with a connection should be transformed by my Buddha. Why is not this kid reacting at all? Nai Hu, who had been watching this whole time, finally grasped the situation, gripping his sword tightly as he loudly questioned. This is not Buddhism at all. This is a trick of dark arts to confuse the mind. You are not Master Yuan Kong. Who exactly are you? He calmly responded, saying that is not right. The Buddha is formless, and the appearance is just a layer of skin. But immediately, a wave of sinister energy radiated from the Master Yuan Kong, rushing straight toward the second Ha. The guy reacted quickly, burning the gold talisman in his hand to block the surrounding dark energy, shouting loudly about the monster, and how stubborn this guy was. Kyudu remained calm, looking relaxed as he remarked, he is definitely not Master Yuan Kong. More accurately, he should be called the demonic monk. Then he turned to Yuan Kong, who was unleashing dark energy, and continued, right. Demonic monk. Hearing Kyudu call him that, Yuan Kong became a bit angry, causing the dark energy around him to intensify. His eyes glowed with an eerie green light. Demonic monk. Who dares call me that? Whether human or ghost, they have all lost their souls. His body began to erupt violently, and a powerful chill spread all around. Facing this scene, you could not help but feel a bit of pressure. This chill was far more terrifying than the ghost's wrath. After a moment, Yuan Kong revealed his demonic monk form, his skin and robe transforming, with a strange mark appearing on his forehead, standing amidst the thick dark energy. Second a Daozong warned, Brother Kyudu, be careful now. Master Yuan Kong's Buddhist powers are boundless while alive, and as a ghost, he is 10 times more terrifying. Even after transforming into the demonic monk, Yuan Kong still bore that dignified Buddhist demeanor, suffering in the mortal realm. Yet the divine presence of the Buddha could not see through him just like that. But soon, he became furious, shouting, then let me guide these souls to salvation. Gods killed, demons block demons, Buddhas confront Buddhas. Even if I oppose heaven and earth, I have no regrets. The demonic monk unleashed his dark energy toward Kyudu and Zhang Ha, claiming he was the only true Buddha. The dark energy struck out of nowhere, so violently that the two were sent flying back without having time to react. Not only inside the hall, even outside, when the demonic monk unleashed his energy, It created massive shockwaves. The dark energy spreading from the mountaintop. The black-clad figures nearby felt that terrifying power. Astonished and confused. Shouting in disbelief. Back in the hall. After being knocked back, Qiaodu quickly regained his footing on the ground, unable to help but exclaim. That is strong. Sekin's expression turned serious, his sharp gaze reminding once again. Yundu. Be careful. I can protect you. He then pulled out a talisman, quickly gathering energy, muttering the incantation. With 6 harmonies, there must be 6 stars. First with the royal deity, then comes the heavenly music, divine consciousness of slaughter, regardless of strength. And with a mighty swing of the sword toward the demonic monk, the divine ghost extermination order. With a sharp sound, as soon as he finished, Sekin's sword energy shot toward Yuan Kong, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of dust. A moment later, as the dust began to settle, they saw the eyes and mouth of the demon monk bleeding profusely. Second Master felt a rush of excitement. He had actually injured it, but that demon monk seemed utterly unfazed. Just a bit of blood on his face. His voice filled with anger. Just a mere mortal. And yet you have managed to wound a deity. Then, Second Master, you would better kneel. As soon as those words left the demon monk's lips, Second Master felt himself sinking into a sea of blood, his legs collapsing uncontrollably beneath him. On the other side, the monk, with his arms crossed behind his back, frowned slightly before continuing. You dare to harm the holy Buddha. You will only face eternal damnation in the sea of blood, for countless lifetimes. You will suffer down there, and only by serving the Buddha can you atone for your sins. Amitabha Buddha. Right now, the only way for you two to escape this hell is to take refuge in me. Facing the arrogant demeanor of the monk, Second Master quickly lost his composure, his hands beginning to gather energy. His mouth did not stop cursing. A pathetic Buddhist fool, lost in delusions, trying to manipulate the heavens and enforce your doctrine. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning enveloped him, and Qiaodu watched in shock. Wait! Master Zhang, I am still in this sea of blood. But before he could finish, the lightning struck out, powerful arcs racing toward the demon monk, being trapped in the sea of blood, with blood under their feet. Qiaodu nearby managed to dodge the worst of it, but he was jolted painfully, unable to utter a word. After a while, the lightning gradually dissipated, and the blood sea around them began to recede and vanish. But at that moment, Qiaodu grew terrifyingly fierce, his face darkening as the system announced he had activated a rage state. Over there, Zhang's Second Master was still chanting the incantation, preparing to unleash another powerful attack. Spiritual treasures shine with fiery brilliance. Souls of the 9 underworlds drift upon fragrant clouds, determined to break the cycle of death and bring eternal peace. Breaking the curse of hell. As he wielded the lightning-covered sword, he charged at the demon monk, shouting, "Release!" But just as the sword lunged forward, a shield appeared before the demon monk, blocking all of Second Master's attacks. Watching his sword shatter into pieces, Zhang's Second Master was left in shock and fear. The demon monk revealed a smug glint in his eye and said, "Just a mere mortal, daring to strike at the holy Buddha. How foolish." With that, his shadowy staff lunged directly at Second Master. A single strike from the demon monk sent Second Master flying backward, crashing painfully against the wall. Though he seemed unconscious, the monk was not done yet. He advanced with his staff in hand. Just then, a surge of power swept before the monk, startling him, and he thought to himself, what a heavy aura. Qiaodu, wielding a long knife, slashed at the demon monk, forcing him to retreat. Though he dodged just in time, his life points dropped by 100. On the shoulder of the ghost monk, a wound appeared, and at that moment, the system displayed information and detailed stats about him. Epic and BC. Level 30. Health at 7,900 out of 8,000. Strength at 463. Defense at 192. Agility at 344. Skills including Buddha's Sound Transformation, Hellblood Sea, and Diamond Demon Slayer. Along with that was a friendly reminder that the monk, once an extraordinary practitioner who achieved enlightenment, fell into the dark path after death, driven by an insatiable desire to become a Buddha. Receiving the system's information sent a wave of thoughts through him. This ghost monk had almost reached the afterlife. Qiaodu's expression shifted slightly, his gaze darkening. He was a being almost akin to a celestial being. If it were not for the Golden Dragon Blade's decisive strike, the ghost would have absorbed a massive amount of killing intent. Elo Ming and Zhang Dazhang would not be able to handle him together. Behind them, Zhang Era had managed to get back on his feet, gripping his sword tightly and declaring loudly, "Qiaoyu, things have escalated. And now I can only fight with everything I have got. If I happen to die here, please take my body and soul down to the ghost yard," he said. "I do not want to become a corpse or a ghost after I die." "Thanks." But Qiaoyu remained remarkably calm, gently reassuring him. "Zhang Dazhang, you won't die. And neither will I. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhen Qiaoyu took a powerful leap, kicking off the ground and propelling himself towards the ghost monk, swinging his blade down, but the old monk reacted swiftly, raising his staff to block the attack while muttering nonsense without pause. Amitabha. Qiaoyu. The aura is heavy. Once you die, you will surely descend into the abyssy hell. Kuyu spun his blade downward, but the ghost monk seemed to anticipate the move, raising his staff to deflect the strike. Erha was not just sitting idly anymore. He had appeared right behind the monk, hand poised to strike. Even while dealing with Qiaoyu in front of him, the monk sensed the danger from behind and spun around 180 degrees, leaving Erha utterly stunned. At that moment, the ghost monk revealed his true nature. Both of his eyes were ghostly, glowing ominously red. The staff in his hand launched an attack, sending Erha crashing into the wall. After observing the monk for a moment, Qiaoyu calculated in his mind. Those ghostly eyes. There are 2 of them. If he could take down the ghost monk, a Ming could gather 4 of them. Just as he momentarily lost focus, the ghost monk turned back, clasping his hands together and muttering, Amitabha. The staff in his hand thrust straight towards Qiaoyu, who felt an overwhelming force pressing down on him, rendering his body motionless. Seeing Qiaoyu frozen in place, Erha panicked and shouted, Qiaoyu. Watch out. The staff pierced straight into the center of Qiaoyu's forehead, sending him flying backward. His body slammed hard against the wall, the impact resonating loudly. After taking such a devastating blow, Qiaoyu lay sprawled on the ground, utterly motionless. Meanwhile, behind the ghost monk, Erha plunged his sword into the temple and began to emit streams of golden spiritual light, shouting loudly enough to startle the monk. Did you know? And then, another sword pierced through his chest. Yet he continued to chant the incantation, boundless and infinite. The laws of heaven and earth. Imbue my heart's blood. The sword that eradicates my devotion. Slay the demons. Return to the flames of the past. Achungha radiated a blinding aura, his expression dark as he glared at the Ku Tong across from him. Vian was taken aback, shocked by the scene. You crazy man. Are you trying to take us both down together? But Nana paid no mind to his words, gripping the sword tightly as he continued to murmur the incantation. Heaven's net of martial might. Earth's demonic flames. The sword emerges with a smile. Slay the demons. Bind their hearts. He let out a fierce shout, turning all calamities into dust. Then launched the sword, blazing with a brilliant light, straight towards Ku Tong. The terrifying force charged forward so quickly that the old man could not react in time and could only scream. The sword pierced through Ku Tong's body, unleashing a surge of energy that caused him immense pain. On this side, after exhausting himself with that last attack, he could barely stand, starting to sway unsteadily. Qiu rushed over to support Chankanui once again. Surprised to see him coming, he struggled to ask, Qiu, you are still alive. Qiu merely smiled faintly in response. Just lucky. Really? He thought to himself, grateful for the protective charm of the silver lion. Otherwise, I would have been seriously injured by now. As he steadied enough, he asked. Vin is not dead yet. He struggled to reply. I am not sure. But if it were any ordinary Ku Tong, they would have been finished long ago. However, since he is the Buddhist demon, my sword might not be enough to kill him. Once he stabilized Qiu, armed with a broadsword, slowly advanced toward the other side. Then I will add another blow. But as he got closer, Qiu was startled to find Ku Tong was nowhere to be seen. All he could see was Chanjing Naha's sword embedded in the wall. Just then, a chilling aura surged from a nearby corner, accompanied by cold, piercing eyes and a voice that sent shivers down their spines. You all must die. A swirling mass of purple demonic energy began to gather above Qiu and Qining, and that energy spiraling in loops throughout the space. After a moment, the demonic energy dissipated, and the surrounding scenery began to transform. Before them sat Ku Tong on a lotus throne, surrounded by countless worshippers. Stunned by what lay before them, Chanjing Nahi and Qiu could hardly believe their eyes. Ku Tong sat on the lotus, surrounded by a suffocating aura, his voice deep and ominous. Why do not you bow before the true Buddha? As soon as he finished speaking, Naha lost control of his body, forced to kneel down, unable to withstand the pressure. He collapsed to the ground, while Qiu beside him also felt the heavy weight but still managed to stay upright, feeling that he could not hold on much longer. He called out for help. Queen, these 2 Ku Tong eyes are terrifying. What should I do now? The mechanical voice of the queen responded in his ear. Why not use those Ku Tong eyes? That way, you will have 2 of them like him, and you can break the space of the Ku Tong eyes. Qiu immediately pulled out the 2 Ku Tong eyes, holding them in his hands as he decided. All right, I will take the risk. He quickly fitted the 2 Ku Tong eyes into his own eye sockets. The moment it was attached, his eyes shot to every intense wave of pain, glowing with an eerie red light. At the same time, on the other side, Ku Tong, full of intent, raised his hand and shouted, Get lost. His hand grew larger, monstrous like a mountain, crashing down on Kyudu's head. The impact slammed into the ground, causing massive tremors, shattering the earth into fragments. But when that hand lifted, a gigantic imprint was left in the ground, and Kyudu stood there without a single scratch. Kutang could not believe his eyes. He furrowed his brow and exclaimed, "No way." Meanwhile, Kyudu had a mechanical queen hovering above him, generating a layer of golden light to shield him from Kutang's attacks. After a moment, as he gradually regained his composure and adapted to the new vision, Kyudu slowly opened his eyes. The protective shield around him was already battered by that punk strikes and was on the verge of collapsing. Kyudu had become accustomed to his new sight, his eyes glowing with fierce energy. And he could not help but think, seems like the world has changed. I can even see the dust particles in the air. This is the power of the two eyes. If I could harness all of it. Kyudu stood confidently, fearless, facing Kua, looking his way. Kutang recognized the shift. Surprised, he muttered, "The eyes. The other two eyes are in his hands." Kyudu smirked arrogantly and asked, "Want them?" Kutang, the madman, rushed at Kyudu with his staff, shouting, "I will take them myself," although his movements were incredibly fast. To Kyudu's enhanced sight, it felt like a slow-motion replay. My vision was amplified to the max. I could even predict his next move. The staff swung down with overwhelming force. But even with the attack right in front of him, Kyudu remained calm, unflinching. Just as it was about to land, Kyudu kicked into high gear. With one hand, he swung his blade to counter, and the old man reacted just in time to dodge. His gaze turned icy cold as he declared, "Running away is useless." While the system chimed in, Lethal Shadow Strike activated. He casually swung again, and the old man quickly raised his staff to block. The system's alert continued. Lethal Shadow Strike activated again. Gradually, Kyudu increased both speed and power, repeating the Lethal Shadow Strike 5 times. Kutang struggled to defend, sensing something was off. Each of Kyudu's strikes was faster and stronger. Another wave of assault came, but this time, Kutang's staff shattered into pieces. As the system announced, the Lethal Shadow Strike had repeated 20 times. A terrifying force surged toward Kutang, causing him to fearfully retreat. Kutang's expression grew more and more doubtful about what was unfolding. Kyudu would not give him another chance. A cold blade sliced through, tearing him into countless pieces. Even in death, as his body gradually fades away, the demon monk still can't believe this. No way. How can a person do this? After the demon monk does not completely vanish, a circle of light appears in the middle of the void, and at the same time, the system chimes in with a notification. 400 spirit value gained. Congratulations to the player for acquiring 2 demon eyes. Kyudu leisurely approaches the circle of light in mid-air and reaches out to touch it. From within the circle, 3 cards materialize, and he quickly grabs them. The system immediately announces, "Congratulations to the player for receiving a rank item, the Recognized Bandit as Father card." With a total of 3 cards, the Recognized Bandit as Father card is a one-time use item that allows the user to forcibly designate someone as their adoptive father, ignoring the other person's wishes. After reading the instructions, he feels infuriated and throws the cards to the ground, cursing under his breath. What kind of ridiculous item is this? This is just bad luck. At that moment, another weapon falls out from the light sphere, startling him as he turns to look. Kyudu is a bit surprised. There is still another weapon, but as he picks it up and examines it, he notices something strange. Wait a second. Just then, the system provides information about the weapon. Congratulations to the player for acquiring a D-rank equipment, the Phoenix Spear. The Phoenix Spear allows the player to bypass defense and attack their adoptive father directly. He immediately envisions himself designating an enemy as his adoptive father, and then stabbing him with the spear. Just thinking about this makes his eyes light up with excitement. This is the kind of weapon that bends the rules, which means he can land at least 3 surprise attacks. He quickly runs back to pick up those 3 cards, grinning ear to ear. "Oh man, this is golden." He then pulls out the 2 demon eyes he received, mumbling to himself, "Next." The sealed memories of his past should come flooding back. He swiftly raises the 2 demon eyes to fit into his own eye sockets. As soon as the eyes are in place, a bright red glow radiates from Kyudu's entire body. In his memories, a familiar figure appears, prompting him to exclaim involuntarily. A figure deeply etched in Kyudu's mind. She stands at a distance with her back turned to him, but he can still recognize her. It is. Kyudu's gaze darkens, growing colder than ever, and at the same time, the system announces, "Congratulations to the player for achieving the hidden skills rank, Demon Eye of War," allowing the player to expend life value to see through and simulate any close combat skills or attacks within their line of sight. The amount of life value consumed depends on the attack or the level of simulation skill used by the player. Fragmented memories gradually resurface in his mind. Finally, he sees the image of someone most familiar and dear to him, Taya. The memory becomes clearer, and the aura around him grows more violent, filling his heart with resentment, fury, and grief. Xiangyat, injured and sitting nearby, sees him like this and speaks up. Hu-Du, what is wrong? Hearing the call from behind, Hu-Du regains his composure, his face slightly pale as he turns to respond. Master Zhang, the demon monk has been dealt with. At the same time, piecing everything together, Senza realized that those guys in black were likely from the White Trench. Senza Lam Lang had become a test sacrifice for the White Trench in the outside world. Just then, someone approached from the forest outside. They found him. The person is here. The black-clad figures slowly advanced toward Hu-Du, and one of them commanded, notifying the others from the 3 teams to hurry over. Standing in the center of the shrine, he watched them approach with a fierce glare. One of them threatened. Hu-Du, come with us for a little trip. Do not make us force our hand. Hearing this, he simply chuckled softly. Haha, then go ahead and make your move. Meanwhile, he assessed them mentally. These guys were all mid-level. Seeing his arrogance, the others got furious, pulling out their weapons to rush in for an attack. This kid is so out of touch. They thought. Hu-Du was not just going to stand there and take it. A spear began to materialize in his hands, and just like that, he lunged quickly toward the group. But suddenly, a fireball soared toward him, catching him off guard and causing a panic. So unexpected, and with the fireball traveling so fast, Hu-Du could only retreat, unable to avoid its impact. At the same moment, from behind the fireball, a black-clad figure wielding a sword lunged at him. Reacting quickly, he raised his spear to block the incoming attack. The sword of the black-clad man clashed with Hu-Du's spear, creating sparks and a sizzling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. He quickly retaliated, sending the black-clad man flying and inflicting a serious wound, taking 500 years of his life force. As the black figure was pushed back, one of his teammates rushed in to help him, but he was filled with confusion. How could it be? How could he not defeat this kid? Without giving the others more time, Hu-Du sprang toward them, facing off against a shield bearer. He struck down hard on the shield, but it did not budge at all, making him inwardly sigh. That shield is tough. Just as he was contemplating this, another fireball was hurled toward him. Hu-Du reacted swiftly, wielding his spear to swat the fireball away. But at that moment, another black-clad figure appeared behind him. While he was focused on the fireball, that guy leaped up, preparing to dive at him. Sensing danger right behind, Hu-Du quickly shifted his weight. He swiftly slid back, narrowly avoiding the attack. His expression grew serious. Each of these opponents was on par with him, but their teamwork was incredibly synchronized. He realized he needed to take one out quickly to disrupt their formation. Otherwise, breaking through their defenses would be impossible. With that thought, Hu-Du pulled out a card while swiftly switching his weapon to the broadsword, saying, "If that is the case, do not blame me for using my trump card." Then he raised the card high, shouting boldly, "Honor and humiliation intertwined. I pledge to acknowledge you as my guardian." The shield bearer looked on in confusion, bewildered by his actions. The card in Hu-Du's hand gradually faded away, and the guy with the shield reacted immediately. What is going on? Why do I feel such a strange familiarity when I see him? Seeing it was working, he did not give that guy a chance to react and quickly charged forward with his spear, shouting loudly, "A true man living under the heavens can't just stay beneath others forever. I am done playing nice. You and I are on opposite sides now." The guy, startled by the commotion, quickly raised his shield to block, but this time, that flimsy shield could not withstand Hu-Du's attack. The spear in his hand shattered the shield and pierced through the guy's body. Game over. The value of your life is 150. The remaining guys in black stared in horror at this scene, their faces darkening as they stammered. One blow, and he took out a mid-level defensive cultivator in Z-Lat. Without giving them time to think, Hu-Du sprang forward with his spear, aiming straight for the healing mage. His healing magic was quite impressive. The nearby black-clad guy reacted, summoning his strength, a deceptive Dragon Ball. On this side, Hu-Du was quick to react, dodging all the attacks while striking the healing mage, causing him to cry out. And a notification rang out. Value of life increased by 150. At that moment, the blonde guy lunged in from behind and unleashed his ultimate attack, Heavenly Shadow Kill. He was fast, and just like that, he unleashed dozens of sword energies, slicing at Hu-Du. Laughing triumphantly, "Haha, can't keep up with my speed." But what he did not expect was that Hu-Du was not harmed at all. His eyes blazed with energy as he charged right at the blonde guy. With a faint smile, he echoed the guy's words, "Heavenly Shadow Kill," and the system chimed in with notifications. Demonic Eastern Army Path. Life value decreased by 1,200. Ragegate status activated. Immediately, the blonde guy found himself surrounded by a flurry of sword energies, just like Hu-Du's earlier attack, leaving him utterly shocked.
Wow.
Why can he use my ultimate technique? Standing amidst the sword energies. He suddenly realized something and questioned. Where's the attack? Why has not it come yet? Just as he thought this, he sensed a thick energy right next to him. Turning around, he was stunned. Q-Do wielded his long blade, cutting the black-clad guy holding the staff in half right beside him. The other two, witnessing this, turned pale and were drenched in sweat, horrified to the core. Q-Do, radiating energy like a vengeful spirit, turned to them with a chilling smile. Still got two left. As Q-Do approached slowly with his spear in hand, the two were even more frantic. Backing away, the blonde guy stammered. You demon. Q-Do paid no mind to him, his whole being emanating fiery energy, eyes filled with cruelty as he declared, you people from Baiza, all deserve to die. Seeing his rage reach such heights, the two immediately turned to flee toward the forest, thinking, let us wait for the other three teams to show up. This kid is just too bizarre. Q-Do, meanwhile, slowly reined in his energy and weapons, realizing he had exhausted all his cards, and it was not worth chasing them down to finish them off. With injuries still fresh, Xinger stood off to the side, observing everything until he finally spoke up. Thank you, Taoist Zhang, he said with a subtle smile, cutting the man off. If fate allows, we will meet again. With that, he swiftly exited the dungeon. Meanwhile, in another dark and cold dungeon, she was chained up, her wrists bound tight, holding onto a mysterious box. Her eyes were filled with sorrow as she stared at the box in her hands, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes. Suddenly, a voice startled her. Who is breaking my seal? The scene shifted to the exit of the dungeon, where a crowd had gathered. Q-Do gradually emerged, and someone shouted, he is out. A mob quickly surrounded him, and a white-haired guy shouted, Q-Do. Nearby, the head of the Tan family, Tan Thong Thian, narrowed his eyes, staring at him. On the other side, Tiu Thian Sach looked over at Duong Vo Miao, who was lounging beside him, smugly thinking, let us see how this old man handles things this time. Back to Q-Do. The white-haired guy was demanding loudly, Q-Do, you killed a member of the Tan family. Not saying a word now. Q-Do, unaffected by his attitude, simply replied, I did not kill him. Tiu Thian Sach smirked and chimed in, haha, kid. Just because you say you did not do it does not mean you did not. Do you think we are blind? That Tan kid chased after you and ended up dead. If it was not you, then who could it be? His face darkened, his eyes growing cold. He tried to explain. There were two guys in black. One of them was named Lam Lang. He was from Qingdao University's physical class 2. And now he has joined Baizha. The ones who killed the Tan family members were Baizia. But Tiu Thian Sach laughed loudly. Haha. How ridiculous. No one witnessed it anyway. Aren't you just making excuses? A henchman beside him scoffed, adding, and Baiza? Please. I am At that moment, Tan Thian Tiat stepped forward, calling out, Q-Do. Seeing her attitude, he felt a twinge of doubt. Sister Thian Tiat, you do not believe me either. She put on a heartbroken expression, tears welling up as she said, you killed a member of the Tan family. How can you expect me to trust you? Hearing her response made his expression turn colder, and he quietly replied, is that? He did not get a chance to finish his thought. Tan Thian Tiat quickly interrupted. Q-Do. A sword appeared in her hand, and with a swift motion, she slashed, blood spraying everywhere. Q-Do felt a searing pain, his body trembling, but he gritted his teeth and endured. After stabbing him in the chest, Tan Thian Tiat was shocked when he did not react at all. He coughed twice, clutching his wound, and replied coldly, cough. This pain is to repay your help back in the dungeon of the Soul Lake, so I did not dodge. But from now on, I'm Q-Do, and you are Tan Thian Tiat of the Tan family. We sever all ties. We have nothing more to do with each other. In his mind, images of the left and right sides flashed back, accompanied by the thought that if the left and right were here, no matter what happened, she would trust him. On the other side, Tan Thian Tiat watched him turn away coldly, feeling a twinge of regret. Could it be that she really misunderstood him? Just a few steps in, someone shouted from behind, stop. Almost immediately, a group quickly surrounded him, yet he remained calm, questioning, what do you want from the Tan family? Tan Thing Thivan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. Who allowed you to leave? Ehonai, you killed her. Tan Hanecho, who was behind him, responded to the question. I did not see Q-Do kill anyone with my own eyes. But by the time we arrived, the person was already dead. He recalled the events from the instance and continued. I also encountered those guys in black, but it was just a contest, not a life or death duel. I do not believe those guys in black killed the descendants of the Tenon family. Upon hearing this, the family head's expression darkened, and he coldly addressed Kyudo. You heard that? Right. Kyudo. Whether or not you killed someone from the Tan family, you are still the prime suspect. Are you really going to just walk away? Meanwhile, Kyudo remained composed. Tan Thung then, seeing his attitude, furrowed his brows in anger. It is simple. You must die. And those 4 cursed eyes on you must be dealt with. Hearing this, Kyudo's face grew even darker. He laughed loudly and mocked. Haha, the 10 family. What a 10 family we have. Immediately, he unleashed a powerful aura, his voice laced with a hint of killing intent. I will say it again. I did not kill anyone from the 10 family. His death has nothing to do with me. If you insist on coming after me, then I will take a few of you down with me. This scene sent chaos rippling through the crowd. Everyone was shocked and bewildered, thinking, is this kid out of his mind? He is daring to insult the head of the Tenkan family and even threaten him. This is seriously not even a fair fight. The Tan family head observed his reaction, his face turning cold as he pondered. Why did he have an ominous premonition in his eye? Kyudo looked like a terrifying demon, capable of crushing him with just a flick of his hand. Could this kid really kill him if he wanted to? But his fury pushed aside those thoughts, and he shouted orders. What? The Tenhan family can be threatened by a mere brat. He quickly commanded. Seize him, no matter what it takes. Following his shout, without regard for life or death, his subordinates collectively yelled. Understood, and rushed towards Kyudo. He pulled out 2 tokens, one for accepting a father and the other for a fierce strike. Exuding an astonishing aura, come at me. Just when it seemed like a monumental battle was about to erupt, Aham Vichumiu's voice boomed. Stop. Hands off. He approached with a commanding presence, slowly descending right in front of Kyudo, leaving him a bit surprised and confused. After regaining his composure, Azim Fumiu said, Kyudo is the daughter of our Aang family. If you lay a hand on her, the Ipeng family will declare all-out war on the 10 family. When Tiu Thiensach saw the old man confronting Kyudo, he was utterly shocked. Has that old fool from the Dang family lost it? All this chaos over a temporary son-in-law. Meanwhile, Tan Thong Thien was burning with rage, his words sharp as daggers. Dang da. Do you want to destroy everything in an instant? But the head of the Dang family remained eerily calm. Maybe so. If a fight breaks out, it is true that my Dang family stands no chance against Tan family. But when cornered, taking a few bites out of the Tan family is not out of the question. Right. What do you think? Just wait until the Tan family suffers heavy losses, with only a handful left. Will they not be like wolves drawn to the scent of blood, tearing into your flesh? As soon as Dang Vomu finished speaking, the other families behind Tan Thong Thien erupted in laughter, which only made his frown deepen. Meanwhile, Dang Vomu continued. In the Demon Mountain dungeon, life and death are dictated by fate, and wealth is decided by the heavens. This has always been the rule. Is the life of your Tan family really more valuable than others? As soon as the old man said this, he hit the nail on the head, causing a stir among the surrounding families, who erupted in a chaotic uproar. Exactly. The Tan family is already being too domineering. When my people die, you say nothing. But when one of yours dies, you want vengeance. What is this? Double standards. Seeing the furious reactions all around, Tan Thuong Thien was seething but could do nothing about it. Fine. Fine. Dang Vu. Your Dang family will definitely pay for today's events. He stormed off with a dark expression, leading his clan away. Tanha was also furious, but he could only silently leave with the clan leader. At that moment, Kyudo turned to Dang Vomut, expressing his gratitude. Thank you. A clan leader, he responded politely. Since you work for my Dang family, it is only natural I protect you. Then he turned and walked away, continuing to speak. As I promised, I will take you to the ancestral land of the Dang family. You can count on me to keep my promise. As for the opportunities you might find, that depends entirely on your own luck. Meanwhile, in a lavish hall, there were signs of the Bai Zai group outside. Inside, a group of people was kneeling, and the leader was furiously berating them. What a bunch of useless trash. 20 of you could not even catch a single low-level guy. What else can you do? One of the leaders among them timidly spoke up. Please, my lord, punish us. The scene shifted to the Dang family estate, where Kyudo and Dang Vomu stood before a hidden door. The clan leader raised his hand, channeling energy to draw a protective spell. Moments later, the door slowly creaked open, revealing a blinding light within. Once the door was fully opened, Dang Vomu turned to Kyudo and said, Ki little friend, please, the ancestral land of the Dang family is below. Dang Vomu led the way, and the two descended together down the staircase. When suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in their ears. Kyudo, use your eyes sparingly. If anyone discovers you have an SSS-level skill, you will be in serious trouble. The door behind him slammed shut, and he frowned slightly, replying, I understand. The two of them walked one after the other, crossing all 9 levels of the Ascension Bridge. Finally, they set foot on the altar deep underground, surrounded by 5 massive stone pillars, with a gigantic stone platform in front of them. Looking around from one angle, Kyudo could not help but feel astonished and puzzled. Why did this altar look exactly like the one at the Soul Lake? Dongwoo Miu seemed to sense something and turned to ask, "What is wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" He waved his hand playfully and chuckled. Haha. Just feeling a bit warm down here. Only at that moment did the old man start to reveal his true intentions, flashing a cunning smile as he glanced over at him and said, "It is just a bit longer and you won't feel hot anymore." Those words sent a chill down Kyudo's spine. "Old man, what are you planning to do?" The smile on Dongwoo Miu's face grew increasingly sinister, his gaze dripping with treachery. "You should not have interfered at the Soul Lake." Suddenly, the old man unleashed a powerful surge of energy, launching it straight at Kyudo, forcing him to stumble back to dodge. "If you have messed up my plan, then I will just use you as a substitute." Just as he regained his footing, Kyudo pulled out his identification badge while swiftly drawing his weapon, shouting, "Identify yourself." But before he could finish, he felt a wave of instability wash over him, his body going numb and hollow. Moments later, Kyudo's powerless body collapsed onto the ground, unconscious and oblivious. An infinite darkness quickly enveloped his entire mind. After what felt like an eternity, Kyudo slowly opened his eyes, bright lights blaring into his vision. Before him, there was a vague silhouette of someone, accompanied by a strange voice. "You are awake." Kyudo found himself restrained in a bizarre machine, his mouth sealed, only able to emit muffled sounds. Next to him stood a figure who appeared to be a scientist. Seeing Kyudo awake, Dongwoo Miu approached and said, "Stop joking around. Let us get to business." He looked at Kyudo with an unusual gaze, smiling as he remarked, "What a perfect specimen." Then he quickly turned towards the machine beside him, mumbling to himself, "Kyudo, I am getting old and there is nothing else I can do. I will only live through this month. But if I erase your memories and upload mine into your brain chip, I can use your body to be reborn." Hearing those words, Kyudo's eyes widened in horror, his mind racing for help. "Queen, please save me." But the response he received was far from encouraging. "Sorry. They injected you with a sedative, a type that leaves you defenseless. I have helped you absorb the effects of the drug," making Kyudo's face turn dark with rage. "What?" Meanwhile, the head of the Dong family, lying on the machine, continued rambling. "What a shame. The most suitable one was supposed to be Dong Lam. She is my granddaughter. She should not have been excluded. But who knew you would show up? It seems you have many secrets. But soon, they will all belong to me." With that, he slowly closed his eyes, a faint smile creeping onto his face before he commanded, "Let us begin." The scientist promptly closed 2 machines and connected them using some kind of device. The machine quickly powered up, and his whole body was hit with waves of excruciating pain, only allowing him to emit a few indistinct cries. But after a moment, it was unclear how Kyudo managed to escape. All that could be seen was his grim expression. An ominous aura radiated from him. "Old man, you dare erase my memories. Today, it is either you or me." As he brandished his weapon with fierce determination in front of him, Dongwoo Miu spoke up, "The arrogance of youth. I have reached a higher level. Do you really think you can take me on?" Kyudo ignored the old man's words, pulled out a token, and shouted, "If you do not give up on me, I will gladly accept you as my adoptive father." Seeing his strange actions, the old man was puzzled. What on earth is this? But before he could think any further, Kyudo gripped his weapon tightly, exuding an overwhelming pressure as he charged forward, saying, "Father, I am sending you off." The force behind Kyudo's strike was anything but weak. It stirred a sense of unease in Dongwoo Miu. What the hell? Why is a mere low-level brat making me feel this threat? Despite his age, the old man reacted swiftly. As the attack closed in, he stabilized his body while gathering his energy for defense. The invincible golden body, a golden shield, instantly appeared around him, blocking all of Kyudo's attacks, causing Dongwoo Miu to burst into gleeful laughter. "Haha, this is a one-time use-a-level item. Even a full-force attack from a seasoned warrior would not be able to break through the defenses of the invincible golden body, let alone a weakling." But what he did not expect was that Kyudo's weapon could actually pierce through his golden defense, causing the shield to crack. The old man was left dumbfounded, eyes wide open, with both hands applying more force. He yelled, "Old man, die!" The powerful weapon barreled forward, driving him straight into the wall behind, and his life value dropped by 9,909,999,999. The moment that number appeared, Kyudo could not help but wonder, what is happening? Why is his life value so high? Grabbing the spear, he glanced over at the family head Duan, who was recovering, surprised to see the system displaying information. "Guardian Sage, SSS-Level eliminates fatal damage in one go. Qiu felt a spark of interest. Guardian Sage. This old man's family actually has a guardian sage. Using it on him is such a waste. Why not just die peacefully so I can extract it? Duanwu, injured and battered, was left puzzled. Wow. Why does this weapon, clearly not of a high level, give me such a sense of lethal threat? This is really strange. He calmed himself down a bit and turned to Qiu, asking, "Kid, what trick did you use?" But Qiu just brushed him off. "Just helping myself to a card here. Do not mind me. I want to see how many guardian sages you have left." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man Duanwu Miao suddenly vanished without a trace. Turning to the side, he immediately saw a large hole in the wall shaped like a person. It ran away. This old man really only has about half a month left to live. The card in Qiu's hand began to fade away, and he silently assessed that someone so powerful would directly flee from a beginner like him. It seems he truly fears death. At the same time, the system displayed a notification, revealing a mysterious power protecting your foster father. This attack has failed, but you can initiate a critical attack one more time. He flew out with an air of interest, chuckling lightly as he spoke. "Looks like I can save this last card. The next time we meet will be your last, old man." Then Qiu broke through another section of the wall and headed outside. His lifespan is not long. He might not even make it to our next encounter. At this moment, the system popped up, displaying all of his current stats. Name: Qiu. Class: Undead Mage. Level: 18. Strength: 504, using Divine Restoration. Defense: 500, as solid as a rock. Agility: 9. Spirit. Life value: 6,020 out of 6,020, plus 5,040. Magic value: 1,800 out of 1,800. Experience: 1,800 out of 1,800. Equipment: the Brave Heart of the Mage. Clear level. Skills include: Level 5 Phantom Shield, a rank Miracle Power, a rank Strength Contract, B rank Queen of Machine's Fury. Equipment includes: a rank Spirit Talisman, C rank Wind Speed Boots, D rank Fire Strike, B rank Moonlight Scythe, Spider Armor with accessories like Level 5 King Seed, and a rank Father Recognizing Body. Qiu clenched his fist in determination, knowing the way forward. The Hunter Guild. Baiza. His current crucial task is strength. With so many enemies, lacking strength means any action will be extremely difficult. After a moment of reflection, despite feeling something strange, as if he might be missing something, he decided to leave first and head back to school. Inside the room earlier, the scientist was still hiding behind a wall, not showing himself. A while later, the scene shifted to the school. Qiu stepped into the school, hands in his pockets, strolling down the path while thinking, "This place is definitely better, not as gloomy as that cursed mountain." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere, landing on his shoulder, startling him. In an instant, Qiu vanished without a trace right in the middle of the schoolyard. Shortly after, he was transported to a room at school. Seeing the person beside him made him a bit furious. Principal Ko. But Ko Bingyang did not care, his face darkening as he asked, "Qiu, did you kill the descendants of the Zhen family in the cursed mountain?" Hearing this made him even angrier as he shouted, "I did not kill anyone." Principal Ko only grunted and began unleashing an attacking force towards him, quickly reducing Qiu's life points by 2,090. But the numbers did not stop there. They kept dropping continuously, and he could only brace himself. It was not until he reached his limit, with his life points showing 1 out of 6,020, that Ko Bingyang finally stopped. He withdrew his aura, while Qiu could barely stand, swaying as if he might collapse any moment. Seeing him stabilize, Principal Ko spoke, "If you claim it was not you who killed, then do you have any proof?" That guy is struggling to respond. He was killed by the Lang family after being ambushed. He is sure of it, and the principal gives him a chance to prove himself and clear things up. "If you say Lang killed him, then bring Lang in front of me or prove he is the one responsible. I am giving you 4 months. During this time, I guarantee no one from the Tan family will touch you." Qiu firmly replied with one word, "Okay." A little while later, Qiu returned to his dorm, pushing the door open to step inside. The teacher noticed some movement, and the two people in the room, who were engrossed in something, turned to look. Yang Sang called out excitedly, "Hey Du." He sounded thrilled, eager to share some good news with Qiu, saying, "We found a lead on the left and right. The horse rider can use the power now." Qiu was a bit surprised and asked back, "What did you two get?" Yang Xiang pointed at a strange glowing orb on a nearby table, saying, "Check this out." From the orb, a beam of light projected a scene of warfare from some ancient dynasty. Among the scenes, a familiar figure on the left and right appeared, desperately trying to escape. At that moment, Yang Sang spoke up, The setting of that instance is an ancient royal family, remembering the previous instance. He recounted, once you enter, you will be assigned a random character. For example, last time the horse rider turned into a palace steward, and the danger faced in that instance was a risk of national annihilation. Inside, battles raged on, with chaos, smoke, and explosions erupting everywhere. As a very powerful nation invaded, no matter what identity we get, we can't escape being drawn into the war. He continuously shared crucial information he would uncovered, stating that the instance leveled up incredibly fast last time, before the horse rider and I could even get past the first challenge. We were about to break through into mid-level on the battlefield, but then a twisted boss showed up, and we both failed. Hearing this, Kyodo's expression turned serious as he pondered. So the left and right appearing in that instance might mean we need to level up quickly. Right. The horse rider remained silent, rubbing his chin as he thought, while Yangshine questioned, maybe, but if she is still alive, why has not she come back to find us? Remembering past images of the left and right, Kyodo could not help but feel a pang of sadness. Perhaps she is also trapped somewhere. Brother Zhu looked at the scenes replayed in the glowing orb, and spoke to the two beside him. Let us check out the instance first. We might find some clues. The scene shifted to a forest, where the three of them stood before a spatial gate. Yang, sighing, excited upon seeing the gate, exclaimed, we found it. This is the instance. Immediately after saying that, he urged, let us hurry in before the hunter guild spots us. And the three of them stepped inside. Kyodo and his crew quickly vanished into the instance gate. Just as the three entered, an enigmatic figure appeared outside the gate, inside the instance. Kyodo found himself playing a character lying motionless on a bed, with two servants nearby constantly muttering, we are doomed. We are doomed. It has been half a month since the last time the prince fell into the queen's bath and was pulled out. Yet he still has not woken up. What now? The person next to him chimed in. You really think he does not need a head anymore? Ah. The emperor has already appointed another crown prince. And you still dare to call that dead guy a prince? Hearing this, the other quickly corrected himself. Prince. Prince. Kyujol slowly opened his eyes, taking in his surroundings. After a moment of observation, he figured out that he was in the royal palace. At the same time, a system notification popped up regarding his mission in this dungeon, requiring him to reclaim the title of crown prince while also defending his country from invasion. Difficulty level: easy. Rewards will be based on player performance. Please note, the player's current identity is the fourth prince of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. Players should be mindful of their words and actions. Gathering himself, he sat up from the bed, still puzzled about why he ended up in this dungeon in the first place. But he quickly brushed that thought aside and began to familiarize himself with his character. According to the mission background, he was the fourth prince, after being promoted to crown prince. He had not lasted long before getting wasted at a party, and soon after, he was found naked in the queen's bath. As a result, the emperor ordered his position as crown prince to be revoked and chose one of the other three princes to be the new crown prince. Kyujol rubbed his chin, piecing together everything that happened, and could not help but think that the chances of being sabotaged by the other three princes were pretty high. A wicked smile crept across his face as a ruthless thought bubbled up inside him. That is right. If I take out the other three princes, then the crown prince title will be mine. With that thought, Kyujol could not help but pat his chin, feeling rather proud of himself. Not bad for me. Thoughts turned into action as he called over the two guards by the door. Wait. You two. Come here. Seeing the fourth prince awake, the two quickly knelt and performed their greetings. One of them even looked a bit happy, congratulating the prince on waking up, but Kyujol did not pay him any mind and went straight to the point. Where are the other three princes? Show me the way. The guards, now a bit scared, replied respectfully. Your Highness. The emperor ordered that without his command, you are not to leave this place. Hearing this made Kyujol's face darken with anger. He roared. What? That old man wants to imprison me. Just then, a voice from outside the hall announced, His Majesty has arrived. The Emperor of the Scarlet Flame Empire, Jiang Shunjiang, entered the hall dressed in a majestic robe. Upon seeing him, Kyujol calmed his anger, internally reminding himself, steady now. This is my old man in this dungeon. However, as soon as the Emperor stepped inside, his face turned grim, and he angrily questioned Kyujol. You ungrateful brat. Aren't you going to explain yourself? How did you end up in the queen's bath after getting wasted? Anger flared up in Kyujol's heart, but all he could do was silently curse, thinking, what a hassle. I wonder if I could take him out with a single strike. At that moment, the voice of the eunuch rang out again. Empress Yang has arrived. A graceful figure slowly entered the hall. This elegant lady was none other than the biological mother of the fourth prince. Empress Yang, she burst in and could not hold back, throwing her arms around Qiu-du. Her voice slightly choked. My dear. It is so good to see you awake. Despite being a bit surprised, he stammered out. Mother. Your Majesty. Feeling a wave of warmth wash over him. Ever since my mother passed away when I was 6, I have not felt such a warm embrace again. Standing nearby, Athung Thothun Chizun watched the touching scene between mother and son and could not help but feel a bit overwhelmed. Thinking, that is enough. Di Meng Chine. Do you know what your good son was trying to pull just now? Seeing the emperor so furious, Dean Kuko Fi bowed slightly, looking a bit pitiful. Your Majesty, please calm down. Please, surely. Hong Nai is not the type to hold a grudge. I hope you can forgive him. Your Majesty, seeing his mother looking so distressed, Qiu-du's expression darkened. He stepped in front of Di Kazan Kuo Fi and firmly called out. Mother. He gazed at her softly and continued. If I have messed up, I will take full responsibility. It is not right for you to bear the blame on my behalf. But when he turned to Kaijing Thon Chan, his eyes turned cold and determined. Father, I do not even know how I ended up in the Queen's bath after drinking, but I beg you, give me 3 days. I will uncover the truth. Seeing his attitude, the emperor was slightly impressed but still warned. Fine. I will give you 3 days. If you do not get to the bottom of this in 3 days, I will send you to the frontier, and from now on, you will no longer be my son. After a while, once the emperor had left, Dujin Kuo-Fi became anxious. Hon Hai, he is not joking. If you do not find out the truth in 3 days, you really will be sent to the frontier. But Qiu-du remained calm, reassuring her. Mother, do not worry. I am confident. You should rest for now. Then recalling his initial plan, he gazed at her with a mysterious look and asked, by the way, Mother, do you know where the other 3 princes are? Shift scenes to the Grand Prince's palace. Qiu-du had arrived right at the entrance. Hesitating slightly, not knowing which prince was plotting against him, he slowly approached the door, a wicked grin on his face as he said, You better hope I do not catch you. Without warning, Qiu-du kicked the door to the Grand Prince's palace open, bursting inside while shouting, Let us see what kind of prince this Grand Prince really is. Inside, a prince was lounging around, enjoying himself amidst a pile of food. Upon seeing the scene before him, Qiu-du shouted, There is the enemy. The prince, still munching away, turned to see who had entered and reacted. Zuka. He jumped up cheerfully, still gnawing on a chicken leg. Zuka. This is a perfect setup. Just what I needed. The Grand Prince. The mission requires us to support some nonsense 4th prince to reclaim his position as Crown Prince. But the enemy did not notice that Qiu-du's face had turned extremely grim. Struggling to speak, he asked, Do you think it is possible that the ridiculous 4th prince in your territory is actually me? Meanwhile, the enemy burst into laughter. Haha, Zuka. You said we are all princes. So does that mean it is Mafai? Before he could finish, a familiar figure appeared right at the palace entrance, accompanied by a voice that was all too recognizable. Well, do I even need to say it? Mafai, the 2nd prince, swaggered into the room and said, Of course, I am a prince too. A moment later, as the 3 gathered and understood each other's mission, the enemy spoke up. So what are we investigating? 4 princes. 3 are on our side. Which means the one who set up Zuka must be the 3rd prince. Qiu-du just uttered one word, and the 3 of them marched with determination towards the palace of the 3rd prince. A little later, at the 3rd prince's palace, the voice of the eunuch echoed outside. The 1st prince, 2nd prince, and 4th prince have arrived. The 3rd prince inside the palace started pacing nervously, thinking. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th princes all showed up at the same time. What is going on? Could it be that my plot against the 4th prince has been exposed? No way. I handled all the traces. They should not have any evidence. Thinking this way, when he saw someone entering, he forced a welcoming smile, not expecting the 2 of you and the 4th prince to drop by unexpectedly. Please forgive me. Before he could finish his words, he took a punch right in the face, making his speech muddled since he was not ready for the surprise reception. The 3rd prince, having just taken a hit, fell to the ground, eyes wide open. But Qiu-du did not care and said, Come on. Let me show my dear brother some love. Right after that, the 3 of them jumped in, beating him mercilessly, the sounds of their brawl ringing out. This little punk is not a good guy. Let us give him a taste of our brotherly love. Come on. Let me take a swing at him. After a while, the 3rd prince was left bruised and battered, his head spinning as he stammered. What do you guys want? Qiu-du, without a hint of mercy, kicked him again and shouted. Who told you to set me up? Speak up. Spill the beans about who is behind this. But the 3rd prince still held his tongue. What setup? 4th brother. I have no idea what you are talking about. Seeing he still would not confess, Qiu-du turned to the other two. Do not let him off the hook. Keep pounding him. Causing the third prince to scramble up. Stuttering. Okay. I will talk. Then he trembled and pleaded desperately. I am sorry, fourth brother. It is just that third brother was blinded by greed. Tomorrow is just the right time when father goes out hunting. I will take that chance to confess everything in front of all the officials. The third prince was so scared his face turned pale. Seeing the fierce looks on their faces, he quickly added, and also ask father to restore my position as crown prince. And that should be enough. Right. The three of them felt a bit satisfied. But there was still some worry lingering in their minds. Zuka feared that the third prince might have plans to escape. But after some thought, Kiru spoke up, saying, Right now, the three of us are united. Why should we fear him? If we really take him out here, it will be tough for me to regain my status as crown prince. Hearing his reasoning made sense. So Epshina just turned slightly to glance at the third prince and said, You are right. Then let us spare his life for now. The three of them headed back to the Grand Prince's palace, where Epchilan was munching on a chicken leg while saying, By the way, Zuka, there is something you might not know. The last time when MFI and I went in, we discovered something, remembering how they had stumbled upon a group of mage kings using thunder magic. He recounted, the nation looking to invade the SSS-VM kingdom is EV Kauf. That place has tons of mage kings who know magic. They can summon storms and control thunder, similar to elemental sorcerers. Miffy chimed in, based on our last experience with Diggerake Hainchi Reich. Tomorrow EV Vi Quofo will attempt to assassinate the emperor during the hunting event. After the emperor dies, the four princes will fight for the throne, and the SSS-VM kingdom will be in total chaos. ZV Quof will take that opportunity to invade. As he said this, he felt a bit smug and added, But this time, the three of us are princes, so we do not have to worry about that. On the other hand, had a goofy grin, and his words left the other two speechless. That is great. Once I become emperor, I will make both of you my crown princes. Suddenly, a few loud pops echoed. 2 lumps appeared on the head of the Grand Prince, making his face look extra pitiful. Time quickly flew by, and the next day arrived. The hunting grounds in the valley were bustling with people. The emperor, dressed in a grand robe while riding a horse, looked incredibly majestic. Qiu-du spotted Dunang Kuo-Fai and immediately dismounted to greet her. Mother. She approached, gently expressing her concern. How is my dear? Before she could finish, he quickly reassured her. Thank you for your concern. Mother, my health is perfectly fine now. Seeing him like this, she felt a bit relieved, saying, That is good to hear. Really good. Just as the mother and son were chatting, the queen of the SSS-VM kingdom, the mother of the third prince, approached and interjected. Fourth prince. Didine Quofi immediately defended her son, saying, My dear has no such intentions. Meanwhile, Qiu-du was unfazed. Not caring about the so-called decorum, he asked bluntly, And you are? Everyone else has horses to ride, so why do not you? Did you lose yours or something? This left the queen visibly shaken. Furious, she shouted, You insolent child. How dare you speak to the queen like that? Qiu-du just turned away, casually throwing in, Whatever, you crazy lady. I can't be bothered with you. Unable to bully him anymore, she changed tactics, turning to Kaining Thon-chan and feigning being wronged. Your Majesty, you must stand up for your humble servant. But the emperor replied coolly, All right. There are only 2 days left of the 3-day period. If the fourth prince does not provide me with a satisfactory answer, I will settle all debts, past and present. At that moment, a eunuch stepped forward to announce, Your Majesty, everything is prepared. We can start the hunt now. I will lead the way, he said, taking the lead with a group of hunting soldiers riding toward the grasslands. But deep down, he could not help but ponder the grand scheme of things. He had heard that the prince of the Great Wu Kingdom and the princess were both exceptionally talented, young yet masters of martial arts beyond belief. With just a flick of his wrist, the Great Wu Prince could summon countless monsters, while the Great Wu Princess could conjure fierce storms with a mere clasp of her hands, truly terrifying. Thinking about this, Kuang Thuan-Chine glanced at Qiu-du, who was riding beside him, and felt a twinge of regret. The fourth prince was originally a jack of all trades, the ideal heir to the Scarlet Flame, but now he had become so reckless. Could it be that fate truly wished to bring down the Scarlet Flame? Moments later, a small deer appeared on the lush green grass. Startled by the noise behind it, Kuang Thuan-Chine had already drawn his bow, but when the arrow flew, the deer leaped just in time to avoid it. Realizing he had missed, he turned to Qiu-du and said, Fourth prince, you are usually the best archer around. Go on. Take that deer down. If you can't, you will be punished with 50 lashes. Watching the terrified deer bound away up the hill, he asked, What if I actually managed to take it down? Kuang Thuan Chine laughed heartily. Haha. That deer has already run at least 400 to 500 meters. Don't just stand there. If you seriously manage to hit it, I will grant you whatever you want. Hearing this, Kyodu pulled an arrow from his back and made his request. Your Majesty, I am not joking. If I succeed, I want to smell the fragrance of the esteemed Dijun Queen as my reward. With that, he confidently aimed and shot toward the deer in the distance. The arrow soared through the air, whizzing past the soldiers who all fell silent in anticipation. Kuang Thuan Chine watched the arrow fly over the hill, thinking to himself, it seems like after that incident in the bath, the fourth prince really has changed. He drew another arrow, his eyes sparkling with determination. Shooting arrows is definitely fun, he thought. Deep down, he was calculating, locking his eyes on the target. This time, he was determined not to miss. But suddenly, the bow in Kyodu's hands snapped into 3 pieces before he could release the arrow, leaving him momentarily stunned. Nearby, the Chancellor of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, the father of the Queen, saw this and burst into laughter, mocking him. Haha, I must. While the fourth prince may lack finesse, he sure is strong. The opposing side could not help but feel worried. Oh no. Duji does not know how to shoot. The horseman beside him chimed in. Well, he wanted to pretend, did not he? Now it has all gone wrong. Meanwhile, the little deer on the hill was blissfully unaware. Looking around with wide eyes, Kuang Thuan Chine was furious, his face dark with anger as he shouted. Someone get the fourth prince down here. Punish him with 50 lashes. Kyodu remained calm as the arrogant chancellor mocked him. What is wrong? The fourth prince's bow is broken. And you still want to fight? Kyodu smirked slightly, his gaze turning icy. Who says a broken bow can have damage? An officer nearby overheard this and sneered, finding it amusing. I have fought my whole life and never seen a broken bow still able to deal damage. Haha. Sounds like this fourth prince has been sleeping for over half a month, and has lost his mind. What a joke for the world. Meanwhile, Kyodu was exuding confidence, gripping an arrow with his bare hands and getting into position. He adjusted his stance and pulled the arrow back, ready to fire. Then, with great force, he released the arrow from his hand, the power behind it not light at all, causing the arrow to whistle through the air. The deer on the hill remained oblivious, still looking around, not even noticing the arrow zooming in on it. In an instant, the arrow pierces the deer, causing it to cry out in pain. The 2 generals and the chancellor are left wide-eyed in shock, utterly amazed that this just happened. Even Kuang Thuan Chine is at a loss for words, stunned by the display. Meanwhile, Kyodu rides confidently toward the emperor and speaks up. Your Majesty, I have fulfilled my promise. You would not go back on your word, would you? Kyodu's gaze is unwavering, a flicker of joy in his heart. If he can become the empress, surely the mother of this alternate reality would be pleased. Right. But on the other hand, Kuang Thuan Chine struggles to find the right words, feeling the pressure. The chancellor, visibly upset, angrily retorts. How can the title of empress be a gamble for the fourth prince? It is far too important to be treated lightly. Faced with his attitude, Kyodu remains calm and counters. I made a bet with his majesty. The question is, did I not shoot that deer? The chancellor does not back down, dragging out more arguments. But who uses a bow and arrow to attack someone directly? Not to mention your opponent. Meanwhile, MFI is clearly enjoying the spectacle from earlier. Looks like we still do not fully understand Zuka. Kyodu replies. Zuka is a necromancer who can engage in close combat. Shooting arrows is just a normal skill. Mafui nods in agreement. Exactly. Kyodu then challenges. Are you really going to make the emperor a man of broken promises? The chancellor is left speechless. At that moment, Kuang Thuan Chine chimes in. The emperor never jokes. If I agree, then of course, it will happen. Upon our return, I will decree Deng Quofei as the empress. The chancellor continues to argue. Your Majesty, changing the empress is a serious matter. You can treat this lightly. Please consider. Your Majesty. The emperor's face darkens, and he furrows his brow. Irritated. I have made my decision. No more discussion. Let us head back. Though the chancellor is furious, the emperor's word is final, leaving him unable to say anything more in protest. The scene shifts to the military camp, where the empress is furiously confronting Deng Quofei. You have some nerve, raising such an ungrateful child. And you dare to humiliate me in front of everyone. Deng Quofei knows she is powerless at this moment, so she pleads. Empress, please calm down. The young prince is still just a child. His behavior is because I did not raise him well. It is my fault, not his. Please, take it out on me. Surprisingly, the empress retaliates, striking Deng Quofei hard across the face. She then shouts, You remember this, you little wench? Di Meng Chine. I am the true mistress of the harem. And Tinquo, feeling humiliated, can only cover her face and continue to plead. Just spare the fourth prince. Please. Just then, Qiu galloped in and shouted loudly, Mother, causing both of them to turn and look. As he arrived, he saw his mother being humiliated and beaten like that, his expression darkening instantly, barely able to contain himself, seeing her son's grim face. And Dong Kuai-Fi felt worried and awkwardly asked, Huang Nai, why did you come back so quickly? Qiu's face remained clouded, showing no sign of easing. Mother, I am an ungrateful son, making you suffer. But Dong Kuai-Fi smiled gently and said to him, You silly boy, why do you have to apologize to me? It is I who owe you. I am old and useless now. So I could not do anything for you and even made you lose face. The Empress, witnessing the mother-son scene, could not help but speak up. What a pathetic sight. You two crying like this. Today is a good day for His Majesty to hunt. And you have ruined his mood, even if you die 1,000 times. It won't erase your crimes. No matter what she said, Qiu seemed unfazed, coldly uttering just 2 words. I. The Empress? Hearing this, scoffed in disdain. Has the fourth prince gone mad? Here I. The Empress? And I have to apologize to a Gaifi. I am the mistress of the harem. Regardless. Before she could finish, a slap landed squarely on her face. That slap sent her flying back, crashing to the ground in an utterly humiliating manner. Over here, Kuai Yu shot her a fierce look and declared, That slap was for my mother. The Empress, utterly humiliated, was consumed with rage, yelling, You dare hit me. You actually dare to strike me. Fine. I will make both of you pay dearly. A moment later, the Empress put on a pitiful act, rushing to the Emperor to demand justice. Your Majesty, you must stand up for your humble servant. The fourth prince is out of control. He dared to hit me, clutching her face in pain. Every word she spoke was aimed at dragging the Emperor into this mess. As if she did not see herself as the Empress and did not care about His Majesty's regard. The official above also chimed in. This is outrageous. Such behavior deserves severe punishment. The two of them, father and son, played off each other perfectly, creating quite the spectacle for those around them to gossip about. Who would have thought the fourth prince would actually hit the Empress? He has truly lost his mind. Seeing everyone's reactions aiming their judgment at the mother and son, the Empress secretly reveled in her triumph. Thinking, let us see how you handle this. Yang Gaifei, upon hearing the gossip, tried her best to defend her son. It is not like that. It is not like that at all. Oanai is not like this. At that moment, Jiang Shunzheng, who had been observing from above, finally spoke up. Fourth prince. Is what the Empress said true? Kuo Yu remained unflustered, calmly responding. I struck her simply because she was bullying my mother. If I did not act, would not that make me a coward? At that moment, the third prince, standing aside, glanced at him, thinking, the opportunity has come. Fourth brother, do not blame me for being ruthless. Immediately, he stepped forward and said loudly, Father, I can prove that the Empress's words are true, because I have also been a victim of fourth brother's violence. He pulled off his outer robe, revealing numerous bruises on his skin, then dramatically continued. I thought we were brothers, but if I get hit, I get. I never expected fourth brother to show no remorse. On the contrary, a powerful force has arrived. Even the queen dares to strike. The fourth prince's current predicament is all because of my negligence. I hope the emperor will punish me. Seeing the scene, Kodu's face twisted in disgust. What the hell is this? Each of these side characters has about 800 tricks up their sleeves. They are all like royalty in acting. Jiang Shun was furious and shouted, Where are my guards? A gust of wind swept through, but Qiao Du stood tall in the courtyard, listening to him order the arrest of this rebellious fourth prince. Yang Gaifei, terrified and anxious, bowed deeply to plead with the emperor. Your Majesty, it is not as you think. The prince has been wronged. I beg you to reconsider. But over here, Qiao Du showed no fear, clenched his fists, and said, This is so boring. I can't even be bothered to play your little games. Secretly, he thought, judging by what Ma Fei and Yang are saying, the assassin from the big case should be showing up any minute now. Seeing his attitude, Jiang Shun was enraged and barked, You rebellious son. Are you trying to revolt? You insolent brat. Immediately arrest the fourth prince and Yang Gaifei. If they resist, kill them on the spot. The 3 members of the Prime Minister's family watched this unfold, secretly reveling in their triumph. How dare this insignificant fourth prince challenge us? He clearly does not know how serious this is. The soldiers quickly received their orders and rushed to surround Qiao Du and his mother. But just then, a tremendous storm erupted in the sky above him. Bolts of lightning and whirlwinds swirling around him relentlessly. Even those nearby could not escape the chaos and were swept up by the winds. Everyone screaming in panic. What is happening? Moments later, bolts of thunder rained down from the sky. igniting the ground around them. The prince watched this scene, his face turning pale with fear. Just as several bolts of lightning struck down, figures in black cloaks appeared from the sky, charging straight for Jiang Shun. Seeing the chaos unfolding, the Prime Minister finally panicked and yelled loudly, "It is the Elemental Masters. The Elemental Masters of the Great Wu. Protect His Majesty." Quickly, bolts of lightning, rocks, and flames rained down on the guards, frantic cries echoing, "Your Majesty! Be careful." The guards were quickly overwhelmed, some on fire, others buried under debris. Countless casualties. The Prime Minister, witnessing this disaster, was horrified, and seeing Jiang Shun still standing there, he shouted, "Your Majesty, we must run." But the Emperor, filled with righteous fury, refused to flee, saying, "I am the former 5th rank, the true son of heaven of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. How can I run in front of my officials? What will the people of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom think of me? He is the Emperor, he can die, but he absolutely cannot run away." Over here, Kyodu watched as his old man maintained that Emperor facade even in such a dire situation, feeling a bit angry. Damn. This old man knows how to put on a show even better than Mafi. Suddenly, the system chimed in with an alert. Key character Jiang Shun has died. You will never become the crown prince. Please act immediately. Immediately after the announcement, he snapped back to reality, eyes wide. Is this really happening? But he quickly gathered himself, snatching a spear from a soldier and rushing towards the Emperor. Borrowing the spear from someone for just a moment, he could not help but feel a rush of anxiety, unsure if he would make it in time. Then, with a swift motion, Kyodu hurled the spear straight ahead. Over here, just as the Emperor was about to be struck by a lightning bolt, a spear suddenly flew in. It sent him crashing back several dozen meters, and the spot where he stood was struck by lightning, resulting in a massive explosion. The spear thrown by Kyodu pinned him against the wall behind, and even Kang Thun showed a flicker of surprise at the sight. The masked henchmen noticed their plan falling apart, and one of them angrily demanded to know who was sabotaging their scheme. Meanwhile, the Chancellor was in complete chaos, shouting loudly, "Hurry! Protect the Emperor! Catch that assassin! Don't let those 4 damn henchmen escape." One of the henchmen, annoyed by the old man's incessant jumping around, unleashed a fireball, clearly fed up. As the large fireball raced toward him, the Chancellor could hardly believe it, only managing to backpedal a few steps. What? In an instant, he was engulfed by flames, suffering in agony but unable to do anything other than scream for help. "Save me! Save me!" The prince and queen were in a state of utter shock. She shouted in panic, "Father!" But it was too late to stop anything. On this side, soldiers quickly surrounded the 4 henchmen, and the commander ordered, "Capture them." Surrounded, one henchman called out, "The Emperor is not dead yet." He knew they would not survive, but for the sake of the great kingdom, they would drag the Emperor down with them if they had to. But just as he finished speaking, a soldier charged in with a spear, stabbing him right in the chest. He did not panic. Instead, he raised his arms, gathering his strength, and calmly told the others, "Brothers, I will go ahead." With a loud bang, he self-destructed, creating a massive shockwave that sent nearby soldiers flying. Seizing the opportunity, the remaining 3 henchmen dashed forward, shouting, "Kill the Emperor." Kyodu was not just sitting idle either. He immediately activated his speed-enhancing shoes. With a leap, he charged after the 3 henchmen, weapons ready in hand. The 3 quickly realized he was right behind them, and the lead one barked an order to the one behind. "That is the 4th prince. Second brother, take him out. We will handle the Emperor." The henchman called second brother immediately accepted the order. Understanding, and positioned himself in front of Kyodu, he began to channel his energy, crafting a projectile with his palm, preparing to strike him down. But before he could unleash his attack, Kyodu swiftly pierced through him with his spear, killing him instantly. At the same moment, a notification from the system rang out. Player Kyodu has eliminated a piece. Reward: 21 free attribute points, 105 experience points. Just as he dispatched one, he drew another weapon with his left hand, mentally calculating his next move. "I can let you kill this convenient father of mine. Otherwise, I won't be able to complete my mission." With that thought, he channeled his energy and hurled both weapons straight ahead. One of the henchmen sensed the impending danger and yelled out loudly, "Boss! Watch out!" That guy immediately reacts, throwing up a dust cloud, and a massive rock appears right in front of him. But it does not work. Kyodo's spear pierces through the rock, sending that guy flying back. Each of the 2 royal mages from the Great King's realm gets pinned by a spear, one of them landing right in front of the Emperor, startling him just before he breathes his last. That guy struggles to utter one final plea to the Emperor. Suddenly, Cries for help erupt from the other side. Help! Escort! Where's the escort? This catches Q-Do's attention. One of those royal mages turns toward the queen and her son, who are standing off to the side, and yells, "If I can't kill the emperor, I will just take out the queen and the prince, the third prince." Witnessing this, panics and cries out, "Fourth brother! Fourth brother! Come save us!" Meanwhile, Q-Do clutches his side, pretending to be in excruciating pain. "I am..." The third prince immediately freaks out, shouting, "Fourth brother! It is my fault. Hurry and save me. I will explain everything to father later." The queen next to him is also in a panic, yelling, "Yep. My dear, I should not have spoken carelessly and put you in danger. You need to come save us." But that royal mage is already right next to them, conjuring a huge rock above their heads as the massive rock slowly descends. Both of them are wide-eyed with terror, unable to do anything but tremble. The rock looms over the queen and her son like a small mountain, the shockwave shattering the ground and rocks around them into countless pieces. Fresh blood splatters across the mask of that royal mage. But at that moment, Q-Do yells from behind, slicing through him with a deadly blow. That guy immediately crashes down behind him. Q-Do steps forward to check on the emperor, asking, "Your Majesty, are you okay?" Kulong Thuan just sees him arrive and replies. His face shows a bit of regret as he continues. "I heard everything the third prince and the queen said before they died. You have suffered unjustly, my child. This time you have protected us well. Speak up. What do you want? I will reward you." Q-Do feels a spark of joy and immediately replies, "Your Majesty, I want to be polite anymore." He continues without hesitation. "I want the position of crown prince that rightfully belongs to me." The emperor is taken aback, puzzled, and asks, "Is that all?" "That is it." Q-Do turns to leave, glancing back at him. "That is all. I just want to be the crown prince." Kuang Thuan falls silent for a moment. He did not agree, but felt a twinge of guilt. At this moment, he just wanted to reclaim the crown prince position. It seems he really misunderstood the boy. Meanwhile, the system chimed in with an announcement, congratulating the host for regaining the crown prince title, urging him to use this identity to protect the Sechiyan Enin kingdom from invasion. Without hesitation, Q-Do jumped on his horse. Kuang Thuan Chine, seeing his action, looked confused and spoke up. "You just regained the crown prince position. What are you planning to do now?" He quickly spurred his horse forward and shouted back, "Of course. I am going to battle. To prevent the great king from invading, I am going to wipe them out first. When I return, I want to see mother crowned as empress." Kuang Thuan Chine watched his back as he rode away, puzzled, repeating his words. Afraid the great king will invade, so he is going to take them out first. Understanding the implication, he straightened up and ordered, "Gather our troops." Soon enough, night fell, and on the borderland, Q-Do, Ma Fai, and Dong Epstein Leich raced toward the great kingdom. Dong entered Leich, trailing closely behind, expressed some concern. "And Do, just the three of us going, is that okay? That boss is really tough. And I have heard the great king has 2 legendary warriors." Ma Fai, running slightly ahead, teased, "What is wrong? You scared, hiding behind me? Last time, I was the one who took out the boss. Remember, I am just a few hundred experience points away from leveling up, so do not steal my kills." But he shot back, "Aren't you the one who was chased all over by the boss last time? Acting all tough now?" Up ahead, Q-Do suddenly sensed something. His face twisting in unease, he was not mistaken. As they got closer, the aura from ahead solidified his feelings. He was certain now. Images of the fire he had seen before flashed through his mind, and he recalled that the flames were just like this one. Deep in thought, Q-Do approached a structure. In front of him was a small blue flame blazing brightly. He reached out to touch the flame and thought to himself, logically speaking, after a dungeon reset, everything should refresh. So why is this flame here? Could it be that the evil spirit is currently in the dungeon? The flame suddenly ignited on his hand, scorching it, while his life points plummeted rapidly. 369, 327. The fire consumed Q-Do's hand, causing him excruciating pain. Losing all sensation, he let out a scream. Upon seeing him writhing in agony on the ground, the approaching enemy panicked. "What is wrong?" Q-Do collapsed, clutching his burning arm, shouting, "Stay back. This fire is beyond what we can handle right now." He calculated in his mind, realizing he was mistaken. It was not the evil presence in this dungeon, but this bizarre flame was powerful enough to defy the dungeon's rules. Suddenly, he turned and yelled, "Miss A-Fi, chop off my hand now. If you do not, I will be completely burned alive." Hearing his words, Memphi hesitated and looked conflicted. This is... Kiyu-do, still clutching his painfully burning arm, shouted urgently. Miss A-Fi, hurry. If we are brothers. Just at this point, Memphi could no longer hold back and shouted excitedly. All right, I'm coming. Do you have any idea how long I have been holding this in? Just then, a small red round object appeared on his chest. Watching it absorb the flames from his hand, Kiyu-do was left speechless in shock. After absorbing the flames, the small red orb let out a puff of smoke. Realizing what he had, his heart raced. That was an S-rank disposable item from the underworld dungeon, the seat of the underworld monarch. It absorbed the flames of the underworld. Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Memphi's voice. First sword of the Yang sword technique. He excitedly swung his sword down. As the powerful sword energy rushed toward him, Kiyu-do exploded with anger. Miss A-Fi. You idiot. The fire is already out. Though taken by surprise, he quickly reacted. Shouting, dodge. The system chimed in with notifications. Illusory Phantom of the Earth Spirit. Life points 1,800. Kiyu-do unleashed a counterattack using Memphi's sword energy. First sword of the Yang sword technique. The two forces collided, creating a massive shockwave that filled the air with dust. Memphi could not believe his eyes and exclaimed in shock. How is this possible? He stared at Kiyu-do, continually repeating, how can this be? How do you know the Yang sword technique? That is a high-level skill. After I made the principal my master, I had to beg him for ages to teach me. I have been training since the start of the school year, just to learn the first move. How do you know? You are clearly not a swordsman. But Kiyu-do shrugged it off, saying, the Yang sword technique. Isn't it just about using your hands? You just have to watch once to get it. This one sentence hit Memphi hard, leaving him in shock and heartbroken tears. On the other side, Aprenunch was relaxed, arms crossed, saying to him, all right, Memphi. It is, everyone has different abilities, just like how I got super angry all afternoon. So it is totally normal for you to learn a bit slowly. But Memphi over here is still grinding his teeth in frustration. I can't believe it. It can't be? That first technique was way too easy. Just wait. Once I master the other techniques, there is no way you will keep up. Kiyu-do had this smug look on his face, grinning as he continued to tease him. Memphi, do you even know what a real genius is? As long as I have got enough blood, I can totally replicate even the principal's divine sword technique. Just then, a voice from behind startled the three of them, and they turned around to hear a scout from the front line say, we have got 3 spies from the SSS-Level kingdom sneaking into our territory. Didn't see that coming, big rats. Indeed. The newcomer seemed to be a sorcerer from a major country, wearing a devil mask, and he looked at the 3 of them as he continued speaking. You 3 are the princes of the SSS-Level kingdom. It is quite an honor to have the 3 princes personally visiting our great fog country. I am just a humble man, and I am really flattered. He then added, please follow me for a moment. Do not resist, but was cut off by a loud shout. Earthquake technique. A flash of light flickered beside him. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion. Moments later, they saw the sorcerer lying flat on the ground, his mask having fallen off. The nearby enemy scoffed. Hey, did you know that villains often meet their end by talking too much? What a fool. Kiyu-do's expression darkened a bit, and he called out to the other 2. Memphi, focus on the enemy. Looking at the mask that had just fallen to the ground, he said, I have got a bold idea. The next day, in Great Fog Country, a crowd was gathering in a panic. A bunch of sorcerers who seemed to be high-ranking officials were lined up neatly. One of them stepped forward and reported, Your Highness, we do not know why the SSS-Level kingdom has suddenly mobilized their entire army toward our borders. The one they referred to as Your Highness was actually Thu-dung. She was sitting on the throne, stroking her chin, a bit puzzled about why the SSS-Level kingdom had gathered their forces here. That is strange. Didn't the system task us with invading and conquering the SSS-Level kingdom? Why are they coming here themselves? Suddenly, someone from below shouted, it is not just a couple of spies from SSS-Level. Look who is coming in. The high-ranking officials of Great Fog Country all said in unison. We greet the Prince Dynates. The people nearby could not help but discuss among themselves. Prince Dyhen Afer is a once-in-a-lifetime genius of the Great Fog. Another chimed in. Besides the national sorcerer, no one can compete with him. With Prince Dynates around, the SSS-Level kingdom is definitely going down. The newcomer was none other than Tizither, and he spoke boastfully. Don't worry. With me here, the SSS-Level kingdom gathering their army is just asking for trouble. Hearing Sika T's arrogant words made Thu-dung a bit uncomfortable. If this were someone else saying it, she might believe it. But him, better to just let it go. When hearing that name, Ncier's blood boiled, and he gritted his teeth in anger. But right after that, he unleashed a powerful aura and proclaimed with arrogance, Ha! I have broken through to the next level. If I ever cross paths with that guy again, I am sure I can take him down in just 3 moves. He thought about the image of a man in red, and a wave of anger surged within him. That guy is just a stepping stone on my path to greatness. My true goal is to challenge that man. He immediately turned around and commanded the troop of kings to go forth, letting the soldiers of the Red Flame Kingdom experience the true power of the kings. Upon hearing this, everyone respectfully raised their hands in salute, obeying Prince Daifei's orders. As Teodora was leaving, he sensed something unusual and turned back to look. Strange. He felt a hint of familiarity just now. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the forces of the Red Flame Kingdom and the Great King Kingdom had gathered into 2 opposing sides, and Teodora and Thivu Dung stood on a rock, looking down as the kings bowed in respect, welcoming Prince and Princess Ian Hay. At that moment, he could no longer hold back and ordered an attack. Wanting the Red Flame forces to taste suffering, he began to gather energy for a lethal strike. Shadows of death looming. Black winds surged like monsters charging towards the Red Flame army. The soldiers of the Red Flame Kingdom looked on in shock, gasping at the sight. It was the monster conjured by Prince Rihi Ving. Just then, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky, as white snowflakes began to fall slowly. Seeing the bizarre scene, the soldiers of the Red Flame all looked up in confusion. Snow was falling. That flurry of snow was actually the work of Thivu Dung, who was creating icy blasts over here. Monsters, ice shards, and wind mages. Everything was ready. And Seer shouted once more, "Kill! Annihilate the Red Flame Kingdom!" Sharp ice shards swiftly attacked the Red Flame troops. And though they had shields, it was still a struggle to hold their ground. Not only, but following that were bolts of lightning and flames, throwing the Red Flame soldiers into disarray. A general shouted orders to the entire army, "Hold the line. Don't panic." But inside, he was a bundle of nerves. The king said the prince would lead our attack on Zeiv. But why have not we seen him since the beginning? Suddenly, something strange happened on the side of the ZVV forces. Catching the soldiers off guard, 3 figures dashed through the Zeiv ranks, knocking down the shadow mages one by one. A surge of power swept through, pulling off the mask and life of one shadow mage. The system continuously announced, confirming that player Kyudu defeated an NPC king with T0, gained 22 free attribute points, 110 experience points. Congratulations to the player for leveling up successfully. Current experience value, 50% x 20%, plus 10 free attribute point. Kyudu watched his comrades slaughtering the ZVVI forces. Feeling a rush of joy, finally reached level 20. Just one more level, and I can step into the mid-tier. I am truly a genius for figuring out how to blend in with the shadow army. Suddenly, a shout from behind startled Tito, and he turned around, bewildered. What the heck was that? As he turned around, he was struck by the sight of a group of soldiers sprawled on the ground behind him. Completely bewildered, panic and suspicion washed over him. There had to be a mole among them. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he roared out orders to his troops. "Take off your masks." The royal mages immediately obeyed, ripping off their masks without hesitation. In no time, the entire army had removed their masks, except for 3 individuals at the back who stood frozen in place. And Seer quickly noticed them and narrowed his eyes. "You 3. Why have not you taken off your masks?" At this point, Kyudu could no longer hide. He slowly lifted the mask from his face, a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. He had intended to blend in as a regular mage, but instead, he faced a chasm of distance between them. The 3 of them simultaneously laughed, shedding their clothes and masks. Kyudu flashed a slightly arrogant smile, greeting them, "Long time no see." Surprised, shocked, as recognition dawned on her, Sati erupted in fury. "You, Kyudu." He led Dun over, fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Kyudu casually approached him, saying, "It has been a while, and you have turned into the Prince of Dai Vu so impressive." Just as he finished those words, he lunged forward, delivering a punch straight to Kotu's stomach. The surrounding bounty hunters were taken aback, gasping in shock. "Prince, Your Highness." Despite taking such a heavy hit, Kotu managed to stay on her feet, her expression darkening as she sneered. "Ha, you thought I would not be prepared for you. You sneaky little rat. I have already sacrificed a minion and used a clone." On the opposite side, Master Dung quickly descended and called out, "Kyudu." Her expression unchanged, she calmly continued, "I did not expect we would end up in the same dungeon, and on opposing sides. No less." Kyudu, however, ignored her words, shouting, "Focus on the enemy. You deal with Master Dung. I do not fight women. Ma Fai, go rally the troops." Hearing his words, Master Dung recalled something from the past and her face darkened with anger. "You want to fight women?" Ah. She channeled her inner power, unleashing a magical ice arrow, shouting, You man, instantly. A loud roar echoed as an enormous earthen wall rose to block all the arrows. Emerging from the rock, a voice calmly stated, "Sorry, Master Dung. Your opponent is me." Meanwhile, Ma-Fai eagerly charged into the battlefield where the two armies clashed, saying, "You guys take your time fighting. I am just here for the experience points. Don't worry. Your Highness, I am on my way. A minor foe. One strike and it is over." Kotu had regained her composure and called out, "Kyudu." Then, without hesitation, she attacked. Dark energy gradually gathered around her, and she declared, "We will settle our old scores along with the new ones." As soon as she finished, she unleashed her attack. Sacrifice. Shadow Devar. His entire body started absorbing the surrounding energy, looking extremely painful. Yet, he remained arrogant, believing that only by crushing his opponent could he wash away his past humiliation. Kyudu stood opposite him, feeling a sense of pressure from his aura. Kotu's current state made him feel oppressed, even more so than the previous encounter with Liu Yan. But he was not just going to sit there and wait for defeat. His gaze shifted to a dark hue, mixed with a red glow that hinted at his intent to kill. Go Steel Heavenly Demon Technique. Activate. The system chimed in unison. Go Steel Heavenly Demon Technique. It seemed like Kotu had completed her transformation. But the Ghost Steel Heavenly Demon Technique allowed Kyudu to see everything clearly. He could see it all. Crystal clear. Elash. Mistu lunged forward with a punch packed with deadly intent. But Kyudu was no slouch either. She dodged every attack with lightning speed, slipping behind him just in time to pull out her weapon. Immediately, a strong spear plunges straight into his back. Take that hit. Caught off guard from behind, Mistu grits her teeth in frustration. He spins around to stabilize himself, speaking with a challenging tone. "This is the martial arts realm." Yundu, unfazed, holds his spear firmly and replies to Wudi. "So following the laws of magic is all I need to do. What gives you the right to demand martial arts from me? In this state, your weapons are impenetrable. I can only try to find your weaknesses." These words infuriate Mistu to the point of madness. Like a wild beast, she charges forward, roaring, "I will rip that filthy mouth of yours apart. I have transformed. This time I won to lose to you." Even though her attack is fueled with more power, Qiaodu sees right through it. He deftly dodges, then delivers a punch straight to his chest. This blow sends him stumbling back several dozen meters, leaving him in disbelief. No way. He immediately springs back towards Qiaodu, who prepares to counter. But just like before, Mistu's attack is predicted, and he kicks her back. As Qiaodu retracts his leg, Mistu crashes into the ground, creating a huge explosion. He struggles to get up, looking at Qiaodu with disbelief. "No way. No way. How can you be this strong? I can see every move you make." Meanwhile, Qiaodu stands calmly, hands behind his back, teasing him. "It is not your fault. You have done well enough, but your physique just can't compete. If you were a genius like me, you would understand." Hearing this, he looks dazed. "A genius. I used to be called a genius by everyone. But now..." Suddenly, he hears a commotion behind him and turns around in shock, not wanting to look but finding himself blushing hard when he sees Master Xiaodong in an awkward position. He quickly steps up, pointing at the enemy. "Who taught you to tie people up like this?" The enemy, looking a bit flustered and disappointed, speaks up. "Zuka. Her ice magic is really powerful." He sings a little tune and then asks, "Zuka, what are you planning to do with them?" Qiaodu replies calmly, "It is better to get them out of the dungeon first." Just then, a voice comes from above them. "Your Highness. Your Highness. Please forgive this old fool for being delayed." The enemy's face darkens upon seeing the newcomer and warns, "Zuka, be careful. This is the old man who caused us trouble with Boss Mata and Ma-Fai last time." In the sky is a dignified figure exuding an otherworldly aura. He is the national master of the Great King Kingdom. Right at this moment, Ma-Fi comes rushing in from afar, landing near Kuo Yu, saying, He boasts with pride, flaunting how a boss fight would not be complete without Ma-Fai, the level 23 sword master. Hearing this, the enemy looks a bit incredulous, asking, "How many experience points have you racked up on the battlefield?" But Ma-Fai maintains his arrogant demeanor, claiming that geniuses level up that fast. Across from them, the national master has just landed, drawing some patterns in the air with one hand as he remarks, "The Crimson Flame Kingdom really does have 3 incredibly talented princes." A gentle aura sweeps past, releasing the Master Wu from his restraint. He emanates a celestial vibe, and the system immediately displays his detailed info. Epic Boss. Demon King. Level 25. Life value is 1000 out of 1000. Strength is 0. Defense is 0. Agility is 0. Intelligence 488. Spirit 499. and his skill is the power of the 5 elements. Another notice pops up, warning that the national master of the Great King Kingdom is a master of elemental magic, capable of causing landslides with a mere wave of his hand. Looking at this information, Kuai Yu's expression darkens slightly. But inside, he is secretly pleased. Nice. His attributes are the complete opposite of mine. Master Wu regains his composure and stands ready, declaring, National Master, I am here to assist you. However, the National Master furrows his brow slightly and gracefully replies, No need. Princess, take a break. I can handle this myself. He dismissively waves his hand and turns to Qiao Yu and the others, saying, If you dare invade the Great King, then do not even think about leaving. At his word, torrents of swirling water shoot toward the 3 like razor-sharp arrows. Ma Fi immediately reacts, drawing his sword to defend himself, slicing through a column of water with a hint of arrogance. Old man, the last time you beat me up like that, I am definitely coming to collect this debt. He then unleashes a powerful strike with his sword, the first technique of the Calm Sea Sword technique, sending a fierce blade of energy toward the National Master. Facing this attack, the National Master remains calm, gently countering with a move, forming a shield of sturdy wooden pillars in front of him. Ma Fi's strike only manages to sever the first pillar, leaving another one still standing between him and the Master. Instantly, the National Master retaliates with a sweeping attack, and hundreds of powerful sword energies materialize around him. They charge straight at Ma Fi, forcing him to struggle to fend them off. Seeing his friend in trouble, Kuo Yu slams his hand down on the ground, shouting, Summon the Beast of the Abyss. Earthquake spell. Immediately, a golden chain appears, wrapping around the National Master. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Yu grips his spear tightly and lunges forward like a lightning bolt. Even as the spear approaches, the National Master of the Great King remains calm, sneering, You are just a rookie, trying to show off in front of the pros. The ground suddenly splits open into a small crevice, and with his shouts of retreat, 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 the gap widens further. Before long, he manipulates the earth to shift far away from Qiao Yu, causing his attack to miss entirely, leaving him stunned. What the heck? Standing at a distance across from him, he summoned a fireball in front of him, the goddess of raging flames. Then, he hurled it straight at Qiao Yu on the other side, causing a wave of panic to wash over him. This boss was way too fast. There was no way to outpace him. But before he could react, a horrifying explosion went off, shrouding everything in thick smoke. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, Yu emerged, looking a bit hazy, with fierce red eyes. The system chimed in with a notification. The Berserk state had been activated. Meanwhile, Qiao Yu, now in Berserk mode, locked eyes with his opponent and declared, It is my turn now. Armed with his spear, he charged straight at the old man, thinking to himself, Just a boss with 1,000 health points, one hit could send him packing to the west. Meanwhile, the Demon King muttered to himself, No way. He took my fire god's wrath and still got up. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance and said, You have no idea what is coming. However, the old man unleashed a devastating attack that cracked the ground beneath Qiao Yu's feet. In no time, a massive crevice opened right in front of him. Quick on his feet, Qiao Yu shouted the attack name for the Long Wang Chai and then roared. Using the same move would not work on a holy fighter. On top of that, Qiao Yu thought the Demon East would lock down all of the boss's movements. With this, he was sure the old man would not be able to dodge. With that in mind, he threw his spear toward the Demon King. The old man created a barrier using refined metal to block Qiao Yu's spear, preventing it from causing him any harm. Additionally, the Demon King activated his defensive shield, instantly capturing the spear. At this moment, Qiao Yu was stunned. Seriously. Seeing he had lost his weapon, the Demon King swiftly launched a technique called Kim Kat Ki Ya, conjuring thousands of swords. In just a second, they were flying straight at him, even as mere projectiles. They were still enough to prevent Qiao Yu from being injured. At the same time, he was brainstorming his counterattack, thinking, How am I supposed to get close to the Demon King now? But right now, he was completely at a loss. The old man's skills were all ranged attacks, and the Demon East could only replicate close-range skills. The old man's stats and fighting style completely countered him. He had no chance to go toe-to-toe. Additionally, anticipating the attack helped him create a stone wall to shield himself from the swords. However, the Demon King released several seeds, saying, Masi Trung Bung fight. Moments later, from the rocks, long vines began to sprout. They grew rapidly, completely destroying the stone wall he had created. Luckily, Qiao Yu managed to escape just in time, and when he met Yang, he expressed his gratitude. I owe you one for buying me some time. Otherwise, I would have been done for. However, Yang urgently replied, This is bad. Qiao Yu. One moment of earth. Whether attacking or defending, that old man counters everything. Damn it. Is that guy's magical power infinite? Every time I use a skill, he turns it back on me. And my mana is running low. Just then, Qiaoyu came up with a suppression tactic and ordered him. Wait. Enemy ahead. What did you say? Say it again. The other quickly repeated after him. His grandma. Qiudu retorted. Not that line. The next one. He continued. Is this old man's power truly limitless? Finally. That is the line that hit the mark for him, exactly what he meant. Qiudu glanced at the Demon King, thinking, the skill casting will definitely drain energy. Even a high-tier skill like the Demon General's technique requires life force. There is no way he has infinite magical power. Moreover, Gu Tu added pressure, saying, Qiudu, just give up. You can beat the National Master, even if he is only level 25. But in terms of skill proficiency, he is no less than those higher levels. I could barely last 10 moves against him. Hearing this, he shot back. Just now. You could not last more than 10 moves against me either, leaving him speechless. A few seconds later, Du suddenly realized something. Wait. Ever since we chased him here, the Demon King has mostly just stood still. Every time I try to get closer, his first reaction is to create distance. What is the secret behind that? To find out, Qiudu ordered. Aim at the enemy, use earth bullets at the old man's feet. I will cover you. Ma fi. Back me. After hearing this, the Demon King scoffed. You think I am some kind of pushover? Then he unleashed a flurry of attacks, metallic blasts, water surges, firestorms shouting. Let us see how you fight. The combination of metal, fire, and water left everyone stunned. In the midst of the chaos, Ma fi used a quick strike to sneak up on him from behind. Unfortunately, the Demon King was prepared, creating a shield behind him while saying, it is useless. Meanwhile, Du kicked one die away, exclaiming, here's our chance. His rapid movements caught Huanda slightly off guard. Then, a massive explosion erupted behind Huandai, causing him to panic and shout, Qiudu, there is red fire behind us. We have no choice but to push forward. There is no turning back now. Qiudu, I won't let you down. With that thought, Huanda swiftly unleashed his attack, Earth Dragon Disaster. The powerful move activated, causing the ground beneath the Demon King to collapse, and in an instant, a stone dragon emerged. With him standing right at its mouth, the Demon King urgently retaliated, launching a fierce strike. Dragon's Rage. Hitting the stone dragon right in the mouth, he then directed his vacant gaze upward. He noticed that Qiudu, after taking that blow, only had part of his clothing burnt. He arrogantly declared, looks like I was right. Kudai. Ma fi. The reason the Demon King has limitless power is because of what is beneath his feet. It keeps him off the ground. Instantly, both of them replied in sync. Got it. Oana used the Earth Dragon Disaster again, while Ma Fei employed his quick strike technique. The Demon King scoffed at the two. How? Dreaming. Metal. Wood. Water. Fire. And earth, all 5 elements united. Chaos without bounds. The 5 directions of the Celestial Gate. Even though the Demon King unleashed chaotic might, the two of them charged at him. Huan Di cast Earth Explosion technique, while Ma Fei launched his attack. Ma Fei executed his move, the Peaceful Yang Sword's Earth 1 Strike. The 1 Strike Peaceful Yang. The two attacked the Demon King from both sides, while he remained trapped within the formation he had created. Moreover, the Demon King VU has suppressed their energy, letting them rely solely on the attacks from the two of them. There is no way they can break through the 5 directions, Xin Gate of ours. I have played with you long enough, and it is time to wrap this up. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked to the core. Looking down, the Demon King VIU was horrified to see Qiudu lifting him effortlessly with both hands. Immediately, the Demon King VU thought to himself, their previous attacks were not meant to break the 5 directions Xin Gate. Was it all a cover for this kid's move? He decided to finish Qiudu off and said, just die. As he unleashed his attack, water swirling around him. Even so, Qiudu still held onto his legs with a vice grip. Besides, he intended to counterattack, saying, old man, we have taken your hits long enough. It is our turn now. This line left the Demon King VU baffled when he saw Qiudu's fist. He panicked, his fiery armor shimmering. But it was already too late. Qiudu's hands were faster than the Demon King VIU had anticipated, and he got injured. Moreover, he confidently declared, when it comes to close combat, this is my territory. Seizing the momentum, Qiudu continued to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks at the Demon King VIU. Seeing him in danger, the monk Thiu Dung said to C-Tex, we need to take action. If the National Master dies, our mission will be declared a failure. Hearing this, he replied, got it. But they had not gone far when Mo Fi and Ding Hnd blocked their path, and Mfi warned, you two, I think you would better not act recklessly. Both remained silent, just staring at him. A second later, The Demon King Vu shouted menacingly. Prince of the Crimson Flame Kingdom, even if I have to die, I will take you down with me. The 5 elements are in conflict. Heaven and earth won't allow it. Kigudu completely did not understand what he was saying. Then, the full power of the 5 elements was summoned back by the Demon King Vau. With enough strength, he turned to threaten Kigudu. If you let me go now, we both can survive. Otherwise, if the 5 elements self-destruct, we will both be dead. Kigudu swung his fist and declared, the only one who is going to die here is you. The power of the 5 elements could not pull Viu back. He was now being pushed back by Kigudu. Furthermore, the power of this punch had buried the Demon King Viu deep in the rubble. In the end, he was defeated by Kigudu. Second announcement from the system. By defeating the epic boss Vu unarmed, you have received 25 free attribute points and gained 125 experience points. Currently, the power of the 5 elements within him still had not dissipated completely. So Kigudu activated the Silver Lion helmet and said, relying on this machine, the system provided me with info about it. Silver Lion helmet. Goat grade. When equipped, it increases head defense by 50 points, allowing you to avoid 1 instance of damage aimed at your head. Cooldown time, 24 hours, no job restrictions. And then, the ultimate powers of earth and fire clashed together. In just a second, it unleashed a cosmic shockwave. Suddenly, a cloud of dust appeared, and through it, Hu emerged wearing the Silver Lion hat. Exclaiming, I totally called it. I can catch this thing. As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed a strange mark appearing. Before he knew it, the Silver Lion hat cracked, leaving Hu in shock as he said, no way. The system promptly confirmed. The Silver Lion hat is broken. The Silver Lion hat activated its hidden effect, and when it broke, his level increased by 1. Congratulations. Hu has successfully leveled up. Current experience points, 50 out of 21,000. And he received 15 free attribute points. Congratulations. Hu has ascended to the mid-tier. He received a passive skill reward. A class super strength. A class super strength. Each attribute grants the player 0.5 points of defense and 0.5 points of speed. Remember, this powerful energy requires a solid physical foundation to harness. After reading the announcement, Hu still could not believe it and muttered, did I really just become mid-tier? Doubting it, he checked the system again. A class super strength. Each attribute grants 0.5 points of defense and speed. A class super strength miracle. A class super strength pact. And the effect of the super strength miracle. Each strength attribute of the player can be converted into 2 attack power points. After reviewing, Hu felt overwhelmed, thinking about his awakening skill. How did he turn into such a powerhouse high attack? Solid defense. Super agility. And tank-like health. He was supposed to be a necromancer. He commanded the system to open the attribute panel, and it complied. Name. Hu. Class. Necromancer. Overall level. 21. Strength. 777. Defense. 888.5. Agility. 397.5. Spirit. 0. Life points. 8,780 out of 8,780 plus 7,770. Magic points. 2,100 out of 2,100. Experience points. 50 out of 21,000. Talent. Heart of the Heroic Mage level unknown. Skills. A class super strength miracle. A class demon summoning. A class super strength. A class pact of the continent. B class Queen Robot's Rage. Level 5 King of Shadows. A class embrace of the enemy. A class Ancestor's Ring. C class defensive boots. D class Sky Splitting Blade. B class Golden Dragon Moon Blade. B class Armor of the Mystic. C class Bone Kit. C class Wisdom Staff. After the joyful King of Shadows disappeared, he left behind a mysterious energy orb. Curious, Hu thought. Let us see what the boss drops. He then reached out to touch the orb. Next, a book appeared inside, and the system quickly provided information. You have received a B-class skill book. Boundary Devour. Sets up a barrier that drains the life force of all creatures inside and converts it into the power the player needs. Creatures willingly devoured during the process cannot leave the barrier. Now, Hu finally understood everything and thought, no wonder that King of Shadows had a never-ending supply of magic points. The folks in this kingdom would probably let him feast on them. On top of that, the system reports that you have received a one-time rank item, the Heart of the 5 Elements. Once used, it grants you the elemental powers just shy of what a mage can wield. Qiaodu picks up the Heart of the 5 Elements and wonders aloud, if I use this, will it be like how the Love King just raises his hand to summon elemental power? He thinks for a moment and suddenly remembers the Queen of the Clockwork. If he uses the Heart of the 5 Elements, it might just replace the Clockwork Queen's heart. But then, Quo-Du decides to hand it over to someone else, pointing it towards the enemy. Gifting them this treasure, receiving this precious item, he thanks her. Brother Du. I can't thank you enough. I promise I will. Just then, Master Tiaodong approaches him. Yundu. I have something important to discuss with you. Do you remember Baiza? The mysterious organization that caught us after the final exam. Tiaodu listens to Master Tiaodong. Clearly confused. Baiza. He prompts. Go on. She continues. Your guys at Jingdai have been infiltrated by Baiza. And it is not just one of them. Qiaodu is genuinely shocked. Not just one. How do you know that? Master Tiaodong seriously recounts. People from Jingdai have been looking for us in other dungeons, trying to recruit us into Baiza. That person is really terrifying. Even I and Gu Tu could only hold our ground against him, not fully understanding. Who? What is that person from Jingdai called? She instantly replies with a name. Lin Lang. Qiaodu gets a sinking feeling. It is definitely him. He reflects back, lamenting over the lack of clues about him, only to realize Lin Lang has now set his sights on Master Tiaodong. He inquires. Can you still track him down? She responds. There are a lot of powerful experts around Lin Lang. If I had not run fast last time, I would have been captured by Baizia. After that, Qiaodu suggests, how about a fee rank equipment as a reward? She agrees. Deal. Master Tiaodong is thrilled to receive the valuable item. I will find a way to locate Lin Lang. I will let you know the specifics later. Thanks to your lawmaster. After saying goodbye to her, he feels a bit better. Even though he did not get information on the left 10, it is still a gain. Immediately, Yang Xiangdi and Ma Fi arrive. He says, Brother Du. The boss has been taken down. This dungeon run was a success. Let us get out of here. Yundu. Slightly surprised. Replies. It is over already. Wait. I want to check on someone. That place is his palace, where the emperor has decreed. Yang Gefei gracefully arrives to hear the announcement. Today, Yang Gefei is named empress. The emperor approaches her warmly and asks, now that you are empress, anything you want to say? Yang Gefei simply responds. I am just basking in the glory of the crown prince. The trio of guys on the castle roof can only watch. And Qiaodu says, there is nothing more to see. Yang Xiangdi counters. Brother Du, you came all this way just for an peace. But with the dungeon reset, everything will go back to normal. He replies calmly, I do not know. But are not they just like real people? I wonder, if NPCs have their own consciousness, can they still be considered in size? What does this have to do with what my parents left behind and by ZS intentions? Yang Xiangdi says. Brother Du, you are overthinking it. It is just a dungeon. Ma agrees. Yeah. Yundu. And Pizhur he is. Qiaodu gets it. Maybe I have been overthinking it. The three of them vanished from the dungeon, leaving three young guys behind the door. Suddenly, one of them spoke up. You guys really know how to hide. That guy was from the Hawk Hunters Guild. And finally, I have got you in my sights. Qiaodu remained friendly. What a coincidence. Brother Hawk, you can quickly feel it. Can't you? The vibes these guys are giving off are all at least mid-tier. And there are even nearly 10 high-tier ones. Hawk looked a bit sarcastic. Not a coincidence at all. I specifically brought my crew to block you guys from escaping the dungeon. Yang, facing the enemy, chuckled. We were wrong before. Why does Hawk have to go all out like this? We are all brothers here. He did not like saying that. It was annoying. It is because of your pathetic trio that our guild lost face and two high-tier experts. They seem to be mocking him. Even if you die 1,000 times, it won't clear your sins. Hawk commanded. You go take them down for me. I want to see them kneel before me begging for mercy. That massive guy stomped his foot, towering over them like a giant. He quickly introduced himself. Hello. I'm Hat. A level 32 tank. Qiaodu thought. He really is a powerhouse, Hawk urged. Hurry up and make your move. Stop wasting words on him. Hacker charged in, ready to throw down with Qiaodu. He did not hesitate to engage in hand-to-hand combat. His stats had crossed the 2,000 mark, way above average. Maybe he could stand his ground against a high tier after all. The two titans unleashed their power, creating a shockwave only those truly strong could withstand that kind of pressure. Everyone was swept up in the moment. How is this possible? Hacker is a top-tier tank, and Qiaodu is just a mid-tier mage. Yet they are evenly matched. Ma Fi was also in awe of that strength. Qiaodu, what secrets do you have? I thought we were close. But the gap just keeps widening. At that moment, Qiaodu felt elated, realizing he could actually go toe-to-toe with a high tier using just his fists. He kicked Hacker, surprised by his resilience. Hacker, barehanded, smiled back at him. Hey there. Little buddy. That kick felt great. Now it is my turn. Right. Thanks to his physical strength, He easily pushed back against Kyudo. Hacker slammed Kyudo to the ground hard, making him feel the relentless barrage of attacks. Then Hacker landed a powerful punch, causing the ground to erupt beneath them, sending Kyudo flying back. He tried to keep his cool. What is happening? His stats have skyrocketed. Why is not he gaining any advantage against this tier 32 wall of muscle? What is going on? Hacker charged at him without a break. Hacker confidently taunted him. Come on, my little treasure, let us dance. They circled each other, one attacking, the other defending. Hacker wanted a fair fight, so stop hiding. Sweetheart. Kyudo felt like he could not unleash his full power as he was being attacked at ease by Hacker's massive frame. Suddenly, Hacker grabbed his arm, but Kyudo managed to block him. Then, Hacker flipped him over, about to throw a punch. Unexpectedly, Kyudo activated his Demon Warrior mode, health points dropping to 2400. It was this mechanism that allowed him to block the punch, both of them truly exhausting their strength, despite using his strongest mode. Kyudo found it hard to keep up with Hacker. You have got some real strength there, little buddy, Hacker remarked. Kyudo was exhausted from the fight and activated his transformation state, seeing him falter. Digong, his ally, anxiously asked. Are you okay? Kyudo replied. But he felt something was off. Wow. With such high stats, was he being overpowered in a one-on-one? What is the problem here? Kyudo fought to find a solution. He realized he might have to use the defeat the enemy card after all. At that moment, Hacker was losing it in the heat of battle. Surprised that Kyudo could keep going. Your body is really strong, so I do not have to worry about hurting you, he thought, stretching his arms wide. The system chimed in. Kyudo is cutting off Hacker's wrist. He swung his sword down at Hacker's hand, causing him to back off and unable to use his ultimate attack. Hacker went wild. You little brat. Do you dare to anger me? I will break your head and shove it up your backside. Kyudo started to understand. I get it now. Hacker's weak point is his joints. He activated his speed and agility, darting toward him with a swift strike to Hacker's joint. Kyudo forced him to his knees. The Golden Eagle could not believe his eyes as a young man with glasses approached. Meanwhile, Hacker was forcing his body down. Relying on his physical strength, he puffed up, but Kyudo charged ahead. Thinking, what if I do not rid the Manhwa? He landed a blow straight to Hacker's abdomen. Thinking, no way you are transforming now. Hacker's body rebounded unexpectedly. Feeling something was off, the Hacker captured Kyudo effortlessly. And finally, he got the little bro and slammed him down hard. Hey kid, that is enough from you. Step back, and could not hold back. I suggest you let him go, or else you are going to regret it. He was worried about Kyudo. It seemed like he only had his trump card left to play. Those guys in the Phi gang are ridiculous. This kid is on the brink of death, and he is still talking tough. Did he lose his mind? Who does he think he is? Threatening the old man like that? Who gave that kid so much confidence? No one knows. But after seeing his crew getting wrecked, he must be scared out of his wits, and noticed Phi speaking up. I gotta see what this kid thinks he is gonna do to take me down. Phi agreed to a showdown with Han. The world is full of fools who really understands the depths of swordsmanship. The sword is coming. Everyone thinks it is ridiculous to fight Han. And here comes the sword again. Is this kid out of his mind? Maybe he is just putting on a show for us. The sword came crashing down from above with tremendous force, staggering Han and shocking everyone else. There is no way this is happening. It is a rare chance for Phi to be admired. And Han was thrilled. This was the epic scene he had been dreaming of. Han's sword radiated dark energy. This is the foolish sword. They were terrified. And Huang stepped back. Daxo Bang was here. Huang could not believe it. The foolish sword belongs to him. The Sibong. Sibun Deng showed up to confront Phi, saying, that little brat. I am giving you this sword to save your life in a life or death situation. Right now, you do not have a speck of dust on you. And yet you want to break that sword. At least you should trade blows with him 2 or 3 times first. And you? Your ultimate move is strong but scattered hollow on the inside. Didn't I tell you to investigate Lin Lang? Where have you been? Kyudo recognized him. Principal, do not worry. I have found a lead on Lin Lang, and I will have all the info soon. He realized the principal knew exactly where the issue lay. Furious, retorted. Old man, you dare to ignore my guild's hunters. Si Ben Dejin glanced at him from a short distance away. Thinking, seems like an interesting character just stepped in. Si Ben Deg was flanked by Kyudo and Dijing, along with all staring at their opponent with fierce intent. He said, come on out, no need to hide. The two boys looked toward a brawny man striding confidently toward them. Their faces in shock, the old man stepped forward with a solid, powerful gait, wielding a massive hammer. Hong Ho-vu, the former guild leader of the hunters. His eyes were bloodshot, his long beard flowing, as flames flickered behind him, radiating anger toward his opponent. Sibong, you think you can just walk all over my guild? Bing looked at Huang Ho Vu, who was approaching with that massive hammer on his shoulder. Who are you? I'm the legendary Huang Ho. All the boys outside gasped in shock at this revelation. Huang Ho Vu is the former guild leader. Turns out he is still alive. This time, Sim Bundung would not get to enjoy an easy win. The former guild leader was renowned as a king among the 8 rulers. Wang Ying angrily exclaimed. Grandpa, these bastards have insulted our hunter guild 3 times over. You need to wipe them out. Behind him, flames roared to life, and with his hammer charged with energy. Woo! His face set with determination. Calmly stated, Fire God Hammer. Then he teleported behind and charged at Ko Bun Duong with his hammer in hand. A bright golden light erupted, sending shards of stone flying everywhere. Brother Sang grew slowly stronger and brighter, and the debris scattered even more. Woo! Hammer in hand. Stood tall, looking down, and with a smirk said, People say Ko Bun Duong is the #1 sword cultivator, but now, it seems that is all just talk. This fraud who deceives the world. This is what happens when you mess with the hunter guild. Ko Bun, standing on the damaged stone surface, watched as debris floated by him, saying calmly, Is that? He looked at him, eyes wide in disbelief, and exclaimed, What is this? No way. With that thought, this is my full power. How can I not even scratch him? Ko Bun Dong looked at Lao Yin Tun and said, It is simple. You are just too weak. And then all the guys from outside stared in shock at the scene unfolding before them. Only Wang was branded as too weak. Just how strong has Ko Bun Duong become? Ma Fai, holding a notebook and pen, hurriedly said, Write this down. This is the most valuable lesson in pretending. Wang Ho Wu suddenly burst into laughter, his face full of provocation, saying, Too weak. I have not heard a joke that funny in years. Ko Bun Duong calmly replied, Just stating the truth. And then he got angry, his eyes shining with intensity. Then let me see what skills you have to say that. Huang Ho Wu summoned his power and soared up with his hammer, ready to crash down on Ko Bun Duong. A fierce wind swirling around him, Fire God Hammer. Ma Fei and Q Du stood behind him, the gray smoke swirling around, while Ko Bun Duong, sword in hand, spoke calmly. Ma Fei, take a good look. Professions like hammer cultivators or spear cultivators focus on strength and power, making it hard for sword cultivators. But remember, the strength of a sword lies in its versatility. Huang Ho Wu charged at Ko Bun Duong, swinging his hammer fiercely. But Ko Bun Duong dodged it, confronted by a spear cultivator. If their strengths are equal or if one is weaker, it is best to evade a direct clash. Wait for the opponent's opening, and then strike. Wu, standing behind him, was confused about what was happening. Ko Bun Duong's gaze was highly alert. Zma said, This is a once-in-a-lifetime lesson on the battlefield of the #1 sword cultivator. No amount of money can buy this opportunity. Wu, feeling exhausted and injured in his arm, declared, Ko Bun, I would rather die than be humiliated. Today, I will make you bleed. Ko Bun Duong turned with a glance at him, saying dismissively, I only see you as a very good teaching material. And then, Huang Ho Wu charged forward with his giant hammer towards Jibing Yang. Fuming, Jibing Yang, do you want to die? You said there are 6 major stages of the sword. Jibing Yang held his sword and slashed through the air, leaving behind multiple silhouettes. Sword Shadow, Sword Kai, Sword Edge, Sword Steel, Sword Intent, Sword Will. He swung the sword around, glowing purple as he unleashed it at high speed. The sword's body vibrated, creating a sound known as Sword Kai, a rapid force that also carried a flow of energy capable of causing additional damage, known as Sword Aura. Sword Aura can be controlled at will, tightly adhering to the sword's body. Known as Sword Edge, the Sword Kai condenses into a solid form, turning into Sword Steel. Dense Sword Steel carries the will of the Sword Master, transforming into Sword Will when it reaches its peak. Huang Ho Wu summoned a tremendous force with his massive hammer, surrounded by blazing golden lights, his face a mask of hatred, bullying others mercilessly. He soared through the air, heading straight for Jibing Yang, who remained calm, standing firm and watching Huang Ho Wu. Yang Sang and Qiao Du shielded their eyes from the swirling dust, while Ma Fei exclaimed in shock, That sword intent is so powerful. The sky took on a hint of orange, and Jibing Yang closed his eyes, calmly stating, Ma Fei, every sword intent that a swordsman condenses is unique. This person needs you to explore it yourself. All I can do is show you what true sword intent looks like. And then, Huang Ho Wu closed in even closer to Jibing Yang. However, Jibing Yang swung his long sword, sending leaves swirling through the air. In the nearby forest, trees were severed by that slash, and Kadu gasped in amazement, whispering, Clearly the technique is identical. But the sword in the principal's hands feels entirely different. Huang Ho Wu felt the sword slice through his arm, wrenching the hammer away, As if granting a soul to this technique. In the forest, fallen trees lay scattered. With clouds of dust rising, was this what sword intent truly was? Huang Yang saw Huang Hu lying on the ground and anxiously exclaimed, "Grandpa." A few guys were equally shocked, saying, "He did. The president is dead. This is terrifying. The king of slow did not even fight back and was just killed like that. Oh my god. What level is Ji Bingyang at right now?" Coughs echoed from the smoke. And Kadu noticed, exclaiming, "Wait, that old man is not dead." Ji Bingyang looked at him in confusion, while Huang Hu, in pain on the ground, slowly began to rise. A sharp needle-like object protruded from the ground. Something green shot towards Ji Bingyang, and strange vines swirled around. Yang signed. Yundu. And Ma Fei gasped in unison. Principal. Strange long vines wrapped around Ji Bingyang, stirring the sword intent. However, it was futile as Ji Bingyang used his strength to tear those vines apart, shattering them into pieces. Then those vines surged straight towards Cao Du, Yang signed, and Ma Fei at lightning speed. Seeing this, Qiao Du pushed him and himself away from the incoming vines. His leg was snagged by the strange object. Qiao Du was lifted high by it. Much to Ji Bingyang's astonishment, Wang Hu was also ensnared by the vine. Qiao Du called out in alarm, "Principal, do not worry about me. Just go after that old man." Suddenly, I noticed the ropes tightening around Qiu's legs, pulling him down toward a tree. Catching him off guard as he looked down, Qiu looked down at his body, realizing he was about to crash into a big branch, and shouted, "Principal, I was just joking. Please save me." Ko Bingyang unleashed his mysterious purple-black powers, causing those objects to shatter into pieces. He held the sword in his hand as he jumped down, saying, "Still good. Still good." That was close. Qiu looked at him and said, "Principal, I tripped you up. If it were not for me, we could have caught that old man." Ko Bingyang just looked at him and replied, "You did great. First, we need to save our teammate." He remained on high alert, glancing behind him, thinking, is that the Wood King of the Doctor King in this endless forest of trees? Only he could hide his presence so well, evading my senses. Suddenly, he glanced over and smiled. But being saved is actually a good thing. Ko Bingyang swung his sword, unleashing a powerful gust that sent everyone flying. They all tumbled down, landing on top of each other. Ko Bingyang walked over, scratching his head, and said to Qiu, "Focus on the enemy in Ma Fi. After today, the members of the Hunter Guild will no longer play nice with you. I hope you become strong enough to wipe out the Hunter Guild yourselves and take down that Troi Wang Huang Hoa Vu from earlier." The three of them glared at him. "Principal. But that is the Troi Wang. It would only take one of him to take us down." He turned away, calmly stating, "All right. The target is set for you. Just head towards it. Do not sulk." Pressure creates motivation. Huang Ying and some of his crew lay on the ground amidst the smoke as they departed. Huang Ying, his body battered, moved his hand and said, "Leave this to me. I will make sure you do not die in peace." One afternoon at the dorm, Ma Fi sat on the bed, watching as Qiu was searching for something in the books. Zhuangsang Di lay on the bed, resting his legs, saying, "The dorm is still so cozy." Suddenly, he sat up, looking at his phone. "Oh no. Qiu, Ma Fi, come check this out." Looking at the phone with a hint of urgency, he exclaimed, "This is terrifying. The Tang family, one of the major clans in Qingdu, was wiped out overnight. No survivors. Not even a single corpse found." Qiu stared at the phone in shock and exclaimed, "The Tang family wiped out? How could this happen?" Last time, after the trip to Gai Mountain, the Tang family's position among the four major clans seemed solid. Who would dare to mess with them now? Suddenly, he remembered a man Tang Wu Mu. Could it be that Tang Wu Mu himself was involved? Qiu's expression turned serious as he thought, is he crazy? Just to live a few more days. He has lost all humanity. He continued to worry about someone, wondering if Tang was okay. Yang sighing, holding the phone, said, "Qiu, these family feuds are just gossip. They do not concern us." Qiu turned away, agreeing. "You are right about that." Ma Fi stood up and said, "That is right. You two go ahead. I have got something to discuss with Mer." You turned away, thinking, the principal mentioned my physical issues. Van might have the answers. In the afternoon, Van Li Hao and Kyle Ru met in the common area where everyone was passing by. He said, "The prince who skipped school is finally attending." You chuckled awkwardly, scratching your head. "Do not mess with me. The principal told me to find you." Van Li Hao crossed his arms, watching you as he replied, "Go on," Kuru said. "It is like this. I have a friend, just a mid-level guy, level 21, but his total attribute score has exceeded 2,000. Yet his combat power does not match someone with a 2,000 attribute score. Do you know what is going on?" Van Li Hao asked. Arms crossed. Level 21 with a total attribute score over 2,000. Are you some kind of monster? Kuao Ru, feeling the pressure, quickly deflected. Van is talking about my friend. Then he burst out laughing and unleashed his power, saying, all right, let me show you my total attributes. His system panel appeared. Name, Van Lee. Class, Warrior of the World. Rank, King grade 45. Strength, 1535. Defense, 1024. Agility, 506. Spirit, 89. Kaoru gasped in astonishment. You are a king grade. Have you broken through to that level? Van Leho looked at you. My rank is double that of your friend. And my total attributes are just over 3,000. A level 21 with attributes over 2,000 definitely has issues. As he spoke, he recalled a young Kaoru holding a gun in his hands. There is a conversion ratio between attribute points and actual combat power. Your case is like a preschool kid wielding an AK-47. It is a powerful gun, but it can't unleash its full potential. You exclaimed in surprise. So that is how it is. What should I do to unleash the full power of my 2,000 attribute points? Kuao Ru listened intently to Van Leho as he explained. It is simple. Either quickly level up and combine your powers, or focus on enhancing your weapon's strength at that moment. You thought seriously. The Heart of the Brave Mage is my greatest trump card. Boosting my attributes and leveling up is like going against the grain. The system panel appeared, showing the Heart of the Brave Mage, with the effect of discovering that player Kuao Ru defeats enemies in close combat and earns attribute points. Unique active effect. Players can raise all other attributes to match a specific attribute value. You asked. Is there any other way? He looked very serious and clenched his fist, saying, of course. If you can T-level up quickly, just keep improving your attributes. The amount of change will definitely lead to advancement. Then Kiao Ru clenched his fist and thought, that is right. The conversion ratio does not matter. If 2,000 attribute points can't beat others, then just bump it up to 4,000, or even more. You envisioned a plane crashing into a heavily damaged building if the weapon in hand is strong enough. Even a preschooler could wipe everything out. Van Leho crossed his arms, muscles tense as he said seriously. But as far as I know, no one in the underground world has ever surpassed 2,000 attribute points while still being mid-tier. Even the principal back then could not do it, Kairu declared boldly. Then I will be the first. Then he recalled and smiled. Correcting himself, I meant my friend. Van Leho stood with his arms crossed, watching you in silence. And then, Kairu left, thanking Teacher Van, saying, I have got it now. Van Leho walked over, gripping your shoulder tightly, his face darkening as he said, wait a minute. And you shot him a glance. Teacher Van. He looked at you fiercely. Calculating. If your total attribute score exceeds 2,000, then you absolutely must participate in this underground world tournament among global universities. Consider it your contribution to bringing glory to the school. And I won't hold your skipping class against you anymore. Kuao Ru turned slightly to look at Van Li Hao and asked, what do you think? In the quiet space filled with falling leaves, Kuao Ru turned away, thinking, the battle conference is not that meant for the 3rd and 4th year seniors. He remembered Long Chuan had invited him to participate back then. Lai Hao looked at you and replied, yeah. But some 1st and 2nd year students who are better will also join, because the battle conference is divided into team and individual competitions. And the team has already been selected and trained for a while, so for now, it is probably not suitable for you to join. If you want to participate, you can form your own team. Lai Hao leaned on his hands, saying, I mainly want you to join the individual competition with over 2,000 attribute points. I believe you can secure a really good position in that. Kuao Ru clapped excitedly. What is the benefit of joining this tournament? And then he got a punch on the head from him in anger. For the glory of the school. What else do you want if you achieve a good ranking? Of course. There will be rewards. Lai Hao looked at Kairu seriously and said, I am giving you 2 options. Complete the exclusive dungeon to qualify for the battle conference. His gaze threatened you. Or you could fight me for a round. Kairu looked at him in silence, feeling powerless, and said, Teacher Van, is your second option any different from just telling me to go die instead? Lai Hao, with a sparkling gaze, crossed his arms and replied, who knows? You spoke up. All right then. I will participate in this tournament. You thought to yourself, who would have thought the principal and Teacher Van would help me so much? Without them, I would not be where I am today. Kairu's gaze lowered. But there was still one more issue that needed to be resolved first. The sunlight filtered through the trees in a poetic scene. In the endless forest, 2 people were standing and talking. Matt, is your information reliable? It is reliable. Shi Tiodong crossed her arms, looking at you. I have made an appointment with that Lin Lang. We will meet in the endless forest at 8 p.m. He will come. I have taken your wisdom staff. How could I sell you false information? Kai Deng said seriously. I understand. Thank you so much. This time, the moonlight shone brightly in the green forest. 8 p.m. In the middle of the vast forest, a boy approached and said, Shitioda, you really have a good insight. Once I participate in the Baizhua, you will have a completely new perspective on the world. Shitioda, with a serious gaze, replied. Thank you. Being able to participate in Baizhuo is an honor for me. The boy, wearing a black hood, turned his back and called. Follow me, and I will show you the true face of this world. She spoke up. The prison of ice walls. And the boy's eyes lit up, feeling something was off, when Han turned his back unexpectedly. Sharp stones surrounded him. Master Thieu Dung held her staff above her head, with a bright stone standing out, and called out. Yundu. I have done everything I could for you. Kuo Du soared into the air, wielding a sword, ready to descend upon Han, and removed his headscarf. Revealing his face, it was Lin Lang who suddenly said, Yundu. Lin Lang's arm abruptly transformed into strange skin. Cao Du stood firm on the ground, pushing the sword forward but missed. Lin Lang dodged his clenched fist with incredible speed. Han's eyes burned with anger. Yundu. The Demon Mountain Dungeon. I spared your life, or you would have been captured by now. Why are you turning against me? As Kiao Du slung the sword over his shoulder, he replied, Next time we meet, we will be enemies. Besides, I can't bear the injustice of my brother's death. Lin Lang clenched his round scarf in fury. Do you really think you can defeat me? Yundu. Then Han tossed aside the scarf, revealing his solid, bizarre green skin. You just do not get it, and flicked his tongue. Eyes gleaming. The power of the white dragon is immense. Kiao Du thought to himself. Compared to last time in the Demon Mountain Dungeon, Lin Lang seemed even less human now. He pondered. Is it worth it to transform into something that is neither human nor demon for that kind of power? Lin Lang harnessed his strength, becoming a monstrous figure with green skin, a massive build, and long, sharp claws. Of course it is worth it. How can you understand a kid like me? Coming from a poor background. No money. No talent. If I had not become like this, how could I have gained such power? He shot back. You do not understand anything. Cao Du charged forward with the sword, fiercely determined. Lin Lang. You are beyond saving. Don't blame me for using force. You and he collided. Kiao Du swung the sword ahead, creating a brilliant flash. Lin Lang extended his sharp hand toward him. A shadow dragon surged. However, Kiao Du grasped his wrist tightly. Furious, Du said. And you call that a dragon? The system shows it activated the dragon chant. Kiao Du unleashed his weapon toward him, generating blinding rays. Lin Lang, frightened, dodged backwards. Kiao Du gripped the sword with both hands, striking down hard at Lin Lang. Dragon chant activated. Lin Lang's eyes unexpectedly lit up in disbelief. How could this be? He slowly rose, and his system displayed, level 25. Life points 4,122 out of 6,000. Strength 421. Defense 235. Agility 266. Skills. Shadow Dragon Surge. Dragon Transformation. He said. This is... Kiao Du recalled a girl with a strange figure. This situation mirrored that of Xuan Dong in the 10,000 poison quagmire. He was utterly astonished. Back then, she was an MP fused with a boss. Could Lin Lang also have a boss inside him? What is Bai Zai really trying to accomplish? Lin Lang's anger flared, his eyes shining. Yundu, you are forcing my hand. He continued to unleash his powerful ability. Dragon Transformation. Lam Lang transforms into a massive monster with a long tongue, stretching out his arms. Sharp claws displayed on the system panel. Strength over 842. Defense over 470. Agility over 532. His muscular frame is overshadowed by an eerie, twisted smile. This transformation will bind him forever. And there is no going back. Kiao Yu, you have forced me to resort to this move. You are really something else. Lam Lang leaps over the scattered stones, and in a split second, he zips towards you like a flash of light. His jagged teeth and gleaming eyes race towards you. Kuyu's face darkens. Feeling lost. Lam Lang. Now you are a monster, neither human nor ghost. Back in the academy, I took down a guy just like you. He reaches out to grab you, but you nimbly soar into the sky, dodging the system panel and the thorny vines. With weapon in hand, Kiao Yu thrusts it straight into Lam Lang, causing him to scream in pain. An explosion of sound echoes through the forest, lighting up the night. Your weapon is embedded in Lam Lang's skin. He lies on the ground, pinned down, gasping. No way. Absolutely no way. How can an ordinary person like you become so powerful all of a sudden? Lam Lang thinks of the black dragon surrounding him, writhing in agony on the ground. This is not fair. Not fair at all. To gain this strength, I have sacrificed everything to merge with this terrifying dragon blade. I had to endure endless pain. Lam Lang's face darkens. But with the strength I fought tooth and nail for, how can I seem so weak in front of you? This is not fair. Caillou gazes at him, thinking, nothing is impossible. Just as Master Wan said, my current combat power may struggle against tall opponents, but it is more than enough to take down mid-height enemies. This is the power to shatter boundaries. Caillou, holding his sword, leans on it, looking down at him on the ground. I want to kill you. I will take you back. Help me clear my name. Can you turn back? I do not want to carry a giant lizard on my back. Lam Lang, losing his cool, thrashes about. I am a dread, not a lizard. Then Caillou punches him in the head, asking, what exactly are you? Lam Lang reluctantly replies, a lizard. He then transforms back into his human form. You watch him and say, all right, let us go back. Just as Caillou turns to leave, he hears a voice behind him and looks back. Where do you think you are going? In the quiet night forest. It is just you and him. Caillou peers deep into the woods. A strange group of people, clad in robes from head to toe, approaches, one of them wearing a mask, their footsteps silent as shadows. Yet here they are, not even breaking a sweat. Caillou, we are still hunting for heads. We did not expect you would just stroll right into our front door. Caillou looks at him with a smirk. Are you sure you can take me? Then the enemies and their horses arrive. The three of you are on high alert, surrounded by their group. He says, yeah, it is that useless Lam Lang. Caillou glares at him. If I am not mistaken, are not you guys from the Ghost Mountain dungeon? You. Right. He raises his hands and says, correct. But that does not mean there is a reward for you. Their group rushed in to surround him, and he shouted, attack. Mafi charged at them with his sword, sweeping through like a tempest. However, they managed to block a flash of light from his sword. Mafi was taken aback. Whoa, I am not even hurt. Caillou pressed on, ignoring them. First, he had to take out the support guy in the back. One of them yelled as three people wielding weapons rushed towards Caillou. Hurry. Stop him. The enemies suddenly charged with their weapons, as if the earth itself had split open, and the light surrounded them like a blinding veil. There were flashes of red light, as if someone had just soared high. Take out that guy first. The three on his side leaped up, aiming straight at the enemy. He gathered his strength, readying himself. As the ground split beneath him after unleashing his power, he was shocked. Earth magic. You can use it like that. Caillou prepared to charge at them, some defending while others pushed forward. Hurry up. Stop him. The system interface popped up as he unleashed his power. Bone King's domain. One guy there raised a sturdy shield, but that guy was caught off guard when Caillou's weapon pierced right through him. Caillou shattered that shield. They all stood there, shocked, thinking, this kid is something else. Caillou stood before him, confidently asking, I am curious. What is your code in the White Tower? As I read, the White Tower ranks based on strength. He crossed his arms. Code 2333. But hey, if you are so familiar with the White Tower, why would not you want to come back with us? His eyes glowed red behind the mask. Caillou, I bet you have a lot of questions right now. If you just come back with us to the White Tower, all your questions will be answered. Suddenly, his face darkened, and he threatened Caillou. Like, where your parents live? Caillou's eyes widened in shock at his words, while the enemies looked at each other in confusion. Caillou's face darkened. My parents are in the White Tower. What do they have to do with you? He closed his eyes. These questions, you will find out if you come back to the White Tower. Suddenly, a surprise strike from Caillou caught him off guard, making him lose his balance. Caillou's face twisted with anger. The truth, I will find it myself. He clenched his teeth, thinking furiously. What is their relationship with the White Tower? Why have they gone silent? If the White Tower is hostile towards my parents, then I can't go there. With my current strength, I would be walking into a death trap. He had fallen to the ground while Caillou stood there deep in thought, the enemies behind him eyeing him like prey. He is dead. What a perfect opportunity. The three guys with staffs launched their attacks in succession. Fire Spear, Radiant Sword, and Heavenly Gale, their combined power focusing into one point. A colossal force barreled towards Caillou. A golden light erupted, creating a massive explosion. His face flashed with killing intent. His state of rage activated. Demon's Core, he called out. Sunlight Sword Technique. First strike. One sword sunlight. You unleash a powerful move, knocking down the crowd in front of you, while a voice calls out from behind. Asterisk the sacred cycle begins. Caillou keeps swinging his staff, singing out loud. Let us see if your guardians are faster, or if I can strike faster. The crowd cries out in pain, and that voice echoes again. Asterisk the sacred cycle begins. You jump high and slam down on two people below. The crowd screams. Begging you. Please. No more healing. Just let me die. You furrow your brow and reply while swinging your staff. You think I care about your productivity? Here comes another hit. You jump even higher and deliver more blows. Once you are almost done, Kyudo turns around, grinning, and says, looks like I am still the better one here. I hope your guardians can heal you faster. The people in the distance watch you flee, thinking, this guy is way too strong. Something feels off here. We need to get out of here. You swing your staff and shout back. Catch this next hit. The power from your staff spins around and flies towards them. They gasp and shout. And after taking care of the situation, Kyudo turns and waves his hand. A voice echoes from afar. Duca has taken care of everything, you announce. All right, let us head back. Everyone moves toward Kyudo as you continue. About Bechtrech. It is time to wrap things up. First, let us get Lam Lunsang back, at Kingdo University. In the principal's office. Kyudo brings Lam Long before the principal, saying, Principal, I brought your student back. Lam Long's exhausted body slumps over the table. Bavun looks at him and asks, what happened to him? Ju replies, Principal, Lam Long got angry and went down the wrong path. But I think the underlying cause is the organization named Bechtrech that has ensnared him. That is the real cancer. You explain. They specialize in merging humans with bots. And it gets worse. Then you dive into the details of your clash with Bechtrech. After hearing this, Bundung ponders and thinks. Bechtrech is getting bold. He reaches out, and a flash of golden light appears. He adds, I am too busy with Kingdos matters to protect you directly. This is called a sword pearl. No matter where you are, just crush this sword pearl. And I will sense it if Bechtrech comes after you again. A wave of sword energy envelops the space. Thank you. Principal. You say, taking the sword pearl. Thinking. With the principal's help, dealing with Bechtrech will be much easier. Boongwang presents another item and continues. And this, I am giving to you too. This is a temporal pendant. Class A, enhance +6, boosting 150 mental points. It increases player skill power by 35%, speeds up casting by 30%, and has no class restrictions. Kyudo beams and responds. Principal, are you really giving this to me? He flicks your forehead lightly. Annoyed. Your head's too big. I am only giving this because you did well this time, so keep it safe. This has been with me since my days in Trungay. If it gets enhanced one more time, it might even awaken its spirit. You hold the temporal pendant. Puzzled. But, sir, if you give this to me, what will you do? Will this affect your strategy? Boongung sits back in his chair and replies. No worries. I will manage just fine. Congratulations. The Sword Master Bajing has successfully secured a new rank equipment, earning 50 free attribute points. Kyudo is left speechless, completely taken aback. On a wave-lapped island, a fishing hook is cast down, and a fish quickly bites. The Sword King approaches and says, Big Boss Bai seems to be in a good mood. Even fishing now, a voice replies. It is the Sword King. How's the Spear King doing? The Sword King responds. He was rescued by a king, but he lost half of himself in the process. The shadowy figure speaks again. Now do you understand? You can't defeat Bing Yang in a one-on-one fight. We need to choose the right time, the right place, and the right people to team up. Only then do we have a chance to take him down. Bing Yang is tough. We really need to kill him. As for the battlefield, let us set the scene in Tu City, where the son of Kaiwan Tang hails from. The Sword King replies. I have no objections. He turns and says, Big Boss Bay, I will take my leave now. Suddenly, a sharp hook flies right in front of him. The voice of the other person rises. One more thing. When you guys go after Bing Yang, how many of you will step up at Capital University? The night is pitch black. A shadow knocks on the door. Lehao opens it, startled, and says, Lama Long, what is going on? He continues, come with me. The principal has talked to me about this. Lum Long hesitates for a moment. Then the two quickly move together. When they arrive, Lum Long looks around and says, This is the training ground for Phase 2 of the Eshki Kim Indian D evasion. Lehao drinks from a bottle and says, If the teaching is not strict, it is the teacher's fault. He adds, You are my student. No matter how you have turned out today, as your teacher, I can escape responsibility. He hands him a bottle and asks, Want a drink? Lum Long grabs a bottle and drinks, but in his haste, he spills it all over himself. Lehao ponders and says, I have a terrible personality. I love fighting to the point it is a habit. A day without a fight just does not feel right. People used to call me a battle maniac back in the day. I have caused plenty of trouble and been chased by many. Who would be thought a guy like me, clearly not suited for teaching, ended up as a teacher at a prestigious academy? Lum Long thinks to himself in surprise. Teacher Lehao has a past like that. He touches Lam Lung's head with a heavy hand and slowly says, "If anyone had told me back then. Lie how? One day you will be a teacher." I would have slapped them silly. It is ridiculous. How could someone like me become a teacher? So why worry? Young people can get through anything. Mistakes happen. It is just about starting over. The truly strong are those who dare to face their own mistakes. Leho scratches his ear and continues. I am really not that good at teaching. But I think you get the point I am trying to make. Lum Lung frowns and admits. Teacher Vinaven, you are right. I was wrong. And I will accept the school's punishment. Leho scratched his ear and continued. I am really not great at lecturing. But I think you get my point. Lam Lang frowned and admitted. Teacher Van, you are right. I messed up. I will accept the school's punishment. He chugged a bottle of water and said, I am going to turn my life around. Lam Lang, but tipsy? Asked the teacher. Teacher Van, do you think I can reach Q Do's level? Hearing that name, Leho burst out laughing. Q Do. Stop dreaming. That guy is a total freak. Meanwhile, in another place, Q Do put on a mask, and Hong Nich asked, Why are you wearing a mask? Q Do replied, I am getting ready to participate in the university battle tournament. I do not want anyone to recognize me when I enter the dungeon. Mafiat, a global tournament among universities. How can it be complete without the legendary Mafai? Hong Nich remarked, but for team battles, we need 5 people. And they decided to recruit more members. And Toon Guyat exclaimed, a global fighting tournament among universities, but I am worried I might hold you guys back. Mafi confidently said, do not worry. Teen Guyat, with me around, even a dog can win. Teen Guyat jumped in surprise and snapped. What do you mean by that? Mafi awkwardly laughed and replied, I did not mean anything else. I meant you are even stronger than a dog. Mafi got hit on the head twice. While Efching Nench quietly chuckled. In a rundown place, the 4 of them gathered together. Teen Guyat wondered, is not a team supposed to have 5 members? So why is not it called left? She barely finished her sentence before Etching Nech quickly covered her mouth. The solo instance seems to be called Silent City. Let us go. A space portal opened. The difficulty of Silent City was low. The ruins of an ancient civilization underground contained mysterious superhuman powers. Countless events of humanity's downfall could be witnessed. This force had been distorted, mixed with darkness, when suddenly a voice spoke up behind Kyudu.
Hey, bro.
A red-haired guy appeared out of nowhere. Smiling. Are you guys going into the Silent City instance? If not, let us go in first. Kyudu was confused. He enthusiastically shook hands and said, My name is Thit Cha. I am the 4th male student from Crazy Literature University. You guys are here to qualify for the battle tournament. Right, what a coincidence. We're too. Thit Cheat suggested. How about we go in together? The more teammates, the more support. Right, both sides exchanged glances. And Thit Chi introduced his team members. Suddenly, the cat girl from Thet Cheek SDS team showed disagreement and voiced her protest. The 2 of them went back and forth for a while. Sensing the tension rising, the tall guy over there sighed. Come on. We are all teammates. Why so is Kyudu laughed and said, It is all good. Thit Chi. Do not worry about it. We do not mind. Thit Chi awkwardly nodded and said, Sorry for the trouble. Let us just head into the instance together. Everyone will be transported elsewhere. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Kyudu's head. Do you believe in the power of blessings? Like when it is your birthday, you make a wish, wishing for peace for your family, or wishing everyone a happy holiday, something like that. It could just be a fleeting thought, or a gentle reminder. In reality, you do not realize it, but you have come to believe that your will can yield good results. But can everything really change just because of your will? He thought to himself, who is this will talking to me? He jolted awake. At this moment, Kyudu realized he was tightly bound to a table, and the system quickly updated. Silent City. Mission requirement. Investigate the cause of the supernatural powers in Silent City. Difficulty level. Mission rewards depend on player evaluation. Friendly reminder. Believe in your own will. The shadow of a faceless female ghost appeared next to Kyudu. He widened his eyes at it and could not help but exclaim, Is this instance really that thrilling? Suddenly, it lunged at Kyudu, catching him off guard and making him yelp. The faceless ghost with a knife in hand was ready to attack him. It swung down, but Kyudu managed to dodge just in time. He sprang to his feet, breaking the chains. Then, one swift attack went straight through it, and the system immediately announced, Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the faceless ghost. You earned 100 points. Kyudu stood there, looking around and thought, I must have stumbled into a seriously messed up place. Without thinking, he turned back to see hundreds of faceless ghostly women appearing all at once. Kyudu stared at them, ready to strike again. Still trying to scare me. He swung his blade at them repeatedly, racking up points like a boss. The faceless ghosts freaked out and scattered. Kyudo chuckled. Do not run away. I still need those points. He kept slashing all around, each ghost fading away under his relentless attacks, racking up points like a champ. Once Kyudo wiped them all out, he casually turned to leave. He needed to regroup with the others. Facing these faceless monsters alone was going to be tough. He approached a wooden door, opened it, and realized there were other people who had teleported here too. Suddenly, Kyudo jumped, hearing footsteps behind him. The person who burst in saw him and shouted, "Dude, you got separated from the team too." Kyudo barely had time to respond when a distant cry for help echoed through the air. The panicked screams rang out. Help! 3 people were being chased by a gigantic spider. Asungolachi yelled, "Dude, help!" Kyudo sprinted toward them faster than lightning. He bent low and hurled his sword straight at the giant spider. Thitro watched him in awe. Nice shot, brother. Kyudo was on high alert. Something is off. I did not get any attack prompts. The spider's wounds were healing way too fast. The system displayed info about the monster. Epic grade monster. Human face spider. 998 lives left. Level 22. Health 4000 x 4000. Attack 351. Defense 122. Agility 233. Skills: Soul Devour, Web Snare, Resurrection. And then came a new warning. The monsters were feeding on the souls of the living to survive. If they consumed a person, they would gain another chance to resurrect, especially if the face was pretty. Atsung Loch exclaimed with a curse. What the hell is this? 998 lives. If we do not wipe out the human faces on it, we can kill it for good. Kyudo gripped his sword and said, "You guys go ahead. This thing is really creepy. If it touches you, it will suck your soul dry and add it to its lifeline." Atsung Loch nodded, following Kyudo's command and running off with the others. But he still worried. "Kyudo, what about you?" Kyudo calmly replied, "I will be fine. You guys go on. I have got a plan." Kyudo's footsteps pounded the ground, shaking it under the heavy pressure. With a single strike, he sliced the human-faced spider in half. It fell to the ground, and Kyudo quickly made his exit. His shadow zipped by like a flash, leaving no trace behind. The others managed to escape. Sungoloch cheered. Finally, Du has arrived. You're okay? Thank goodness. Kyudo rushed to ask him, "Where is Thitchers?" Sungoloch replied, "He is regrouped with the team. He got to the back entrance first, and is already inside the quiet town." They looked up at the wall, puzzled. What is this? Some sort of record. One of them read the engraved words on the wall aloud. "My name is Vikuzang. Just step through this stone door, and you will enter the true quiet town. What lies ahead is real hell. If someone truly has a reason to enter this quiet town, remember this incantation. It can only protect you against the supernatural phenomena of that vile green light monster. Which one take kindly to you?" Kyudo listened, puzzled. Did everyone really think this record was trustworthy? Honglich crossed his arms and said, "I believe it. But I can read half of this 8-character incantation." Mafi chimed in. "I have a slight edge over Hongdech. I know 6 characters. J18 Guide added. "I can read the whole thing either." Kyudo touched the wall, unleashing a whirlwind, and said, "Forget it. If we do not know, let us just go in." He reminded everyone. Their group slowly entered the ruins of a city. J18 Nguite shivered. "It is freezing." And suddenly she looked down. When she picked it up, it was a photo of 2 people. But the man's face in the picture suddenly turned terrifying. With a chilling grin, Chi Nguite gasped and screamed. Everyone worriedly asked her, "What is wrong?" Teen Nguite pointed and said, "There is a ghost in that photo." Kyudo replied coldly, "Is that a good thing?" You took the photo and stared at the man smiling back at you. Kyudo observed for a moment, then smirked and swiftly slashed the photo in half. You sighed in disappointment. "That is only 50 points. That is too low. Can we get more than that?" Chi-Teen Nguite was astonished, thinking, it has been a while. How did Kyudo get even stronger? From afar, footsteps rushed toward them, and a person yelled, "Help me! Help me!" Honghain turned around and saw a girl sprinting toward them, shouting, "Save me!" The girl looked extremely panicked and terrified, crying, "Please help me," Mafi Worley said. "What could appear in this instance that is good? Everyone, be careful. Do not fall for her trap." Kyudo spoke up. "Of course. There is still a chance." You leaned down and asked the girl, "Little sister, what is wrong?" The girl joyfully replied, "Please help me." Tears streamed down her face as she choked out, "Big brother, my mom fell down, and she is in the house now. I can help her up." Kyudo, full of confidence, patted his chest and said, "Take me there. I will help you." They headed toward the building together. And when they stood in front of an apartment, the girl quickly dashed inside. She pointed and said, "This is my home. Kyudo looked in and replied. Got it, in an instant. He kicked the door open, his eyes swiftly scanning the room inside. Inside, a shadowy figure of a demon awaited them. It bared its sharp teeth in fright upon seeing someone, then flew toward Kyudo and the others. You calmly said, just like this, any ghosts or demons. Bring them all out. The demon opened its mouth wide, releasing a menacing aura. While Kyudo gripped his blade with a light swing, he struck at it, gaining 100 points for his attack, leaving the girl gaping in shock. You turned to her and said, I have dealt with your family's problem. The girl's face turned pale as she replied. Really? You are amazing. Kyudo continued staring and asked. But where's your mother? Wasn't what we just saw your mom? Then he pointed the blade at her and stabbed, catching her off guard. The girl vanished into a puff of black smoke, gaining a power boost of 50. In awe, the elder asked, Kyudo, how did you know something was off? Kyudo pointed and said, I have seen too many scams like this already. These two demons are a team. One lured people here, while the other takes them out. Ma-fi, with a worried tone, added, it seems the number of monsters in this dungeon is way beyond our expectations. Maybe this dungeon is more complicated than we thought. Chuatungayat noticed something and shouted, prompting everyone to turn around in surprise. What is wrong? They asked. She pointed and stammered. Just now, something zipped past. Kyudo, excited by the news, rushed forward, shouting, don't run, my power boot. He hurriedly chased after her. Wait up. Kyudo spotted a strange energy ahead and exclaimed, don't run. Suddenly, a white-haired old man appeared in front of him, saying, careful there, buddy. That is a 100-year-old ghost, extremely vicious. He raised his hand and chanted a spell, unleashing a torrent of celestial lightning straight at the ghost, causing it to scream in agony as it was blasted. After that, the ghost was nowhere to be seen, and the old man withdrew his technique. Kyudo panicked, saying, who let my power boost slip away? The old man stroked his beard and replied, looks like my celestial lightning has not weakened too much. Kyudo asked, who are you? The old man introduced himself. I'm Ten, the contemporary here of the Dao sect. You can call me Master Zhang. Kyudo thought seriously. Is the Dao sect similar to the Gai Mountain dungeon? There are plenty of monsters in this quiet town. This dungeon might really yield a lot. Tamdu looked around, sensing demonic energy up ahead, with thick black smoke gathering from afar. Kyudo quickly ran ahead, thinking, I can't let this old master steal my power boost. The energy from Jinlong Yan Gaiat Dao is about to explode. The old man warned. Young friend, be careful. Jumping into action like that won't hurt the monsters with your ordinary weapon. Ignoring the warning, Kyudo dashed forward like a bullet. Tamdu thought in surprise, how can this be? What kind of spirit is this kid? His running speed even beats my flying on a sword. He landed on the roof of a building, and Kyudo looked down to see a surge of energy swirling everywhere. He clearly saw that Taizu was in trouble. The group of them appeared everywhere, and Taizu suddenly reminded everyone, remember the spell on the wall. Let us chant it. He closed his eyes and began to mumble. Nu Fa Daimni, Tam and Dukong. The group chanted together. Nu Fa Daimni, Tam and Dukong. A circle of protective energy formed around them, infused with their continuous chanting. The monsters, hearing this, were filled with fear and immediately retreated. One shouted, the monsters are backing off. Kyudo suddenly glanced over as an unusual gust of wind swept through. At that moment, Tamdu rushed over to Taiju's group and asked, where did the thick demonic energy go? Why did it suddenly vanish? He looked around, wondering, and where did that little guy with the sword Dao go? He then started questioning the nearest person, who was Taiju. Little Haidu, did you guys see any monsters just now? The person next to Thit Chi chimed in. Captain, this old man is Tamdu, and they say he is an important S. You have to team up with him to trigger the main storyline. He replied. Got it, Thit Chi said as he approached. Master Truntrang, I am Thit Cha. We took care of all the monsters just now. Tahamdu was taken aback. You dealt with them all? The Thit Chi sincerely replied, absolutely. If you are also a kind-hearted priest who fights evil and does good, then why not join forces with us? I really respect characters like you, he said. Kyudo strode in from a distance, radiating an intense aura with every step. Listen up, brother Thit Cha. Back when I was blocking that spider-faced monster, you did not wait for me. And now you want to mess with me. The system notification popped up. Your vitality points are at 1,500. Kyudo thought to himself. Good thing I took down the demons quickly, or that old priest would have stolen my spotlight. Thit Chi scratched his head. My bad. Big brother. I thought if I went ahead, I could clear the way for you guys. Who knew it was already a peaceful town out here? He asked again. But if you just chant the incantation and move straight ahead, that path should not have any danger. Right. Why did you guys arrive so late? Didn't you chant the incantation? Kyudu crossed his arms and replied. We just did not bother with that incantation. He thought to himself. Can't let them know we could not finish the chant. If that incantation just drives away demons, then it is useless to me. I just hope all the monsters in this dungeon come looking for us. Thitchutze chuckled awkwardly. I see. My bad. Big brother, Akyun chimed in. Thitchi, you are seriously useless. Bowing down to these university folks like that. They just rushed over here hoping to get protection from our academy. Doesn't anyone see through their intentions? It is hilarious. The enemy was furious. Damn it. What do you mean by that? She sneered. What? You think a bunch of losers like you can take me on? Thitchi stepped in to defuse the situation. Big brother. Do not take her seriously. How about this? Let us team up and you guys follow us. If anything goes wrong, just leave it to me. Alright, Kyudu stood aside. Thinking. I will trust him this once. With my current abilities. They won't be able to stir up any trouble. Atamadu reminded them. If the demons have been eliminated. What are you guys waiting for? If you are not going, then I will. Thitchi quickly replied. Thanks for leading the way. Master. They headed toward the deserted apartment complex. He spoke up. This is strange. Wasn't this town abandoned a long time ago? Why does it seem like there are suddenly a lot more people from elsewhere now? Temendu, leading the way, said coldly. Let us just hope we do not wake up whatever that is, Thitche asked. Master Dao. What exactly is that thing you mentioned? He replied. The demon lord of the quiet town. It is like a dark energy spreading across the cursed land, where demons will avoid fighting and instead devour each other until the strongest demon lord is born. Akyuhan wondered. Is that demon lord really that powerful? Tiamdu countered. Powerful. That does not even begin to describe the terror of a demon lord. Any demon lord that comes into existence is a threat to all living beings. A calamity for the wretched. He recounted. I remember back then. My father encountered a demon lord. At that time, another enlightened master assisted him. And it was still a struggle to defeat that demon lord. You have to understand. My father was a master of Dao. Far more powerful than I can imagine. While that demon lord was an enlightened monk who had strayed into the demonic path, making the battle extremely fierce. Kyudu suddenly thought to himself. An enlightened monk strayed into the demonic path. He recalled something and grabbed Tiamdu's shirt, yelling. Quick! What is your father's name? Kyuhun furrowed her brow and spoke up. Akimi Fivo. Why are you losing it? Let the master down for me. Seeing her reaction, Tiamdu replied. It is Zhuora. Kyudu was taken aback. Zhuo Irha. What is going on? He thought. Isn't Zhuo Irha the NPC from the Ghost Mountain dungeon? If the Zhuo Irha the old master mentioned is indeed the one from the dungeon, then this is about the time flow differences between two dungeons. Or is there more to it? Akuhin snapped. Akimi Fivo. How dare you yell at me like that? Do you even know who my father is? Just a country college student. And you think you can shout at me? If you make me mad, I won't let you off easy. Asungo Lach tried to calm him down. Hey Kiyu. Maybe just let the master go first. Timandu was surprised. Akimi Fivo. You are Kyudu. The enlightened master he mentioned who fought the demon lord. Is that you? Kyudu replied calmly. That is right. The one who fought alongside your father to defeat the demon monk is me. Tiamdu exclaimed. My father has been gone for over 50 years. And yet you are still here, looking so young. It seems my father's guesses were correct, he asked back. Guesses? What guesses? Tiamdu replied seriously. Before my father passed, he told me he had grasped the truths of the world and had also seen through your origins. At that moment, his father said. Tiamdu. I finally understand why. During the battle at Ghost Mountain, I could not find anyone in this world named Kyudu. He looked up at the sky and said. Because he simply does not belong to our world, Tiamdu asked. Father. What do you mean by that? He raised his hand and replied. He is from the main world. Just then, lightning crackled across the dark sky. Tiamdu panicked. This is divine retribution. The ancient sky punishes. His father stood up laughing. Are you scared now? When he saw a dragon swooping down, he looked up and said. Are you threatening me? Zhuo Irha. Fear no death. Just as the heavenly lightning struck, he managed to say. Tiamdu. You must remember. The last omen I saw was that in your fate, you will meet someone named Kyudu. You tell him on my behalf. The world Kyudu lives in is real, and the world I, Zhuo Irha, live in is real too. Everyone from both your worlds has been deceived, Tiamdu shouted loudly. And suddenly, he found himself back in reality, standing right in front of Kyudu. Kyudu felt a twinge of doubt. Was Master Chuang really like that female emperor? both being NPCs who had awakened independent consciousness. If what Master Chuang said is true, then they are not NPCs at all. But with my current strength, I am still nowhere near uncovering the truth of this world. At that moment, everyone sensed something was off. Q-Ka, is something wrong around here? Those demons are charging at them like crazy, Q-Do excitedly exclaimed. Just leave it to me. It is like someone's offering a pillow when I am already sleepy. He thought to himself. His celestial gold dragon moonblade was only 500 points away from unleashing its true power. Q-Do swung his blade, and his energy points jumped by 100. Then came a flurry of strikes. Energy points adding another 100. He had unleashed a whopping 10,000 out of 10,000 energy points. The magical effect had leveled up, boosting damage against spirit bodies by 200%. Warning, energy points too high. The weapon can't handle it. Please upgrade your weapon as soon as possible. Q-Do was smug. Finally, he had unleashed his energy points. Tam-Do yelled. Q-Do. Be careful. The demonic energy around here is no joke. Facing the enemy, Mafi was also in a panic as a skeletal hand appeared out of nowhere, along with hundreds of other skeletons marching in, causing everyone to be bewildered. What kind of monsters are these? Tam-Do gazed at the swirling black smoke. A truly terrifying aura. The Demon King had arrived, and he had found the source of the supernatural power in Quiet Town. This subquest was complete. Players should evacuate immediately. He held a talisman in his hand, with a left talisman of nails and a right talisman of armor, fronted by a celestial deity and backed by a musical chapter. Ready to unleash divine retribution without hesitation, Tam-Do shouted. Get ready. Before launching the talisman at the Demon King with glowing red eyes, the hidden mission was activated. Close the subquest and leave the passageway. The hidden mission called for everyone to cooperate and resolve the source of the supernatural power, restoring peace to Quiet Town as it once was. Difficulty level C. With immense power that triggered an explosion, the stalwart shouted. Quick, chant the incantation. He and his teammates clasped their hands together, chanting a Buddhist mantra, but those things had no effect on the Demon King. He declared, kneel before me, instantly. The group from Theat Truck knelt down to the ground. What is happening? Why can't I control my own body? The Demon King continued to order. Blind eyes. Crippled legs. Broken arms, causing them to scream in agony. Tam-Do was in a panic. This is a spell of verbal domination. But how could it be? He is just a demon. How can he cast a spell like that? Meanwhile, Q-Do's group seemed unaffected, and the enemies wondered. Could it be that their good looks protected them from the verbal domination? The Demon King gritted his teeth in anger. This can't be. She howled madly. A blind eyes. Crippled legs. Broken arms. Fractured bones. But only Theat Truck's group was affected. Q-Do mocked. Looks like those spells left on the door were your doing. Give it up. Your verbal domination does not affect us at all. With that, he sprang forward, charging straight at the Demon King. Time to meet your end. The Demon King looked at Q-Do, that cocky little brat, and then prepared to strike back. He moved closer to her, his injuries forgotten, causing her to panic as their powers clashed. Q-Do landed on the ground after slicing at the Demon King multiple times. The iron pillar stood in shock. Was the Demon King really dead? But at that moment, Do's voice rang out. Q-Do. Be careful. The demonic energy here has not dissipated at all. He replied. I know. The mission is not over yet. The whirlwind behind him began to swirl. It shot towards Q-Do, injuring his arm. The Death Priestess activated her spell. Praying, her magic helped Q-Do heal his wounds. Suddenly, black smoke emerged from the whirlwind. The system announced information about the boss. Epic boss. Vengeful Spirit. Level 28. Life points 5000 x 5000. Power 235. Defense 56. Speed 183. Spirit 307. Skills. Immortal body. When alive she was pitiful, but after death, she transformed into a vengeful spirit, wielding a blood pond immortal and undying. Q-Do thought to himself, another immortal body. Looks like its immortality is linked to that blood pond. He turned and said, focus on draining that blood pond. Got it. Do replied, let us make it happen. The ground beneath the vengeful spirit split in two. Meanwhile, Q-Do quickly launched his attack. She switched targets and charged at Do, ready to kill. The whirlwind began to fade, the earth trembling, causing her to scream in agony. Seizing the moment, the Q-Do and Mafi launched their attack, swords raised high. The vengeful spirit disintegrated, leaving only drops of blood. I will not spare you. She snarled. Moments later, she resurrected, declaring, I am immortal and undying. Do reminded, Ma-Fi, handle the blood pond. Leave the rest to us. The vengeful spirit lunged at him, shouting that fat bastard would die first. His binding spell wrapped around her. Do clenched his teeth. He could not let the elemental heart Du gave him go to waste. The fire god's explosive power shattered the ground. The iron pillar exclaimed in disbelief. How is this possible? That chubby mage can use elemental power. The vengeful spirit kept screaming. You all must die. Q-Du appeared from behind and struck her. The vengeful spirit's eyes widened in shock. No way. How can you have such terrifying power? Q-Du soared up and kicked her in the stomach. Replying. Sorry. But this is my specialty. The vengeful spirit could not respond in time. He raised his weapon. Transcend. Let me send you to the next life. With a final slash. She could only let out a cry. Q-Du looked puzzled. Isn't sending you off supposed to be my job? Besides, calling this transcendence is a stretch. The vengeful spirit's body faded into the air. Hidden mission completed. Rating. Rewards. Level up +1. 100 free skill points. 1 equipment upgrade stone. 1 equipment awakening stone. Q-Du marveled as he held 2 stones in his hands. No way. Who knew being illiterate could be this beneficial? He fully activated the weapon. And it glowed brightly. The B-rank weapon. The Golden Dragon Moon Blade was upgraded to an A-rank item. The Bamboo Dragon Moon Blade successfully awakened the spirit. The Bamboo Spirit of Sound. Q-Du gazed at his blade. The Bamboo Dragon Moon Blade. Now rank. And the Bamboo Spirit of Sound was enhanced too. The Bamboo Dragon Moon Blade can switch between night and day modes. In night mode, agility increases by 50%. In day mode, critical hit rates spike by 50%. And it inflicts 20% more damage on otherworldly creatures, while dealing 100% more damage to beings with souls. Anyone wielding this weapon possesses the ultimate natural strength, able to counter any creature. Entities linked to the lineage will have their power reduced by 20% when facing a player wielding this weapon. Q-Du held the blade. Impressed, this massive sword was truly perfect for a necromancer. Looking back at the others, he thought, looks like they are raking in the rewards too. The leader approached, saying, Hey man, we owe you one. Thanks to you, we made it through. But when I see you at the battle tournament, I won't go easy. Q-En looked at him enviously. The next day, Mafi warned, Hey Q-Du, watch out for that girl Q-Hun. The way she looked at you was ominous. As Q-Du walked, he replied, Please, a rich girl like her. I am not scared at all. After walking for a while, he said, Zuka, I am off to find the magic system the principal set up. Mafi went a different way. And I am getting personal guidance from the principal himself. Q-Du wondered. I wonder which special instructor the principal has arranged for me. The name Q-Du flashed in his mind. A necromancer at level 22. Strength. 888. Defense. 944. Agility. 444, moving like the wind. Spirit. 150. Life points. 9,890 out of 9,890, plus 8,880. And 2,200 out of 2,200 points. As he walked, he thought, could it be Teacher Lee? My current stats would probably scare him to death. Suddenly, a gigantic hand snatched him from behind. Who was it? Q-Du could not break free. Fuming. No way. Then he vanished without a trace. Trapped in that mysterious hand. He could not move. What was happening? Was Q-Hin seeking revenge on him? The harder he struggled, the tighter the grip became. Q-Du worried. I can't escape. There is no way an ordinary college student could have this kind of strength. He yelled in frustration. Who are you? Show yourself if you have the guts. Suddenly, the hand released him. Q-Du stood there, scanning the area but found nothing. A moment later, he stepped forward. Puzzled. Why is there an old table here? Q-Du picked up a newspaper and gasped in shock. His eyes widened as he saw an image of his father in the newspaper. Q-Du could not believe it. The Baija company his dad was the founder, and his mom's name was Bai Shaiksa. What was her connection to Shikine? Q-Du slammed her hand on the table, demanding to know what the connection is between the Baijua company and that Baijua organization. What on earth is going on? The scene shifts to Bin Duang's office, where a sudden knock on the door interrupts him. Come in. Liha walked in, surprised. Little Wan, has the situation with Lam Lang been resolved? Liha replied seriously. Principal, that kid Q-Du has gotten himself into trouble. Bin Duang raised an eyebrow. Trouble? What kind of trouble could that kid possibly get into at school? He thought to himself. Besides, I even gave him a full set of armor. Suddenly, Liha lunged forward, his eyes blazing. Bin Duang's gaze turned sharp as he observed the scene with a serious face. Then he created a shockwave that sent Liho flying backward. The masked guy chuckled. I did not expect you to catch on so fast. He revealed himself, extending his hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am one of the 8 kings, the king of arts. One of the 8 kings, the king of arts. Bin Duang continued to interrogate him. I do not care what kind of king you are. Just tell me what you did to Q-Du. At that moment, a loud laugh echoed from outside. Are you still worried about him? A person entered, wielding a massive hammer. You would better worry about yourself first. One of the 8 kings, the Troy King, Bundong loudly declared. You dare lay a hand on the students of my school, no matter who you are. You will die. Another person stepped in and added. Bundong. Oh Boon. I just love that sharp edge of yours. She is one of the 8 kings. A queen. Are you curious how we managed to bypass your school's restrictions and get in here? She put her finger to her lips and said. Guess how many of the 8 kings are here this time? Bundong remained unfazed. You brought a whole crowd here. But they are just a bunch of useless fools. Immediately, one of them attacked directly. The Troy King charged in. Bundong. This time I will definitely get my revenge for last time. He swung down with a force that could blow the room to pieces. A fiery explosive strike. Bundong quickly dodged, escaping the old man's attack. The Troy King shouted. Bundong. Today's your day to be polished off. Bundong gripped his sword, refusing to back down. The sword is my pride. Suddenly, the Troy King shouted. Watch out. The King of Arts chuckled. Bundong has no idea. Even though the ambush and surprise attack failed, but when I got close to him, the poison from the Poison King has secretly taken effect on him. Soon, the other members of the 8 kings began to appear. This one is one of the 8 kings, the Poison King said. He has been poisoned. This time he won't escape even if he grows wings. Very soon, he will be completely corroded by the poison. And then he will be nothing but meat for us to carve up. The next one is one of the 8 kings, the Shadow King. He commanded, let us get started. Following him was the Earth King who stepped in. One of the 8 kings, the Fire King, also gradually revealed himself. Finally, one of the 8 kings, the Sword King, appeared. They formed a circle and combined their powers. The 8 kings unite. The Divine Phoenix in a different world. Bundong quickly drew his sword to attack, releasing an immense energy. The two forces clashed, causing the ground to explode. Those standing outside were blown away, as the explosion caused everything in the vicinity to shake violently. Through the haze of Bundong, he stepped forward with a sword in hand. Tramangam thought to himself. This poison, for now, can still be controlled. The Sword King shouted while blocking. No way. We are all at the same Holy Realm level. How can Han take on 8 opponents? Especially while poisoned. The Fire King chimed in. Without Big Brother by stepping in, catching him will be a real challenge. Just then, someone approached Qiao from behind and asked. Have you found the answer you were looking for? Qiao patted his shoulder. And when he turned to look at him, he was stunned. That man was none other than Shi Tian. He stared intensely and said, You can just call me by my name. Yundu. Confused, asked. Why not? He replied. Because I am your uncle with blood ties to you. Qiao gasped in surprise. Qiao thought to himself. The two who created Bai Zia. One is a father and the other is my uncle. But why did Bai Zia send someone to capture me before? He looked up and asked. You say you are my uncle. Do you have any proof? Shi Tian was taken aback. Proof? My goodness. Your mother, Beishi, is my biological sister. What more proof do you need? Qiao pressed on. Then what was your purpose for locking me up here? And why did you send someone to catch me? Shi Tian replied slowly. The first reason I captured you was to force that scholar Qiao and Than to face me. But now, I have changed my mind. He touched Qiao's shoulder and said, As your uncle, it is our first meeting. If I do not give you a little gift, it would be rude. So let me give you something. With that, Shichen punched him right in the stomach. Qiao did not have time to brace himself and flew backward. Shichen coldly remarked, But wait a second. Are you and that Qiao and Than also scholars? If this continues, I might just get angry and kill you myself. Qiao struggled to get back up, gritting his teeth and thinking, This guy is serious. He really wants to kill me. With that thought, he charged at him. If you are not going to use your true power, then why should I be afraid? Qiao threw a powerful punch at him. But suddenly he realized. What the heck? No way. His hand could not touch Shichen's body, but his punch was now inches from Qiao's face. If he froze like this, he could die. Qiao was sent flying back once again. But he still stepped forward, weapon in hand. Shi Tian looked at Qiao's weapon and exclaimed. Is that a grade-long weapon? And it seems to have awakened a very strong spirit. How interesting. And those eyes of yours. You seem to have quite a few secrets. Come here, he said, then suddenly vanished. Moments later, he reappeared with a lightning-fast punch. Let us see your full power. His punch landed squarely on Qiao's face. An immense force erupted, leaving Qiao in unbearable pain. Unable to fight back, dark energy swirled around Shi Tian. He looked at Qiao and said, You are the sword completion. I did not expect the old man from Bungdong to value you so highly and even gift you this life-saving treasure. Qiao struggled to get up, thinking to himself, If my defense was not strong enough, that punch could be taken half my life. Even the principal's sword technique could not phase him. What am I supposed to do now? Over in Bunduang, a battle was raging, and the sword technique had been activated. This is bad. Could it be that they have already reached Q-Do? Turning back to Shiktian, he asked Q-Do, is this really all the power that Qiyu and Thanos' bloodline has? Q-Do's eyes were blazing, and then came a flurry of punches from Shiktian. Q-Do had no way to defend himself. This is so messed up, he thought helplessly. No matter what kind of martial arts this is, even if I used all my strength, I still can't read his movements. Anxiety filled him. Like standing in front of a raging tide, Q-Do held the card in his hand, recognizing the enemy as his father. He was willing to acknowledge him as his adoptive father. But using the card to claim that failed. He was stunned. What? Shiktian came down hard on him. Q-Do lay motionless on the ground. Shiktian spoke coldly. Weak to weak. But you did remind me. If from now on you abandon your surname and take on Baidu, then I will teach you this martial arts technique. Q-Do lay defeated on the ground. Sneering, I would rather not. You should just change your name to Qiu Shiktian. That way, we would at least be from the same family. And then you could teach me the martial arts. Right. Shiktian could not help but kick Q-Do, he said. Your mouth is as tough as that old mule Qiu and Than. Just then, someone called out, Bila, and he replied, have you caught a big fish? Shiktian coldly said, Kid, I am giving you one more chance. You are still the son of that girl. So if you are willing to change your surname, my promise still stands. After saying that, he vanished without a trace. Q-Do was furious. He just left. He stood up, yelling, damn it. Shiktian, why did not you let me go sooner? Meanwhile, the principal was fighting against the Sword King in Bunduang. Bunduang threw him back against the wall. The Sword King stammered, Bila, are not you going to make a move? Shiktian turned his back and said, what is this? Are you teaching me how to work? The Sword King awkwardly replied, I would not dare. Bila, it is just that we really can't beat Bunduang. Bunduang looked at Shiktian, feeling uneasy. This guy is way more dangerous than the 8 kings, Shikin said. I initially planned for you guys to tire him out so I would not have to exert myself. But unfortunately, it is normal you can beat him. His level has already surpassed the saint level. The 8 kings were in a panic. What? The Master King exclaimed in shock. Level 60-70 is the saint level. Right. And the highest among all the professionals is only level 70. Is not? Bunduang sternly asked. Who are you? What have you done to Q-Do? And what is your goal? Shiktian replied. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shiktian, and I am the leader of the Baizi organization. Upon hearing this, Bunduang's expression hardened. Baija. He remembers the past. How they did that to his students. Those little tail beasts. And now they dare to show up in front of me. At this moment, the poison in Bindong starts to glow. The Poison King speaks up. The Deathless are here. Bunduang has been poisoned. Shikime is feeling cocky. And I do not like being the center of attention, so this time, I must take out the principal to clear the obstacles in my path. Here's hoping the principal takes a dirt nap soon. Meanwhile, Q-Do is screaming. Damn it. Shikime. Let me out of here right now. You are causing chaos everywhere. Just set me free. Strange patterns begin to appear on Q-Do's body. He writhes in pain. The toxic gas enveloping the area. It gradually takes over Q-Do's body, transforming him into someone else with a terrifying gaze.